Qingzhou, the great Qian kingdom. On this day, winter descended upon Yuzhou city. The cold wind howled fiercely, and snowflakes danced through the air. The once bustling marketplace now lay desolate and empty. A thick blanket of snow covered the grounds before the Li residence, where passers-by walked cautiously, fearful of losing their footing. Butler Lu Wanquan tucked his hands into his sleeves and shivered as he approached the door, calling out, "Old Jiang, the young lady wishes to venture out to admire the snow, but the carriage is not yet ready." Upon hearing the call, the door of a small room in the southeast corner creaked open, revealing an elderly voice from within. "Do not fret, I have sent Huzi to prepare it. He will be here shortly." Before long, a frail, white-haired elder donned in a tattered cotton robe emerged, wielding a horsewhip, his steps unsteady. Lu Wanquan's teeth chattered from the cold. Well, old Jiang, nearing 70, yet your constitution is more robust than mine. Aren't you cold at all?" Jiang Xian grinned. "Cold, indeed, but I have grown accustomed to it." "Then I shall rest easy. Do take care on your way." Lu Wanquan patted Jiang Xian's shoulder and turned back into the house, muttering, "This biting wind and such heavy snow could very well be deadly." Jiang Xian stood at the front of the residence, gazing up at the swirling snowflakes, each flake landing softly on his aged visage. It was frigid, yet his heart remained warm. "It is merely a touch of wind and frost," he murmured to himself. He then glanced down at his withered, bony hands, calloused from years of toil, and could not suppress a self-deprecating thought. "How have I managed to live this long?" Few knew that today marked his 70th birthday. Once this day passed, he would truly enter the realm of the rare and aged. In ancient times, barring those who dedicated their lives to martial arts, it was rare for an ordinary person to surpass the age of 70. Surviving this milestone, perhaps the master would finally grant him his freedom, providing a few coins to enjoy his twilight years. Yet, such a prospect was hardly a cause for celebration. After serving as a beast of burden for so long, with no offspring or family, where could he possibly go? Reflecting on his life, he had achieved nothing, never owned a plot of land, merely existing in mediocrity, time slipping away, a life devoid of accomplishment, nearing the end. The word failure had accompanied him throughout his existence. To add to his plight, Jiang Xian was, in fact, a time traveler, having traversed into this world 50 years prior. Lacking talent or any extraordinary advantages, he bore the burden of a lifelong slave identity, making him one of the most unfortunate of travelers. At the tender age of 7, his parents perished from starvation during a famine. In order to afford them a coffin, he chose to sell himself to the Li family. This was only possible because the Li family was affluent enough to take him in those times. A coffin was worth more than a life. Upon arriving in this new world, he was devastated to learn of such a fate. Whose benevolent soul ends up as a beast of burden in the real world, only to become one in another. Later, through the experience of 2 lifetimes and diligent practice, he finally secured the position of a coachman. Being a coachman was not the same as being an ordinary servant. It required the trust of the master, making it a coveted position. That he had managed to remain stable in this role until now was, perhaps, a rare stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Of course, though life was bearable, thoughts of building a family, marrying, and having children were mere fantasies he dared not entertain. In his youth, he had a few romantic interests, but they too faded away over time. Now, the only solace he found was in the ancient world's most notorious indulgences. As he aged, he found joy in the fragrant and flamboyant, yet it was merely a fleeting pleasure. Truly, every fate is dictated by destiny, with little left to human agency. Lost in reflection, Jiang Xian suddenly heard a voice beside him. Ding! Detection of the host who has crossed over, binding the supremacy system. Jiang Xian's pupils slightly contracted, a rare flicker of astonishment crossing his usually impassive face. Could it be? Has my fortune finally arrived? The late has come? As a time traveler, he had attempted countless methods for acquiring a golden finger over the years, yet all had proven futile. He never expected this opportunity to arise on his 70th birthday. Could it be that he is modeled after Jiang Zia? Ding! Congratulations on binding the perfect life template. In this life, you are destined to become an unparalleled prodigy, leaving behind an immortal legend. What on earth? Jiang Xian stared at the 2 lines of text that appeared out of nowhere, his eyes widening in disbelief, nearly convinced he was losing his sight. At 70 years old, Binding a perfect life template? An unparalleled prodigy system? Is this a joke? Ding, beginning to deduce the perfect life. On the day of your birth, you carried celestial bones, born supreme, with miraculous phenomena causing all beings to kneel. At the age of 7, you cultivated to the 9th layer of body refinement, stepping into the world of martial arts. As the words fell, Jiang Xian suddenly felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body. His previously stooped form straightened. His murky eyes regained clarity, and his icy limbs began to warm. Most astonishing of all, a long-dormant part of his body began to stir. The old man is revitalized? Jiang Xian, feeling the resurgence of vitality, was filled with incredulity. He slowly raised his arm, stretching and flexing it, and with a sudden motion, he unleashed a punch, creating a thunderous crack in the air. Holy cow! What does it mean to be old yet vigorous? This is it. 9th layer of body refinement. I have truly reached the 9th layer of body refinement. Jiang Xian's face flushed with excitement, feeling as though life had bestowed upon him a second spring. At that moment, a translucent attribute panel quietly materialized before his eyes. Name: Jiang Xian. Age: 7. Cultivation: 9th layer of body refinement. Technique: none. Martial skills: none. Talent: celestial bones. 7 years old. Jiang Xian gazed at his attribute panel, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This system truly perceives him as a child. Yet while the system may be nonsensical, the changes in his body were tangible. He had indeed reached the 9th layer of body refinement. This world allowed for cultivation: body cultivation, Confucian cultivation, Tao cultivation, Buddhist cultivation, and even demonic cultivation. The vast majority of cultivators were body cultivators, also known as martial artists. Body refinement was the entry stage for martial artists, lasting anywhere from 7 to several decades. This stage was the most arduous, with many failing to surpass it in their lifetime. The saying goes, the rich cultivate martial prowess while the poor pursue knowledge. Children of affluent families possess considerable advantages during this phase, able to consume precious elixirs and blood foods that significantly shorten their time in body refinement. Once they surpass this stage, martial artists can condense true qi, truly embarking on the path of cultivation. Jiang Xian had previously tested his innate bone structure and found his martial aptitude to be mediocre, lacking the conditions for martial training, destined for a life devoid of martial pursuits. Yet now, at 70, on the brink of senescence, he had inexplicably advanced to the 9th layer of body refinement. Who would dare believe such a tale if he were to share it? 70 years old, in the mortal realm, would seem irrevocable. But in a world where cultivation is possible, perhaps it is precisely the age to make a breakthrough. Could it be that his life is truly set to reboot? Moreover, if he thought optimistically, should he truly have been born with exceptional talent in this brutal world, he might soon attract the attention of those with ill intentions. As the saying goes, a common man commits no crime, yet possessing wealth can be a sin. The neighboring boy who had his bones extracted serves as a prime example. But for now, he was merely an inconspicuous old servant, yet rich in experience, seasoned, and with a calm demeanor, perfectly suited for adventures in the martial world. With these thoughts, Jiang Xian exhaled slowly, forcibly suppressing his excitement, gradually regaining composure. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his ear once more. Ding, deducing the first plot, that as you step into the martial world, you unexpectedly encounter a stunning young woman, who, captivated by your talents, develops an admiration for you. Triggering task: a match made in heaven. Task requirement: win the young woman's admiration. Task reward: indestructible. Chapter 2. Is this considered winning the admiration of a young lady? What on earth? Jiang Xian rubbed his weary eyes vigorously, his expression one of utter astonishment. What am I, an old man of considerable age, expected to attract the attention of a young girl? Does she value my poverty or my age? This is simply outrageous. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves jolted Jiang Xian from his thoughts. Turning around, he discovered it was his apprentice, Zhao Hu, leading a horse-drawn carriage with a simple, honest smile on his face. Master, you seem quite energetic today, Zhao Hu observed Jiang Xian from head to toe. Noticing a certain vitality in the latter's demeanor and a slight smoothness in his skin. Good heavens, has Master experienced a revival of youth? Oh, it's you, Tiger. Jiang Xian shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic notions swirling in his mind, and instructed, "The carriage is ready. Please inform Steward Lu to bring the young lady out." "All right, master," Zhao Hu replied, scratching his head as he turned and stepped into the Li residence, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. He, too, had been sold into the Li household since childhood, becoming Jiang Xian's apprentice. If only he could outlast Jiang Xian, he would become the next coachman. Yet, year after year, Jiang Xian showed no signs of aging, and the Li household had no intention of replacing the coachman. As he counted the years, Zhao Hu realized he was nearing 40. As long as Jiang Xian remained alive, he would forever remain merely an apprentice. An old man who does not die is akin to a thief. This is simply intolerable. With this thought, Zhao Hu's gaze hardened, and he resumed his feigned, innocent demeanor. Before long, Lu Wangquan and Zhao Hu cautiously accompanied a spirited young lady as she emerged. Her name was Li Yingling, the youngest daughter of the Li family. The Li family was a prominent merchant household, the largest textile merchants in the region surrounding Yuzhou City. In terms of status, she could indeed be regarded as a true young lady of privilege, exceedingly valuable. Women are inherently perceptive. Upon seeing Jiang Xian, Li Yingling immediately sensed a newfound vigor in him and could not help but compliment. "Wow, Grandfather Jiang, you look remarkably youthful today. Did the Taoist Jiang next door share some health secrets with you?" Li Yingling was quite well-mannered and had grown up under Jiang Xian's watchful eye. Lacking the airs often associated with young ladies, over time, she had taken to affectionately calling him Grandfather Jiang. Jiang Xian responded warmly, "You flatter me, young lady. I have indeed been engaging in some physical activity lately. It cannot be deemed a health secret." Ding! Upon your first encounter, your charming demeanor has garnered the admiration of the young lady. Mission accomplished. Reward granted. Indestructible. Indestructible. By utilizing this talent, you will be impervious to blades and fire for a short duration. No worldly force can harm your body. What? Upon hearing the inexplicably completed mission, Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback. This truly considered winning the admiration of a young lady. I misjudged you, esteemed system. Your criteria for success are rather lenient. Currently devising a new storyline. During your first venture into the martial world, you accompany a young lady, only to encounter a band of rogues intending to commit misdeeds. You are compelled to act decisively. New mission triggered. Heroic rescue. Mission requirement. Save the young lady and drive away the rogues. Mission reward. Basic sword intent. Heroic rescue. Jiang Xian pondered the new task before him. Although the system's proclamation sounded nonsensical, they appear to bear some connection to reality. It could essentially be viewed as a form of warning. Could it be that someone intends to do harm to the young lady? With this thought, Jiang Xian looked at Li Yingling and cautiously inquired, "Young lady, do you not bring a few guards with you when you go out?" Although he had reached the 9th stage of body refinement and could handle ordinary petty thieves without issue, he was still an unremarkable martial artist. Having not learned any significant martial skills, he was not sufficiently stable. It must be noted that this world is rife with cultivators, and among the common rogues, there are undoubtedly formidable individuals. The system has tasked him with a heroic rescue, yet it did not stipulate that he must accomplish it alone. Li Yingling shook her head, smiling lightly, "No need. I merely wish to enjoy the snowfall and clear my mind. I am not venturing into any dangerous places, nor do I want to bring too many people. The security in Yuzhou City is quite good. You need not worry, Grandfather Jiang." The security in Yuzhou City truly that good? Jiang Xian silently shook his head. Young girls are indeed naive, too innocent. Based on his years of experience navigating Yuzhou City, the power dynamics here are intricate, with numerous ruthless individuals. Many do not regard the authorities with any reverence and even collude with them. Should any interests be threatened, it would not matter if you were a wealthy young lady. Even a passing princess would not be spared. Nevertheless, since the young lady had spoken, as a servant, he could not press the matter further and could only obediently hold his tongue. Words of caution often fall on deaf ears. Good advice is hard to give, and this is a lesson learned through blood and tears. The master can do no wrong. The only one at fault is the servant. If he offered advice at the right moment, it would be fine, but if he failed to do so, he would only be inviting a beating. Zhao Hu felt a wave of irritation wash over him and could not help but urge, "Young lady, master, we should be on our way." Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. "Tiger, how many times must I remind you not to be hasty in your actions?" The young lady's outing is a significant matter. Everything must be arranged meticulously, and all details must be double-checked to ensure not a single mistake. Zhao Hu nodded, bowing deeply. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, master. Pa, old sycophant. You prepare for nothing, and yet I do all the planning. Just wait, and I shall send you off to the netherworld. How dare you act superior because of age? Once Li Yingling boarded the carriage, Jiang Xian pulled Lu Wangquan aside, discreetly slipping him a silver coin and whispering, Old Lu, it is not that I am unconcerned about the young lady's safety. Please arrange for some people to discreetly follow us, protecting her from the shadows. Lu Wangquan, feeling the silver coin in his left hand, suddenly brightened. Sure thing, old Jiang. You've been quite well off lately. It's no wonder your apprentice is constantly thinking about it. With this money, I can visit that spring fragrance pavilion again. I hear a few new ladies have arrived. And they are quite fresh. Jiang Xian chuckled in exasperation, kicking Lu Wangquan lightly. You think of nothing but carnal pleasures. Do not mess this up for me. Lu Wangquan was unperturbed, merely chuckling. If I don't think of it now, when I am unable to do so later, what then? Rest assured, I will handle my duties impeccably. Jiang Xian smiled, not bothering to refute. Despite Lu Wangquan's greed, he could be relied upon for his work. He was second in seniority within the Li household, just behind Jiang Xian. They had endured beatings together, stolen chickens, and faced gunfire, sharing a bond that was quite close, albeit primarily maintained through financial ties. With all arrangements in place, Jiang Xian finally felt at ease as he boarded the carriage. Young lady, I apologize for the wait. My old legs are not as agile as they once were. Not at all. Li Yingling's melodious voice floated from within the carriage. Grandfather Jiang, let Uncle Tiger drive this time. You may sit and rest. Very well. Jiang Xian nodded with a smile, plopping down beside Zhao Hu. Officially, he was still the chief coachman for the Li family. Important figures such as the master, mistress, and young lady could only rely on him for transportation. However, Li Yingling, being considerate of the elderly, often instructed Zhao Hu to take the reins instead. This had become the customary practice. Young lady, we are setting off now. Zhao Hu smiled, seemingly unbothered, as he cracked the whip decisively. Giddy up. Chapter 3. Come, come, come. Let me give you 3 moves. As they exited the city and traveled merely 2 miles, the carriage passed through a small grove. Jiang Xian, listening to the whistling winds among the trees, suddenly felt that something was amiss. After merging with the celestial bones, his senses had sharpened remarkably, and he faintly perceived several formidable presences lurking within the woods. Normally, a sensible traveler would halt immediately upon sensing such disturbances, but as a servant, Jiang Xian could only tentatively inquire, Young lady, it seems something is amiss ahead. Should we pause to observe for a moment? I am worried. There may be thieves lurking here. Li Yingling, focused solely on enjoying the snow, could hardly absorb his words and frowned. Grandfather Jiang, we frequently pass through here. How could there be any thieves? Zhao Hu, however, felt a sudden chill in his heart, his expression shifting. This old man is becoming increasingly astute as he ages. How could he sense something unusual? He chuckled nervously. Do not mind him, young lady. Master is just getting old and a bit timid. Li Yingling laughed lightly. It's fine. Let us continue on. We will be there shortly. Jiang Xian shook his head in silent resignation. Fortunately, he had instructed old Lu to arrange for some guards to follow discreetly. Otherwise, he would not have been confident in ensuring the safety of a delicate young lady amidst a chaotic melee. As the carriage ventured deeper into the woods, a few dark figures suddenly sprang forth, directly blocking their path. Halt! This tree was planted by me, and this road was opened by me. Are there truly thieves? But why do these bandits have such a lackluster introduction? Jiang Xian stared in disbelief at the brigands that had emerged, increasingly convinced that they had been lying in wait for them, rather than this being a mere coincidence. What is going on? Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Xian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, as though he had been kicked, and his face turned ashen. In the next instant, he found himself unceremoniously kicked off the carriage. What the hell? Jiang Xian turned his head, incredulous as he looked at Zhao Hu on the carriage. Feeling a surge of blood rush to his head. Good heavens, his own apprentice had kicked him off the carriage at such a critical moment. What was he thinking? Was this treachery? At that moment, Jiang Xian felt he was tasting a bitter flavor known as betrayal. The old man regarded you as his own, imparting his knowledge without reservation, and yet you. Immediately, he witnessed Zhao Hu madly cracking the whip, effortlessly speeding past the bandits, while incessantly crying out, "Master, Master! Jiang Xian, was it not you who kicked me down? Are you pretending to be innocent?" In truth, Zhao Hu's performance was clearly not intended for Jiang Xian, but rather for Li Yingling inside the carriage. Li Yingling, her face pale with fright, leaned out to ask, "Uncle Hu, what just happened?" Zhao Hu, driving the cart without pause, wept bitterly. "Miss, we encountered a group of bandits just now, and Master jumped from the carriage to confront them in order to protect us." Li Yingling's face turned ashen. Were there really thieves? Had she not doomed Master Jiang? "No, Uncle Hu, I must return to save Master Jiang." Zhao Hu feigned wiping away tears, barely suppressing the corners of his mouth, and earnestly advised, "No, miss, if you go back, Master will have sacrificed himself in vain." Li Yingling collapsed in the carriage, staring blankly at the roof, her eyes turning red. "It is my fault. I have caused Master Jiang's demise. Beasts, beasts!" Jiang Xian touched his waist, pointing at the departing Zhao Hu and furiously cursed, "Zhao Hu, you ungrateful wretch, feeding off my hospitality. If it weren't for my fortuitous luck, your kick could have caused me serious harm." This man has chosen the path to his own demise. It was evident that this was a meticulously crafted trap aimed directly at him, and the mastermind behind it was none other than his beloved disciple. The bandits had no intention of pursuing the carriage, allowing it to pass unhindered, a hero saving a damsel, yet it was he who needed saving? Was this reasonable? The band of bandits, seeing Jiang Xian stand up after being kicked down, couldn't help but mock him. "Heh, old geezer, your constitution seems quite robust." "Who?" Jiang Xian took a deep breath to calm himself. His gaze fixed on the group of bandits. A cursory glance revealed that each of them was exceptionally robust, their presence steady, and they moved with the grace of seasoned martial artists, especially the scar-faced man at the forefront, exuding a terrifying aura, with an undercurrent of true energy rippling around him. He had not only heard of but also seen the prowess of true martial artists. It was clear to him that this man was a genuine warrior, incomparable to the run-of-the-mill practitioners. His only advantage lay in his indestructible innate talent. "Very well, let us take a gamble." Jiang Xian paused, feigning just now to notice them, and calmly declared, "Young men, you are from the black market? Are you not? Pray tell, which faction do you belong to?" Upon hearing this, the bandits' pupils constricted, and they instinctively took a step back. Who are you?" This old man, had he truly seen through their identities? Observing their startled reactions, Jiang Xian knew he had struck a nerve, and he snorted, "Humph, when I was roaming the underworld, you lot were still suckling at your mother's breasts. Do you think you are worthy of inquiring about my identity?" The black market was a force that lurked in the shadows of the great Qin kingdom, with factions established in various locations, engaging in unsavory dealings. This organization was incredibly vast and often entangled with the court, known only to a select few high-ranking individuals in the underworld. Jiang Xian had traveled far and wide with Lord Li, hence he possessed the acumen to discern their nature. The faces of the bandits darkened at his words. This old man spoke too arrogantly, as if he held them in disdain. He was either a master or a fool. One particularly hot-headed bandit could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. "Old man, cease your theatrics to frighten us. We are not to be trifled with. Be cautious, or I shall cleave you in two." They were here to do a job, merely to ambush an old man, without any knowledge of his status as a high-ranking individual. Moreover, this old man's aura was disordered, and his steps lacked rhythm, clearly indicating he was no master. He must be pretending. The other bandits quickly caught on, their gazes turning hostile towards Jiang Xian. Damn it, had they almost been intimidated by this decrepit old man? Just as they were about to make their move, Jiang Xian's next words made them wary once again. With a calm gaze and an indifferent expression, he addressed them, "A bunch of ignorant younglings. Come, I shall grant you 3 moves. Strike." Chapter 4. Young man, you have much to learn. The moment he uttered these words, Jiang Xian effectively stunned the group of bandits. They exchanged glances, their gleaming long knives trembling in their hands, shock evident on their faces. In a way, could this seemingly frail old man truly be a formidable master? Yet, he bore no signs of true energy fluctuation. No, wait, in an instant, they reached a potential conclusion. It was said that martial artists who had broken through to the third realm could conceal their true energy, appearing no different from ordinary individuals. Could it be? Hiss. Yuzhou City was a major trade hub, with countless hidden experts, including martial arts masters. Such individuals often appeared and vanished like phantoms. Better safe than sorry. At this thought, the burly man broke out in a cold sweat, clasping his fists together. Elder, it is my fault for not recognizing your greatness. However, we in the black market value our word above all. We humbly request your guidance. As he spoke, he had already exchanged the term old geezer for elder, transforming his tone of inquiry into one of deference, as though they were not truly preparing to attack. Moreover, he had adorned himself with the label of trustworthy, giving himself a chance to plead for mercy should he truly be defeated by Jiang Xian. I merely mentioned seeking guidance. I was left with no choice. Please do not kill me. Should he win, it would simply prove Jiang Xian was a mere charlatan, and a single strike would end it all. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow. Despite their imposing physiques, these bandits were surprisingly astute, making them difficult to deceive. He wondered if he could intimidate them. Clearing his throat, Jiang Xian coughed heavily, his expression remaining utterly indifferent, as if gazing at a swarm of ants. Beckoning the burly man with a gesture. Come forth, you wretch, and take your shot. The burly man bellowed, raising his glimmering long knife, stepping forward in measured strides to strike Jiang Xian. With this one strike, he intended to gauge Jiang Xian's strength. Yet Jiang Xian stood his ground, unwavering, as if oblivious to the impending attack. What audacity! Clang! In the next moment, the long knife struck Jiang Xian's shoulder with a force that sounded as if it had struck solid iron. Producing a resounding clash, the burly man's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression resembling that of a ghost. What kind of flesh is this? He was astonished, truly astonished, despite being at the 9th level of body refinement. His strike, infused with hundreds of pounds of force, failed to injure this seemingly decrepit old man. Jiang Xian, too, was inwardly astonished. The indestructible body technique was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. He felt no pain at all from the blade. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xian extended his withered hand, delivering a heavy palm strike to the burly man's chest, the sound of his internal organs exploding resonating like thunder. At such close range, he exerted all his strength, easily a few hundred pounds of force. Bang! The burly man felt an overwhelming force surging into his chest, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, unconscious in that instant. All the bandits stood dumbstruck. The scar-faced man at the forefront widened his eyes in disbelief, as if his eyeballs would pop out of their sockets. A living deity. They had truly encountered a living deity. Throughout the entire encounter, this old man had not even unleashed a hint of true energy, yet with his mortal flesh, he had withstood their weapons. What level of master was this? Jiang Xian withdrew his right hand, maintaining an expression of calmness as he assumed a posture befitting a sage. Young man, you have much to learn. Damn it, that hurt. The indestructible body technique seemed to only hold for a brief moment and could not be used consecutively. The bandits, witnessing this, dared not move again, their gazes towards Jiang Xian filled with terror, their legs giving way as they knelt on the ground. Forgive us, elder. It was our folly for not recognizing your greatness. We humbly request your mercy. Jiang Xian remained impassive, standing silently. The scar-faced leader glanced at Jiang Xian's expression and quickly ordered, Hurry, gather all your valuables and present them to the elder. Oh, the other bandits suddenly realized. At this moment, if they did not offer some form of tribute, who would spare their lives? It was no wonder he was the leader. He was astute in times of crisis. The bandits quickly rifled through their belongings, producing a bag of silver and a few low-grade spirit stones. The scar-faced man presented them to Jiang Xian with great reverence, a fawning expression on his face. Elder, we left in haste, bringing only this meager wealth. Please accept it as a token of our respect. Should you wish to visit our Xuanwu Hall in the future, I assure you we will treat you with utmost hospitality. Jiang Xian casually accepted the bag, his expression as inscrutable as an ancient well, nodding. You were merely fortunate to encounter me. As one ages, the heart softens, and one grows weary of slaughter. Were I but a few hundred years younger, I would certainly have stormed Xuanwu Hall to demand an explanation. Hiss! This old man has lived for several hundred years? Indeed, a truly formidable relic of the past, perhaps even a master of martial arts. The most fearsome beings in this world are the elderly. The hall master has proven to be honest with me. The scar-faced man, still haunted by fear, slapped himself fiercely and bowed deeply. Senior, you speak truth. I, with my limited vision, deserve to die. With a slight nod, Jiang Xian solemnly replied, Depart. Thank you, Senior. The band of thieves, as if granted a reprieve, hastily lifted the unconscious burly man from the ground and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What began as an ambush had turned into an unexpected act of benevolence. This venture was nothing short of a loss. Watching the thieves retreat, Jiang Xian sighed in relief. Weighing the silver and several low-grade spirit stones in his hand, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, age brings wisdom. This bag surely contained no less than 50 to 60 taels, equivalent to several years' worth of his earnings. More importantly, those few low-grade spirit stones were invaluable. Spirit stones serve as the universal currency for warriors and are essential for their cultivation. They are indispensable for condensing true energy. A single low-grade spirit stone is nearly worth 20 to 30 taels of silver. And yet, they are scarce in the market. In short, it was a lucrative endeavor. Ding. You fought valiantly to protect the girl's escape. She is deeply moved. Mission accomplished. Reward, beginner sword intent. Calculating new plot. You saved an exquisite girl but incurred the jealousy of family traitors who attempted to assassinate you. Enraged, you retaliate fiercely. Triggered mission. An eye for an eye. Mission requirement. Execute the traitors. Mission reward. Qi condensation pill. As the rewards were dispensed, Jiang Xian suddenly felt a profound comprehension of swordsmanship blossom within his mind, a sensation akin to enlightenment. Having grasped the beginner sword intent, any sword technique would now be at his fingertips. The sword would dance to his will. Reflecting on this, he took out the whip at his side and casually flicked it. Bang. A faint blade of air sliced forth from the whip, leaving a shallow scar on the ground. Jiang Xian stared in astonishment. Is this sword energy? Even without possessing true energy, he had managed to wield a blade of air with a mere whip. Every blade of grass and tree could become a sword. The tales he had read were indeed true. With this sword intent, he was destined to become a formidable master of the sword. The sword energy would traverse 30,000 miles, and a single sword strike could chill 19 continents. By heavens, just the thought of it was exhilarating. As for the system's next task, he had a rough idea of its meaning. The traitors needed to be dealt with. Chapter 5. What use is practicing swordsmanship at 70? While Jiang Xian pondered the sword intent, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw the group of guards arriving, albeit tardily. Had he been an ordinary old man, he surely would have been cut to pieces by now. The leader of the group, a burly man named Wu Yong, rushed to Jiang Xian's side, panting heavily, Old Jiang, you're still alive." "What nonsense!" Jiang Xian could not help but roll his eyes. Did he wish for his demise? "Why are you so slow? What is Lu doing?" Wu Yong caught his breath and sheepishly replied, "We all thought you had perished and first escorted the young lady back to the manor. We came to retrieve your body. By the way, where did those thieves go?" Hee. Jiang Xian smiled wryly. "Servants truly have no rights." With a disgruntled expression, he stated, "I scared them away." "Ha ha ha, what a boast." Wu Yong could not contain his laughter. "Old Jiang, at your age, why still throw a tantrum? The young lady's life is far more precious than ours. Do not take it to heart. If you were in our position, you would have acted likewise." "Correct?" Jiang Xian fell silent. After being a servant for so many years, he understood all too well the value of his life. Better safe than sorry. It was their duty to prioritize the young lady's safety, and it was commendable that they returned to retrieve him. Yet, that traitor Zhao Hu, attempting to harm him, was truly despicable. The only question remaining was, where did Zhao Hu acquire the funds? Noticing Jiang Xian still in low spirits, Wu Yong threw an arm around his shoulder, laughing heartily. "All right, old Jiang, let us consider this a lapse on our part. Next time, we'll let you off the hook for the drinks. You're getting crankier with age. However, it was fortunate that you had the foresight to consider the danger during broad daylight. There truly are thieves about. Pray tell, how did you manage to escape?" Jiang Xian sighed, exasperated. "Wu Yong, You have a pig's brain. I am a 70-year-old servant without status or wealth. What could they possibly want from me? Robbery or lust? A few words from me sufficed to deceive them. Wu Yong scratched his head, suddenly realizing, hey old Jiang, you actually make a fair point. Jiang Xian glanced at Wu Yong and casually inquired, Old Wu, can you wield a sword? Wu Yong, the head guard of the Li family, was already a master at the qi condensation stage. He must know some sword techniques. Having just grasped the sword intent, it would be remiss not to learn some sword techniques, right? Wu Yong paused, then his eyes sparkled with excitement. What? Have you set your sights on another young maiden? Jiang Xian's face darkened. I'm not talking about that harlot, you fool. Oh. Oda. Wu Yong suddenly realized, grinning widely, you mean swordplay. I have some basic knowledge. Are you saying you wish to stretch your bones? Wu Yong laughed heartily. Just don't break your waist, old man. The other guards joined in the laughter. What use is practicing swordsmanship at 70? After a good laugh, Wu Yong noticed Jiang Xian still wore a serious expression, and he was taken aback. Old Jiang, are you truly going to practice swordsmanship? Jiang Xian nodded slightly. Just tell me if you'll teach me or not. Wu Yong pondered for a moment, then produced an old book from his robe and handed it to Jiang Xian. Old Jiang, this sword technique is called the horse stance sword. It is a foundational martial art for aspiring swordsmen. Although it is merely a first-tier technique, it still requires a basic foundation in martial arts, which is quite challenging. Are you certain you wish to learn? Wu Yong felt a twinge of guilt. Since Jiang Xian had taken a sudden interest in practicing swordsmanship, he might as well accommodate him. After all, practicing swordsmanship wouldn't kill him. He would likely abandon it soon enough. Jiang Xian accepted the book, smiling broadly. You've got a bit of conscience after all. Ha ha ha. Wu Yong laughed heartily once more, exclaiming, Old Jiang, tell us the truth. Are you hoping to revive your vigor through martial arts? Now that you're aging, do you wish to marry a 16-year-old girl to bear you heirs? The surrounding guards erupted in laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Master Li was older than Jiang Xian. He had married a 16-year-old girl when he was over 50, who was now his current wife. Remarkably, even in his 50s, he was still vigorous, fathering a son and a daughter. His daughter being Li Yingling now, Master Li was nearing death, while his wife was still not yet 40. Jiang Xian was left speechless, too lazy to argue. He was 70 now. If he wished to embark on the path of cultivation, no one would believe him. It is a universally acknowledged truth that one must begin cultivating early. However, he was different. He possessed a system, and his life was far from over. He could still cultivate. Women? They would only hinder his speed in drawing the sword. Jiang Xian followed the guards back to the Li Manor. After the recent incident, Li Yingling had lost her desire to enjoy the snow, anxiously waiting for the guard's return. She held deep feelings for Jiang Xian, having grown up with him by her side. This time, he had risked his life to protect her safety, leaving her profoundly touched. She had resolved. Whether alive or dead, she would ensure Jiang Xian received a proper burial. Zhao Hu stood beside Li Yingling, equally anxious and desperately awaiting the guard's return. He needed to see Jiang Xian's corpse with his own eyes to feel at ease. Rest assured, master. I will ensure you receive a proper burial and observe 3 years of mourning for you. Please, do not hold it against me, dear master. It was truly unavoidable. Both wore similar expressions, yet their thoughts diverged. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, a group of figures finally appeared in the distance. Among them, one figure appeared frail and aged, yet walked with a vigor that belied his appearance. Was it not Jiang Xian? At this moment, the identical expressions they wore began to change. The young lady's delicate brows gradually relaxed, her lively eyes sparkling with joy. Grandpa Jiang. Zhao Hu's pupils constricted, rubbing his eyes vigorously, his face reflecting disbelief. How is he still alive? Jiang Xian and the guards approached Li Yingling, bowing respectfully. Greetings. Miss? Li Yingling, overjoyed, threw her arms around Jiang Xian's arm, exclaiming, Grandpa Jiang, it's wonderful that you are safe. Sensing the fragrance emanating from the young lady, Jiang Xian discreetly withdrew his arm and clasped his hands. Thanks to the young lady's good fortune, this old servant has miraculously escaped with my life. Master? Zhao Hu still struggled to comprehend, his voice tinged with shock. Jiang Xian turned to Zhao Hu, his gaze calm as he smiled faintly. Ah, disciple, you've worked hard to protect the young lady. Zhao Hu nodded absently. It was my duty. How could this be? This old man, seemingly on the brink of death, remains unscathed. What kind of incompetence must the black market-s thugs possess if they cannot kill a frail old man? Gazing at Jiang Xian, who was assisted by Li Yingling as he entered the Li residence, Zhao Hu's expression darkened completely. This old rascal, how is it that he grows more cherished with age? He truly deserves to die. He truly deserves to perish. Chapter 6. This master and disciple, with 800 scheming eyes that night, under the cover of darkness, with the wind howling and snow swirling. Zhao Hu donned a set of black clothing, acquired from who knows where, and stealthily approached Jiang Xian's room. With a creak, the door slowly swung open. Subsequently, Zhao Hu tiptoed into Jiang Xian's chamber. He knew his master all too well. At this hour, Jiang Xian would typically be sound asleep, impervious even to thunder. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He quietly approached the head of Jiang Xian's bed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, and pounced upon the figure beneath the covers, his face contorting with madness. Master, oh, not blame me. If there is blame, it is only for your longevity obstructing your disciple's path. After a moment of pressing, Zhao Hu suddenly sensed something amiss. How come the person lying on the bed did not struggle at all? It was unnervingly quiet, as if lifeless. Zhao Hu's expression changed, and he hastily pulled back the covers to reveal what seemed to be a scarecrow? Oh no! Instantly sensing that something was wrong, Zhao Hu turned to flee. Suddenly, a swift blow struck his neck, causing his consciousness to blur. In his final moments of awareness, he turned around and saw an aged face. Despite its frailty, the eyes were remarkably clear, coldly observing him, filled with disappointment. Master, how could this be? How could he have knocked me out? I refuse to accept this. Zhao Hu practiced martial arts, albeit at a mere 6th or 7th level of body refinement. Yet, how could he be subdued by an old man? This question eluded him, and he had no opportunity to ponder it further. What was the point? Jiang Xian regarded Zhao Hu with a complex expression, his heart full of emotion. At-70, even if he were to survive, he would eventually leave the Li residence. Why, Tiger, can you not wait? Jiang Xian opened the door and walked towards Zhao Hu's room. He was certainly not foolish enough to rob Zhao Hu at that moment. Rather, he was curious about the audacity this young man possessed to attempt his life. Indeed, upon searching, he was astounded to discover 100 taels of silver with a snowflake pattern in Zhao Hu's room. How could a mere apprentice of a carter amass such wealth over a lifetime? Moreover, the silver of merchant families bore distinctive markings. This was clearly Li family silver. Stolen? Jiang Xian did not believe Zhao Hu possessed the audacity for such an act. Stealing from one's master required far greater courage than killing an old carter. Yet, regardless of its origin, this silver was enough to cost him his life. Just as Jiang Xian was about to depart, he noticed a rolled-up painting hanging on the wall. How curious that a rough man could collect such art. Surely, it could not have been pilfered from his master? Previously, he had thought of Zhao Hu as honest and straightforward. But it seemed that human hearts were indeed inscrutable. Jiang Xian casually took down the painting, and upon opening it, his pupils constricted, filled with disbelief. This expression was 100 times more shocking than the day Zhao Hu attempted to kill him. By my turtle, young man, you certainly know how to play. Before him was an erotic painting, though regrettably, the figures depicted lacked heads, rendering them unrecognizable. Jiang Xian's face twisted in bemusement. Old man is almost losing his pants. And you show me this? This young man truly dampened his spirits. Jiang Xian returned to his own room, placing the 100 taels of silver atop the unconscious Zhao Hu. He hoisted him out of the room, and with a casual toss, flung Zhao Hu over the high walls of the Li residence, eliciting a horrifying scream as bones cracked. In ancient times, the walls of affluent households were exceedingly high, at least 3 zhong, while the Li residence reached an imposing 5 zhong, with numerous deadly traps below. Killing was not difficult. The challenge lay in doing so without leaving a trace. Jiang Xian was meticulous, clearing the scene slightly before departing, crafting the illusion that Zhao Hu had attempted to steal valuables and escaped over the wall. Should anyone suspect him, they would lack any evidence. An hour later, Jiang Xian lay in bed, unable to sleep, until a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Ding, you have successfully countered the family traitor with extreme prejudice. At such a young age, you are decisive in your actions. Task complete. Reward granted.
1 Qi condensation pill, automatically added to your inventory. Calculating new plot. The annual family competition is about to commence. You prepare eagerly to defeat all prodigies and create a stir within the clan. New task triggered. Family competition. Task requirements. Defeat all prodigies. Task reward. A profound level martial art. The following day, Zhao Hu was dead in front of the Li residence. A body clad in night clothes lay frozen by the roadside. This sudden occurrence alarmed the authorities, who dispatched personnel to investigate the case. After a cursory examination, the officials determined that Zhao Hu had met with an unfortunate accident while attempting to steal from the Li residence, falling over the high wall and ultimately succumbing to the cold. Cases of servant theft were all too common. A servant's death was of little consequence to the authorities, and they hastily closed the case. Only those within the Li residence found it puzzling. Zhao Hu was not one to squander money. How could he have frozen to death in pursuit of silver? Later, Wu Yong happened upon Jiang Xian tossing a scarecrow into the stable, and an icy chill ran down his spine. "Old Jiang, did you do this?" Jiang Xian grinned. "What do you think? Why would I fall off the cart?" Wu Yong enlightened, realizing this master and disciple both possessed 800 cunning eyes. At this moment, within the Li residence's annex, a resplendent and graceful woman sat anxiously upon a stone stool, her expression fraught with worry. She was Su Qin, the current lady of the Li residence. Upon seeing the steward Lu Wangquan approach, Su Qin hastily inquired, "What news? Did Zhao Hu truly die by accident?" Lu Wangquan inclined slightly. "Madam, I accompanied the officials throughout the investigation. It does indeed appear to be an accident." "How could this be?" Su Qin's complexion turned pale. "That wretch, if he wanted money, he could have simply asked me. Why resort to theft?" Lu Wangquan glanced at Su Qin and remarked, "Madam, this is precisely the one aspect that confounds me. 100 taels of silver was discovered on Zhao Hu, seemingly belonging to you, rather than stolen." "Ah!" Su Qin gasped in shock. "Are you implying that someone killed Zhao Hu?" Lu Wangquan replied. "I have heard that old Jiang has recently begun practicing martial arts and possesses considerable strength. It is not entirely impossible. After all, Zhao Hu had always sought to kill him." At these words, Su Qin's expression grew more frantic. "Do you think he might have discovered my relationship with Zhao Hu? What shall we do?" Lu Wangquan bowed slightly. "Do not panic, madam. This is all mere speculation. I visited Zhao Hu's room, and there were no signs of disturbance. It may very well have been an accident. Furthermore, even if old Jiang were responsible, he would not dare threaten you." "This won't do." Su Qin slammed her palm onto the stone table, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "It's better to be safe than sorry. Find a way to expel old Jiang from the Li residence." Lu Wanquan's face contorted with difficulty. "Madam, old Jiang has served the master for many years and just recently saved the young lady's life. It may prove challenging. According to the master's intentions, he likely wished for old Jiang to remain in the Li residence to enjoy his twilight years." Su Qin's expression darkened. "Challenging or not, it must be done, even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance." She dared not gamble. This matter was far too significant. Jiang Xian must disappear. Chapter 7. Entering the path of Qi condensation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period, aside from occasionally venturing out to drive the carriage, Jiang Xian had remained secluded within his room, diligently cultivating point. One day, he slowly opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them. The effects of the Qi condensation pill exceeded expectations, enabling him to successfully refine true Qi and formally step into the realm of Qi condensation. In this world, cultivation is divided into 9 realms. Body refinement, Qi condensation, and returning to origin comprise the lower 3 realms. Earth spirit, heaven spirit, and transcendental understanding represent the middle 3 realms. And void transcendence, nirvana, and creation encompass the upper 3 realms. Beyond these lies the legendary Earth Immortal, capable of transcending the heavenly gates and ascending to immortality. True Qi serves as the dividing line between ordinary individuals and martial artists. Once one possesses true Qi, even a frail scholar can effortlessly lift boulders weighing hundreds of pounds or strike down a robust man with a single blow. To his astonishment, his lifelong dream had been realized within this mere month. Not only that, but he had also perfected the horse stance sword technique. With the added essence of sword intent, mastering a basic sword technique felt as effortless as eating and drinking. Moreover, martial arts and wellness first transform a person's vitality and appearance. Jiang Xian's complexion was visibly more radiant than a month prior, and his once frail frame had gradually become robust. He appeared rejuvenated. His white hair flowing gracefully, exuding a spirit of vigor. Dressed in a black and white martial robe, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a master of the arts. Were he to return to his previous life, he would undoubtedly be the most striking elder in the park, leaving countless elderly women entranced by his charm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Qi condensation realm. Refreshing the attribute panel. Name: Jiang Xian. Age: 7. Cultivation: Qi condensation level 1. Martial techniques: Horse stance sword. Talent: Celestial bone. Indestructible. Beginner's sword intent. Current task: Family competition. Incomplete. Jiang Xian gazed at the significantly enhanced panel, his face brimming with satisfaction. From this day forth, he would officially embark on the path of cultivation. Yet, the task of the family competition remained a perplexing conundrum. The Li family, a lineage of merchants. Where did the notion of a grand family competition arise? Never mind, possessing celestial bones is sufficient. Let fate dictate the task. Jiang Xian exhaled softly, offering himself a measure of comfort, and slowly stepped out of the house, only to encounter the hurried Wu Yong. "Hey, old Wu, halt!" Jiang Xian called out, chuckling. "Old Wu, in such a rush. Where are you off to?" Wu Yong wiped his brow, sighing. With the year-end approaching, the third young master is returning. These rascals only know how to smoke and indulge. If they aren't pulled out to train properly, I fear they will all be swept out the door, yes, driving me to despair. Training? Jiang Xian's eyes twinkled as he grinned. "Perfect. Old Wu, shall I join you in your practice?" A sudden realization struck him. Without a family competition, he could create one himself. Those who trained in martial arts were merely the guards. "Right? You?" Wu Yong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Old Jiang, do you truly believe that after a few days of practicing swordsmanship, you've become a master? These young rascals fight without restraint. I fear they might shatter your old bones." Jiang Xian was already accustomed to such jests, responding with a serene smile. "No matter, it's good to engage in some physical activity with the young ones." Wu Yong looked on in disbelief. "Really training?" "Indeed. Splendid. Ha ha ha. Old Jiang, just for your spirited attitude, those rascals ought to learn for 100 or 80 years. Wu Yong laughed heartily, but as he scrutinized Jiang Xian, he became perplexed. "Goodness, old Jiang, you're truly growing younger. One glance and you seem almost as robust as our guards. Alas, if only you weren't so old. You could be quite the martial artist." He mused. Jiang Xian merely smiled in silence, waving his hand lightly. "Lead the way." Before long, Wu Yong guided Jiang Xian to the martial arts arena near the Li residence. At this moment, over 100 guards were gathered, their swords slicing through the air with a whoosh. A glance revealed that most were mere 7th or 8th tier martial artists, but their youth promised potential if they practiced for a few more years. They might reach Wu Yong's level. Wu Yong clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, shouting, "Rascals, old Jiang is here to teach you a lesson since he finds you all lacking it, so who dares to challenge him?" Upon hearing this, the guards erupted in laughter. "Ha, don't worry, Wu Lauda. We will definitely accept the challenge, but we fear we might hurt old Jiang's back." Wu Yong looked at Jiang Xian with a teasing glint in his eyes. Grinning, "Old Jiang, commence your performance." "Very well." Jiang Xian clasped his hands behind his back, walking to the center of the arena with an air of solemnity. "Who among you will step forward first?" The guards roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha. Old Jiang, if you were to take up acting, you would surely be a sensation." Seeing the situation, Jiang Xian huffed lightly. "Enough chatter. When I roamed the world, you little brats were still playing in the mud. Step up quickly." The guards laughed even harder, gasping for breath. "Ha ha ha, that Wu Lauda. I can't breathe. Old Jiang is going to laugh me to death. How can a bunch of younglings like us compete with a 70-year-old man?" Jiang Xian sighed inwardly, casually picking up a wooden sword from the ground, his gaze sharpening. With a flick of his wrist, a sharp blade of sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air and striking a nearby wooden post. In an instant, the post was cleaved cleanly in two, revealing a perfectly even cut. The laughter of the guards ceased abruptly. The arena fell into a stunned silence. "What the hell?" someone exclaimed, breaking the stillness. And the guards erupted into astonished gasps. No way, old Jiang, are you serious? Did you really just unleash sword energy? Is it possible you've truly mastered the basic stance? Impossible. He has only practiced for a few days. Could he genuinely be a martial arts prodigy? They marveled, incredulous. This is ridiculous. Here I am, a mere guard, and I can't even compare to a 70-year-old. In that moment, the guards were utterly bewildered, scarcely believing their eyes. Wu Yong took a while to regain his composure, his voice laced with astonishment. Old Jiang, have you truly reached the realm of qi condensation? Having long since reached that level himself, he recognized the distinction between Jiang Xian's sword energy and that of ordinary martial artists. No wonder those thieves had hesitated to confront old Jiang. It turned out they couldn't best him. Jiang Xian remained composed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial feat after living for over 70 years. What was the big deal about being able to wield a bit of sword energy? Well done, old Jiang. You were quite the hidden gem. When did you reach this level? Wu Yong was astounded. While it was true that some warriors entered the realm of qi condensation in their later years, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Rumor had it that an old Taoist at the Upper Clear Temple attained enlightenment and stepped into the third tier of martial arts. Stirring the entire Qingzhou, if Jiang Xian were of similar caliber, it would be truly terrifying. Jiang Xian chuckled and shook his head. Don't think too much of it. I only reached qi condensation at 70. Hardly a master. Come now, young men, let me teach you a lesson. Who will be first? The guards exchanged glances, no longer daring to mock Jiang Xian. After all, the old man had reached a level they could not ignore. The difference between possessing true energy and lacking it was akin to the chasm between man and beast. Look at you all, trembling like cowards, Jiang Xian scoffed. How about this? I want to use my true energy. We spar on martial skills alone. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the guards' eyes brightened, eager to prove themselves. Without true energy, wasn't he just like any ordinary old man? A burly guard stepped forward. Wooden sword in hand, old Jiang, this is your challenge. Don't back down. Jiang Xian placed a hand behind his back, exuding an air of a seasoned master. I give my word. Let us begin. Old Jiang is truly putting on airs. I can't stand it any longer. Xiaoping, go take him on. The guards cheered. I'm coming. Xiaoping shouted, taking precise, nimble steps before leaping into the air, thrusting his sword towards Jiang Xian with tremendous speed. The strike was so swift that the guards could hardly follow his movements. Wu Yong nodded approvingly. Xiaoping was indeed the most talented among the Li residence guards, likely to reach qi condensation before turning 30. Moreover, his swordsmanship was renowned for its swiftness. Without using true energy, Jiang Xian would likely find himself in a challenging duel against Xiaoping. However, the next astonishing scene unfolded in the face of Xiaoping's fierce thrust. Jiang Xian maintained his calm demeanor with one hand still behind his back. Slowly, he sidestepped, his wooden sword flicking upward with effortless grace, meeting Xiaoping's strike in the blink of an eye. Xiaoping's sword was sent flying from his grasp, leaving him dumbfounded. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the crowd comprehended what had occurred, Jiang Xian's wooden sword was already poised at Xiaoping's neck. The outcome was unmistakable. The guards stood in stunned silence, unable to grasp how Xiaoping had been defeated so effortlessly. What just happened? How did Xiaoping lose? How could he not even hold onto his sword? Wait, how could that strike be so fast? How did old Jiang manage to deflect it so casually? They wondered, astonished. Wu Yong, equally dumbfounded, exclaimed, Old Jiang, with such swordsmanship, why were you seeking to learn from me? Jiang Xian's seemingly nonchalant strike was, in reality, a masterful demonstration of timing, angle, and force, effortlessly neutralizing Xiaoping's swift attack. This level of composure could only be exhibited by a true swordsman. How long had Jiang Xian been practicing swordsmanship? Could he truly be an elderly swordsmanship prodigy? If he were to be a few decades younger, he might become a legendary master of the sword. No wonder it was said that true masters always retain the heart of a student. With a faint smile, Jiang Xian remarked, Xiaoping, your speed is commendable, and your swordsmanship is fairly proficient. However, you exert too much force. Excess can be detrimental. A swordsman must strike at the enemy with 3 parts while preserving 7 for oneself. A continuous sword force ensures one remains unassailable. To seal off the throat with a blade, one must possess absolute superiority. Upon hearing this, Xiaoping experienced a moment of clarity, snapping out of his daze and bowing deeply. Old Jiang, thank you for your guidance. In that moment, he genuinely acknowledged Jiang Xian's prowess, his tone laced with newfound respect. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Regardless of one's identity, it is only the powerful who garner respect and reverence. A promising student indeed. Jiang Xian nodded with a smile, pointing his wooden sword at the other guards. Come now, who's next? The guardians, undeterred by superstition, stepped forward one by one to challenge Jiang Xian. As anticipated, they all succumbed to his sword with nary a semblance of resistance. In Jiang Xian's words, their swordsmanship was akin to mere folly, ornate yet lacking in fundamental strength. An hour later, the guardians sprawled on the ground like defeated hounds. Gasping for breath, utterly unwilling to continue their sparring with Jiang Xian. No more. No more. Old Jiang, we concede. Why not seek out Wu Laoda for a match instead? Jiang Xian's comprehension of swordsmanship was on a wholly different plane. Akin to an adult toying with a child, rendering their struggles utterly vexing. What astonished them most, however, was that after 2 full hours of relentless dueling, Jiang Xian remained utterly unperturbed, not even a hint of fatigue. Was this truly a man of 70 years? At last, the system's voice echoed. Ding! You have showcased your prowess in the family competition, defeating all the family's prodigies and claiming the top position. Astonishing the entire assembly. Task completed. Reward granted. Superior grade Xian level technique. Evergreen sword art. Now simulating new plot. On the day of your 8th birthday, a prodigious young lady from the sect arrives to annul your engagement. How could a youth be humiliated? In a fit of rage, you compose a letter of divorce, establishing a 3-year agreement. Triggered task. Do not belittle the impoverished youth. Task requirement. Annul the engagement with the prodigious young lady from the sect. Task reward. Intermediate sword intent. What? Jiang Xian gazed at the ethereal text before him, his expression peculiar. This task was becoming increasingly absurd. Was this some form of abstraction? What sectarian maiden would approach him to annul an engagement? Furthermore, while he had heard of not belittling the impoverished youth, he had never encountered the notion of not belittling the impoverished elderly. Wu Yong, witnessing his subordinate's complete defeat, felt a surge of competitive spirit and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, well done, old Jiang. You've stirred my desire to spar. Shall we have a go? Yet, Jiang Xian slowly sheathed his wooden sword, shaking his head. No more. I am rather fatigued. This. The guardians exchanged glances of disdain. Is this not a jest? You remain composed, not even a hint of breathlessness. How can you claim to be weary? Jiang Xian paid them no mind, for his reluctance to spar with Wu Yong stemmed not from fear. Quite the opposite. He worried that should he inadvertently defeat Wu Yong, word of this would spread far and wide. A 70-year-old servant besting a practitioner of the condensation realm? Besides, he had long surpassed the impetuousness of youth. Preferring a steady and prudent approach, the task was complete. It was best to leave well enough alone. So be it, Wu Yong sighed, remarking, Old Jiang, if you were to regain your youth, my position as captain of the Guardians would surely be in jeopardy. What a fanciful thought, Jiang Xian scoffed. Your captain's salary scarcely rivals mine. Only a senile fool would vie for your position. Ha ha ha. This remark elicited hearty laughter from the Guardians, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Indeed, they were but mere guardians, with their wages falling short of even that of a common coachman. What a predicament this was! As the days slipped by, half a month passed. Jiang Xian's life remained as tranquil as ever, marked only by occasional outings and fervent training. The sole source of his delight was the acquisition of the superior grade Xin level technique, the evergreen sword A.R.T. His knowledge, martial arts techniques were exceedingly rare in this world. Far surpassing the value of martial skills, the vast majority of practitioners lacked even a single technique. Techniques were generally categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, with Xian-level techniques being exceptionally rare in the Great Xian Kingdom. As for Earth-level techniques, one could scarcely find a handful throughout the entirety of Qingzhou, and he naturally would not be so ambitious. The evergreen sword art was particularly unique, emphasizing the cultivation of the body through swordplay, complemented by a remarkable breathing technique that allowed one to continuously replenish their stamina and true energy during combat. Moreover, through this breathing technique, he could achieve an almost ethereal presence, appearing as an ordinary old man. It is worth noting that such mastery was typically attainable only by a martial arts master of the middle three realms. From this perspective, the breathing technique accompanying the evergreen sword art might be even more valuable than the sword technique itself. Furthermore, this sword art offered physical enhancement benefits, bolstering vitality and fortifying the body, making it exceptionally suitable for someone of his advanced years. Overall, this technique resembled a breathing method and body refinement technique, yet bore little resemblance to a traditional sword art with its meager repertoire of sword moves. Who could have imagined that beneath his voluminous black martial robe lay a physique of sinewy strength? However, the evergreen sword art comprised 3 levels, and he had barely mastered the first. What bizarre effects might lie ahead? Additionally, as Jiang Xian entered the condensation realm, the dominance of his celestial bones gradually manifested, accelerating his cultivation at an astonishing pace. In just half a month, he sensed an imminent breakthrough to the second layer of condensation, and such rapid progress, if disseminated, would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Typically, a practitioner would take 2 to 3 years to advance a single layer after entering the condensation stage. However, rapid cultivation also bore a significant drawback: an excessive consumption of spirit stones. The city of Yuzhou, being remote and lacking in spiritual veins, possessed a meager supply of spiritual energy. In such circumstances, cultivating without the aid of spirit stones was akin to navigating a treacherous path. The few inferior spirit stones he had procured from the bandits had long been exhausted, leaving him without resources. He was in dire need of funds. Desperately so. Jiang Xian slowly opened his eyes, letting out a weary sigh. If he wished to pursue a long path in cultivation, he must find a way to leave the Li residence, where he had spent his entire life, and venture into the world in search of opportunities. It is not merely the case for a grassroots-born coachman like him. Even sect disciples were often required to descend the mountains and undertake tasks to earn resources for their cultivation. Practitioners were akin to gold guzzlers, with many necessities unattainable through mere currency. Remaining in this isolated corner limited his prospects. At that moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted outside, followed by a cacophony of noise. The new year had finally arrived, Jiang Xian murmured to himself. The new year is the most significant occasion for ordinary folk throughout the year. Only during this time could people enjoy some sacrificial meats. Yet this year held a special significance for Jiang Xian. He could redeem his freedom. Once redeemed, the sky would be high and the birds would fly freely, the sea wide and the fish would leap at will. The great Qian kingdom revered filial piety, and once a person reached the age of 70, it was customary for the master to voluntarily remove their slave status, providing some funds to allow them to return and enjoy their twilight years as a gesture of kindness. If the master did not express such intentions, the servant could choose to redeem themselves, with the price determined by the original selling price. However, only a few truly opted to leave their masters, for they enjoyed food, drink, and wages under their master's care. While life was somewhat arduous, they could at least survive. If they were elderly and alone, their days were truly numbered. The Li residence was no ordinary household, and the customs surrounding the new year were manifold, requiring preparations to commence a month in advance. Opening the ancestral hall, cleaning, conducting sacrifices, slaughtering pigs, and changing the peach talismans. All these were significant matters, with no room for negligence. Failing to do so could lead to ridicule for an entire year. This year was even more special, as it was rumored that the third young master would be returning home. Master Li had 3 sons and 1 daughter, all reputedly prodigies. The youngest daughter, Li Yingling, was renowned for her beauty and intelligence, attracting the attention of countless suitors wishing to marry into the Li family. The eldest son, Li Huairan, was both scholarly and martial, having enlisted in the military at a young age and reportedly becoming a general. The second son, Li Huaizhi, excelled in commerce and was said to be thriving in the capital. The third son, Li Huai, began training in martial arts at the age of 3, achieved body refinement at 9, and entered the path of condensation at 16. Being accepted as a disciple by the esteemed Yunshao sect, he was the most successful son of the Li family. All of these were claims made by Master Li himself. Having served in the Li residence for decades, Jiang Xian was well aware that aside from Li Yingling's beauty, the rest were mere fabrications. Li Huairan had enlisted out of anger when Master Li married his fiancée, Su Qian. Li Huaizhi had left home due to frequent disputes with his younger concubine, severing ties with the Li family. Li Huai, born of Su Qin, had boasted of his status as the young master, indulging in debauchery and misbehavior, often resorting to violence against the servants, creating a chaotic atmosphere within the Li residence. Unable to tolerate his antics any longer, Master Li had expended a fortune to send him to the Yunshao sect, where he had not returned for 4 years. Recently, news had arrived that he would be returning home for the new year. Inviting disciples from the Yunshao sect as guests, upon receiving this news, Master Li and his wife rejoiced for several days. However, the other servants and guards within the residence wore expressions of trepidation, all too aware that the fear of the third young master had returned. Any slight deviation from his wishes could result in immediate repercussions. Who among the family could comprehend this feeling? In these times, a master could indeed kill a servant without consequence. On this day, Jiang Xian prepared a lavish carriage, hastily making his way toward the southern city gate to await the third young master's return. Along the way, he overheard a growing rumor on the streets that a mysterious and deadly killer had recently appeared in Yuzhou City, robbing spirit stones and elixirs, and had slain numerous seasoned practitioners. Various factions were on high alert, fearful that this harbinger of death might come knocking. The atmosphere in Yuzhou City had grown tense, dampening the festive spirit of the new year. Of course, Jiang Xian merely paid heed to such tales. As a destitute old servant, he hardly warranted the attention of such a figure. Yet, fate has a peculiar way of playing tricks just when one thinks it impossible, as Jiang Xian skillfully guided the carriage. His own driving prowess impressed even him. Suddenly, a shadowy figure whizzed past, landing deftly beside Jiang Xian. "Old man, if you wish to avoid death, leave the carriage and get lost." A pale-faced middle-aged man suddenly appeared. Seemingly inflicted with considerable injuries, yet his presence remained formidable. "Damn it!" Jiang Xian was startled, instinctively grabbing the whip and lashing it towards him. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with disdain. A mere old coachman dared to strike him with a whip. Utterly reckless, however, in the next moment, the middle-aged man felt an inexorable sword intent emanating from the whip, causing him to momentarily freeze. What the hell? Isn't this just a whip? Where did this sword intent come from? The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, leaping into the air just in time to narrowly evade Jiang Xian's strike. Bang! In the next instant, he witnessed a streak of sword energy unleashed from the whip, leaving a 5-meter-long gash in the street, shattering the ground beneath. Hiss! The middle-aged man's expression turned to one of shock, unable to suppress a gasp. If that whip had struck him unawares, he would surely have cried out in pain. A master! At that moment, even the dullest of minds would comprehend that this old coachman before him was a formidable expert, and a swordsman at that. Damn it, what hidden talents lie within this small city of Yuzhou? Don't run! Just then, an angry voice came from behind. Jiang Xian turned to see a group of burly men in black, brandishing gleaming long knives, menacingly charging towards him. Well, to be precise, they were rushing towards the middle-aged man beside him. Among them, a scar-faced man looked strikingly familiar to Jiang Xian. Wasn't he the leader of the rock thieves who had ambushed them outside the city that day? However, this time he appeared merely as a subordinate, flanked by several experts. The rugged, bearded man at the forefront had likely already reached the Guiyuan realm, exuding a profound aura. The scar-faced man fixed his gaze on Jiang Xian and recognized him as the mysterious elder they had encountered earlier. Exclaiming, "Senior, this man is a murderous fiend. Please intervene to stop him, Jiang Xian. Are we acquainted?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression turned cold as he regarded Jiang Xian with newfound disdain. So this old man is in league with them. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. The middle-aged man made a quick decision, producing a white-patterned dart from his person, and with a swift motion declared, "Old fool, you have chosen your path to death. Taste my dart." Chapter 10. The Cloud-Piercing Dart, an Unexpected Gain. Senior, be wary of his dart. The scar-faced man hastily warned Jiang Xian. The middle-aged man's dart was terrifying. It was said that he could kill with a single strike. Throughout his relentless pursuit, no fewer than 10 warriors in the condensation realm had fallen to his dart, including a black market Xuanwu Hall steward of the Guiyuan realm in the face of his dart. A warrior's body was like tofu, pierced and slain on the spot. Whoosh! Jiang Xian felt a rush of wind by his ear as the dart pierced towards his temple with blinding speed. Too swift for an ordinary warrior's eye to follow. If it were another warrior in the condensation realm, they would surely meet the same fate as those previously slain by this black market expert. Directly pierced to death. Yet, just as a smirk of triumph appeared on the middle-aged man's face, an astonishing event unfolded. Clang! A deafening clash of metal rang out. The dart struck Jiang Xian's head, yet it seemed to encounter an indestructible barrier, merely causing his head to sway slightly. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. I must be gravely injured. I must be seeing things. This is the cloud-piercing dart, allegedly capable of killing mid-level martial arts masters. Striking this old man's head only caused him to sway. Not only him, the black market warriors behind him were equally dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this old man's head made of fine steel? Even fine steel should be deformed by such a terrifying dart, right? Jiang Xian reached up, grasping the dart that had struck his head, turning it over in his hand. A mere dart had caused his indestructible body to feel a slight ache. He was keen to uncover the truth behind this as he saw the cloud-piercing dart being seized. The middle-aged man snapped back to reality, his expression turning increasingly vicious. Old fool, return my possession? Hee. Jiang Xian chuckled softly, leisurely stowing the dart away. Young man, anything that comes into my possession shall not be returned. Old fool, you seek death. The middle-aged man, consumed by rage, disregarded his injuries and forcefully channeled his true energy, raising his palm to strike Jiang Xian fiercely. This was a prized weapon he had risked life and limb to acquire, even killing his own sect members to obtain it. If he lost it like this, he felt he would die from anger. Jiang Xian's gaze turned icy as he drew a long sword from the carriage, unleashing 3 streaks of azure sword energy towards the middle-aged man. The latter was startled, blocking with a palm to defend himself. Bang! The sound of exploding sword energy erupted in the air. The middle-aged man was instantly knocked to the ground, stumbling back several steps, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. His already grievously injured body was now further wounded. Witnessing this, the black market experts finally regained their senses and surged forward in unison. Senior, allow me to assist you. The middle-aged man glanced back at the approaching black market warriors, a look of unwillingness etched on his face. Old fool, do you have the courage to leave your name? I shall take your life one day. Jiang Xian slowly sheathed his sword, calmly replying, this old man neither changes his name nor alters his surname. Zhao Hu, that is. The middle-aged man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze fixed menacingly on Jiang Xian. Good. If the mountain doesn't move, the water will. Zhao Hu, is it? We shall see. If I do not kill you, Lu Jin shall not live in peace with that. He vanished in a flash. His venomous words lingering in the air. A master. Jiang Xian's eyelids twitched. The aura Lu Jin had exuded at the last moment was exceedingly formidable, likely nearing the Guiwan realm, probably having burned some secret method. He had indeed been driven to desperation, with Lu Jin having fled. Jiang Xian curiously tossed the dart into the air, and a line of ethereal text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding, detecting a rare treasure. Cloud-piercing dart, prized artifact. This item is forged from celestial meteorite iron, indestructible, and under certain conditions, can slay strong opponents in the mid-level realm. Holy moly! Jiang Xian was taken aback, nearly dropping the cloud-piercing dart from his grasp. Such an unassuming dart turned out to be a prized artifact? Prized artifacts are crafted from special materials, specifically designed for martial artists to maximize their true energy. It is rumored that there exist spiritual artifacts, divine artifacts, and even celestial artifacts in this world. However, those are beyond his current consideration. Prized artifacts are already exceedingly rare. This dart appeared to be a type of concealed weapon, seemingly well-suited for a vibrant old man like him. The black market experts caught up, finding Lu Jin had already vanished, their faces filled with regret. Alas, that madman has escaped again. Jiang Xian shot them a glance, saying nonchalantly, had you not interrupted, I would have captured him just now. With that, he picked up the whip once more, preparing to continue his journey. Senior, wait. Among the black market experts, the bearded man at the forefront called out to Jiang Xian, clasping his hands in greeting. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. I am Zhang Yuan, a steward of the black market Xuanwu Hall. May I invite you to dismount for a conversation? No need. Jiang Xian waved his hand dismissively. I have urgent matters to attend to. If you have something to say, speak quickly. The scar-faced man approached with a fawning smile. Senior, I am Li Huan of the Shuangwu Hall. I inadvertently offended you last time, and I have yet to properly host you. Might I request you honor me with your presence? Jiang Xian shot Li Huan a glance, then flicked the whip. Giddy up. There's no such thing as a free lunch. For vague invitations with ulterior motives, Jiang Xian always refused. Moreover, these black market individuals are known for their ruthlessness. Better to keep a distance. The group was momentarily taken aback. This old man certainly had a temper. How dare he treat us, denizens of the black market, with such disdain? Zhang Yuan called out loudly, Senior, we have a lucrative business opportunity. Should you be interested, you may always find me at the black market Shuangwu Hall. Jiang Xian's eyes brightened. A lucrative business opportunity? He was indeed in dire need of money, and the black market's dealings must be quite profitable. With this thought, principles seemed less significant. Cough. Jiang Xian cleared his throat and replied, When I have time, I will certainly seek you out. We await your esteemed presence. Zhang Yuan bowed slightly towards the departing carriage, only straightening up once it was out of sight. Li Huan clicked his tongue. Full of emotion. Teske, I wonder what the old senior is thinking, possessing such profound cultivation yet content to be a mere coachman. Steward Zhang, do you truly believe he is a martial arts master? Zhang Yuan squinted at the horizon. From his earlier actions, it seems unlikely. However, his control over his aura does indeed resemble that of a martial arts master. One cannot rashly draw conclusions. What astonishes me most is his body refinement technique. It must be quite formidable. In the rumors of the martial world, there exists a technique specifically for refining skin and bones. At its pinnacle, one becomes impervious to blades and fire, and I had always thought it mere legend. Today, I have truly opened my eyes. If we have the chance, we must acquire his body refinement technique. Li Huan nodded in agreement, recalling the scene from that day, his heart filled with trepidation. This old senior truly was unfathomable. Chapter 11. Old Sir, could you possibly write a divorce letter? At the southern city gate, Jiang Xian sat in the carriage, gazing into the distance, anxiously awaiting the return of the third young master of the Li family. This young man simply had no sense of time. He had promised to arrive at Yuzhou City by noon, and with the sun nearly set, there was still no sign of him. The sound of hoofbeats echoed in the distance. Jiang Xian focused his eyes and saw a group of spirited young men, each mounted on a fine steed, making their way towards the southern city gate. Dressed in matching white robes adorned with embroidered clouds, they were disciples of the Yunshao sect. Upon noticing Jiang Xian, a strikingly handsome and imposing youth furrowed his brow and asked, Are you old Jiang? This young man was none other than Li Huai, the third young master of the Li residence. He remembered this coachman, who had served in the Li household since his earliest memories. After all these years, it seemed as though he had not grown more vibrant with age. Jiang Xian slightly bowed. Indeed, it is I, the old servant. It is rare for the third young master to still remember me. I have been waiting here for quite some time. Li Huai glanced around, frowning as he inquired, Where is Zhao Hu? This. Jiang Xian felt a touch of awkwardness, chuckling lightly. Zhao Hu has encountered a bit of trouble. The young master will naturally learn of it upon returning home. Li Huai nodded slightly, not dwelling on the matter, and continued to ask, while in Yuzhou City, Have you heard of a man with ghostly agility? A man with ghostly agility? Surely he couldn't be referring to that murderous fiend from earlier? Jiang Xian suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and responded, To the third young master. This old man is unaware. Li Huai nodded again, not expecting to glean much from such inquiries. After all, what could a mere coachman possibly know? He turned to the disciples of the Yunshao sect behind him and declared, Brothers and sisters, this is Yuzhou City, where my Li family holds considerable prestige. If that beast who harmed our fellow disciples is indeed here, no matter how he hides, we shall surely unearth him. Several Yunshao sect disciples sighed. We hope so. Their mission was to apprehend the traitor Lu Dian, who had harmed his fellow sect members. Lu Dian had originally been a disciple of the Yunshao sect. But during a journey, he had killed 2 fellow disciples in pursuit of a treasure and subsequently betrayed the sect. This incident had caused an uproar within the sect, inciting the elders' fury and leading to a manhunt for the traitor. It was only today that they had managed to trace Lu Dian to Yuzhou City, arriving specifically to ascertain the truth. As they pondered, a young girl, her eyes filled with suspicion, suddenly spoke, Li Shixiang. I have heard that Yuzhou City is a hub of commerce, concealing many talents. I did not expect that an unassuming old coachman could also be a practitioner of the Qi condensation realm. Her words instantly drew the attention of the Yunshao sect disciples, who voiced their surprise. Oh, this old man has a faint aura of true energy surrounding him. How could we not have noticed? In truth, Jiang Xian was even more astonished. He had deliberately restrained his aura through breathing techniques, yet this young girl had managed to discern his true nature. In that moment, he resolved to reveal a hint of his true energy. Concealment at this point would only betray his insecurity and might lead to greater trouble. Alas, age had caught up with him. One of the Yunshao sect disciples lamented. His vitality is waning, and his true energy is unstable. Even if he has reached the Qi condensation stage, it is difficult for him to advance. Maintaining his current level at his age is already quite a feat. The group was only slightly taken aback. Quickly losing interest. Under normal circumstances, someone of Jiang Xian's age achieving Qi condensation was indeed remarkable. Had he been a few decades younger, he might have even been considered for admission as an outer disciple of some sect. But now, he was deemed unworthy of their attention. Li Huai too felt a twinge of surprise. He did not recall his family's coachman being a practitioner. Yet receiving praise from a talented woman of the sect pleased him immensely. Our Li family has always enjoyed good fortune. Old Jiang is certainly benefiting from it. Old Jiang, I shall not ride in the carriage today. I will accompany my fellow brothers and sisters to explore Yuzhou City. You may return home and report my safety. Li Huai spoke with a hint of pride and a casual smile. Playing with an old man, are you? After waiting for you the entire afternoon? You now say I am no longer needed? Moreover, had it not been for my good fortune, I might have perished at the hands of the traitor you mentioned. Jiang Xian felt a surge of frustration as he turned the carriage to leave. Wait a moment. At that moment, the young girl called out to Jiang Xian and turned to Li Huai with a gentle smile. Li Shixiang, I have never ridden in such a luxurious carriage. May I give it a try? This statement instantly inflated Li Huai's vanity. Of course, Luo Shimi, please. He assisted the young girl into the carriage, instructing, Old Jiang, drive carefully and keep close behind us. Do not let it jolt too much. Understood? Jiang Xian felt his lips twitch, unable to suppress a silent curse. What a sycophant! Does a practitioner fear jolting? I am an old man, having waited for you half the day, yet now I must accompany you as a third wheel. Truly, earning a living is hard, and life is a struggle. Jiang Xian nodded. The old servant understands. Li Huai nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the young girl inside the carriage, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fervor. Throughout the journey, the young lady surnamed Luo remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. As the carriage gradually distanced itself from the Yunshao sect disciples, she finally spoke. Old sir, may I inquire your esteemed surname? Your age and whether you have ever been married? Jiang Xian. What an opening line. Why does this sound so familiar? If the few hot-blooded young men ahead heard this, wouldn't they come after him, clearing his throat? Jiang Xian replied warmly, I am Jiang Xian, 70 years old, and currently unmarried. To his surprise, upon hearing this, the young girl's voice took on a hint of indignation. Old sir, how can you be unmarried? You should reflect on this. At your age, do not emulate the faithless. Jiang Xian was utterly bewildered. It was indeed embarrassing for one of his age to be without a wife, but must she be so blunt about it? He retorted, somewhat displeased. At my age, whether I am married or not should hardly concern a young lady like yourself. Realizing her tone had been a bit too forward, the girl softened her voice. I apologize for my rudeness. What I meant to ask was if you have ever had a fiancé. Why must you pry into my romantic history? I'm already old enough to be your grandfather. Jiang Xian felt utterly helpless. Young lady, I have lived a solitary life. I have never married, nor do I have any fiancés, and my past is entirely unblemished. The girl seemed momentarily lost in thought. Jiang Xian, 70 years old, in Yuzhou City. Could there possibly be another? Hearing this, it seemed she was genuinely searching for him, as if seeking a long-lost relative. Could it be that in his youth he had unknowingly fathered a child? Jiang Xian suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Young lady, if you are indeed looking for the 70-year-old Jiang Xian, I fear I may be the only one. The girl bit her lip. Old sir? Please think carefully. In your youth, did you perhaps make a marriage pact? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian was struck with realization. in the memories of his former self, there had indeed been a child bride in his youth, who had vanished during a famine. He had always thought her dead. Could it be? Jiang Xian murmured, in my youth, it seems I did indeed have a child bride. The girl's eyes brightened instantly as she got straight to the point. Old sir, could you please write a divorce letter? Chapter 12 The Unpredictability of Life, a Divorce Letter. My task awaits me here. Jiang Xian was utterly astonished. Young lady, what is your relationship with her? The girl paused, seemingly finding it difficult to voice, and quietly mumbled, She is my mother. If Jiang Xian had been drinking at that moment, he would have spat it out. In a way, could this be so dramatically convoluted? The original owner had fathered a child at such a young age. Yet, the girl's age did not seem to match. Could it be that she had been wronged? The young girl sat in the carriage, feeling extremely embarrassed, and steeled herself to explain the entire situation to it. Turned out her mother had been a child bride in Jiang Xian's family, who, during the famine, encountered an elder of the Yunshao sect with the surname Luo. The elder, recognizing her potential for martial arts, took her back to the Yunshao sect, adopting her and renaming her Luo Xiaolan. After that, Jiang Xian's family believed she had perished. Later, the elder had a charming son named Luo Jintian, who fell deeply in love with Luo Xiaolan. Over time, their mutual affection blossomed, and in a passionate moment, they had a daughter named Luo Li. However, the two never formally wed, for Luo Xiaolan harbored a lingering sense of guilt, believing herself to still be the wife of the Jiang family. This guilt accompanied her throughout her life. Until her dying breath, she entrusted her daughter with a request to find Jiang Xian, simply to obtain a divorce letter so she could find peace in the afterlife. If Jiang Xian had already passed, she wished for her ashes to be buried alongside his, though it sounded somewhat embarrassing. Luo Li, as a daughter, felt compelled to fulfill her mother's dying wish and readily agreed. Coincidentally, they were returning to her mother's childhood home, so she had accompanied her in summary, although Luo Xiaolan had been Jiang Xian's child bride. Their relationship had never transcended into a true marriage. It was merely a title, a hurdle the woman could never overcome. How perplexing indeed it was. What on earth was this situation? Jiang Xian listened quietly, unable to suppress the twitch of his lips. And after a long while, he found himself at a loss for words. What a poignant reminder that one should not underestimate the youth in poverty. This was true destitution, so impoverished that even the child bride was abducted without him being aware. In the end, the person returned seeking a divorce decree. Indeed, the ways of the world are unpredictable. Seeing Jiang Xian's prolonged silence, Luo Li felt a twinge of guilt and hurriedly added, Old sir, my mother always felt deeply remorseful towards you and left behind a relic, hoping you could fulfill her last wish. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian, maintaining his composure, inquired, What item? Luo Li hesitated for a moment before producing a pristine jade tablet, extending it from the carriage. This is called the Dragon and Phoenix Jade, a treasure my mother wore throughout her life. She said that if you were still alive, it should be given to you. Jiang Xian accepted the jade with ease, instantly feeling a refreshing coolness emanating from it, invigorating his entire being as though he had undergone a profound cultivation session. Dragon and Phoenix Jade. Superior treasure. This item is carved from an exceedingly rare piece of North Sea Ice Spirit Jade, which is said to enhance longevity and assist in cultivation. What a remarkable treasure! Jiang Xian's eyes lit up. He's 70 years of age, with his lifespan waning and utterly destitute. This jade was precisely what he needed in his hour of urgency. To him, this superior treasure, the Dragon and Phoenix Jade, was perhaps even more precious than the murderous cloud-piercing shuttle. It is only with age that one truly comprehends the exorbitant value of life-preserving items. Gently stroking his beard, Jiang Xian smiled faintly. Miss Luo, old matters are long forgotten by me. Since your mother has shown such thoughtfulness, I shall comply with her last wish and write her a divorce decree. Luo Li's heart surged with joy as she expressed her gratitude. On behalf of my mother, I thank you, esteemed sir. There is one more matter that I wish to request from you. If you would be so kind. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. What is it? Feel free to speak candidly. Luo Li bit her lip. My mother always wished to see you once more in her lifetime, yet felt too ashamed to face you again. Now that she has passed, I earnestly request that you visit her grave. I believe she would be immensely pleased. Jiang Xian hesitated, then sighed. My dear girl, I am but a humble servant now. How could I dare to revisit an old acquaintance? How about this? If, 3 years hence, I regain my freedom and remain alive, I shall come to see her. What do you think? Luoli felt a flicker of disappointment, but upon hearing the latter part, her eyes sparkled once more. It's a promise then. Thank you, esteemed sir. I believe that at your venerable age, living for another 100 years should pose no issue. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xian erupted into hearty laughter. You, my dear girl, possess quite the silver tongue, much like your mother. After accompanying a few young companions around Yuzhou City, they eventually returned to the Li residence. At this moment, the elderly Lord Li, his wife Su Qin, and their youngest daughter Li Yingling had been anxiously awaiting their return. Father! Li Huai dismounted swiftly, rushing to support his elderly father. Lord Li patted his youngest son's shoulder with satisfaction, a grin stretching from ear to ear. It was truly gratifying to see his favorite son thriving. In that moment, he felt like exclaiming, "My son possesses the talent of a grandmaster." Madame Su Qin and Li Yingling approached as well. My dear son, third brother. Su Qin was especially delighted. To Lord Li, this was his youngest son, but to her, he was her only biological child. Look, it seems I have birthed a rather exceptional child. Li Yingling's demeanor was considerably cooler. She had never harbored much affection for her elder brother, often finding him too boorish. In contrast, she favored her 2 half-brothers who had left home. Other disciples of Yunshao sect also dismounted and offered their respects. Uncle, aunt, we have troubled you during our stay. An older disciple from Yunshao sect performed a slight bow, executing the gesture with great propriety. Upon hearing this, Lord Li chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. Not at all. You, my virtuous nephew, should feel free to stay a few more days in Yuzhou City. Let Huai show you around to experience the local culture. With such a remarkable group of talented youths, he wished they would linger at the Li residence a while longer. Who knows, perhaps in time, even the city lord might pay them a visit. Li Huai gestured towards one of the Yunshao disciples. Introducing, Father, this is senior brother Qi Hong M. Y Master mentioned, he is expected to reach the Grandmaster realm before turning 40, making him one of the most distinguished disciples of our 13th generation. Oh, please, do not flatter me, Qi Hong said with a feigned modest smile. It is my junior brother who is the true prodigy. I fear he will soon surpass me. The youth are formidable. The two exchanged pleasantries, and indeed, their praises were genuine. They were hardly notable within Yunshao's sect. After Li Huai concluded his introductions, he pointed to the other 2 disciples, one stocky and amiable, the other taciturn. This is senior brother Chun Peng. And this is junior brother Lu Yu. Finally, he gestured towards Luoli, and this is junior sister Luoli. Among them, only Qi Hong was relatively older at 30, with the highest cultivation level. The others were all teenagers, each having already entered the Qi condensation realm, all without exception possessing the potential of a grandmaster. Lord Li had never encountered so many exceptional talents at once. He couldn't help but laugh broadly, warmly ushering them inside. This time, the Li family was destined for great prestige. Chapter 13. A new mission. Leaving home that night, Jiang Xian penned the divorce decree, his emotions in turmoil. Having lived for 70 years, he had never experienced the feelings associated with establishing a family, yet here he was, writing a divorce decree. What a peculiar turn of events! At the moment he sealed the letter, the system's voice finally resonated. Ding! You have angrily written a divorce decree and slapped it on the face of the heavenly beauty, shouting, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Your entire clan is stirred with fervor. Task completed. Reward granted. Intermediate sword intent. Calculating new narrative. Your angry divorce from the heavenly beauty has attracted the pursuit of her sect, forcing your youthful self to leave home and embark on the path of the strong. New mission triggered. Leaving home. Mission requirements. Depart from your family and seek a new sanctuary. Mission reward. An advanced martial technique. As the words faded, Jiang Xian felt a deeper understanding of his sword intent. The confusions he once had now clarified. According to his knowledge, those who comprehend intermediate sword intent are exceedingly rare, and almost all are martial masters. So, from this day forth, could it be that he too possesses the potential of a grandmaster? Regrettably, while his sword intent was formidable, his techniques remained too few. He still needed to devise a way to acquire more martial skills. As for this new mission to IT, Shirley hinted that the time to leave the Li family was approaching. AS1 ages. Nostalgia arises. Jiang Xian sighed, reflecting on his life spent in the Li family. The day of departure was drawing near, leaving him somewhat melancholic. Lost in thought, fatigue washed over him. Jiang Xian slowly rose, grasped his long sword, and exited the house, making his way to the martial arts training ground near the Li residence. Looking up, he saw the bright moon hanging high in the sky. It was now the dead of night, and the only sound was the howling wind, as everyone else was fast asleep. Clad in a thin black martial robe, his robust muscles barely concealed, he felt no chill at all. This was the benefit of cultivation. With true energy protecting his body, he could withstand the cold, and age had little effect on him. Jiang Xian closed his eyes tightly, his long sword emitting a resonant hum as he began to practice in the wintry night. For the past month, Jiang Xian had risen almost every night to practice swordplay, honing the evergreen sword technique. The following day, he would not feel fatigued. Rather, he appeared vibrant and invigorated. Those who reached the mid-level of cultivation could essentially go without food, drink, or sleep, enjoying an exceptionally long lifespan. Such individuals are viewed as deities by ordinary folk. As Jiang Xian immersed himself in his sword practice, he failed to notice a graceful figure standing some distance away, gazing at him in astonishment. Usually, at this hour, everyone in the Li residence would be sound asleep, but today was different. Guests had arrived at the Li household. Luo Li, unable to sleep due to the events of the day, had hoped to find Jiang Xian to finalize the divorce decree before the night turned long and uncertain. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she spotted Jiang Xian heading out of the residence. Driven by curiosity, she followed him and was astonished to witness the 70-year-old man practicing swordplay. The astonishing sword intent, the fierce sword movements, the profound true energy, and his robust physique all created a profound impact on the young girl's perception. This stark contrast, was this truly the benevolent old gentleman she had seen during the day? Now that she observed him, how could he possibly be frail and weak? In her eyes, this old gentleman's vitality seemed more vigorous than that of the sex prodigies, and his foundation was remarkably solid. How strange it was for such a state to manifest in a 70-year-old man. Luo Li was filled with curiosity. Who goes there? At that moment, Jiang Xian finally sensed a figure lurking in the distance and swiftly unleashed a slice of fierce sword energy. Luo Li was taken aback, quickly sidestepping the strike. Esteemed sir, it is I. Do not strike. Miss Luo? Hearing her voice, Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. You are stealthily following me in the dead of night. Do you harbor any ill intentions? Luo Li emerged cautiously, her gaze complex as she regarded Jiang Xian. She practiced the top-tier cultivation method of Yunxiao sect, allowing her to move silently and blend with the night. How could this old gentleman possess such acute perception? With a forced smile, Luo Li replied, Esteemed sir, you jest, I merely found it difficult to sleep and wished to finalize matters with you at the earliest. Jiang Xian suddenly came to a realization and promptly produced a letter of divorce from his person, handing it to Luo Li. Thank you, esteemed sir. Luo Li deeply bowed, her voice conveying an unusual excitement in the chill of the night. At last, she could fulfill her mother's dying wish. However, upon receiving the letter, Luo Li showed no intention of leaving. She remained quietly standing, gazing at Jiang Xian. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Xian inquired, Miss Luo? Is there anything else you wish to discuss? In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman were present. Although an elderly man and a young maiden, Jiang Xian had recently regained his vigor and youthful spirit, making it difficult for him to endure the situation. He thought to himself, I must take my leave, lest I delay my sword practice. Luo Li, with her sparkling eyes, regarded Jiang Xian with a competitive spirit. Esteemed sir, I too practice swordsmanship. Might I request your guidance? Though her words were humble, her eyes betrayed a thirst for knowledge, revealing her curiosity about the capabilities of an old carriage driver. Jiang Xian chuckled softly. Miss Luo, as an old carriage driver, I am hardly qualified to instruct you in the art of swordsmanship. Luo Li smiled gently. Do not be modest, esteemed sir. Such exquisite swordsmanship is not possessed by an ordinary carriage driver. She continued, rest assured, regardless of your intentions at the Li residence, it is of no concern to me. Luo Li would never divulge a word of the events of this night. She was astute, fully aware of Jiang Xian's apprehensions. Given his prowess, It was evident that he wished to practice his swordplay away from prying eyes, and she speculated that his presence at the Li residence concealed some ulterior motive. Jiang Xian grinned. Very well, it is indeed quite lonely practicing alone. Having you as company is a delightful occurrence. Luo Li drew forth a slender sword, its blade glinting with a cold light, revealing it to be a formidable weapon. Esteemed sir, please bestow your guidance. Jiang Xian remained calm and composed, standing still with his sword, showing no inclination to strike first. Luo Li's brows furrowed slightly. As a prodigious talent of her sect, she found it audacious of this old man to act so nonchalantly. Nevertheless, she thought, let us test his true abilities. In the next moment, her figure blurred, transforming into 4 spectral sword images that surged toward Jiang Xian from all directions. This initial strike was a lethal assault. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Xian, unhurried, effortlessly countered the 3 sword images with 3 strokes of azure sword energy, his final blade meeting Luo Li's true form head dash on. As their swords clashed, a shower of sparks erupted. In that instant, Luo Li felt an overwhelming sword intent emanating from Jiang Xian's blade, causing her expression to shift as she staggered back several paces. In their first encounter, she found herself at a disadvantage. Chapter 14. The shock of the celestial prodigy. How could this be? Luo Li's eyes were filled with disbelief. She had trained in swordsmanship since she was 3, comprehending sword intent by the age of 12, earning the title of the youngest sword genius of Yuntian sect. The move she had executed was one of the sect's signature martial arts, known as the Flowing Cloud Illusionary Sword. When mastered, it could create 7 sword images, blending reality and illusion, making the swordplay unpredictable, a pinnacle of martial arts that combined footwork and swordsmanship. At her age, being able to manifest 4 sword images was already a terrifying talent, nearly unmatched among her peers. Yet, today, the technique she took pride in had been effortlessly countered by her opponent. The blow to her pride was immense for someone of her stature. Jiang Xian sheathed his sword and smiled warmly. Miss Luo, shall we continue? Luo Li bit her lip, a glimmer of determination crossing her features. I shall continue. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed senior, in her tone. She had shifted from calling him esteemed sir to a more respectful esteemed senior, treating Jiang Xian as an experienced master of swordsmanship. Though she had once been confident in her abilities, she now felt a twinge of doubt. Fortunately, her cultivation still surpassed Jiang Xian by several minor realms, having reached the 6th layer of qi condensation. If her swordsmanship was lacking, she would rely on her strength. As the pride of Yuntian sect, she was unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of an old carriage driver. She was determined to reclaim her honor. Jiang Xian, still smiling warmly, replied, Please, Miss Luo. He was well aware that she was reluctant to concede, eager to reclaim her dignity, which suited his purpose perfectly. For Jiang Xian, sparring with Luo Li would be immensely beneficial. As a self-taught swordsman, his techniques were learned from sword manuals, and how to apply each move in combat relied on his understanding. This raised a potential issue, as his grasp of the finer details was somewhat lacking. A slight variation in posture or angle could lead to vastly different outcomes. A minor discrepancy could result in significant consequences. It was akin to the difference between a professional athlete and an amateur. The gap in fundamentals is not trivial. Once the basics are flawed, post-training efforts are unlikely to compensate. Although his innate talent, derived from his profound sword intent and celestial roots, allowed him to appear adept, underlying vulnerabilities remained. Conversely, Luo Li, having trained rigorously in a prestigious sect, executed each move with precision. Thrusts, slashes, jabs, flicks, and parries, all honed to perfection, rivaling even seasoned swordsmen with decades of experience. She was the ideal template for him to refine his fundamentals. Clang, clang, clang. In the frigid night, the training ground resonated with the sounds of their swords clashing. They engaged in minimal use of true energy, merely exchanging techniques and insights. Jiang Xian appeared relaxed, yet he was diligently observing Luo Li's swordplay, memorizing every detail. Who could have anticipated that the greatest beneficiary of this exchange would be him? The so-called senior, however, for Luo Li, the experience was entirely different. She was left in utter shock. Every exquisite attack she launched was skillfully countered by Jiang Xian, who refrained from counterattacking, almost as if he were playfully toying with a child. Showing little seriousness, this severely wounded her pride, compelling her to exert every effort to turn the tide. Yet she could not find a single flaw in Jiang Xian's defense. This could only mean one thing. Jiang Xian's sword intent surpassed her own. He had comprehended an intermediate level of sword intent. Intermediate sword intent, referred to in the martial world as the clear heart of the sword, allowed one to see through even the most elaborate techniques, effortlessly neutralizing the opponent's attacks in battle. But how could this be? In her entire sect, only her master had achieved intermediate sword intent, being a true sword master. How could an old carriage driver possibly rival her master? Luo Li found this notion impossible to accept, and even more difficult to fathom was Jiang Xian's stamina. After an entire hour of sparring, she felt fatigued, yet Jiang Xian remained unfazed, breathing steadily, as if he had expended no energy at all. What a perplexing situation. Am I the youth here, or is he? Luo Li, her face flushed and breathing heavily, begrudgingly admitted, "Esteemed senior, you truly are as vigorous as ever. I concede." Never could she have imagined that she had genuinely lost to an unremarkable carriage driver. The heart of the young prodigy felt somewhat shattered. Jiang Xian smiled lightly. "Miss Luo, you are a celestial prodigy and a sword talent. I too have greatly benefited from our exchange." His words caused Luo Li's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, feeling undeserving of such praise. She had been thoroughly outmatched, unworthy of any accolades. This seasoned senior certainly knew how to speak. In that moment, Luo Li's perception of Jiang Xian transformed. He now appeared to her as a venerable elder, devoted to his sword practice, surely harboring his own burdens within the confines of the Li residence. She even contemplated inviting Jiang Xian to join Yuntian's sect, to be her sparring partner. Just as she was deliberating, a scene that left her even more astonished unfolded before her eyes. Jiang Xian, holding his sword, began to mimic Luo Li's sword techniques, executing each move with impeccable precision, mirroring her own actions flawlessly. As he progressed to the final move, Jiang Xian seemed to sense something, and his form split into 5, astonishingly executing the flowing cloud illusionary sword. Luo Li's eyes widened in disbelief. The flowing cloud illusionary sword? She could hardly fathom it. This old carriage driver had learned this profound sword technique after merely observing it once. Such comprehension was nothing short of miraculous. Regrettably, he had not fully grasped its essence. Jiang Xian slowly sheathed his sword, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He had not truly studied this technique and remained unaware of its deeper mysteries. He had merely imitated it, achieving a maximum of 5 sword images. 5 sword images represented the limits of his understanding of the technique, not a reflection of his innate talent. Once he acquired the sword manual, he was confident he could cultivate this skill to its pinnacle, executing 7 sword images in a single stroke. If Luo Li were to overhear this thought, she would likely be infuriated. After all, she had trained for a year to manifest 4 sword images, and here was this man, having glanced at the technique, achieving 5 and still feeling unsatisfied. Who truly was the prodigy here? The synergy of celestial roots and intermediate sword intent was indeed fearsome. With a tinge of regret, Jiang Xian sighed and asked, "Miss Luo, might I request to see this sword technique?" Luo Li hesitated. "Esteemed sir, the sect's martial arts cannot be shared." Jiang Xian nodded in understanding, waving his hand dismissively. "Very well, I shall not insist." With that, he turned to depart. He had merely asked out of curiosity, not intending to pressure the young lady. Moreover, while the technique was impressive, he had a system at his disposal and would undoubtedly gain access to even more formidable martial arts in the future. Rendering this one less significant. As she watched Jiang Xian's retreating figure, Luo Li clenched her teeth and called out, "Esteemed sir, I can offer this martial art freely. May I request your guidance in my sword practice for a few days?" Having witnessed Jiang Xian's formidable swordsmanship, it was the first time Luo Li felt admiration for another. In his presence, I felt akin to a struggling student standing before a brilliant scholar, overwhelmed by a profound sense of inferiority. This sentiment had never even surfaced when I faced her master. "Oh?" Jiang Xian halted his steps, turning to gaze at the tenacious and indomitable genius girl before him. A smile spreading across his face. "Very well, but only during the night." Chapter 15. Bullying the Old Man. Name: Jiang Xian. Age: 8. Cultivation level: second layer of Qi condensation. Technique: Evergreen sword art. Martial skills: Horse stance sword. Flowing cloud illusion sword. Talent: Celestial Bone, Indestructible, Intermediate Sword Intent. Jiang Xian sat in his room, observing his attributes panel, and exhaled a breath of stagnant air. He had finally broken through to the second layer of qi condensation. Last night's intense battle with Luo Li had greatly benefited him, allowing him to directly shatter his bottleneck. Indeed, youth is meant for daring adventure. Only through combat can one fully unleash their potential. Whether it was due to the Celestial Bone or the Evergreen Sword Art, he felt no hint of fatigue after a night of fighting. Instead, he grew increasingly invigorated. It wasn't until dawn broke that he and Luo Li reluctantly parted ways. Each returning to their own quarters in the following days, Jiang Xian's life underwent a slight transformation. By day, he continued as a coachman, while by night, he practiced swordsmanship with the girl. Despite her superior cultivation and more diverse sword techniques, the little beauty could not best him, enduring relentless torment at his hands. A situation Jiang Xian found quite amusing. During this period, Li Huai was also quite busy, frequently leading the disciples of Yunxiao sect outside the manor. Aside from sightseeing, they were engaged in searching for Lu Dian, whose recent activities had stirred considerable unrest. The only puzzling aspect was that his little junior sister Luo Li remained cooped up indoors. Appearing utterly exhausted, yearning to connect with Luo Li, he tried daily to inquire about her well-being, only to be met with repeated dismissals. This left Li Huai, the lovesick dog, in a frenzy as time passed. The entire Li manor became aware of their third young master's interest in the enchanting girl, though she treated him with indifference. In a wonder, the third young master had returned with a much improved temperament. It seemed he desired to impress the fair maiden in the training grounds of the Li manor. Groups of guards gathered, naturally discussing this gossip. Jiang Xian mingled among them, listening quietly. One guard initiated the conversation. Do you think our third young master can win over that lovely girl? Wu Yong stroked his chin thoughtfully. I find it unlikely. That girl appears exceedingly proud, hardly uttering a word. Several guards nodded in agreement. Another guard added, have you noticed? The senior brother of our third young master, surnamed Qi, looks at our miss with a rather peculiar gaze, quite lecherous. Wu Yong grinned. That fellow, judging by my years of experience, is undoubtedly a ravenous wolf. However, his strength is not to be underestimated. He might even be at the returning origin realm. I can only hope our miss does not fall victim to his vile intentions. Jiang Xian shook his head, contemplating how these young men were consumed by romance. Distracting them from their training, it was far better to be an old man like him, focused solely on martial pursuits, undistracted by the presence of beautiful women. However, he was quite concerned about the mission assigned to the disciples of Yunxiao sect. He recalled that the murderous fiend had threatened his life. Jiang Xian casually inquired, do you know why our third young master returned to Yuzhou City? Wu Yong rubbed his chin. Our third young master has been frequently visiting the officials, seemingly investigating the notorious murderer who recently caused a stir in the city. It is rumored he is also from the Yunxiao sect, having killed his fellow disciples and stolen a precious artifact, now hiding in Yuzhou City. This murderer possesses formidable strength, having slain numerous experts at the returning origin realm. Indeed, Jiang Xian's expression turned grave. Could this be the very person tasked with eliminating him? As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open attack, but nearly impossible to guard against a hidden one. If he were to be taken out in his sleep, he would truly have nowhere to weep. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to draw this person out and eliminate him. One morning, the snowfall in Yuzhou City intensified, blanketing the world in a sea of white. The following day marked New Year's Eve. Jiang Xian had already resolved to leave the Li family after the last celebration. However, it seemed the Li family could not wait that long, as an unexpected turn of events unfolded that very day. Early in the morning, third young master Li Huai led a search of Jiang Xian's quarters, uncovering 100 taels of silver. He accused Jiang Xian of theft the previous night. Madame Su Qin hurried over, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth. Oh dear, this truly belongs to me. The mother and son played their roles in unison, immediately attracting the attention of Old Master Li this moment. Old Master Li sat in the main hall, looking weary. Old Jiang, what do you have to say for yourself? Jiang Xian remained composed, neither raising his voice nor causing a commotion. He merely bowed slightly. This old servant has followed the master for many years. I leave it to your judgment. Indeed, he was disinclined to explain himself. Being expelled from the Li manor was precisely what he desired. Should they attempt to push him further, they would need to reckon with the sword in his hand. Li Yingling, unable to bear the scene, stepped forward. Father, Jiang grandfather would never covet such a sum. There must be some misunderstanding. Old Master Li remained expressionless, not even lifting his eyelids or responding. He naturally trusted the integrity of his old coachman. Such a scheme of framing him could not escape his notice. After all, how could Jiang Xian have stolen 100 taels of silver without alerting Madame? Undoubtedly, like the Zhao Hu case, this was a miscarriage of justice. However, Jiang Xian was, after all, merely a servant. With both his madam and son pointing fingers at him and presenting mountains of ironclad evidence, he found himself at a loss for how to defend Jiang Xian. Reflecting upon it, Jiang Xian had indeed grown old. Perhaps leaving the Li Manor was indeed for the best. Alas! Madame Su Qin cast a furtive glance at old Master Li, sighing, "Daughter, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Old Jiang is of advanced age. It is reasonable for him to desire a few coins for a peaceful retirement. Yet, he should not have resorted to theft." Li Yingling, suddenly anxious, implored, "Mother, Jiang grandfather saved my life not long ago. He could never be that kind of person." What a kind-hearted girl, Jiang Xian thought to himself. This child was likely the only one he felt a deep connection with in the Li Manor. Su Qin gently stroked Li Yingling's head, her expression troubled. "Alas, as a mother, I too do not believe it, but the facts are laid bare before us. How about this? I will do my best to persuade your father not to send old Jiang to the authorities, merely to expel him." Hearing this, Li Yingling's eyes immediately reddened, her voice choked. "But, mother, Jiang grandfather is so old, without children or family. Where can he go upon leaving the Li Manor?" Li Huai's expression darkened. "Linger, cease your stubbornness. Do not trouble your parents. Such a treacherous old man should have been expelled from the Li Manor long ago." The mother and son played their parts, one taking the role of the villain while the other played the hero. Ganging up on the old man.at this moment, the household servants and guards also gathered, their faces displaying sympathy. Poor old Jiang. Chapter 16. A series of misunderstandings in the main hall of the Li Manor. The situation regarding Jiang Xian's alleged theft of silver escalated, quickly spreading throughout the estate. Servants, household staff, guards, and even several disciples of Yunshao sect gathered around. After learning the sequence of events, the household staff wore peculiar expressions. Another case of silver theft, employing the same old tricks. The last time it was his disciple Zhao Hu. This time it was his master Jiang Xian. Who would be next? Several disciples of Yunshao sect arrived to witness the spectacle. Their interest piqued. The usually taciturn Lu Yu finally spoke. "I recall that old coachman is also a qi condensation warrior. I did not expect him to be tempted by mere wealth." Qi Hong's gaze fell upon the tearful Li Yingling, a flicker of desire sparking in his eyes. "My junior brother is mistaken. It is human nature to desire wealth and beauty. Not everyone is like you." Preferring to toil in solitude, Lu remained non-committal. In terms of family background, he was the most privileged among them. Yet, he favored cultivation over indulgence, failing to comprehend the desires of these common folk. Upon hearing of the unfolding events, Luo Li furrowed her brow and made her way directly to the main hall. The disciples of Yunshao sect exchanged puzzled glances. Why is Sister Luo intervening in Li Junior brother's family matters? In the main hall, as discussions unfolded concerning Jiang Xian's fate, Luo Li strode in. Li Huai's eyes brightened. "Sister, what brings you here?" Luo Li ignored Li Huai entirely, addressing old Master Li directly. "Uncle Li, Jiang old sir could never commit theft. I implore you not to wrong an innocent man." Her words were resolute and unapologetic. In her heart, Jiang Xian was considered a half-master in the sword arts. How could she tolerate any injustice towards him? However, Li Huai was left dumbfounded by her declaration. Luo Li was typically a recluse. To see her emerge from seclusion to defend an old coachman was utterly unexpected. "Sister, this is my family matter. Why do you speak to my father like that?" Li Huai's expression turned sour. Luo Li's indifferent gaze flicked towards Li Huai. "I merely speak the truth." It was evident that someone was deliberately framing Jiang Xian. Even the household staff could deduce this, let alone someone as astute as her. Yet, she had not anticipated that the brother who had been so solicitous towards her would turn out to be such a despicable green tea man. To slander a loyal old servant who had served him for years was simply a disgraceful act. Lord Li exhibited a nuanced expression, inquiring amiably, "My dear young lady, what leads you to be so certain that old Jiang is innocent?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Li replied, because Mr. Jiang spends every night with me. At this juncture, she suddenly paused, lightly biting her pearl-like teeth. She had intended to elaborate that Mr. Jiang practiced swordsmanship with her nightly, leaving no opportunity for theft. Moreover, given Mr. Jiang's noble character, how could he possibly covet mere silver? Yet, the words lingered unuttered. She recalled that Jiang Xian had been concealing his true abilities, likely to prevent her from revealing them. However, her momentary hesitation sent the listeners into a frenzy. What? Li Huai was the first to emit a piercing scream, his voice thick with disbelief. He reflected on the past few days spent in Luo Li's company, where she always appeared fatigued, as if utterly drained. Could it be Li Huai felt as though the sky had fallen, his eyes widening in shock? You spend every night together? Together doing what? The latter question erupted from him almost as a roar. Akin to someone just discovering their betrayal, the disciples of Yunshao sect stood bewildered, exchanging glances. Our junior sister, is she really that bold? Love, for the elderly? Qi Hong's face flushed with excitement, silently exclaiming, Idol, my idol. After all these years, I've truly lived like a dog. In terms of charm and charisma, he is outshone by a septuagenarian. Luo Li, with her icy demeanor, resembled a frozen beauty, having captivated countless talented individuals from various sects, including Li Huai himself. Should this scandal reach their sect, it would undoubtedly bring ruin to the entire Li family. The household servants and guards within the Li residence wore expressions of utter disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. What a sensational revelation! Wu Yong even discreetly gave a thumbs up. Well done, old Jiang, your earlier jest turned into reality. Have you truly taken a page from the master's book? Moreover, surpassing him by courting a sect's talented maiden, Jiang Xian, the very subject of this unfolding drama, stood dumbfounded. No, Miss Luo, if you're going to pause, at least do it properly. Are you pushing me into the pit of flames? The intensity of your gaze towards the third young master is almost predatory. Why lifelong reputation? At this moment, Jiang Xian felt a deeper discomfort than being wrongfully accused of theft. If he had indeed committed such an act, it would have been one matter. The truth is, he had not. Observing the crowd's reaction, Luo Li suddenly realized her words had been misconstrued, her fair face reddening as she waved her hands in protest. No, you misunderstand. I am new to Yuzhou City and not familiar with the surroundings. I asked Mr. Jiang to accompany me in investigating the thieves' whereabouts. It is not as you imagine. Upon reaching this point, Luo Li cast a panicked glance at Jiang Xian, raising her eyebrows in a silent plea. Mr. Jiang, please say something. Jiang Xian rubbed his forehead, utterly speechless. My dear girl, your lack of explanation would have sufficed. But now it has worsened. Who goes out to investigate in the dead of night? Your fellow disciples conduct their inquiries during the day. Yet, you, in your peculiar manner, venture out at night with an old man like me. How is that defensible? Oh heavens, indeed. Upon hearing the latter part of her explanation, the expressions of the onlookers became even more intricate. Li Huai, in a fit of rage, drew his sword, exclaiming, Wretched old lecher, take this. He had long regarded Luo Li as a forbidden fruit, unwilling to allow another to tarnish her. Luo Li was taken aback and swiftly unsheathed her sword to block Li Huai's attack. Senior brother Li, what are you doing? What am I doing? Li Huai's eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed. I want to know what this old scoundrel has done. Luo Li's face flushed with indignation. Senior brother Li, do not presume that there is anything between me and the old gentleman. Even if there were, what concern is it of yours? At her words, Li Huai staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. After all this effort, to find himself outdone by an old man. You truly have a penchant for the elderly? This dramatic scene nearly caused the household servants outside the hall to burst into laughter, as they contemplated settling in with snacks to enjoy the show. This is simply too thrilling. Luo Li, undeterred by the spectacle, fixed her gaze on Lord Li. Uncle Li, can we now prove Mr. Jiang's innocence? This. Lord Li was utterly stunned. This sudden intrusion of a young lady was formidable indeed, willing to sacrifice her own reputation to absolve old Jiang. Old Jiang, what virtue do you possess to deserve this? Just as Lord Li was about to relent, Madame Su Qin stepped forward. No, we cannot let old Jiang off the hook. All eyes turned to Su Qin, anticipating yet another twist. A flicker of humiliation crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by resolve as she declared, "My lord, you must uphold justice for me. Old Jiang. Old Jiang has taken advantage of me." Chapter 17. The farce concludes. Jiang Xian, Li Yingling, all the servants, disciples of Yunshao's sect. Lordly, mid-sip, spewed his drink upon hearing her words. "Pfft, that cannot be true, can it? Is it really that outrageous?" At that moment, the servants and disciples present struggled to contain their laughter, feeling an overwhelming urge to burst. Luo Li regarded Jiang Xian with a peculiar expression, falling silent. Qi Hong's gaze towards Jiang Xian grew increasingly complex, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment, laced with a hint of admiration. Look at him, at his age. He has navigated the flower-laden paths without a single petal touching him. Just when he thought he was courting a young maiden, he unexpectedly charmed someone seasoned. Oh my. Why is it not me? Jiang Xian was left bewildered, truly taken aback that Madame would harbor such animosity towards him. Resorting to such tactics, before the gathered crowd, she accused him, a septuagenarian, of taking liberties with her. Is this appropriate? According to the laws of Deqian, a servant taking advantage of their mistress is punishable by severe penalties. Lordly, thoroughly dazed, found it hard to believe such a ludicrous scenario. Yet it was uttered from his wife's lips. In the presence of so many, the Li family's reputation was irreparably tarnished. Nevertheless, one must admit, Madame Su Qin was indeed attractive. In her youth, she must have been a stunning beauty. As evidenced by the birth of Li Yingling, a paragon of beauty. At less than 40, she was still in the prime of her life. In stark contrast to Lordly. With this realization, the crowd's perception of Madame shifted dramatically. She indeed seemed plausible. Madame Su Qin felt profoundly distressed. She had not wished to resort to such desperate measures. However, with Jiang Xian now entangled with the sect's talented maiden, he would be increasingly difficult to manage. Should he discover her vulnerabilities, he might use them as leverage against her. The consequences. With this thought, her complexion paled, her voice quaking. "My lord, you must stand up for me." Li Huai gazed at his mother in astonishment. So, this old scoundrel not only stole love but also betrayed his father? Li Yingling, naive as she was, gasped in shock. "Grandfather Jiang, you actually—" "Mother, surely not." Jiang Xian, fixing his gaze on Su Qin, suddenly recalled a spring painting he had seen in Zhao Hu's chamber. The figures within gradually aligning with the present situation. In a way. Cough. Jiang Xian cleared his throat and slowly said, "Madam, this old servant is unaware of where I have offended you to provoke such animosity. However, I cannot accept the accusation of taking liberties with the mistress. After all, I am not that shameless rogue. If the madam does not clear my name, I shall have no choice but to present evidence to prove my innocence." His words were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving others perplexed. How could one prove their innocence in such a matter? Does old Jiang intend to strip down to demonstrate his inadequacy? Su Qin, upon hearing this, was taken aback, exclaiming in shock, "No need for that. Old Jiang, please do not be upset. I was merely joking. Who asked you to be so indiscreet and flirt with young maidens?" She hurriedly donned a forced smile, her demeanor appearing exceedingly flustered. This sudden and complete turnaround left everyone present utterly bewildered. The esteemed madam had never before spoken so deferentially to a servant. It was unprecedented. Li Huai felt his mind spinning, utterly unable to comprehend his mother's intentions. "Mother, what is this about?" Luo Li's cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. "Aunt, I have explained that it is not what you think. You have misunderstood Mr. Jiang. Yes, a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. I see old Jiang is not that kind of person. It is my fault for joking about this during the new year." Su Qin, this time, did not refute but rather began to ardently support Jiang Xian. At that moment, her mood was indescribably vexed. Jiang Xian indeed held something over her. While her heart was troubled, Su Qin's face wore an awkward smile as she turned to Lordly. "My lord, let us leave this matter be. Old Jiang is of advanced age and should be treated with kindness. We can increase his allowance next year." Upon hearing this, Lordly felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He was exasperated by the farce orchestrated by the mother and son duo, feeling as though his liver was aching. The crux of the matter was that they had botched their performance. Were they utterly foolish? After such a commotion, how could they celebrate the new year? Others were anticipating the Li family's blunder to usher in the festivities, just as Lord Li prepared to voice his thoughts. Jiang Xian interjected softly, "No need for that. My lord, this old servant is willing to return home to live out his days in peace. Please, my lord, show mercy and release me from my servitude." Jiang Xian's voice was sincere, tinged with a faint weariness. To anyone witnessing this scene, it would appear as though a septuagenarian servant had been cruelly cast aside by his master, evoking deep sorrow. Li Yingling's expression was one of compassion. "Grandfather Jiang, please stay with us." Upon hearing this, the other servants could not help but shed tears, their hearts instinctively filled with a sense of sympathy akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fox. Indeed, where could they call home? Would they meet the same fate as Jiang Xian in their old age? Yet, if Jiang Xian faced such a plight, what better fate could they expect? Mr. Li gazed at the loyal coachman who had served him for many years, suddenly overwhelmed by guilt. "Yes, Jiang Xian, you are advanced in years. Where else can you go? It would be best for you to remain in the Li residence and enjoy your twilight years. From now on, you need not drive. Merely relish in your well-deserved comfort." Mr. Li's words were indeed generous and compassionate for a master. A few months prior, Jiang Xian would have gladly accepted such an offer. However, his spirit had changed completely. He no longer wished to be ensnared within the Li household. Jiang Xian bowed slightly. "Your kindness is duly noted, my lord. But my decision is resolute. I implore you to grant me my wish." Lady Suqin felt a surge of joy in her heart, glancing around before urging, "My lord, Grandfather Jiang wishes to return home to spend his later years. Please, allow him this. We can always provide him with some silver." Li shot a disapproving glance at Suqin, his expression darkening. "It was all because of you, you shameless woman. Otherwise, why must we find ourselves in this awkward predicament? If word of this spreads, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Li family. The servants would surely gossip about the family's cruelty towards their subordinates. Who would wish to serve the Li household then? A family's reputation is of utmost importance." With a heavy sigh, Mr. Li conceded. "Very well, old Jiang, since your mind is made up, I shall not detain you. Over the years, you have shown unwavering loyalty to the Li family and have been diligent in your duties. Thus, I shall have your deed of servitude prepared for you. And there shall be no need for a ransom. I will additionally grant you 100 taels of silver as a token of consolation." Jiang Xian was overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you, my lord." Chapter 18. Departing from the Li residence that night, the stars twinkled dimly against the backdrop of the moonlight. Suqin stealthily summoned Li Huai, and the mother and son conspired in their chamber. "Mother, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour?" Li Huai inquired, his mood still sour due to the events of the day concerning Jiang Xian. After all, the disdainful attitude of Luo Li towards him was unbearable. He found it hard to accept that he was being overshadowed by an old man. Suqin opened the door, glanced around cautiously, and then swiftly closed it again, whispering, "Child, during your years at Yunshao sect, have you come to know any reliable assassins?" "Assassins?" Li Huai was taken aback. "Mother, who do you wish to kill?" Suqin's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. "I need you to discreetly eliminate old Jiang and retrieve that painting." "Kill old Jiang?" Li Huai's shock deepened, as he seemed to grasp something. "Mother, you can't be serious." Suqin hurriedly covered her son's mouth, urgently insisting, "Shu, lower your voice. Do you want to see your mother meet her end?" Li Huai, still trembling with fright, suddenly erupted in fury. "You shameless old lecher! Mother, wait! I shall go and slay that old lecher this very moment. Come back!" Suqin hissed, grabbing hold of Li Huai's arm. "It's not old Jiang. It's your Uncle Hu." "Uncle Hu? Zhao Hu?" Li Huai furrowed his brow, increasingly confused by his mother's words. One moment it was old Jiang, the next it was Zhao Hu. Could they all be in a way? "Alas, this is all your fault." "Mother!" With a sigh, Suqin recounted the entire story to Li Huai. It was quite simple. Really, Mr. Li was aging and no longer capable, while she had reached a stage in life where her desires were insatiable. By chance, she encountered Zhao Hu's robust physique, and their passions ignited. From that moment on, Suqin found herself ensnared, even allowing Zhao Hu to depict their idyllic life through art. Only upon Zhao Hu's demise did she awaken from her stupor. She initially believed Zhao Hu had burned all evidence, yet discovered a painting remained, now in Jiang Xian's possession. "Mother, Li Huai's expression turned peculiar, unsure of how to respond. However, if his mother were to face dismissal from his father, it would bring shame upon him as her son. Should this matter become public knowledge, he would be the laughingstock of the sect. Thus, it seemed that old Jiang must meet his untimely end. The following day, New Year's Eve, traditionally a time for family reunions, Jiang Xian had already packed his belongings and stood in the courtyard, preparing to leave the place he had called home for a lifetime. His belongings were meager: a quilt, 3 sets of clothing, and a small sum of money. The Li residence. Jiang Xian gazed at the 2 characters adorning the gate, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. In the blink of an eye, over 50 years had passed. At that moment, the household servants began to gather to bid him farewell. Wu Yong clapped Jiang Xian on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Old Jiang? You slippery old eel, you've finally made it ashore. Once you find a place to settle, do let me know. I hope you won't be discovered in an embarrassing situation." Ha ha ha! The crowd joined in laughter, their mirth tinged with bittersweetness. At Jiang Xian's age, childless and alone, his fate was all too evident. Yet, no one could truly mock him. Who could guarantee they wouldn't find themselves in his position someday? At that moment, the steward Lu Wanqian approached, holding a deed of freedom. "Old Jiang, here is your deed. Keep it well. You are free now." Lu Wanqian looked both wistful and envious. Although he lived comfortably in the Li residence, it was still that of a servant, and he longed for the taste of true freedom when he could no longer serve. Jiang Xian smiled faintly. "What freedom is there? It merely marks the beginning of another arduous life. Old Lu, let us hope to meet again amidst the mountains and waters. I shall seek you out for a drink." As the farewell gathering began to dwindle, Jiang Xian shouldered his belongings, ready to depart from the Li household. "Wait!" Lu Wanqian suddenly called out to him. Jiang Xian halted, turning back with a frown. "Old Lu, is there something else?" Lu Wanqian hesitated, glancing around before stepping closer and whispering, "Old Jiang, tell me honestly, do you possess any leverage over the lady?" Jiang Xian merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Observing this, Lu Wanqian gritted his teeth. "Old Jiang, considering our years of friendship, if you hand it over to me now, I can assist you." Jiang Xian feigned ignorance. "What are you referring to? What help do you offer?" "You." Lu Wanqian's expression faltered, and he sighed. "Forget it, you old fool. Take care of yourself. Next year, I shall burn more paper money for you." Alas, with that, Lu Wanqian shook his head and departed, leaving Jiang Xian to ponder. The so-called leverage was not something he wished to withhold. He simply had none. The Spring Palace painting was incomplete, offering no substantial evidence, and he had never taken it away. Leaving it behind, if the lady were to seek bloodshed because of this, all remnants of goodwill between him and the Li family would vanish. Shaking his head, he shouldered his belongings once more and turned to leave. In the twilight of his years, one tends to reminisce. Should he delay any longer, he feared unforeseen circumstances might arise. At a corner outside the Li residence, Luo Li gazed at the retreating figure of Jiang Xian, a sudden emptiness swelling within her heart. This old man truly was an enigma. Meanwhile, Li Huai and Qi Hong observed Luo Li from a distance, Li Huai seething with rage. "She still cares for that old scoundrel. It infuriates me." Qi Hong patted Li Huai's shoulder with a wry smile. "Fear not, junior brother. Trust in the wisdom I have garnered over the years. The fragrance of Sister Luo still carries the essence of purity. She has not been sullied by that old man." "Humph!" Li Huai struck the wall in frustration, his expression contorted. If it were otherwise, that old bastard would have long since met his demise. Nonetheless, he ought not to linger much longer. May he find peace in the earth soon. Chapter 19. Assassination. Carrying his belongings, Jiang Xian walked along the main street towards the city lord's residence. According to the laws of Deqian, once a servant redeemed themselves, they must visit the government office to erase their status as a servant and enter into the ranks of ordinary citizens, thereby becoming liable for taxes and labor. At his age, Jiang Xian would likely not be required to perform labor. Merely paying taxes would suffice. Due to the New Year's Eve festivities, the streets were particularly quiet. With most people at home preparing meals as he passed a riverbank, Jiang Xian suddenly sensed a disturbance in the air, the snowflakes swirling violently around him. "Who goes there?" Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. He had anticipated an assassination attempt, but had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Old fool, I never imagined your senses would be so keen. Amidst the swirling snow, a young man clad in white emerged. His expression dark that I had intended to wait until you found a place to settle before personally escorting you to hell, but it seems you are far too impatient. Jiang Xian's pupils constricted. Young master? It is you that he had suspected the assailant might be sent by the lady or possibly Lu Dian, who had been absent for some time. Never did he imagine it would be Li Huai himself. What is the reason? Is it because of Luo Li? It is evident to any discerning person that Luo Li's words have led to a misunderstanding, and there is no way to associate myself with her. How petty can this fellow be? Humph! Li Huai let out a heavy snort. Old Jiang, do not blame me. If anyone is to be blamed, it is you for possessing what you should not have. Hand it over quickly. I do not quite understand your words. What is it that you speak of? Do not feign ignorance before this young master. Surrender that item, or I shall send you to your demise this very moment. Li Huai's expression darkened further. Jiang Xian's gaze turned peculiar. Could it be that painting, the Living Spring Palace? Indeed, there are significant issues between the madam and Zhao Hu. What a troublesome disciple I have raised. Even in death, there is no peace. Jiang Xian sighed helplessly. That painting has always been in Zhao Hu's room. I have never touched it. Li Huai's pupils contracted, silently taking note, yet he had no intention of letting Jiang Xian off the hook. Coldly snorting, "Hemph, do you think this young master would believe your words? You old fool, perish." Jiang Xian shook his head and sighed. Young master, should you choose to leave now, considering the long-standing favor of the Li family, I shall refrain from making a move against you. He understood now. Compared to avenging his mother by silencing others, Li Huai was more concerned about Luo Li's attitude towards him, which was one of a singular desire for his demise. A calamity brought by a beautiful woman. What a curse indeed. Nonsense, you old fool. You seek death. Li Huai, filled with murderous intent, drew his long sword and lunged at Jiang Xian. He had already assessed the gap in strength between them. Jiang Xian could at most only be at the second or third level of qi condensation, while he had already reached the third level. Moreover, he carried the profound techniques of the Cloud Sky sect, his martial prowess far exceeding that of Jiang Xian. With this single strike, he could take Jiang Xian's life. As expected, Jiang Xian seemed completely taken aback by his attack, allowing the sword to lunge toward his head. Die! Li Huai could not help but curl his lips into a triumphant smile. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. To his astonishment, he realized he had only pierced through an illusion. The sword tip passed through the phantom. Striking nothing, a sword shadow? Li Huai's pupils constricted. He recognized that this sword shadow was none other than the illusory cloud sword of their Cloud Sky sect. Jiang Xian actually mastered their sect's pinnacle martial arts? It must be noted that this sword technique was one he had never learned. Only Luo Li had grasped its essence. Damn it! You and Luo Li truly have an illicit affair. Li Huai's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Jealousy not only over Luo Li's relationship with Jiang Xian, but also over Jiang Xian's mastery of the martial arts he had long coveted. After evading a strike, Jiang Xian transformed into 7 sword shadows, each wielding a long sword, attacking Li Huai from all directions, each sword aimed at a vital point. You old wretch, your sword technique is unexpectedly advanced, hidden quite deeply, Li Huai bellowed, frantically swinging his sword to deflect Jiang Xian's assault. However, despite his formidable cultivation, his swordsmanship was simply too lacking to withstand the onslaught of the illusory cloud sword, a top-tier martial art. Among the swirling sword energies, one struck Li Huai with blinding speed. Leaving him no time to react, the sword energy released by Jiang Xian's true form was several times faster than the sword shadows. One strike shattered Li Huai's protective true energy and struck a vital point, causing blood to spurt uncontrollably. Pooh! Li Huai spat a mouthful of blood, turning with great difficulty, disbelief filling his eyes. You dog servant, you dare to kill me? Jiang Xian replied coldly. I am no longer a servant of the Li family. Li Huai's face was filled with unwillingness as he spat another mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Xian's strike had severed his heart vein, and it was evident he would not survive. He could not fathom how, after years of arduous cultivation in the Cloud Sky sect, he ended up dying at the hands of a mere coachman from his own family. Jiang Xian gazed at Li Huai's fallen form. a complex expression in his eyes. Having called him young master for so long, he ultimately perished at his own hands. His connection to the Li family was now irrevocably severed, marked by this moment. However, even with Li Huai's death, Jiang Xian saw no reason to relent, still holding his long sword, cautiously surveying his surroundings. You have been watching for quite some time. Will you not reveal yourself? A chilling laughter suddenly echoed through the air. The figure of a middle-aged man slowly materialized before Jiang Xian, wearing an inscrutable smile. Lu Dian? Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This was indeed the long-missing Lu Dian. Now, the disciples of the Cloud Sky sect were scouring the city for him. Yet he had unexpectedly appeared here. Lu Dian glanced at the fallen Li Huai, a look of feigned pity on his face. This KSK, it. Turns out my junior brother from the Cloud Sky sect has met a tragic end. Do not worry, brother. I shall dismantle this old skeleton and avenge you. Since Jiang Xian had seized the cloud-penetrating shuttle from him, Lu Dian had harbored an intense hatred for this old man, tirelessly seeking his whereabouts, vowing to reclaim his treasure. However, the disciples of the Cloud Sky sect and the officials were also searching for him throughout the city, making him hesitant to reveal himself easily. After discovering Jiang Xian's residence, he was astonished to find Jiang Xian residing in the same place as the disciples of the Cloud Sky sect, forcing him to wait outside for an opportunity. Until today, when Jiang Xian finally left the Li residence, he was presented with a chance. Just as he was about to act, he noticed another figure stealthily following Jiang Xian, seemingly intending to strike as well. Upon witnessing Jiang Xian unleash the illusory cloud sword, he was left utterly speechless. That was the pinnacle martial art of the Cloud Sky sect, one he was not even qualified to learn. Who on earth is this old man? Yet, fortunately, judging by the two's engagement, no matter who emerged victorious, neither would pose a threat to him. Initially intending to play the role of a mantis stalking a cicada, only to find that Jiang Xian had noticed him, Jiang Xian cast a glance at Lu Dian, saying indifferently, "Do not pretend to mourn here. You murderous fiend have quite the audacity to appear before me." Ha ha ha! Lu Dian covered his face in laughter, his mirth unrestrained. "You old fool, you truly have put on quite the act. You are but at the second level of qi condensation. I could crush you with a single hand." Chapter 20. The Commotion in Yuzhou City. Lu Dian laughed uncontrollably, brimming with confidence. He had thoroughly seen through Jiang Xian's strength. Although his sword technique was exquisite, his cultivation was at most at the second level of qi condensation. Meanwhile, he had already reached the 9th level, and after recovering from his injuries, he had fortuitously broken through to the returning Origin Realm, making him quite the expert in Yuzhou City. Had it not been for the concern of encountering Qi Hong and Chen Peng, he would have already stormed into the Li residence to drag Jiang Xian out. Jiang Xian looked at Lu Dian with bemusement, slowly retrieving the cloud-penetrating shuttle. Did this fellow forget just how formidable this item was? Upon seeing Jiang Xian brandish the cloud-penetrating shuttle, Lu Dian could not help but sneer, "Humph, old fool, do you think this item is something you can wield?" Although the cloud-penetrating shuttle was a devastating weapon, it consumed an immense amount of true energy. With a cultivation at the second level of qi condensation, one could hardly expect to even activate the shuttle, let alone use it for killing. "Old fool, if you return the cloud-penetrating shuttle to me now and hand over the sword manual for the illusory cloud sword, I might." Lu Dian's eyes gleamed with cunning delight. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a gust of wind approaching. The cloud-penetrating shuttle had indeed been activated by Jiang Xian, hurtling toward him with deadly precision. Lu Dian's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily drew his long sword to block the incoming shuttle, the situation becoming perilously dire. Yet, he remained unperturbed, confident in his judgment. The cloud-penetrating shuttle demanded a significant amount of true energy, and he did not believe that a mere second-level qi condensation old man could wield much power. At the moment of impact, the blade of his sword shattered inch by inch in his astonished gaze, and then it exploded with a resounding blast. It should be noted that this sword was not an ordinary one. It was also a treasured artifact, yet it was destroyed so easily. How could this old man still wield the cloud-penetrating shuttle? This was bad. Lu Dian's face turned pale with shock as he swiftly retreated. Already feeling the urge to flee, however, the cloud-penetrating shuttle pursued him relentlessly, striking the back of his head with pinpoint accuracy, instantly creating a gory hole and eliciting a bone-chilling scream. The shuttle penetrated through Lu Dian's skull as if crushing a watermelon, leaving him irrevocably dead, a top-tier treasure, terrifying indeed. Jiang Xian's gaze remained cold as he effortlessly recalled the cloud-penetrating shuttle with a flick of his hand, but suddenly he stumbled, nearly losing his footing. After cultivating the evergreen sword technique, his martial foundation had reached an astonishing level, with true energy abundant and capable of continuously recovering during battle. In this regard, although the cloud-penetrating shuttle consumed true energy, it was perfectly suited for him. However, it drained his true energy excessively. Using it just once had completely exhausted his reserves. Had Lu Dian chosen to fight to the death at the last moment instead of fleeing, he might not have met such a fate. Yet, overwhelmed with fear, he only thought of escaping and thus became an easy target. That very afternoon, Yuzhou City was abuzz with commotion. The streets and alleys were rife with discussions regarding a singular event. The murderous fiend had struck again, killing none other than the third young master of the wealthy Li family and a disciple of the Cloud Sky sect. This incident immediately alarmed the officials, who dispatched dozens of constables to thoroughly investigate the matter. The entire Li family was thrown into chaos. Master Li and the madam fainted from rage, while the servants secretly set off firecrackers. The disciples of the Cloud Sky sect arrived at the scene, their faces filled with astonishment. Their long-sought traitor from the sect had been killed here, and alongside Li Huai no less. Only Luo Li and Qi Hong exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with contemplation. Have you heard? Young Master Li battled the murderous fiend for 300 rounds, only to perish together in the end. In the tea house, several patrons were gathered together, animatedly discussing the events that transpired earlier that morning. Among them was Jiang Xian, quietly listening to their accounts. Indeed, it is said that the murderous fiend was once a disciple of the Yunshao sect, and a senior brother to young Master Li. Is that true? I heard that when the authorities arrived to collect the bodies, both men had been struck by dozens of swords. There was deep-seated hatred there. What did the officials say? What else could they say? Just another case of vendetta in the martial world. Such occurrences are hardly uncommon. Nevertheless, we must express our gratitude to young Master Li. He has rid us of a menace in our Yuzhou City. Or else the festive season would have been rife with anxiety. It is only unfortunate for Lord Li, though. 2 of his sons have perished, and now his last remaining son has been killed too. I heard he fainted from the shock. Wait, let me interject. I have heard there is something amiss about this incident. What do you mean by something amiss? Some suspect the presence of a third individual at the scene. Both young Master Li and the murderer were killed by him. Ah? Do elaborate, please. That disciple of the Yunshao sect, Qi Hong, once mentioned that young Master Li and the killer were of vastly different strengths, and it was impossible for either to take the other down. It must have been someone else's doing. Good heavens. How then did young Master Li meet his demise? Well, I've heard he went after an old cart driver and mysteriously met his end. Jiang Xian sat to the side, sipping tea, his expression inscrutable as he listened to the surrounding patrons' chatter. The staged mutual destruction between Li Huai and Lu Dian had been orchestrated by him, intended to mislead the authorities and divert attention away from himself. However, the suddenness of the event left him unprepared, and it was inevitable that someone would notice the inconsistencies. Yet, he was merely a retired old cart driver. It would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to suspect him of foul play, though they might sense a certain connection. The only real concern lay with the Yunshao sect. They would likely not let this matter rest easily. He had not intended to align himself with any forces so soon, especially with many secrets still concealed. However, it now seemed imperative to visit the black market, which had frequently extended an olive branch to him. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Should the Yunshao sect pursue this matter, the black market could serve as a useful shield. With that thought, Jiang Xian rose, preparing to head to the black market. The patrons cast a cursory glance and suddenly took note of Jiang Xian. Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized him. Oh, isn't he that the old cart driver from the Li residence? Jiang Xian caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, left a few copper coins on the table, and immediately vanished from sight. This place was no longer safe. Hiss, what a master! The patrons collectively inhaled sharply, evidently awed by Jiang Xian's swift exit. Did you see that clearly? Is he truly the old cart driver from the Li residence? Absolutely. I once had dealings with Lord Li and met his cart driver. Though he appears significantly more robust now, it is unmistakably him. Hiss. The old cart driver from the Li residence is actually a master. Could it be that he killed both of them? That seems unlikely. I've heard the murderer was a powerful figure at the Guyuan realm, and the old cart driver hardly seems to possess such prowess. Indeed, what a curious world we live in. Chapter 21. The black market on the first day of the new year, a day that should have been filled with the sound of firecrackers and joyous laughter. The Li residence was shrouded in an unusual silence and sorrow. The once vibrant red lanterns had been taken down, replaced with stark white funeral banners, creating a jarring contrast to the surrounding festive atmosphere. Servants hurried about, and the sounds of muffled weeping echoed within the estate. My son, how tragically you have died. It is all my fault. Madame Su Qin knelt before the coffin, sobbing uncontrollably. Furthermore, upon receiving the news of his son's death, Lord Li fell gravely ill, utterly unaware of his loss. The grief of burying one's child, an age-old tragedy, is perhaps the most heartrending of all. With the Li household in turmoil, the disciples of the Yunshao sect felt compelled to leave. Especially with Lu Dian's death, they intended to return to the sect to report the events. Who would have thought that the traitor would die alongside junior brother Li? Truly, fate plays cruel tricks, remarked Qian Peng with a sigh. Yu furrowed his brow. But who could possibly have killed them? Lu Jian was a formidable master at the Guyuan realm. Who knows? Qi Hong shrugged, chuckling. Perhaps it was that old cart driver who did it. Li Huai had set out to kill Jiang Xian but ended up dead on the way. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. He would never believe that there was no connection to Jiang Xian. Moreover, Lu Dian's treasured item was also missing. It was likely taken by someone. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng and Lu Yu exchanged amused glances and shook their heads. How could an old man just entering the condensing Qi realm possibly kill those two? If that were the case, they would have wasted years training in the Yunshao sect. Qi Hong glanced at Luo Li, playfully asking, "What do you think, junior sister Luo Li?" Qin Peng and Lu Yu also turned their gazes toward Luo Li, curious about her unclear relationship with the old cart driver. With a heavy heart, Luo Li shook her head. I do not know." Qi Hong's eyes glinted with inscrutable meaning as he smiled lightly. "Fellow disciples, we should first take Lu Dian's body back to the sect. This matter is far from over." The brothers nodded in agreement and mounted their horses, departing the Li residence. On that day, Jiang Xian arrived at the black market. The black market wielded immense power, akin to an underground emperor within the great Qin nation, with branches in nearly every major city. Over 100 streets in the western part of Yuzhou City fell under the black market's jurisdiction. Beyond the reach of the authorities. At the entrance, two burly men clad in black blocked Jiang Xian's path, their expressions impassive. "Please present your credentials." "None," Jiang Xian replied. According to the rules of the black market, entry without a credential requires a fee. Only members or shop owners possess such credentials. Otherwise, one must pay a protection fee to enter. 1 large coin. Once inside, fighting is strictly prohibited, or else death. Understood. Jiang Xian was already familiar with the black market's regulations and followed protocol by producing a large coin from his pocket to hand to the two men. After accepting the silver, the men allowed him to pass. Despite its designation as a black market, the area appeared quite ordinary, resembling any typical street, save for a collection of unique stalls selling a hodgepodge of wares. Only those with keen insight could unearth treasures in this gray market. It was rumored that the black market engaged in illicit trades, such as the sale of contraband salt, slave trafficking, prohibited auctions, and even assassination contracts. However, such dealings were generally inaccessible to the average person. Ironically, though this was a black market, the order maintained here was superior to that of the government-regulated markets. No one dared to cause trouble within the black market's territory. Everything had to be conducted according to the rules. For instance, Lu Jian had brazenly killed, stolen, and robbed within the black market, only to find himself relentlessly pursued and forced to return everything he had taken. Were it not for his bizarre agility, he might have already perished at the hands of the black market's experts. All in all, with the protection of the black market, conducting business here, while costly, was relatively safe. This time, Jiang Xian sought to meet Zhang Yuan, the steward of the Xuanwu Hall, as he had previously mentioned a significant business opportunity. The profits from the black market were quite substantial. After navigating through the black market, Jiang Xian finally arrived at the Xuanwu Hall's premises, where he was greeted by 3 large characters. Xuanwu Hall. At the entrance stood a pair of young disciples dressed in green, adorned with an unusual emblem resembling the legendary beast Xuanwu. exuding a somewhat juvenile charm. However, their cultivation levels were impressive, at least at the third or fourth layer of the condensing chi realm. Indeed, the black market was a place where hidden talents thrived, as even the gatekeepers possessed remarkable abilities. Halt! Who goes there? The leading disciple shouted as Jiang Xian approached. Jiang Xian remained calm and composed. I am Jiang Xian, here to seek Steward Zhang Yuan. Steward Zhang. The two disciples were taken aback, seemingly recalling something, and immediately bowed respectfully. Please wait, Senior Jiang. We will notify Steward Zhang at once. Before long, a hearty laughter resonated from within. Ha ha ha. Elder Jiang, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Zhang Yuan, clad in a blue martial attire, strode out with a commanding presence, warmly welcoming Jiang Xian as if they were old friends reunited after many years. Upon entering the Xuanwu Hall, Jiang Xian was indeed struck by its opulence, which was astonishing even to a man of 70 years. The Xuanwu Hall occupied several acres, featuring multiple resplendent halls and several fully equipped training grounds, where the sounds of martial artists sparring could be frequently heard. Just from the noise alone, it was clear that all present were martial artists above the condensing chi realm, at least on par with Wu Yong. The scale and grandeur of the black market rivaled that of a second-rate sect, and it was likely that no top sect in the Great Qin nation could compare. In the afternoon, after showing Jiang Xian around the Xuanwu Hall, Zhang Yuan ordered a lavish feast of fine wines and delicacies to be prepared in Jiang Xian's honor. Tio put it bluntly, this was the best meal Jiang Xian had enjoyed since his arrival in this world. Lobsters, fish, abalone were served in abundance, and he downed a 30-year-old daughter's red wine in one gulp, nearly drowning in bliss. By the heavens, this is what it means to live. What were the bitter days I endured before? Jiang Xian mused inwardly, his spirits lifted immensely. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhang Yuan, inebriated, grasped Jiang Xian's hand and sincerely declared, Brother Jiang, with your remarkable abilities, why stoop to being a mere car driver? Why not come to our black market and showcase your talents instead? Chapter 22. The task assigned by the organization joined the black market. Jiang Xian fell into contemplation, for he indeed harbored such intentions upon arriving at the black market. However, upon witnessing the debauchery and opulence surrounding him, an unsettling feeling arose within him, as he instinctively sensed that this was not a respectable place. Noticing Jiang Xian's hesitation, Zhang Yuan chuckled, Brother Jiang, I understand you are a man of integrity and may harbor some prejudices against our black market. Yet, even in darkness, there exists a code. Our black market is far more transparent than those so-called righteous sects, and we would never engage in the duplicitous acts of saying one thing and doing another behind closed doors. Moreover, Zhang Yuan glanced at Jiang Xian and continued, Brother Jiang, having casually eliminated 2 disciples of the Yunshao sect, they are unlikely to let it slide easily. With numerous disciples and many martial arts masters among them, I fear your bare fists may struggle against their numbers, of course. While others may fear the Yunshao sect, we in the black market hold no such trepidation. As long as you join us, no matter how arrogant the Yunshao sect becomes, they would not dare to trouble our black market. Zhang Yuan pounded his chest, speaking with unwavering conviction. His words were not mere boasts. The influence of the black market spread throughout the Great Qin Kingdom, boasting a number of skilled practitioners that rivaled or even surpassed the Yunshao sect. They would never risk war over the loss of 2 disciples, yet the black market was fiercely protective of its own, valuing loyalty above all, and would not allow anyone to bully its members. After hearing this, Jiang Xian felt a stirring within him, his doubts beginning to dissipate. Zhang Yuan, reflecting for a moment, continued patiently, Brother, our branch in Yuzhou is newly established and in need of guidance from seasoned veterans like you. There are numerous lucrative ventures ahead, and I believe that with your capabilities, you will undoubtedly achieve great things. All right, Zhang, I shall trust you this once. Jiang Xian nodded decisively, having finally made up his mind. He had nowhere else to go for the time being, so why not venture into the black market? Haha, that is excellent news. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to the leader. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily, his joy evident. At that moment, the long-awaited voice of the system echoed in Jiang Xian's mind. Ding, having left your family at a young age, you have embarked on the path of seeking enlightenment alone, and have joined a formidable faction, thus beginning a new chapter in your life. Task complete. Reward issued, 5 Thunder Seals. 5 Thunder Seals. Summon wind and thunder to refine true energy, condensing 5 seals of thunder, unleashing boundless power with a mere gesture. However, this cultivation is exceedingly perilous. Use with caution. Calculating new storyline. You have joined a new organization, and soon you will face your first challenging task. Please strive to accomplish it. Triggering task. Revealing talent. Task requirement. Complete the task assigned by the organization. Task reward. 1 essence pill. 1 essence pill? How stingy. Jiang Xian frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with this task's reward. Though it was said to be a challenging task, the reward seemed rather meager. He understood that while the essence pill was valuable, capable of elevating his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels and possessing restorative properties, it still seemed rather conservative from the system's perspective. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan continued his enthusiastic discourse, divulging various details about the black market to Jiang Xian. It was clear that he genuinely wished to recruit Jiang Xian. On one hand, attracting strong individuals to the black market would earn him rewards. On the other, he was genuinely intrigued by Jiang Xian, particularly his invulnerable body refining techniques, which he found quite enviable. With this thought, Zhang Yuan chuckled, "Brother, I hope you won't laugh at me, but when I witnessed your body refining techniques, I was truly envious. If I could learn just a move or two, I would have more confidence navigating the Jianghu in the future, wouldn't I? Are you waiting for me to teach you?" Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to teach you. It's simply that you lack the talent to grasp it." Of course, he did not voice this directly but recalled the 5 thunder seals he had just obtained, allowing a smile to play at the corners of his mouth. "Very well, if you wish to learn, as your elder brother, how could I refuse? Really, brother, you are truly my kin," Zhang Yuan exclaimed, visibly excited, almost ready to leap from his seat to bow in reverence to Jiang Xian. "Hold on, don't be so hasty. My body refining methods are rather unique. Not just anyone can endure them," Jiang Xian added with a serious tone. "Ha, brother, you underestimate me. I, Zhang Yuan, am no ordinary man. What cultivation can possibly intimidate me? Just give the word." Jiang Xian smiled mysteriously and nodded slowly at a brave man. At the moment of summoning wind and thunder, even a brave man must submit. "Brother, I am overjoyed today. Please accept this essence pill as a token of my appreciation." With that, he produced a vial containing a pill and presented it to Jiang Xian. "Another essence pill?" Jiang Xian was taken aback. "Did you conspire with the system?" Zhang Yuan was equally stunned. Essence pills were indeed precious. If memory served him right, one of these could fetch over 100 taels in the black market. Damn it, did I just give away another while drunk? Oh well, if it's given, then so be it. "Take it, brother. It will surely be of use," Zhang Yuan urged, grinning at Jiang Xian with an almost lecherous expression. Jiang Xian, perplexed but unwilling to refuse a gift presented so readily, accepted the vial and stowed it away. The two continued to drink heartily for several more rounds, their camaraderie deepening with each toast. As they discussed topics of joy, peals of laughter filled the by the late hours of the night. With Zhang Yuan's support, Jiang Xian was guided to a pre-prepared room. "Brother, enjoy yourself, and tomorrow I will introduce you to the leader," Zhang Yuan said with a smile as he pushed Jiang Xian into the room, where he fell onto a soft surface. With a creak, the door closed behind him. Jiang Xian groggily opened his eyes, noticing the flickering candlelight that cast a gentle glow around the room. A faint floral fragrance wafted through the air. Upon standing, he discovered 2 enchanting young women standing in the room. While they might not rival the likes of Li Yingling or Luo Li in beauty, they were nonetheless striking in appearance. Beside them was a wooden tub large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people, filled with steaming water and floating rose petals. Indeed, the black market truly knows how to indulge, Jiang Xian mused, finally understanding the earlier demeanor of that young man who had so eagerly offered him an essence pill. "My lord, shall we begin directly?" The 2 women shyly inquired, lowering their heads. "There's no rush." Jiang Xian coughed, still unaccustomed to being addressed as "my lord." Yet he knew he would grow accustomed to it in time. "My lord, we shall assist you in changing," one of the women said as they approached cautiously, delicately helping him remove his robe. Then, with their assistance, they entered the wooden tub together. Throughout the process, Jiang Xian remained passive, allowing the 2 women to attend to him. This experience felt rather pleasant. Chapter 23. Xuanwu Hall. 2 hours later. Jiang Xian gazed at the 2 women lying beside him, feeling a pang of emptiness within. Alas, it was clear that he needed to devote himself to cultivation. he was still lacking compared to his younger self. Just then, the system's unyielding voice rang out again. Ding, you have successfully completed the task assigned by the organization with outstanding performance. Task complete. Reward issued. Essence Pill. Calculating new storyline. Your exemplary performance has quickly drawn the attention of the organization's higher-ups, leading to your promotion to core member status, solidifying your position here. Triggering task. Pillar of Strength. Task requirement. Be promoted to core member of the organization. Task reward. Level 1 alchemy technique. Reward issued. Jiang Xian looked at the 2 essence pills in his hand, his expression a mix of surprise and contemplation. While he found this lifestyle quite enjoyable, he understood all too well that in this world, strength was paramount. Only with sufficient power could he safeguard all that he had acquired. However, at present, his strength was rather average. After a brief indulgence, Jiang Xian felt a sense of ennui wash over him and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. That very night, he consumed both essence pills, recognizing the necessity of a significant replenishment after such extensive exertion. In an instant, a warm current surged from his dantian, alleviating much of his earlier emptiness. And his entire body radiated warmth. Jiang Xian focused intently, beginning to absorb the medicinal potency and circulate his true energy throughout his meridians. The following morning, Jiang Xian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flashing within them. The fruits of the previous night's endeavors had been remarkable. In just one night, he had broken through to the 6th layer of qi condensation, achieving a leap of 4 minor realms in succession. Moreover, he sensed that his foundation remained solid, devoid of any dizziness typically associated with forced enhancements from medicinal effects. The efficacy of the essence pill was truly astonishing. Jiang Xian could hardly believe it. It is known that medicinal herbs possess a degree of resistance. Consuming a second would usually diminish the effects of the first. Yet, the results he experienced felt as though they had stacked directly on top of one another. As Jiang Xian stood up, he noticed the 2 beautiful women beside him stirring awake, their cheeks flushed with an afterglow of delightful reminiscence. They could hardly fathom that such a robust performance could come from a man of Jiang Xian's age. "My lord, allow me to assist you in changing," the 2 women stammered, struggling to rise only to find themselves sore and nearly immobile. "There's no need. I can manage myself," Jiang Xian replied with a smile. Washing his face before selecting the most appropriate attire to wear, clad in resplendent martial robes, Jiang Xian appeared notably younger, his countenance radiating vitality that belied his 70-plus years. Had one not inquired closely, it would have been impossible to discern his true age. Prior to his departure, Jiang Xian retrieved a few pieces of silver from his bosom, intending to reward the 2 maidens. The girls gasped in shock, fervently shaking their heads. "My lord, you mustn't. If the steward were to find out, we would be severely punished." "Such strictness?" Jiang Xian furrowed his brow and asked, "What are your names?" The girls exchanged glances, surprised that someone would take the initiative to ask them their names. One replied, "I am Chunlan." The other added, "She is Qiujuan." "Chunlan and Qiujuan? Are you sisters?" They nodded. Jiang Xian touched his nose and smiled gently. "How delightful. Our meeting is indeed fateful. Should the opportunity arise, I shall assist you in securing your freedom." "Ah?" Chunlan and Qiujuan were taken aback, quickly kneeling and bowing their heads. "Thank you, my lord." Though it was merely a vague promise, it held immense value for them. Alas, such pitiable girls. How many more fallen women await my rescue in this world? Jiang Xian shook his head and strode directly out the door. Upon reaching the side hall of the Xuanwu Hall, he found Zhang Yuan waiting for him bright and early. Seeing Jiang Xian approach, Zhang Yuan greeted him with a beaming smile. "Elder brother, up so early. How was your night?" "Not bad," Jiang Xian replied succinctly, casually asking, "What is the cost to redeem them?" "Redeem them?" Zhang Yuan momentarily paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Elder brother, you need not concern yourself with such formalities. I could simply gift them to you." Jiang Xian nodded and extended his hand. "The contract of sale, please." "Elder brother, are you serious?" Zhang Yuan was taken aback and quietly pulled Jiang Xian aside. "Speaking in hushed tones, if you wish to call for them, you may do so. I assure you that no one else will touch them. But the contract of sale is rather troublesome." Jiang Xian was puzzled. "Troublesome?" Zhang Yuan sighed. "Since you are so keen, I shall make an exception and procure it for you. But let it be known that this is a one-time concession. This is a serious breach of hall regulations." Jiang Xian was astonished. Indeed, Zhang Yuan replied, even the families of our Hawless brothers face challenges when seeking to redeem themselves. He suddenly paused, chuckling. Well, elder brother, I shall assist you with this, and someone will deliver the contract to you shortly. Jiang Xian nodded. Thank you, brother Zhang. Point one must be true to their word. If I pledge to aid someone in their redemption, I must follow through. Suddenly recalling that he himself had only recently been redeemed, he mused on the shared plight of the unfortunate. The black market in Yuzhou City was divided among 4 main halls, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, each overseeing specific streets and relevant black market affairs. Functioning as business entities, below them were smaller halls, such as the Discipline Hall, Teaching Hall, Alchemy Hall, and Accounting Hall. In terms of personnel, the Yuzhou City branch comprised a leader, a deputy, and then the 4 main halls along with the heads of the smaller halls, stewards, and the inner and outer disciples. Additionally, some martial experts from the Jianghu would be recruited as guest elders, requiring a status of considerable esteem. Before long, Zhang Yuan led Jiang Xian to a grand residence within the Xuanwu Hall to meet with the hall master. The disciples, upon seeing Jiang Xian, displayed curiosity. It was rare to encounter a newcomer of such advanced age, as most were elders or esteemed guests. Within the residence, a burly man with a brutish visage lounged in a tiger-skin chair, embracing 2 stunning women with an expression of lewd delight. Hall Master Zhu, Zhang Yuan has come to pay his respects, announced a disciple in green. Zhang Yuan, Zhu Hengfei, visibly irritated, grumbled, let him in. After a brief moment, Zhang Yuan escorted Jiang Xian into Zhu Hengfei's chamber, where both men offered slight bows. We pay our respects to Hall Master Zhu. Zhu Hengfei scrutinized Jiang Xian and remarked coolly, so, you are Jiang. My esteemed elder brother, I have heard of your prowess. You shall remain in my Xuanwu Hall. Indeed, I see you fit to be an inner disciple. You may oversee that street outside. Ah, an inner disciple? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian did not react much, but Zhang Yuan was taken aback. He had previously recommended Jiang Xian to Zhu Hengfei, clearly stating that he might be an elusive master, suggesting him for the position of deputy hall master. At the very least, he expected Jiang Xian to attain the status of an elder. A mere inner disciple seemed a grave insult. Hall master, Jiang is a man of great skill. You cannot overlook such talent. Zhang Yuan implored, his expression strained. Overlook talent? Zhu Hengfei shot a sidelong glance, his jaw twitching, but he refrained from speaking further. With his discerning eye, he could perceive that although Jiang Xian's aura was subdued, he indeed bore the demeanor of a master. However, his true energy fluctuations were too weak, not exceeding the realm of returning origin. A master, indeed. At his age, with such limited strength, allowing him to remain in the black market and contribute was already a significant act of kindness. Nonetheless, Jiang Xian was now considered one of their own. Zhu Hengfei would not speak too harshly. He replied mildly, the black market has its own rules. Anyone who enters must endure a few years of trials. If you possess true abilities, you may prove yourself after passing the assessments. Zhang Yuan, visibly anxious, was about to interject when Jiang Xian stopped him. With a calm smile, he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Hall Master Zhu. He understood that his concealed aura would not escape the keen perception of the Xuanwu Hall Master. However, this was to be expected. After all, even Luo Li could discern his background, making it unusual for him to fool such a formidable expert. This was for the best. He had no desire to masquerade as a master. Rising steadily from the bottom was the most prudent approach. Unfortunately, the status of an inner disciple seemed insufficient to fulfill the system's requirements. Yet, he was unconcerned. As long as he strengthened his abilities, opportunities for advancement would inevitably arise. With the system at his disposal, he felt invincible. Zhu Hengfei nodded slightly, offering an expression of acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, the two exited the Zhu residence. Elder brother, I feel as though I've let you down. I truly apologize, Zhang Yuan said, his face full of regret. Jiang Xian patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder and replied with a carefree smile. It matters not. If I were concerned with such superficial titles, I would not have served as a coachman at the Li residence for so many years. Zhang Yuan could not help but express his admiration, giving a thumbs up. Elder brother possesses a magnanimous heart, far beyond the common folk. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xian stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Such flattery was quite pleasing to his ears. However, he was not magnanimous. He simply lacked the strength. By the way, Brother Zhang, about the grand business you mentioned earlier. Jiang Xian inquired, pondering whether his lower status would hinder his participation in the venture. Zhang Yuan understood and patted his chest. Elder brother, rest assured. I will handle this matter personally, and there will be no unexpected complications. This business is directly overseen by the hall master and is of utmost importance. Only strength matters, not status, however, Zhang Yuan added. It is still too early to discuss. Jiang Xian's heart raced. A business personally managed by the black market's leader was indeed a significant undertaking. He wondered whether he possessed the strength to partake. Curiously, he asked, Brother Zhang, could you share some details with me? Zhang Yuan grinned. To be honest, I do not know much, but it is undoubtedly an opportunity ripe for profit. After the spring of June, the hall master will personally select 20 elite experts from the 4 halls and has even invited some masters from the Jianghu to join in this grand endeavor. Lowering his voice, Zhang Yuan continued, it is said that participating in this endeavor will allow one to come ashore, which means to leave this life behind and wash one's hands of it. Jiang Xian felt increasingly apprehensive. This business seemed to be far more significant than he had initially imagined. What sort of enterprise would allow one to retire after a single undertaking? The black market was rife with experts, and it seemed unlikely that he would be among them. Elder brother, you are too modest. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily. With your impenetrable skills, you are undoubtedly the perfect candidate. Jiang Xian frowned slightly, sensing that he had unwittingly boarded a treacherous vessel from which escape would be difficult. Despite Zhang Yuan's constant endearments of elder brother, should he express a desire to withdraw from this venture, it was likely that their camaraderie would vanish instantly. Hee, I shall do my best, Jiang Xian chuckled, knowing he had little choice but to proceed. Fortunately, it was still early in the year, with ample time until June. His immediate priority was to enhance his strength. As for the rest, he would take things as they came. The worst that could happen would be a hasty retreat. Zhang Yuan led Jiang Xian to the accounting hall to register his identity. The disciple in charge of registration nearly dropped his jaw upon learning Jiang Xian's age, astonished that someone of his years was venturing into the Jianghu. Jiang sir, your registration is complete. Here is your identity token. Each month, a disciple will deliver your stipend to your residence. However, the disciple hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. But what? Zhang Yuan inquired, his tone firm. I must warn you. Jiang sir is not an ordinary inner disciple of the Xuanwu Hall. He is my elder brother, and you must treat him with utmost respect. The disciple was taken aback, realizing the gravity of his words. The Xuanwu Hall, as a main hall, had stewards whose positions were akin to that of the heads and deputy heads of smaller halls. He dared not treat Zhang Yuan with anything less than deference. Jiang Xian is unexpectedly the elder brother of Zhang Yuan, a person not to be trifled with. Zhang, Master Zhang. The disciple hesitated momentarily, his face drawn with concern, and said, the small courtyards for the inner disciples have all been allocated. Only some residences remain, reserved for the newly appointed stewards of each hall. Bring them to me for inspection. Zhang Yuan said, his brow furrowing. Upon examining the register, he erupted in ire. Nonsense. Is there not one room unoccupied? The disciple wiped the sweat from his brow and replied helplessly, Master Zhang, that room has long been reserved by Master Song, who intends to keep it for his newly arrived nephew. Master Song? Song He? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened with indignation. Nonsense. Does that worthless nephew of his even deserve to reside in the steward's abode? Clear it out. My elder brother shall occupy it. The disciple wore a look of great difficulty. Song He was also a steward of the Xuanwu Hall, and he and Zhang Yuan were often at odds. Faced with both, he felt he could not offend either. Jiang Xian interjected, Brother Zhang, there is no need for such trouble. Simply find me a side room. Why should I let my elder brother suffer in such a manner? Rest assured, dear brother, I will handle everything. I doubt Master Song would dare to cause any trouble, Zhang Yuan declared, displaying his loyalty with grand gestures. The disciple from the accounting hall, seeing Zhang Yuan's insistence, had no choice but to inscribe Jiang Xian's name on the back of that residence. As for Song He's nephew, they would have to negotiate that amongst themselves later. With the registration complete, it signified that Jiang Xian was officially settled in the black market from that day onward, ready to assume his duties the next day. However, before that, Jiang Xian decided to complete his training of the 5 Thunder Seals, ensuring he had an additional trump card. Coincidentally, it seemed that night was to be a tempestuous one. Chapter 25. Cultivating the 5 thunder seals that evening, thunder roared and rain pattered against the tiles. Creating a rhythmic symphony, Zhang Yuan, holding an umbrella and a wooden box, stepped jubilantly into Jiang Xian's residence. "Elder brother, here is the contract for your sale." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Nearly dropping his jaw, there sat Jiang Xian, poised on a stone platform in the courtyard, a towering iron pillar entwined with chains behind him, the end of the chains clenched in his hand. Boom! A deafening crack of thunder resonated as a massive bolt of lightning struck the iron pillar, emitting a blinding brilliance. Jiang Xian's white hair stood on end, yet his body remained steadfast, his vital energy swirling chaotically with the lightning. Creating an awe-inspiring sight. In the next moment, the violent lightning seemed to be absorbed by Jiang Xian, gradually subsiding. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuan was nearly petrified with fear. What in the world? Is this how elder brother usually trains? No wonder he has forged such an impenetrable body. With this lightning tempering technique, how many martial artists could achieve such a feat? Initially, he had intended to learn from Jiang Xian, but now he resolved to abandon that idea. Goodness, I wish to live a few more days. In reality, though the scene appeared terrifying, it was far less perilous than Zhang Yuan envisioned. Throughout the process, Jiang Xian did not truly use the lightning to temper his body. Instead, he utilized the 5 thunder seals to store the power of the lightning in a special manner, condensing it into several thunder seals that he preserved in his palm, capable of condensing up to 5. The might of these thunder seals was extraordinary. According to Jiang Xian's estimation, even a single seal would be sufficient to eliminate a martial artist at the returning essence realm. Should he unleash all 5? Even a martial arts master would find themselves in dire straits. Unfortunately, these thunder seals could only be replenished during thunderstorms. Using one meant losing one, making them a consumable technique. However, they were still adequate for self-defense. Once he had successfully condensed 5 thunder seals, Jiang Xian abruptly opened his eyes, released the chains from his hands, and could not help but smile. Cloud-piercing shuttle, 5 thunder seals, indestructible. Though he was merely an old man, his methods were indeed fearsome. "Jiang, elder brother Jiang, have you completed your training?" Zhang Yuan's voice trembled as he gazed at Jiang Xian from afar. Jiang Xian had long noticed Zhang Yuan, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "Ah, brother Zhang, what brings you here in person?" Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly approached, saying, "Elder brother Jiang, you truly are a divine being. Such a training method is indeed unheard of. I had originally hoped to learn a few techniques from you, but it seems I have overestimated my abilities." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Xian laughed heartily, neither confirming nor denying. "Brother Zhang, what brings you here tonight?" Zhang Yuan quickly handed the wooden box to Jiang Xian. Speaking earnestly, "Elder brother, within this box are the contracts for Chunlan and Qiujuan. This matter must remain confidential and should not be disclosed." Jiang Xian accepted the wooden box, raising an eyebrow. "Brother Zhang, what exactly are the backgrounds of these 2 maidens?" He had never understood why Zhang Yuan took such a serious approach to merely releasing 2 servant girls. Did he expect gratitude from him? That seemed unnecessary. Zhang Yuan sighed in resignation. "To be honest, elder brother, it is not merely about these 2 maidens, but rather the violation of established protocols." "Protocols?" Jiang Xian was even more perplexed. Zhang Yuan leaned closer, whispering, "Elder brother, I have come tonight specifically to advise you on this matter, so that you do not inadvertently breach any rules upon taking office." "Please elaborate," Jiang Xian urged. "What you may not know, elder brother, is that our branch in Yuzhou City has 4 main halls, each overseeing a significant business, and interference between them is strictly forbidden. The Qinglong Hall manages gambling operations, also known as the pig slaughtering table, specifically deceiving wealthy individuals into gambling until they are destitute. The Baihu Hall oversees auctioning, dealing in contraband goods such as smuggled salt, slaves, and illicit drugs. The Zhuke Hall manages the flesh trade. The majority of brothels in the black market are under their control, including the very contracts for these 2 maidens, which were pried from their hands, and it is not to be taken lightly. The Xuanwu Hall oversees the assassin business, controlling all manner of killings. Of course, our legitimate work requires us to maintain order on every street of the black market, but we must never disrupt the established rules." Zhang Yuan spoke eloquently, sending shivers down Jiang Xian's spine. He had long suspected that the business of the black market was not entirely legitimate, likely straddling the line of legality. However, The scale of it seemed overwhelmingly vast. I understand now. Thank you for the warning, Brother Zhang. Zhang Xian exhaled lightly, though his mind began to strategize. The black market was certainly not a place to linger. Should the opportunity arise, it would be wise to flee sooner rather than later. However, if he sought refuge with a reputable sect, they likely would not accept an old man with white hair, unless he could immediately become a guest elder or a similar position upon arrival. Zhang Yuan grinned. Elder Brother Zhang, you are too courteous. We are like family. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Yuan reluctantly exited Jiang Xian's residence. The events of the night had solidified his belief that Jiang Xian was indeed a remarkable individual, potentially capable of elevating him to great heights in the future. His current investments were a true boon. Jiang Xian returned to his room, holding the wooden box, and summoned the two maidens, Chunlan and Qiujuan. Here are your contracts. I have procured them for you, Jiang Xian remarked with a smile. The sisters were taken aback, unable to believe their eyes as they received their contracts, promptly kneeling before him. Thank you, kind sir. After Jiang Xian's earlier promise, they had turned a blind eye to it, considering it merely idle talk. After all, a man's words in bed could not be trusted. They never expected this elder gentleman to genuinely remember their plight. Moving them deeply, Jiang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Our meeting is fortuitous. I too was once a servant, so it was but a trifling matter. The two maidens remained kneeling, hesitating to rise, showing no intention of leaving. What is it? Do you not wish to depart? Jiang Xian inquired, puzzled. Chunlan hesitated, biting her lip as she said, Kind sir, you may not be aware, but I have heard that all women who emerge from the Zhuke Tower, even after being redeemed, do not meet a good end. They seem to all be killed. As she spoke, Chunlan trembled, her eyes filled with terror. Kind sir, I am willing to serve you faithfully. Qiujuan echoed her fear, bowing her head and pleading, Please, kind sir, do not abandon us. We sisters are willing to serve you always. Jiang Xian was left speechless, never anticipating that things would unfold in such a manner. To be killed even after redemption? This was a fate 100 times worse than his previous servitude in the Li family. The Zhuke Hall was indeed not to be trifled with. Observing the two sisters with their foreheads pressed to the ground, Jiang Xian felt a pang of compassion and sighed. Very well, if you wish to stay, then remain. You may keep the contracts. Come and go as you pleased. The sisters' eyes sparkled with joy, overwhelmed by the sudden blessing. They wept tears of happiness. Thank you, kind sir. Thank you, kind sir. You truly are a benevolent person. A benevolent person? Jiang Xian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Rescuing fallen maidens makes one virtuous, yet I was once surrounded by too many good people in my past life. Chapter 26. Elder Zhang assumes his role the following morning. Jiang Xian stretched his back, rising from between the two alluring figures. Goodness, life could indeed be so vibrant and colorful. The past 50 years had felt like living as a dog. After indulging for 2 consecutive nights, Jiang Xian found himself in a somewhat diminished state, prompting him to reflect on life. At 70 years of age, he had little time to squander, with outsiders in the residence. He felt it was somewhat inconvenient. After all, he harbored many secrets he preferred to keep hidden from others. You two shall reside in the side courtyard from now on. If you require anything, I will call for you. As Jiang Xian rose to his feet, he suddenly spoke. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the two women changed dramatically, their eyes glistening with tears as they gazed at Jiang Xian. My lord, have we not served you well? Not at all, Jiang Xian replied, shaking his head slightly. It is merely that your presence here tests my composure far too greatly, and I have many important matters to attend to. The two women, realizing his intent, felt a flush of embarrassment cross their cheeks as they nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. Yet, despite their acquiescence, an inexplicable sense of disappointment surged within them. It must be said that the beauty of these two sisters was indeed remarkable, each possessing her own unique charm. Were it any ordinary young master, he would likely be utterly entranced, lacking the resolve that Jiang Xian displayed. That very day, Jiang Xian commenced his duties. According to the regulations of the black market, each inner disciple of the 4 major halls was responsible for overseeing the affairs of a particular street, a role known as the steward. This encompassed maintaining public order, collecting protection fees, and mediating disputes. Among other responsibilities, unless tasked with special assignments from the hall, Their daily routine involved patrolling the street to ensure no disturbances occurred. However, there were certain businesses he was prohibited from managing, as specifically mentioned by Zhang Yuan. These enterprises were overseen directly by the stewards of various halls, irrespective of the streets involved. The street under Jiang Xian's jurisdiction was named Qinghe Street, which boasted approximately 30 shops, with countless stalls set up by local citizens selling eggs, vegetables, and other goods to supplement their household income. Although the stalls in the black market were costly, their high level of security was undeniable. The government-run markets often attracted troublesome young masters and ruffians. Yet such individuals dared not cause trouble within the black market. However, this did not imply that the black market was entirely just. Ordinary citizens still suffered losses when confronted by relatives of its members attempting to seize their businesses. The complexities of human relationships were omnipresent. Who goes there? As Jiang Xian approached the street's entrance, two burly men stepped forward, barking orders. Without needing to inquire further, it was evident that these two were responsible outer disciples of the street, colloquially referred to as enforcers. Jiang Xian smiled as he produced a token from his pocket and presented it to the men. Their expressions shifted instantly, their demeanor becoming markedly more respectful. "Ah, it is Master Jiang. We were blind to your stature in the hierarchy." Outer disciples lacked formal standing. If they failed to pass the assessments, they could remain as outer disciples for their entire lives. Their status incomparable to that of Jiang Xian. Just then, a man with a scarred face rushed over from a distance. It was Li Huan, with whom Jiang Xian had previously had some dealings. Li Huan quickly approached, reprimanding the two burly men. "You two, are you blind? How dare you block Master Jiang?" Following this, he turned to Jiang Xian with a sycophantic smile. "Hee. Master Jiang, these two are newcomers, lacking in awareness. Please do not hold it against them. Steward Jiang specifically sent me to familiarize you with the area." "Much appreciated," Jiang Xian nodded. Zhang Yuan truly excelled at ensuring all matters were addressed, even arranging for him to have an acquaintance to guide him. Under Li Huan's lead, Jiang Xian greeted the owners of each shop, making a point to become familiar with them. The shop owners were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Xian. Some unable to believe their eyes. A man of such age was tasked with overseeing the street. Nonetheless, they dared not offend him, offering warm welcomes and insistently bestowing some local delicacies upon him. Jiang Xian found himself both amused and at a loss. He had received more gifts on his first day than he had earned during a lifetime at the Li residence. Was this the privilege that came with power? Yet, while accepting these gifts, he knew he still had duties to fulfill. These gestures were merely for the sake of familiarity. As Jiang Xian patrolled the street, he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance, causing his brow to furrow. On his very first day, was there someone bold enough to stir trouble in the black market? Upon approaching, he discovered a man clad in ornate robes, his pallid complexion confronting a father and daughter selling vegetables. This man was named Song Xiaowu, fortuitously the nephew of Steward Song He from the Xuanwu Hall. Song Xiaowu was a notorious wastrel of the Song family, spending his days in idleness and delighting in harassing respectable women, which had led to fatal consequences in the past. His family had expended vast resources to extricate him from prison. However, he could no longer remain with the Song family and sought refuge in the black market under the protection of his uncle, Song He. Today marked Song Xiaowu's first day in the black market, and as he strolled along, humming a tune, he was accompanied by a few burly lackeys, all arranged for him by Song He. Recognizing him, the locals hurriedly avoided his path, fearful of inciting his wrath. It was indeed a peculiar occurrence. They had come to the black market only to encounter this scoundrel. Soon, Song Xiaowu's gaze fell upon a young woman, around 18 or 19 years of age, who was purchasing vegetables. His eyes widened with desire. This maiden possessed a delicate figure and a charming visage, her long legs surpassing even his waist, and her ample bosom suggested a wealth of promise. Unable to restrain himself, Song Xiaowu licked his lips and approached the vegetable stall, deliberately brushing against it and soiling his robe, before expertly launching into a tirade against the father and daughter. My apologies, Master Song. I shall clean it for you." At that moment, the elderly vendor, Tian Laohan, wore a bitter expression, desperately trying to appease Song Xiaowu and clean his garments. "Apologies? If apologies were sufficient, why would we need the government?" Song Xiaowu's eyes narrowed as he kicked Tian Laohan aside. "Old man, do you have any idea how much this robe is worth? Even if you sold your entire estate, You could not compensate me. Ah, Master Song, we truly did not mean to. Please have mercy. Tian Laohan pleaded, nearly in tears as he clutched his daughter, Tian Xiaotong, desperately apologizing to Song Xiaowu. With dependents to care for, he could not afford to lose everything. Moreover, selling vegetables yielded little profit, with a significant portion going to the black market as protection fees. Song Xiaowu grinned wickedly. Very well, you are not without your struggles. I am a magnanimous man. Why not sell your daughter to me as a concubine? And we shall consider the matter settled? The faces of Tian Laohan and his daughter paled in horror. They had heard of Song Xiaowu's reputation. He was not merely a rogue but a monster. Many women had been forcibly taken by him, only to be discarded once he grew tired of them. What fate awaited his daughter in his hands? What? You refuse? Song Xiaowu's brow furrowed. If you insist on being unreasonable. I am not without my own principles. You can give me 200 taels of silver, and I shall remove this garment. 200 taels. Tian Laohan nearly fainted. He had never seen so much money in his life. It was beyond his means to pay. Unable to compensate. Are we? Haha, very well. You lot, take this young lady away. Song Xiaowu smiled slightly, gesturing for his muscular lackeys to seize her. Oh, Master Song, you cannot do this. In broad daylight, where is justice? Where is the law? Tian Laohan cried, tears streaming down his face as he clutched at Song Xiaowu's leg. Justice? This is the black market. You dare speak of justice here? Song Xiaowu burst into laughter. My uncle is Song He. I am the law on this street. Attack! Instantly, several burly men lunged at Tian Laohan, pummeling him mercilessly while he screamed in agony. The onlookers around them wore expressions of despair, shaking their heads in resignation. Some clenched their fists in anger, but none dared intervene. What had happened to the order of the black market? Were their protection fees all for naught? In an instant, many faces turned peculiar. Jiang Xian arrived just in time to witness the brutal scene. Without uttering a word, he unleashed 3 strands of sword energy. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 3 assailants attacking Tian Laohan were struck by the sword energy, their bodies exploding into a gruesome display, leaving no trace behind. These were but lowly warriors, incapable of withstanding Jiang Xian's strike. Emerged at that moment, Li Huan, who had been trailing behind, was left dumbfounded. Staring blankly at the pile of corpses on the ground in the blink of an eye, this esteemed individual had managed to slay so many. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly recognized one of the fallen young men, who seemed to be the very one that Song He had instructed him to serve well just the day before. Song Xiaowu? Li Huan gasped in shock. Master Jiang, how could you have killed him? Jiang Xian replied nonchalantly, this individual violated the rules and wreaked havoc in the black market. What right have I not to eliminate him? Oh dear. Li Huan's face turned bitter. Master Jiang, you may not be aware, but this is the nephew of Steward Song. You've just stirred up a great deal of trouble. The nephew of Steward Song. Wasn't he the very one who had his reserved residence snatched away yesterday? This was fortuitous. The conflict had been resolved. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. What of it? I acted according to the rules. What can he do, Master Jiang? While rules are indeed rules, Steward Song is known as Song the Madman. You would do well to avoid crossing paths with him in the future. Li Huan lamented, shaking his head. Having killed the nephew of a steward, this matter would surely not be easily resolved. Moreover, Song He was notorious in the Xuanwu Hall for his madness. Though his strength was average, he had attained his position solely through sheer ruthlessness. Those who provoked him rarely lived to tell the tale. At his most unhinged, he even contemplated attacking Zhu Hengfei, the head of the Xuanwu Hall, only to gain Zhu Hengfei's admiration instead. Jiang Xian chuckled softly, saying nothing further. Avoiding his wrath, after spending a lifetime in the Li residence, would he continue to live in fear? Thank you, Master Jiang. At that moment, an old man named Tian and his daughter approached Jiang Xian, prostrating in gratitude for saving their lives. Jiang Xian regarded them with a complex expression and calmly stated, You may return home now, and do not return to the black market tomorrow. Yes, thank you, Master Jiang. Old man Tian replied hurriedly, swiftly taking his daughter away from the black market. This place had become a realm of turmoil for them, where danger lurked at every corner. Li Huan watched the departing father and daughter, shaking his head slightly. Getting embroiled in such matters, escaping would not be so simple. This was, after all, the black market. They were doomed. In the Xuanwu Hall, within the Song residence, Song He was in his chamber, embracing two stunning women, panting heavily. Despite being over 40, he remained childless, perplexed as to the cause, having exerted considerable effort daily. Consequently, he readily agreed to his elder brother's suggestion to bring his nephew Song Xiaowu to be raised as his son, vowing to mold him into a valuable asset. Steward Song, it's bad news. Just then, a few cries echoed outside the door. Who is it? How dare you disturb me? Do you believe I want to chop you all to bits? Song He shivered, rising from the two beautiful women, hastily pulling up his trousers as he strode toward the door, only to be greeted by several strong men carrying a corpse, exuding a foul stench. What the hell are you doing bringing a headless corpse into my residence? Are you trying to repulse me? This is truly vexing. Song He cursed angrily, his mood soured. Had it not been for the wailing of these men softening him, he might have been able to endure a while longer, as if that were not enough. They had the audacity to bring a headless corpse inside. Master Song. This is young Master Song, the burly men cried in despair. They had been sent by Song He to locate Song Xiaowu, fearing he might cause a scene in the black market and offend the wrong people. Though Song He was a steward, there were countless individuals in the black market far more formidable than he, young Master Song. Which young Master Song? Song He's eyelids twitched, and his complexion shifted dramatically as he demanded, Xiaowu? Is he Xiaowu? Indeed. The men fell to their knees, weeping bitterly. Young Master was out shopping today and was inexplicably killed. Be why the time we arrived. Only this headless corpse remained. At these words, Song He staggered, nearly collapsing. Trembling, he approached Song Xiaowu's body, his vision darkening as he fell straight to the ground. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from within the Song residence, filled with rage. Who dares to kill my nephew? Chapter 28. The madman Song He seeks revenge. Jiang Xian had brazenly killed Song Xiaowu in plain sight, and this quickly came to Song He's attention. What insolence! Who is this Jiang Xian, daring to slay my nephew? Song He seethed with fury. One of the burly men replied, Master Song. We heard that an old man brought back by Zhang Yuan entered as an inner disciple and even snatched the residence reserved for young Master Song. Zhang Yuan? An old man? Song He paused momentarily before erupting in anger. Damn it! I knew it! That scoundrel has long harbored ill intentions towards me bringing Xiaowu here, and now he dares to kill in front of me. Let us go. He has slain my nephew. I shall take one of his lives in return. Song He rose in a fury, grabbing his weapon and storming out of the residence. Did those who dared to kill him not understand the origin of his moniker, Song the Madman? Before long, Song He, accompanied by a throng of black market experts, marched toward Jiangxian Street. Exuding an air of menace, as they proceeded, the surrounding citizens and black market members hurriedly vacated the area. Sensing the impending doom, Fiske, who has angered Song the Madman to such an extent? Who knows? He always wears a sour expression, as if someone owes him. I heard they carried a headless corpse into the Song residence. That corpse must be connected to Song the Madman. Oh? Could it be that someone dared to kill someone associated with Song the Madman? This was turning into quite the spectacle. Let us go. Let us go and watch. Meanwhile, at the Zhang residence, Zhang Yuan was in the courtyard constructing iron pillars and chains, resembling the lightning induction apparatus found in Jiang Xian's estate. He had contemplated much, but was unwilling to abandon the body refining technique taught by Jiang Xian. Although the lightning tempering was perilous, he reasoned that if an old man could endure it, then as a robust man of 8 feet, he should be able to withstand it as well. He had resolved to give it a try on the next stormy night. Master Zhang, it's bad. Just then, Li Huan rushed into the Zhang residence, panting heavily. Zhang Yuan discreetly concealed the lightning apparatus. Stepping out to inquire, Li Huan? What brings you here? Have you grown bold enough to trespass into my residence? And no, it's not that. It's about Master Jiang. Li Huan struggled to catch his breath. Master Jiang? Jiang Xian? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, Li Huan finally caught his breath and hurriedly explained. Master Zhang, it's terrible. Master Jiang killed Steward Song's nephew, and now Steward Song is on his way to confront Master Jiang. What? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Jiang Xian had only just begun his duties and had already killed Song the Madman's nephew. He was counting on Jiang Xian to teach him martial arts. If this group of madmen surrounded and beat him to death, Where would he go to lament? Li Huan's face was filled with dread. Master Zhang, you must hurry and gather some men to go. If you delay, it could lead to grave consequences, right? Save him. Zhang Yuan began pacing, instructing Li Huan, take my token and summon some capable hands from within the hall. It must be done swiftly. Li Huan accepted the token, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. Understood, Master Zhang. He then turned to leave. Wait. Zhang Yuan's gaze flickered, suddenly calling him back. Li Huan turned, puzzled. What is it, Master Zhang? We must not tarry. Let us wait a moment. I have yet to fully gauge Zhang Xian's true capabilities. It will be interesting to see how he fares against Song the Madman. Zhang Yuan mused. Li Huan was taken aback. Master Zhang, but Song the Madman is no weakling and is bringing many experts with him. I fear for Master Zhang's safety. Humph. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. If he were so easily defeated, he wouldn't warrant our attention. Delaying for a bit will allow us to assess his strength. Li Huan gradually understood, slowly raising a thumb in approval. Master Zhang is indeed wise. On Qinghe Street, Zhang Xian was patrolling. Over the past few days, he had nearly acclimated to his duties. He had to admit that maintaining order was far more engaging than his previous job as a cart driver. Often hearing intriguing tales, such as the butcheress affair with widow Lu next door or the demise of 60-year-old Zhang Lao Han at the hands of a courtesan. Suddenly, he noticed a large group approaching, their faces twisted in rage, exuding an aura of murderous intent, their gleaming blades reflecting the light. At the forefront stood a particularly grotesque figure, a square-faced man with a bristly beard, none other than Song He. The nearby vendors scattered in fear, eager to avoid any trouble. Old man, you are Zhang Xian? Song He barked, his brows furrowed in hostility. The newcomers were not friendly. Zhang Xian frowned slightly. Indeed, I am he, and you are? You? No mistake then. Let us go. Slay this old fool. Without further ado, Song He waved his hand, commanding his subordinates to charge forward, even neglecting to introduce himself. Villains perish from excessive chatter. He was well aware of this truth, having played the role of a villain his whole life. Otherwise, how could he have earned the title of madman? In an instant, the black market experts behind him surrounded Zhang Xian, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Zhang Xian cast a glance at the gathered individuals, noting that their cultivation levels hovered around the 7th and 8th layers of qi condensation, all belonging to the outer sect disciples, essentially mere cannon fodder. Despite his comparable strength to theirs, he was confident that a single strike would suffice to eliminate them. This was the self-assurance instilled by his intermediate sword intent. As for Song He, Zhang Xian speculated that his power was likely akin to Zhang Yuan, merely having entered the return-to-origin realm. Observing Zhang Xian effortlessly ensnared, Song He's expression twisted into a grimace. With such meager abilities, you dare to threaten my nephew? Today, I shall have you torn to shreds. To show certain individuals that I am not to be trifled with. This declaration was fortuitously overheard by Zhang Yuan and Li Huan, who were observing from a distance. Li Huan frowned. Master Zhang. It seems this madman is targeting you. Should we intervene? Zhang Gu appears to be surrounded. Zhang Yuan, his expression darkened, replied, let us wait. This reckless fool will meet his end sooner or later. For now, let him experience Zhang Ji's prowess. I refuse to believe this will conclude so simply. Song He, having deliberately bided his time, grew disheartened upon realizing the lack of response from his surroundings. Old fool, it appears Zhang Yuan has forsaken you. Then prepare to meet your demise. As weapons were drawn, Zhang Xian remained unperturbed, his mind set on testing the might of the 5 Thunder Seal. Song He seemed an excellent target for this endeavor. However, he first needed to establish a moral high ground to avoid falling prey to slander. He gazed calmly at Song He, a faint smile gracing his lips. You are the steward, Song? I presume. You must be aware that your nephew broke the black market's rules first. I am merely enforcing the regulations. Do you not fear the hall master's reprimand? Upon hearing this, Song He erupted into boisterous laughter, his mirth bordering on madness. Ha ha ha. Old fool, you truly amuse me. Do you think yourself of any significance? Reprimand? The hall master would have to be brain-dead to blame me for your actions. Killing my nephew warrants your death. Chapter 29. The Might of the 5 Thunder Seal. Irrational. Jiang Xian shook his head and addressed the surrounding black market experts, speaking in a low tone. Brothers of the black market, I advise you to reconsider your actions and refrain from descending into madness like this lunatic. You speak nonsense, Song He roared, waving his hand. Attack! Do not waste words on this old fool. In an instant, more than a dozen black market experts charged towards Jiang Xian without hesitation. Each one exuded a fierce demeanor, brandishing their weapons aimed at Jiang Xian's vital points with deadly intent, clearly intent on ending his life. Jiang Xian narrowed his eyes but stood unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, refusing to move. He had resolved to give the black market a slight shock. Otherwise, they would continue to treat him as if he were made of clay, repeatedly bringing trouble to his doorstep, with the indestructible Vajra in his possession. Even facing 100 such experts would not cause him to flinch. His innate talents rendered him above the fray. Seeing Jiang Xian remain immobile, Song He's fury escalated. Old fool, you are far too pretentious. Even if the hall master were present, I would still ensure your death. Song He, unable to contain himself, surged forward, swinging his blade towards Jiang Xian's head. The strike, infused with vital energy, bore an impressive force, one that even a return to Origin Realm expert would avoid. However, the next moment, what transpired left Song He utterly flabbergasted. As he and the dozen or so Qi condensation experts struck Jiang Xian simultaneously, the latter remained steadfast, unyielding. The clashing sounds of metal resonated. The long knives, enveloped in vital energy, shattered as if they had struck a solid wall of indestructible iron. Song He and the surrounding black market experts were left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. What in the world is happening? What manner of monster is this old man? Here it comes. This is the moment. In the distance, Zhang Yuan and Li Huan exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing in astonishment as they witnessed Jiang Xian's indestructible form. It was terrifying. What kind of martial art was this? Zhang Yuan pondered. If he were to stand still, allowing a dozen Qi condensation experts to strike him, he would undoubtedly end up as a mere pile of meat. The protective vital energy would be utterly insufficient against such a collective assault. It was overwhelmingly powerful. I must learn it. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes alight with excitement. Retreat. After a prolonged moment of shock, Song He finally regained his senses, shouting in alarm. To this point, he realized he had struck an impenetrable iron wall. This old man was unfathomable. He might just be a master concealing his true strength. Jiang Xian smiled gently. Gentlemen, since you have initiated hostilities, then prepare to pay with your lives. Song He and the other Qi condensation experts were taken aback, swiftly retreating in an attempt to distance themselves from Jiang Xian. However, it was already too late. Jiang Xian raised his robust right hand, lightning crackling within, as 5 blue lightning seals flickered into view, emanating a dreadful aura of annihilation. This is bad. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened. Rushing forward, Jiang Gu, stop, boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded, shaking the entire street as if an earthquake had struck, causing chaos all around. The air hung heavy for several seconds. Zhang Yuan gazed towards Jiang Xian, a profound sense of dread swelling within him. The pure thunderous might seem to resonate with his very soul. Jiang Gu appears even more formidable than I had imagined. Meanwhile, not far away in the Zhu residence, upon hearing the violent explosion, Zhu Hengfei, who was being attended to by 2 beautiful women while enjoying grapes, suddenly shot upright, drenched in cold sweat. What on earth is happening? In that moment, even he felt a chill of impending death. What could have caused this? Someone, quickly. On Qinghe Street, it was eerily deserted, the townsfolk having fled without a trace. Occasionally, a couple of brave souls dared to observe from a distance, only to be so frightened by the ensuing lightning explosion that they lost control of their bladders. As the smoke cleared, a massive pit several meters deep appeared in the center of the street. An aged figure stood within, gazing curiously at his bloodied and mangled right hand. Jiang Xian had anticipated the extraordinary power of the 5 Thunder Seal, yet he had not expected it to be so devastatingly powerful. It was likely that any martial artist below the master level would be unable to survive the ensuing thunderous explosion. It was terrifying. Terrifying enough that he struggled to control such power, resulting in the injury of his own hand. As for the others, including Song He, they were all utterly annihilated. Such a technique, and he still had 4 more. Moreover, he could replenish them on stormy nights. Jiang Gu, Jiang Gu. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's voice, tinged with fear, echoed from a distance, calling out to Jiang Xian. Hist, they are all dead? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, taking a sharp breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. Though this was the black market, where a few deaths would typically go unnoticed, the sheer brutality of these deaths was utterly shocking. There was simply no corpse left intact. Jiang Xian maintained his composure, concealing his injured right hand behind his back, stating nonchalantly, "They instigated trouble first. I was merely adhering to the rules. Yes, yes, it was they who deserved to die." Zhang Yuan quickly regained his composure. Forcing a smile, "Jiang Gu, they did not harm you, did they?" Jiang Xian shook his head. "I am unharmed. I merely tested a newly developed martial art, which resulted in some backlash." A newly developed martial art? Zhang Yuan was astonished, realizing that the explosion had been a manifestation of Jiang Ji's own creation. My heavens, can a master even create such a formidable technique? Truly a living legend. No, this is a colossal opportunity. I must hold on tight. With this thought, Zhang Yuan's face fell into a frown. Alas, it is my fault for arriving late, causing you to take action yourself. This is indeed my sin. Do not worry. My dear brother, from now on, the black market will no longer harbor any whispers of song. I will ensure it is dealt with thoroughly. That madman. He should have died long ago. Jiang Xian nodded silently, surveying the devastated street. Here, Zhang Yuan understood, patting his chest. Rest assured, my brother. I shall see to it that this place is cleaned up meticulously, ensuring no delay for your duties tomorrow. That is good, Jiang Xian replied. I am wearied. I shall return home for now. I leave this to you. With a faint smile, he nodded and then strode away. Li Huan hurriedly caught up, first gasping in shock, then glancing at Jiang Xian's retreating figure with lingering trepidation. Master Zhang, what shall we do now? Should we capture Jiang Gu and await the Hall Master's judgment? Slap. Zhang Yuan, without a word, delivered a sharp blow to Li Huan, causing him to reel in confusion. Roaring, Li Huan, have you donated your pig brain? Capture? What nonsense! The black market's fate is about to change. Chapter 30. Jiang Xian, the thunder-punishing elder. Upon returning to his quarters, Jiang Xian began to circulate his vital energy to heal his injuries. Although the wound on his hand appeared serious, his cultivation of the evergreen sword technique, known for its remarkable recovery abilities, coupled with the aid of the dragon and phoenix jade, would allow him to restore it swiftly. With the assistance of healing elixirs, recovery would be even quicker. Reflecting on this incident, he pondered the nature of the black market, a realm shrouded in gray, devoid of law, with intricate relationships. If he wished to survive securely within this domain, he could not merely focus on cultivation and maintaining a low profile. He must also devise a strategy to ascend to a higher position. Otherwise, troubles would continuously find their way to him. However, the path to advancement was fraught with difficulties. Well, I'll take my time. Within the Xuanwu Hall at the Zhu residence, Zhu Hengfei sprang up in shock, gazing incredulously at Zhang Yuan. Are you saying that explosion we just heard was caused by the old man Jiang? And it killed Song He along with several outer disciples? Indeed, and he claims that the martial arts he used were self-created. Zhang Yuan replied, his face a mask of lingering dread. How is that even possible? Zhu Hengfei reclined back into the tiger skin chair, murmuring to himself, that old man is clearly merely at the qi condensation stage. Yet he managed to kill Song He. Could I have misjudged him? The qi condensation stage? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened. As if he had heard something utterly preposterous, he immediately interjected, Master, that is absolutely impossible. Oh? Why is it impossible? Zhu Hengfei inquired with curiosity, reluctant to admit he might have misjudged an old man. Zhang Yuan swallowed hard, still shaken, and recounted all his encounters with Jiang Xian to Zhu Hengfei, detailing how Jiang had withstood precious artifacts and weaponry with his bare body, harnessed the thunder of heaven to temper his physique, and annihilated more than a dozen experts, including Song He, with a single blow. He concluded emphatically that Jiang Xian could not merely be at the qi condensation stage. Zhu Hengfei listened intently, growing increasingly puzzled. There are not many masters of that age within the Great Qian Empire. Could he be from a hidden sect? If so, what could his purpose be in joining our black market? To make money? With a heavy sigh, Zhang Yuan replied, "Master, that is precisely what I find most perplexing." Zhang Xian was originally a mere coachman for the Li family, living in obscurity, as if he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Ah? Zhu Hengfei shot up once more. A coachman for the Li family? I've conducted business with the Li family and even met that coachman. To my recollection, he was just an unremarkable old man. So ordinary that he didn't even warrant remembering. How did he suddenly transform into a master? Cautiously observing Zhu Hengfei deep in thought, Zhang Yuan added, "Master, I believe that regardless of Jiang Xian's true identity, since he has joined the black market, he is one of us now, far superior to Song He by countless measures." Indeed, Zhu Hengfei concurred, that much is true. Now that he's with us, he must submit to our authority. Whether he is a dragon or a tiger, what can a mere master do? However, we can employ him, but we must ascertain his background. The leader personally instructed that the significant business deal in June concerns the life and death of the black market. Our Xuanwu Hall cannot afford any mishaps. Concerning the life and death of the black market, Zhang Yuan's eyelids twitched, finding the notion increasingly absurd. What could possibly threaten the existence of the black market? Then, Master, what about Jiang Xian? Investigate further. If no issues arise, let him take over Song He's position. Understood. Time flew by, and a month passed quietly. Jiang Xian adhered to his daily routine, patrolling the streets, training and recovering, occasionally sharing a drink with Zhang Yuan, leading a remarkably leisurely life. Since that incident, no one dared to cause trouble on Qinghe Street, and the law and order had improved remarkably. With such a formidable old killer around, who would dare to act recklessly? As time went on, Jiang Xian's reputation spread throughout the black market, with tales of his thunderous explosion becoming legendary, akin to a battle that marked his rise to fame. Among the populace, a somewhat juvenile moniker emerged, Thunder Punisher, suggesting that those who failed to adhere to the rules within Jiang Xian's domain would face divine retribution. Now, the inner and outer disciples of Xuanwu Hall would respectfully address Jiang Xian as Elder Jiang. A testament to his burgeoning renown it must be said that law and order truly served as the black market's foremost emblem. Qinghe Street flourished due to Jiang Xian's presence, with stall protection fees doubling in just a month. The townsfolk eagerly flocked to Qinghe Street, vying to conduct business there. Zhu Hengfei collected protection fees with ease, his face beaming with delight. Moreover, Jiang Xian was a man of principles, regardless of who you were. Rules had to be followed, or else he would introduce you to his swordsmanship. Issues such as occupying stalls, bullying the weak, or causing disturbances were dealt with decisively, and no one dared to provoke him. This approach greatly pleased Zhu Hengfei, who frequently praised Jiang Xian. Now addressing him as old brother Jiang. One day, Jiang Xian sat in his room, opening the long-overdue attribute panel to take a look. Name: Jiang Xian. Age: 8. Cultivation: Qi condensation level 8. Skill: Evergreen sword technique, 2nd level. Martial arts: Horse stance sword, Flowing cloud illusionary sword, 5 thunder seal. Talent: Celestial bone, Indestructible, intermediate sword intent. Treasure: Cloud piercing shuttle, Dragon and Phoenix jade. Qi condensation level 8. I am on the verge of breaking through to the return to origin stage, Jiang Xian murmured while gazing at the panel. Since joining the black market, inner disciples received 20 taels of silver and 5 low-grade spirit stones each month, just sufficient for his monthly indulgences. Coupled with his celestial bone and dragon and phoenix jade, his cultivation speed could be described as rapid beyond measure. What delighted him most was that the evergreen sword technique had reached the 2nd level, with his vital energy becoming even more robust, nearly on par with any return to origin stage expert. Moreover, he had comprehended a new sword move, the Evergreen Sword River. This was an incredibly energy-consuming and domineering move, designed to infuse boundless vital energy into the sword, unleashing an endless torrent of sword energy with each swing. Akin to an unceasing river, possessing terrifying power, rivaling that of the 5 Thunder Seal. However, this move had a fatal flaw: it consumed the sword. Ordinary swords could not withstand such immense vital energy, and using it once would result in an explosion. If the sword shattered, it would be akin to severing one's own limbs. Jiang Xian could only hope that the next task system would reward him with a sword worthy of his status. At that moment, an excited voice rang out from outside. Elder Jiang, congratulations. You are about to be promoted. Quickly, come with me to meet Master Zhu. Promoted. Jiang Xian was taken aback, looking at Zhang Yuan, whose face was alight with excitement. Yes, Elder Jiang, hurry, Master Zhu has been mentioning a reward for you. Jiang Xian did not dare to delay and promptly followed Zhang Yuan to Zhu's residence. Inside the Zhu residence, Zhu Hengfei perused Jiang Xian's profile, murmuring to himself, Jiang Xian, sold into the Li family at age 7, served as a coachman for over 50 years, never exhibiting any signs of cultivation, yet suddenly displayed unfathomable abilities over 3 months ago. Perhaps he has learned a body-refining technique of copper skin and iron bones. How strange, a seemingly innocent old coachman of 70, hiding such depth. What does this mean for our black market? As Zhu Hengfei contemplated the document, footsteps approached from outside, prompting him to hastily conceal the papers. Outside, Zhang Yuan and Jiang Xian entered the Zhu residence, slightly bowing in greeting. Greetings, Master Zhu? Haha. Elder Jiang, come, take a seat. Upon seeing them, Zhu Hengfei burst into hearty laughter, gesturing for them to sit. Elder Jiang has been with our black market for some time now, diligently managing Qinghe Street and bringing order to it. I have been fully aware of your efforts. Truly, you are as strong as ever, Master Zhu. You flatter me. I merely did what was expected, Jiang Xian replied humbly. Indeed. Zhu Hengfei nodded with a smile, clearly pleased with Jiang Xian. Previously, I underestimated your abilities. Merely being a minor inner disciple was truly beneath you. Thus, with Song He deceased, I hereby appoint you to the position of steward. Elder Jiang, please do not decline. You are the one who eliminated him. So it is only fitting you take his place. Surprised, Jiang Xian furrowed his brow. What did it mean that he killed someone and thus deserved to take their position? Was it truly a case of survival of the fittest within the black market? Noticing Jiang Xian's astonishment, Zhu Hengfei grinned. Do not be surprised, Elder Jiang. The rules of the black market are precisely this. Only the strong remain, while the weak are discarded. Jiang Xian found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed difficult to counter this logic. Zhu Hengfei took a sip from his teacup and continued. If one day you set your sights on my position, feel free to challenge me. If you lose, you shall die, and there will be no hard feelings. This. Jiang Xian maintained his composure, but Zhang Yuan beside him dropped his teacup in fright, shattering it on the floor. Zhu Hengfei glanced at Zhang Yuan. Displeased. Look at you, so rash. How can you achieve great things like this? Learn from Elder Jiang. Be more composed. Yes, I apologize. Zhang Yuan quickly stood up, repeatedly expressing his regrets. Jiang Xian also rose, clasping his hands as he said, Master, you worry too much. I merely wish to earn some wealth in the black market and have no grand ambitions. Zhu Hengfei paused, then suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I appreciate your candidness, Elder Jiang. However, rest assured, I harbor no doubts about your intentions. Otherwise, you would not be here with me now. Once you join Xuanwu Hall, we are brothers. Jiang Xian sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that being considered a brother to Zhu Hengfei would be akin to enduring a lifetime of misfortune. He realized that Zhu Hengfei was exceedingly suspicious, and every seemingly casual remark was, in fact, a test of his character. Once one exhibits any form of peculiarity, it is no longer a matter of merely serving as a steward. One might even question whether they can exit this estate at all. Thank you, Master, for your esteemed regard towards this old man. Very well, Zhang Yuan, please escort Brother Jiang to complete the registration. He shall assume the position of Song He starting tomorrow. With a swift command, Zhu Hengfei dismissed Jiang Xian and Zhang Yuan, his expression contemplative as he perused Jiang Xian's documentation. This old fellow thinks making money on the black market is as simple as that? Upon leaving Zhu's residence, Zhang Yuan congratulated Jiang Xian with a smile. Congratulations, Brother Jiang. To rise to the position of steward in just a month is truly unprecedented. Merely a stroke of luck. Jiang Xian waved his hand dismissively, then inquired, Brother Zhang, were the Master's words to be taken at face value? He referred, of course, to the rule that one could ascend to a position by eliminating its current occupant, this. Zhang Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically. Brother, you cannot be serious. Jiang Xian shook his head. I hold no interest in such matters. I am simply curious. Zhang Yuan exhaled in relief, his tone turning earnest. Brother, you must not take that lightly. The black market is a labyrinth of complex power dynamics. Anyone could betray you from the shadows. If you seek to replace Master Zhu, you may find yourself dealt with before you even make a move. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. He had not taken it seriously but was surprised at the perilous nature of the black market. Understood. Fret not. I am an old man, disinterested in the conflicts of youth. The ascension to the position of steward required no ceremonial rites. It sufficed to visit the accounting hall to exchange the token and update one's residence, salary, and asset information. Upon entering, the disciple at the accounting hall froze in astonishment. This elder had registered just a month prior, and now he had been promoted. Master Jiang, all is in order. Here is your steward token. The assets of Steward Song will also be transferred to your name. The disciple stated. Song He's assets? Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a windfall accompanying his rise to power. The moment the registration was completed, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on your promotion to a core member of the organization. Mission accomplished. Reward issued. Level 1 Alchemy. Calculating new narrative. After becoming a core member, you swiftly exhibited unparalleled talent, surpassing peers in assessments and shining brightly. Triggering mission. Stand out. Mission requirements. Achieve first place in the assessment. Earn rewards. Mission reward. Qingyun Sword. Finally, it is accomplished. Jiang Xian sighed in relief, feeling an influx of alchemical insights flood his mind. Overwhelming him with joy, alchemists were regarded as the affluent among cultivators. A single high-grade elixir could be worth its weight in gold. However, the art of alchemy was exceedingly arduous, often beyond the grasp of ordinary martial artists. To his knowledge, alchemists were a rare breed in Yuzhou City, with most elixirs being imported from the imperial capital of Deqian. If he could master this skill, how could he ever worry about finances? As his gaze continued downward, he noted the new mission of securing first place in the competition, causing him to frown slightly. Surely, this was yet another martial assessment. Given his current strength, unless he resorted to using powerful artifacts like the Chuan Yun Suo and the Five Thunder Seal. Defeating other stewards would prove quite challenging and might expose his true capabilities. This could pose a significant dilemma. Chapter 32. My lord, are you truly so heartless? After completing the registration, Jiang Xian proceeded directly to Songhe's residence, which now rightfully belonged to him. Upon lifting his gaze, he noted that while both were steward residences, Songhe's abode was vastly more opulent than his own, its area several times larger and its grandeur rivaling that of the Li estate. It appeared that Songhe had amassed quite a fortune. The entrance of the Song residence, or rather, his own residence now, stood two slender, fair-skinned beauties who gracefully inclined their bodies in greeting. We pay our respects to Master Jiang. Your servant? Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the two women. Their delicate faces flushed with a hint of crimson as they lowered their heads and spoke. Master, we are the concubines of Steward Song. Now that you have taken his position, per the regulations of the black market, all that belongs to him is now yours. This Jiang Xian was astounded. He had assumed that the assets of Song he would merely encompass real estate. Indeed, from this day forth, we belong to you. The two women spoke softly, a hint of shyness in their voices. They were not courtesans, after all, and adjusting to a new master was somewhat disconcerting. Jiang Xian was taken aback, suddenly feeling as though he were a villain. He had killed Songhe, usurped his position, seized his property, and was now on the verge of claiming his concubines. He truly felt like the antagonist. He wondered if Songhe had a legitimate wife, or perhaps had a daughter. Cough. Jiang Xian cleared his throat and inquired. What are your names? Your esteemed lord, I am called Xiao Tiantian, and she is Xiao Mimit. We grew up in the black market, and these names were given to us by Steward Song. If you do not favor them, we can change our names. Jiang Xian, grateful that he had not been drinking, nearly choked at the absurdity of their names. How about this? From now on, you shall be called Xiao Zhu, and you shall be called Dong Mei. Jiang Xian declared, pointing at the two women. Yes, master, they responded, bowing gracefully without exhibiting any signs of discontent over the name change, as if they were mere obedient automatons. Jiang Xian regarded them, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. After years of traversing the business world with Master Li and engaging in numerous dealings within the black market, he had heard a rather dubious rumor. It was said that many young girls abducted by traffickers were sent to the black market, where they were conditioned through peculiar means and, once grown, were awarded to subordinates as rewards, serving as spies and infiltrators. Should anyone display signs of betrayal against the black market, these girls would become lethal weapons. Turning against them, even the most diligent would find all their assets reverting to the black market upon their demise, much like Songhe in truth. If one were to be ensnared by such women, it would spell disaster for their life. These two were undoubtedly spies placed beside Song He by the black market, and now they had merely shifted their allegiance to him. Yet, Jiang Xian remained resolute. He would not be swayed by such distractions. Under the guidance of the two concubines, Jiang Xian began to explore this lavish estate. It must be said that Song He truly knew how to indulge. This residence could only be described as resplendent, its opulence rivaling that of the Li estate. There was a floral pavilion surrounded by exotic flowers and herbs, along with a valuable spirit herb garden. Perfect for future alchemical endeavors. In addition to the essential rooms like guest chambers, kitchens, and halls, there was a study filled with priceless calligraphy and paintings, a refined chamber for enjoying wine, music, and dance, a treasure chamber brimming with rare artifacts, and a bathing and dining room specifically for the pleasures of the concubines. Exquisite, simply exquisite. Upon entering the bathing and dining room, Jiang Xian discovered a large wooden tub prepared to accommodate 4 or 5 people, along with an array of delectable dishes. This reminded him of a luxurious retreat, akin to a self-service hot spring. "Master, please dine first," the two women said shyly, lowering their heads and speaking softly. "Very well." Jiang Xian nodded and made his way to the dining area, where a lavish spread of delicacies awaited him. He couldn't help but marvel at Song He's extravagant tastes. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. At over 70 years of age, indulging a little wasn't unreasonable. "Master, allow me to serve you," the gentle and fragrant Xiaozhu said, leaning close to him. Jiang Xian, who had toiled for a lifetime, was experiencing the novelty of being waited upon during a meal for the very first time, making him somewhat uncomfortable, yet he reluctantly accepted. "Master, allow me to assist you in changing attire." The fair and beautiful Dong Mei approached with an oversized robe, carefully helping Jiang Xian into a new outfit. How extravagant, changing clothes for a meal. Jiang Xian was taken aback until he noticed a petite head shyly bowing down before him, which finally dawned upon him. Soon, Jiang Xian and the two stunning women were satiated. "Master, I shall retrieve some fine treasures," they said, and Jiang Xian, in their company, proceeded to the bathing area without lifting a finger, appearing utterly relaxed, occasionally murmuring, "Professional, quite professional." 2 hours later, Jiang Xian reclined in the massive wooden tub filled with rose petals, only his head above water, his gaze vacant. This lifestyle truly tests one's character. Suddenly, he understood why the black market employed such methods to control its subordinates without facing severe backlash. Rather, they seemed to revel in it. Who could withstand such indulgence? Fortunately, his age rendered him more stalwart than those impetuous youths. He understood all too well the perils of a hedonistic lifestyle. "You may tidy up and depart. Take any treasures you desire and feel free to return home," Jiang Xian suddenly declared. At his words, the two women's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes glistening with tears, looking pitiful. "Master, are you truly so heartless? Have we not served you well enough?" "Not at all," Jiang Xian shook his head. "Then why do you wish to send us away? We have nowhere to return to," they pleaded, their tears flowing freely, their cries heart-wrenching. This was preposterous. They had come with a sacred mission. How could Jiang Xian simply dismiss them? After carefully considering his words, he replied, "You misunderstand. I do not wish to send you away, but rather to invite you to reside elsewhere. Not far from here, I possess another residence, where the sisters Chunlan and Qiuhua reside. You should move there to reside, as it would be pleasant for the 4 of you to keep each other company, and I will frequently visit to see you." This. Xiaozhu Dong Mei was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing their names, she realized that Chunlan and Qiujia were also Jiang Xian's concubines. Throughout this journey, it appeared that they had no reason to decline. "But, my lord, if we all leave, what will happen to your daily needs?" Xiaozhu, still somewhat reluctant, bit her lip and inquired. "You need not concern yourselves. I am not yet so old as to be incapable of caring for myself. Should I require assistance, I will naturally call upon you," Jiang Xian replied, his expression stern and his tone unequivocal. "Very well, this humble servant shall obey." The two women exchanged a glance of helplessness before proceeding to pack their belongings and depart, their eyes filled with lingering resentment and reluctance. The once bustling residence suddenly felt desolate and quiet. Chapter 33. Jiang Xian's plan. The following day, at dawn. The rooster crowed in the east, two disciples clad in blue stood before the gate of Jiang Manor, awaiting Jiang Xian's departure. Upon opening the gate, Jiang Xian was momentarily startled upon seeing the two. "Who might you be?" The two disciples hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. "I am Qing Feng, the steward of Wei Shui Street." "It is an honor to meet you, Zhang Yi. I am Ming Yu, the steward of Shui Street. It is also an honor to meet you. Zhang Yi, the February assessment is about to commence. We have been ordered to escort you to the council hall for a meeting, as the hall master is already awaiting your arrival." Jiang Xian suddenly comprehended, momentarily taken aback by the realization that he was now an official steward, and waved his hand, saying, "Lead the way." The black market occupies over 160 streets in Yuzhou City, divided into 4 districts: East, West, South, and North, each managed by one of the 4 major halls. Xuanwu Hall is located in the northern district, overseen by a hall master, 3 stewards, and several dozen inner disciples. They hold an assessment once a month, ranking based on the profits generated from the 4 districts, with rewards and punishments allocated accordingly. The fortunes of the entire hall rise and fall together, yet every street steward is subject to individual evaluations. Jiang Xian had achieved the best results in the previous month's assessment, thus earning the admiration of Zhu Hengfei. However, now that he was a steward, he could no longer focus solely on one street. Upon arriving at the council hall, Jiang Xian found Zhu Hengfei seated at the head of the table, his expression laden with worry. Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai, the other 2 stewards, sat below, both visibly apprehensive and hesitant to speak, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. Upon seeing Jiang Xian, Zhu Hengfei's face brightened, and he stood to welcome him. "Ah, Jiang, old brother, you have finally arrived." Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai also rose, appearing as if they had seen a savior. Jiang Xian was taken aback. "What seems to be the matter, Hall Master Zhu?" "Alas!" Zhu Hengfei sighed heavily, expressing his frustration. "It is these useless fools that have me so troubled. Last month, our Xuanwu Hall ranked at the bottom of the 4 halls in the assessment, and the Vice Hall Master scolded me mercilessly because of it." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Jiang Xian, earnestly adding, "Jiang, old brother, you are new here, yet your assessment results were the best among us. Please, share your insights on how you achieved this." "Well," Jiang Xian furrowed his brow, "I would appreciate it if the Hall Master would elaborate further, so that I might see if I can offer any modest assistance." Zhu Hengfei nodded and promptly recounted the circumstances of the 4 major halls. It was quite lamentable that the profits of the 4 halls primarily stemmed from 2 sources: black market dealings and specialty businesses, due to the relatively equitable distribution among the 4 districts. The black market profits were not significantly disparate. The crux of the issue lay in the specialty businesses. The gambling operations of Qinglong Hall, the auction services of Baihu Hall, and the brothels of Zhuke Hall were all exceptionally prosperous, yielding substantial profits. However, Xuanwu Hall's assassination business proved to be quite challenging. Yuzhou City is, after all, a relatively peaceful place, who would seek to hire assassins on a daily basis. Consequently, Xuanwu Hall suffered considerable losses in this specialty business, only managing to turn a profit during rare lucrative opportunities. Even though the hall master had lowered the assessment standards for Xuanwu Hall, they still consistently ranked at the bottom among the 4 halls. If this continued, who would still choose to join our Xuanwu Hall? Such was the situation. "Jiang, old brother, having conducted business alongside Lord Li for many years, you must possess seasoned experience. Do you have any brilliant strategies to assist our Xuanwu Hall?" Zhu Hengfei gazed at Jiang Xian with eager anticipation. Jiang Xian sighed inwardly. He was merely a carriage driver and had little to offer in terms of business acumen. Nevertheless, he knew he had to devise a solution. At that moment, he suddenly realized that perhaps this was part of the system's assessment task. The black market was not a traditional sect. Everything revolved around monetary interests, and there would be no martial arts assessments conducted here. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before speaking. "Hall Master Zhu, do not be anxious. I have a plan." "Oh, Jiang, old brother, please share it with us," Zhu Hengfei urged, his eyes gleaming with hope. Jiang Xian explained, "Our Xuanwu Hall specializes in assassination. It is unlikely that we can receive a large volume of assassination commissions in the short term, nor can we fulfill them. Therefore, we must focus on expanding our black market operations." "Oh?" Zhang Yuan, upon hearing this, suddenly had a realization and interjected, "Yes, for the black market, let us raise the rent for each stall to 1 tael per day, and the rent for shops to 100 taels per month. What do you think?" He suggested raising the protection fees by more than 3-fold. Fool! Zhu Hengfei, infuriated, slapped Zhang Yuan across the face, scolding, 1 tael per day? Have you gone mad with greed? Use your brain for a moment. Who would come to our northern district to do business at such exorbitant rates? Zhang Yuan stood there dumbfounded, at a loss for words. Indeed, with such high rent, who would dare to engage in business at the black market? For instance, a vegetable seller might earn only 7 or 800 won in a day, and would end up suffering severe losses. Wherever there are dragons, there will also be phoenixes, Lu Bai pondered for a moment before chiming in. Hall Master, I propose we keep the rent unchanged and raise the market entry protection fee to 3 large coins. What do you think? Silence, Zhu Hengfei retaliated with another slap to Lu Bai's face. Grinding his teeth in frustration, think about it with your muscle-bound brain. Who would be foolish enough to come to our northern district to buy anything with a 3 large coin market entry protection fee? Lu Bai, covering his swollen face, looked utterly aggrieved. Hall Master, that was Jiang old brother's suggestion, not mine. Zhu Hengfei sighed, turning his gaze to Jiang Xian. Jiang old brother, do you have any other methods? Jiang Xian chuckled lightly and replied, you have misunderstood. My intention to expand the black market operations does not rely on exorbitant rents or entry fees. Jiang old brother, please do not keep us in suspense. You are driving me to distraction, Zhu Hengfei exclaimed impatiently. Do not worry, Hall Master, I shall elaborate, Jiang Xian said slowly. The art of commerce is fundamentally about engaging with people. It is far more effective to extract 10 taels from one person than to take 1 tael from 10 individuals, as the latter is much simpler. Although our black market is somewhat unique, its roots still lie in conventional business practices. The key lies not in price but in reputation and foot traffic. As the foot traffic on a street increases, so too will the protection fees collected. Zhu Hengfei, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Bai listened in confusion, utterly perplexed. Ah, old brother, we are but simple folk and do not comprehend the intricacies of your business acumen. Just tell us what to do, Zhu Hengfei said, visibly impatient. Very well, Jiang Xian cleared his throat, feeling as though he was speaking to the wind, and began. Hall Master Zhu, allow me to propose several recommendations. First, reduce the rent for each stall and shop by half. Second, abolish the market entry protection fee and replace it with a membership protection fee. Citizens may register for a monthly membership to freely enter the black market. Third, enhance protection measures, ensuring no one oppresses the citizens conducting business within the black market. Violators shall be executed on the spot. Fourth, establish dedicated reception staff to cater to any reasonable requests from citizens entering the black market. We shall be responsive to their needs. Jiang Xian continued to rattle off 7 or 8 suggestions, leaving Zhu Hengfei and the others dumbfounded. Good grief. Have you lost your mind? This is a black market, not a charitable organization. Chapter 34. Old brother, are you really an alchemist? Old brother, are you serious? Do not propose such outlandish ideas. Zhang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he shot Jiang Xian a frantic glance. Ha ha ha. Very well, I shall heed Jiang old brother's advice. This month, the northern district will be under your management. Zhu Hengfei boomed with laughter. Thank you for your trust, Hall Master, however. Zhu Hengfei's tone shifted as he grinned. Jiang old brother, our black market has its own rules. If you wish to unilaterally alter these rules, it will be acceptable provided you deliver results. If you fail, the losses. Jiang Xian suddenly understood, bowing slightly as he acknowledged. I am grateful for the Hall Master's trust. Should I fail to deliver results, I shall bear the losses myself. Oh? How does Jiang old brother intend to bear such losses? Zhu Hengfei's eyes sparkled with interest. Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, Zhu Hengfei quickly added with a sheepish smile, Please do not take offense, Jiang old brother. I am merely concerned about the gravity of this matter and did not wish to place undue pressure on you. It is wise to clarify everything beforehand. Jiang Xian smiled faintly. I understand your intentions, Hall Master. He was well aware that Zhu Hengfei harbored ulterior motives. The ostensible purpose of summoning him was to seek guidance on managing the black market. Yet the underlying intent was to entangle him in the predicament of Xuanwu Hall's poor performance. In the midst of their conversation, the Hall's underwhelming results had already been pinned solely on Jiang Xian, leaving him with no means of escape. Otherwise, he would be guilty of speaking recklessly. Moreover, it was evident that Zhu Hengfei was filled with suspicion towards him, deliberately probing his limits at every turn. In contrast, most would likely feel grateful for his recognition. Jiang Xian continued, Rest assured, leader. Although I am but an old man of limited talent, I was once a skilled alchemist. Should the performance of the Xuanwu Hall decline, I shall have no choice but to return to my former trade, selling pills to repay our debts. The profits from these elixirs, as you are undoubtedly aware, are substantial. What? Zhu Hengfei exclaimed, his face paling in shock as he grasped Jiang Xian's hand. Old brother, you are truly an alchemist? Is this truly the case? Typically, alchemists are revered and seldom seen in public, often supported by various powerful factions. While it is true that the black market in Yuzhou City has its own apothecaries, the potions there are merely purchased with money or allocated from the main branch. They do not concoct their own. Such a skill is exceedingly rare, especially in the black market. Alchemists pride themselves on their esteemed status. And regardless of how robust the black market becomes, they disdain such unrefined venues. It is said that even the headquarters of the Daqiankan black market has but a handful of distinguished alchemists. To think this old man is one of them, Jiang Xian nodded with a smile. I dare not overstate my abilities. Wonderful. Zhu Hengfei beamed, his smile radiant. With your word, old brother Jiang, I can rest easy. From this day forth, you shall be the vice leader of our Xuanwu Hall. Feel free to amend the regulations of the Northern District as you see fit. I shall bear all consequences. Should you wish to concoct elixirs, the materials will be provided by the Xuanwu Hall, with profits split 50-50. What do you say? Indeed, with an alchemist at their side, who could compete with the profits of the Xuanwu Hall? The elixir trade is notoriously lucrative. Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai exchanged astonished glances. In just a few days, Jiang Xian had risen to the position of vice leader. Jiang Xian feigned hesitation while secretly reveling in joy. Since Zhu Hengfei sought to use him, why shouldn't he utilize Zhu Hengfei to ascend further? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Although he had never concocted an elixir before, possessing a first-level alchemical skill enabled him to learn independently. However, alchemy is an expensive endeavor. If he could utilize the resources of the Xuanwu Hall, it would be the most economical choice. Moreover, he could leverage this opportunity to climb another rung on the ladder of power, truly a profitable arrangement. Thus, amidst their insincere smiles, the matter was settled. Zhu Hengfei personally escorted Jiang Xian out of the conference hall, cheerfully instructing Zhang Yuan to accompany him to the apothecary to select materials. Within the conference hall, Lu Bai cautiously remarked to Zhu Hengfei, leader, is it not excessive to grant him 50% of the profits? After all, the cost of the materials is substantial. And what of the vice leader position? Zhu Hengfei wore a smug smile as he replied, Lu Bai, you stubbornly refuse to see the truth. The very notion proposed by old Jiang guarantees that we will not suffer losses in our northern district. We can use this opportunity to attribute all the long-standing debts to him, and by the time it's all settled, he won't see even a fraction of the profits. He'll be indebted to us for a lifetime of alchemical work. Isn't this great? After years of being at the bottom, the Northern District's troubles stem not just from poor performance, but also from significant debt. Zhu Hengfei has appropriated countless funds from the Xuanwu Hall. If the higher-ups were to investigate, he would be in dire straits, of course. Everyone in the Xuanwu Hall is aware of this situation, and none would dare to report ITLU by suddenly understood. Giving Zhu Hengfei a thumbs up. You are truly clever. Furthermore, we can also assign a large sum of the material costs to him, adding to his burdens. Zhu Hengfei regarded him with a look of approval, exclaiming, You've finally seen the light. I never expected to merely extort a little information from him and instead unearthed an alchemist's identity, thus resolving a significant issue for me. How splendid, Zhu. What exactly is Jiang Xian's background? Lu Bai inquired, perplexed. I cannot say, Zhu Hengfei replied, shaking his head, his eyes glinting with intrigue. But I have a feeling that this old man is anything but ordinary. Nevertheless, it matters not what his background is. As long as he can bring in profits, he shall be our fortune. Soon after, Jiang Xian and Zhang Yuan arrived at the apothecary, ready to procure materials for alchemy. Admittedly, such matters could typically be handled by sending a disciple. However, Zhu Hengfei insisted on having Zhang Yuan accompany Jiang Xian throughout the process, solely to ascertain whether Jiang Xian truly possessed alchemical skills. Yes, although Jiang Xian confidently asserted his abilities, Zhu Hengfei, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Bai remained skeptical. Zhang Yuan's primary objective was to verify whether Jiang Xian was indeed an alchemist, providing reassurance to the others. One cannot understate the caution exercised by individuals in the black market. Zhang Yuan inquired, Old brother, what type of elixir do you intend to concoct? Chapter 35. Master Jiang, please teach me alchemy. I have not practiced alchemy for some time, and I have lost my formulas. I shall start with some body-refining pills to practice, Zhang Xian replied after some contemplation. Body-refining pills? Zhang Yuan's expression brightened with surprise. The body-refining pill is a first-tier elixir that, as the name implies, aids martial artists in the body-refining realm to refine their bones and hasten their entry into the qi condensation realm, making it a popular item in the market. To think that such an elixir is merely for practice. May I ask, old brother Jiang, what is the highest tier of elixir you are capable of producing? Zhang Yuan inquired carefully. Zhang Xian stroked his beard and sighed. In my youth, concocting fifth-tier elixirs was as simple as eating and drinking. Alas, I am now aged, and my skills have dulled. I fear that even producing third-tier elixirs would be quite exhausting. What? Zhang Yuan gasped, nearly falling over in shock. Were it not Zhang Xian who said this, he might have thought it a joke. Go produce fifth-tier elixirs as easily as eating. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying? In the Dacian kingdom, fifth-tier alchemists are rare, revered figures, admired by countless individuals. Tio put it bluntly, even a newly ascended martial arts master is insignificant in comparison to a fifth-tier alchemist. Even third-tier elixirs are considered high-end and scarce. Do you doubt me? Zhang Xian frowned. Zhang Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and chuckled. No, how could I doubt you? Old brother Jiang. Zhang Xian's displeasure was evident. You do doubt me? Very well. Since fifth-tier elixirs are too unfamiliar, find me a third-tier elixir formula, and I shall demonstrate my skills to you. Possessing a first-level alchemical skill allows for the production of elixirs up to third tier. Unfortunately, Zhang Xian had a meager collection of formulas, limited to those that are popular on the market. Exclusive secrets are rare finds. However, the Xuanwu Hall may well possess such resources. If old brother Zhang is serious, this matter will need to be reported to the leader. Zhang Yuan wiped his brow again, feeling overwhelmed by Zhang Xian's imposing demeanor. Indeed, Zhang Xian acknowledged with a slight nod. Master Zhang, what brings you to my apothecary? Surely, you are not here to procure elixirs. Upon seeing Zhang Xian and Zhang Yuan, a short, stout, and amiable man approached with a smile. He was none other than the head of the apothecary, Gao Yao. While he held the title of leader, his status was not much different from that of an attendant at the Xuanwu Hall. In fact, due to the scarcity of alchemists in the apothecary, his actual standing was arguably lower than that of the four main hall attendants. Head Gao, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, we are not here to purchase elixirs today, but rather to procure materials. As old brother Jiang intends to concoct some elixirs. Oh, Master Jiang is also an alchemist? Gao Yao's eyes narrowed in surprise. He was also an alchemist, though only of the second tier, which allowed him to become the head of the apothecary. Zhang Xian nodded faintly. Yes, I plan to refine some body-refining pills. As you are an alchemist, I trust you know what I require. Body-refining pills? Gao Yao's expression shifted as he realized the implications. Known in the industry as a beginner's elixir, it is relatively simple to concoct. So, he is merely a novice. What use is there in learning alchemy at such an advanced age? Nevertheless, Zhang Xian is an attendant of the Xuanwu Hall. So Gao Yao could not openly disrespect him and forced a smile, saying, of course. I'll prepare the materials right away. With that, he instructed his subordinates to gather the necessary ingredients for the body-refining pills and quietly advised. Just fetch some inferior quality ones. No need to waste anything. In his mind, Gao Yao believed Zhang Xian to be a novice who would not discern the quality of the materials. Thus, he would be better off providing him with subpar ingredients to squander. Before long, Gao Yao returned with a pile of materials, grinning, Master Jiang, the ingredients for the body-refining pills are ready. I wish you great success. Regarding the procurement costs, Zhang Yuan interjected immediately, no need for pleasantries. Simply charge it to the account of the Xuanwu Hall. Very well, Gao Yao grinned, thinking to himself how generous Zhu Hongfei was to spend money on an old man to play at alchemy. These materials are worth quite a bit. After all, wait. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, halting Gao Yao as he was about to leave. Head Gao, these materials are not suitable. Zhang Xian picked up a handful of yellow buds from the ground, inhaled their fragrance and frowned, saying, the optimal age for refining the body-tempering pills yellow buds is between 10 to 20 years. Only buds of such age will secrete a clear liquid. Does the esteemed Grandmaster not know this? At a loss for words, Gao Yao remained silent. He was indeed aware of this. But who could have predicted that Zhang Xian, a novice, would discern the age with just a sniff? Is this a game? Grandmaster, what do you mean by this? Zhang Yuan's tone grew cold. Brother Jiang is a fifth-tier alchemist. Dio, you wish to offend him and jeopardize your standing in the black market. What? Fifth-tier alchemist? Gao Yao's eyes widened, his tongue stumbling over his words. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian continued squatting on the ground, examining other herbs, stating, as for this salvia, one must select the southern variety. The northern ones are too dry and lose their medicinal properties. And this sunflower leaf. Jiang Xian incessantly pointed out flaws, leaving Gao Yao in a state of dismay. Regardless of the type of herb, this gentleman could ascertain its age, efficacy, and proper handling with a mere glance or sniff. He was extraordinarily skilled. Damn it, Gao Yao exclaimed, slapping a disciple beside him across the face, reprimanding. Did I not instruct you to bring forth the finest herbs? What are you doing? Quickly return and fetch them again, you inept fool. The disciple, with a face full of grievance, replied, Yes, Master Gao. Once Gao Yao finished chastising his disciple, he turned to Jiang Xian with a face full of flattery. Master Jiang, are you truly a fifth-tier alchemist? Jiang Xian waved his hand inside. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. I am merely a third-tier alchemist now. Third tier? Gao Yao's eyes brightened. That is still commendable. I have been stuck at the second-tier level for many years without a breakthrough. Master Jiang, please teach me the art of alchemy. Jiang Xian's expression turned troubled. I have never intended to take on a disciple. I fear no need for formal apprenticeship. I merely wish to observe you refine pills once. I am willing to provide a superior alchemical furnace and materials, begging you to grant this request. Gao Yao, filled with excitement, nearly dropped to his knees to implore Jiang Xian. Observing a master alchemist in action was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps he might gain some enlightenment from it. Jiang Xian stepped forward and gently supported Gao Yao, sighing, Very well, but only this once. Chapter 36. Crafting Pills, the True Master. Under Gao Yao's fervent hospitality, Jiang Xian chose to demonstrate pill refining at the pharmacy. He was aware that both the pharmacy and the Xuanwu Hall remained skeptical of his alchemical prowess, and he sought an opportunity to showcase his skills, ensuring their future willingness to support his material needs. Within the pharmacy, Jiang Xian positioned himself at the center of the main hall. Before him stood an ancient, blue-hued alchemical furnace, which appeared far from ordinary. At this moment, the surrounding area was packed with disciples from the pharmacy. Zhang Yuan and Gao Yao were among them, their eyes glued to Jiang Xian as he prepared to refine pills. Jiang Xian did not rush into action. Instead, he closed his eyes to mentally review the process for refining the body-tempering pill. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he began. Strictly speaking, this was his first attempt at alchemy, and to claim he was entirely unperturbed would be disingenuous. The first step was selecting the herbs. Gao Yao had already arranged a significant quantity of top-quality materials for Jiang Xian's body-tempering pill, including yellow buds, salvia, sunflower leaves, and so forth. Generally, an alchemist would meticulously choose the best or most suitable ones before commencing the refinement. However, Jiang Xian did not linger over his selection. He casually tossed a handful of yellow buds into the furnace, exuding an air of confidence befitting a master. Master Jiang, will you not carefully select the herbs? Gao Yao inquired, puzzled. Zhang Yuan's gaze also shifted to Jiang Xian, unsure, as he recognized that only the finest herbs should be chosen. Jiang Xian's nonchalance seemed overly casual and no need, as long as the yellow buds are between 10 to 20 years old. What is the point of wasting time? Jiang Xian replied indifferently. Shouldn't we select the highest quality instead? Gao Yao appeared to have a moment of clarity and continued to ask, Tell me, what constitutes the highest quality? Jiang Xian countered. Is it the buds closest to 10 years, or those nearer to 20 years? At this question, Gao Yao was immediately taken aback. The definition of highest quality varied widely. Each alchemist had their own interpretation. Some analyzed color, others age, some moisture content and texture, each with their rationale. However, all analyses aimed to assess the efficacy of the herbs. His inquiry sought to uncover Jiang Xian's methodology for evaluating medicinal properties, only to find that Jiang Xian seemed unconcerned with such details. I understand, Jiang Xian continued. You were implying that the strongest herbs should be used. Yet, for a first-tier pill, even the most potent ingredients will yield only a second-tier product. The key lies in the ratio. If older herbs possess stronger efficacy, then the other herbs must also be appropriately potent for a perfect blend. That is the crux of it. If you cannot grasp this, it is no wonder your skills are lacking. Jiang Xian spoke without reservation, though he too stood on shaky ground. Who could guarantee that a haphazard selection of herbs would result in a perfect blend? He possessed a natural talent for first-tier alchemy and an innate sensitivity to herbs. Thus he felt unfazed. Yet, ordinary alchemists needed to select their materials with care beforehand. Selecting the highest quality was intended to standardize the efficacy of the herbs. Essentially, what alchemists sought was not quality per se, but the qualitative balance of the medicinal properties, which explained the myriad interpretations and the difficulty in reaching a consensus. Gao Yao appeared to grasp this, looking at Jiang Xian with reverence, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Jiang, for your teachings. I have truly learned something." After adding the herbs, Jiang Xian flicked his fingers, channeling a stream of true energy into the furnace, igniting a roaring flame. The furnace relied on true energy as fuel. Ordinary wood could not be used for alchemical processes. The act of refining pills was also physically demanding, consuming substantial amounts of true energy. As the temperature rose, Jiang Xian skillfully adjusted the flame's intensity, gradually reaching the optimal temperature for refining the herbs. His movements were steady and methodical. Gao Yao watched in rapt attention, his expression a mixture of enlightenment and confusion. Typically, an alchemist would follow strict formulas for controlling fire. Such details would be clearly outlined in the alchemical recipes. For instance, when refining the body-tempering pill, the formula might dictate 1 breath of intense flame followed by 3 breaths of gentle flame, repeated 100 times to fully unlock the herb's properties. However, Jiang Xian unexpectedly altered this to 1.5 breaths of intense flame followed by 2.5 breaths of gentle flame, later changing it to half a breath of intense flame followed by 3.5 breaths of gentle flame. The slightest miscalculation could lead to disastrous results. This rhythm of fire control was beyond Gao Yao's comprehension. What perplexed him even more was that Jiang Xian's adjustments seemed to intensify the fragrance of the herbs, indicating an enhanced efficacy. Although the difference was slight, it was precisely such nuances that an expert like Gao Yao understood to be immensely challenging. Often, the quality of a pill could hinge on such minute variations that a master, he is truly a master. Gao Yao finally could not restrain himself from asking. However, before he could finish, Jiang Xian calmly interjected, "I know what you wish to ask, but this technique is not something at your level can achieve. When you can control the variations in the herb's efficacy, then come to inquire further in simpler terms." It was about making timely adjustments to the flame based on the changes in the herb's properties, elevating the quality of the pill from excellent to nearly perfect. Naturally, the authors of alchemical recipes did not expect everyone to produce pills of perfect quality. Hence they formalized the fire control rhythm. "Very good," Gao Yao stammered, feeling a mix of bewilderment and frustration. Controlling the variations in the herb's properties? How could one achieve that? The properties of the herbs continuously shifted during the refining process, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. This was a domain only accessible to masters. What could he possibly learn from this? It was beyond his reach. An hour passed, and Gao Yao and the disciples of the pharmacy were nearly at their wits' end. They could not comprehend Jiang Xian's methods. Whether it was the initial selection of herbs, the intermediate fire control, or the final pill-forming steps, they were utterly bewildered. How could ordinary individuals like them ever hope to master Jiang Xian's master-level techniques? First-tier alchemy did not merely represent the level of a third-tier alchemist. It symbolized a natural talent. In other words, mastering first-tier alchemy inevitably led to achieving the level of a third-tier alchemist. While a third-tier alchemist might not be able to grasp first-tier techniques, before long, a rich medicinal aroma wafted from the furnace, intoxicating and refreshing. This aroma signifies perfect quality. Gao Yao stared at the furnace, his breath quickening. "What? Perfect quality?" Zhang Yuan gasped. Although he was not well versed in alchemy, he understood the market for medicinal pills. Pills of extreme quality fetched prices 3 times that of ordinary ones, and they were rare and sought after. "Brother Jiang, you are truly remarkable." With a single hand clap, Jiang Xian sent a smooth, round pill soaring from the furnace, exuding an enticing fragrance. Merely inhaling it invigorated the senses. Gao Yao's gaze was firmly fixed on the pill. His face flushed with excitement. "Master Jiang, would you be willing to sell this pill to me?" Chapter 37. Jiang Xian restructures the black market. 20, you say? Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. 20 inferior spirit stones. Gao Yao gestured with his hand. Generally speaking, an ordinary body-tempering pill was worth about 5 inferior spirit stones. A perfect quality pill would typically be priced at 15. offering 20 was already a significant show of respect toward Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian's eyelids flickered. Indeed, the pill industry was a lucrative business, one that ordinary folks could scarcely afford. A set of herbs cost at most 20 taels of silver, yet a refined pill could fetch 20 inferior spirit stones, equivalent to 400 or 500 taels of silver. The profit was astounding. Very well. Jiang Xian flicked his fingers, sending the pill flying into Gao Yao's hands. Gao Yaodai was taken aback, hastily retrieving an exquisite wooden box and carefully placing the pill inside. Although, due to his cultivation level, he had no need for such a pill, it held considerable reference value in the future. When refining pills, he would have a comparative template. Jiang Xian cheerfully accepted 20 spirit stones and procured a substantial amount of medicinal materials before departing the pharmacy with Zhang Yuan. He did not intend to use all these materials for refining. Instead, he planned to cultivate them in his own spiritual field and harvest them gradually. How diligent and frugal I am, he mused. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but praise, "Elder brother, your alchemy skills are truly remarkable." Jiang Xian waved his hand modestly, signaling humility. After witnessing Jiang Xian's alchemy firsthand, Zhang Yuan's gaze began to waver. He was acutely aware of Zhu Hongfei's intentions, which were merely to take advantage of Jiang Xian, essentially bullying an honest individual. However, his intuition told him that Jiang Xian was not easily manipulated. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yuan inquired, "Elder brother, do you truly have confidence in improving the performance of the Northern District?" Jiang Xian immediately halted, casting a glance at Zhang Yuan. "What, do you not believe in me, brother Zhang?" No. Zhang Yuan quickly shook his head, clarifying, "It's just that this is a thankless and arduous task. If you manage it well, that's one thing. But if it goes poorly, you may find yourself in a world of trouble." "Oh?" Jiang Xian chuckled. "What, is the Hall Master going to kill me if I fail?" Zhang Yuan pulled Jiang Xian aside, whispering, "Elder brother, there are 100 fates worse than death in this world. If you abandon the management of the Northern District now, given your alchemy skills, I can assure you that I can secure a 10% profit from alchemy for you. The Hall Master will certainly agree. But if you insist on that 50% profit, should the Northern District suffer losses this month, I'm afraid at this point." Zhang Yuan fell silent, believing he had conveyed his concerns adequately. Jiang Xian should understand his good intentions. The implication was clear. If the Northern District incurred losses, Zhu Hongfei might set a trap for him, one that could lead to his complete ruin. A pit dug for the old man? Jiang Xian instantly grasped the meaning, a faint smile appearing on his face as he replied, "Thank you for the reminder, brother Zhang. Rest assured, I will not suffer a loss." "Well then, that settles it," Zhang Yuan conceded, feeling helpless. After leaving the pharmacy, Jiang Xian went directly to the Hall of Xuanwu, convening all the managers for a meeting. Soon, all the internal disciples and managers of the Xuanwu Hall had gathered. Jiang Xian took his seat at the head of the hall, calmly surveying the many managers below, and spoke, "Is everyone present?" "We have all gathered, Master Jiang," responded the disciple in charge of roll call. "Excellent. I am Jiang Xian, and from today onwards, I will be fully responsible for our Northern District's black market business. This is the Hall Master's commissioning token." With that, Jiang Xian tossed a token onto the table, which was that of a deputy Hall Master, capable of mobilizing all personnel within the Xuanwu Hall. Upon seeing this, the crowd was taken aback, hastily bowing in respect. "We greet you, Master Jiang." "Very well, please take your seats." Jiang Xian gestured with his hand. He then produced a piece of yellow paper from his robe and handed it to Qing Feng, instructing, "These are the new regulations for our Northern District. Read them aloud." "Of course, Master Jiang," Qing Feng replied. Upon glancing at the paper, his expression turned quite strange. "Master Jiang, this, read," Jiang Xian commanded calmly. Clearing his throat, Qing Feng began, "Esteemed colleagues, starting today, the new regulations for the Northern District are as follows. First, the rent for each stall and shop will be halved. Second, the market entry protection fee is abolished and replaced with a membership protection fee. Commoners can freely enter the black market by registering for a 1-month membership. Third, we will strengthen protections, prohibiting any oppression of commoners conducting business within the black market. Violators will be executed on the spot. Fourth, we will establish dedicated reception staff to fulfill any reasonable requests from commoners entering the black market, ensuring their needs are met." There were a total of 10 points, each one making the managers below tremble in fear. These regulations were crafted by Jiang Xian in the style of a modern commercial enterprise. focusing on service quality and cost-effectiveness to attract customer traffic. However, to the manager's ears, it sounded as if they were being asked to engage in charity for the Northern District. Master Jiang, this is not appropriate. One manager stood up to voice. Why is it inappropriate? Jiang Xian asked coolly. The manager, Lei Wu, responded, Master Jiang, we are already at the bottom of the performance rankings under the current regulations. How can we possibly succeed with such a drastic reduction in rent and entry fees? Moreover, in your new regulations, you're treating those commoners as lords. Why should we serve them? Indeed, Master Jiang, why should we? Echoed the other managers. Jiang Xian remained unfazed. Do you not understand that you need to extract money from their pockets? The customer is king. This matter has been personally approved by the hall master. Anyone who disagrees can take it up with him. With this statement, the crowd fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Confronting Hall Master Zhu? They would be courting disaster. Although Zhu Hongfei appeared amicable towards Jiang Xian, he was seen as a ruthless figure by the other inner disciples, someone they would avoid at all costs. They certainly wouldn't dare confront him. While silence reigned, the discontent in their eyes was palpable. Well, since there are no objections, let us proceed to the next topic. Discussing your work protocols, Jiang Xian spoke indifferently. Work protocols? The crowd was momentarily stunned. As their duties consisted merely of occasionally patrolling the streets, checking accounts, and ensuring compliance with black market regulations. Nothing more. What is there to discuss? Jiang Xian, holding a roster, turned to Lei Wu and asked. Lei Wu, do you patrol and manage Taihe Street daily? Yes. And how many hours do you patrol each day? Not every day. Not every day? Jiang Xian's brow furrowed. During his management of Qinghe Street, he diligently worked every day to maintain order, ensuring no one dared to disrupt it. Master Jiang, it's like this. According to Hall Master Zhu's established rules, we patrol one day and rest the next. It's essentially work one day and rest the next. When we say patrol, it mostly involves checking accounts, and each patrol lasts no more than 2 hours. The rest of the time, outer disciples take turns patrolling, as long as no incidents occur. Humph! Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian was enraged, slamming the roster down on the table with great force, unable to contain his fury. What is it, Master Jiang? The crowd, witnessing Jiang Xian's outburst, turned pale and quickly lowered their heads. They were perplexed as to why Jiang Xian was so inexplicably angry. This system is utterly unacceptable. It is an affront to both gods and men. The outer disciples are merely thugs. How can they possibly care about our black market business? Should we implement the new regulations? This system will only lead to further declines in the Northern District's performance. Furthermore, if everything is left to the outer disciples, what purpose do you inner disciples serve? Are you merely here to eat and do nothing? Jiang Xian declared with righteous indignation. But, Master Jiang, it's not just our Northern District. Others are the same. I have no authority over other districts, but from today onwards, this system in the Northern District must change. The crowd fell silent, unable to respond to Jiang Xian's fury. From now on, each of you must serve the commoners entering the black market according to the new regulations. You will work 6 days and rest 1. Your patrol hours will start at 9 a.m. and end at 7 p.m., with a half-hour break for lunch. The rest of the time, I expect you to be fully alert and working. Those who are absent without cause will have their salaries deducted. Additionally, if anyone wishes to continue patrolling on their day off, it will count as overtime, and I will reward you separately. Having finished speaking, he asked, who is in favor? Who is opposed? The response was immediate shock. They could hardly believe their ears. According to Jiang Xian's words, did this mean they would have to work 6 hours daily, resting only after 6 days? Was this even humanly possible? I oppose. Lei Wu stood up again, indignant, and rebuked Jiang Xian. Master Jiang, this is exploitation. Treating us this way is no different than treating us like cattle. We are human beings, not beasts. Jiang Xian's eyes turned cold as he regarded Lei Wu, calmly stating, very well, if you disagree, feel free to report me to Hall Master Zhu. I assure you, there will be no place for you in the Xuanwu Hall. This left Lei Wu momentarily speechless. He could not fathom why Hall Master Zhu would employ such an old man to oppress them. Moreover, with neither soft nor hard tactics working, he insisted on using Hall Master Zhu's authority to pressure them. However, now that the arrow was on the string, it had to be released. Lei Wu stormed off, scoffing, fine, go ahead. I don't believe this. If I'm not welcome here, I will find somewhere else to go. You old fool, if you don't treat your brothers as human beings, why should they follow you? Indeed, as soon as these words were spoken, the anger of all the managers in the Xuanwu Hall ignited. Their eyes filled with indignation. This was simply intolerable. Jiang Xian was pushing them too far. How could anyone endure such a system? Jiang Xian scanned the crowd and coolly remarked, "If anyone still opposes, feel free to leave with him." Humph, humph. A series of cold snorts rang out as 3 to 5 figures stood up in the hall and walked out. Yu Xiumei furrowed her brow as she gazed at the departing figures. Jiang Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It matters not. A hungry dog will naturally return, so there's no need to pay them any mind. If he refuses to act, there are plenty who will." Upon hearing this, the managers in the hall grew increasingly incensed, lowering their heads and grinding their teeth, yet they dared not voice their anger. The reality was that the black market operated under a strict hierarchy. Those in higher positions held the power of life and death over their subordinates. The fact that Jiang Xian could brazenly send them off to lodge complaints was nothing short of an immense act of mercy. This old Jiang was truly despicable. The way he exploited us, it was only a matter of time before he met his end in bed. This scoundrel was utterly inhumane. Rumor had it he had served as a servant in the Li family for many years. And now that he had turned the tables, he was indeed a perverse individual. What kind of dark-hearted system had he concocted? Zhu Tangzhu was no better. Why would he send such a twisted character to manage the northern district? It was infuriating. Each manager silently cursed Jiang Xian in their hearts. In the meantime, some of the managers maintained an optimistic outlook, believing that Jiang Xian's arrogance would not last long. It's merely a month. Let's see how this old fellow reports to the Tangzhu when he fails to produce results. A new official always brings 3 fires. I refuse to believe he can hold out for long. This old wretch, so ungrateful and unjust. Let us see how you end up. However, they did not comprehend that at this moment, Jiang Xian was brimming with confidence, feeling utterly exhilarated. When he had previously proposed those ideas, he had worried about the execution capabilities of the black market, fearing a lack of coordination. After all, while the new regulations were promising, they required diligent cooperation. Yet, Zhu Hongfei, in an effort to dig a large pit for Jiang Xian, had entrusted all authority into his hands, rendering the task remarkably simple. It was only at this moment that Jiang Xian truly understood the mindset of those bosses from his past life. Indeed, an employee who takes a single day off feels they have lost significantly. Damn, this was both ruthless and exhilarating. Jiang Xian chuckled to himself. With this new set of regulations and systems in place, he could hardly believe that the performance in the northern district would not soar. It would be a miracle if it didn't. Yet, it was true that the black market had grown too complacent. As long as one had no ambition to rise, one could essentially lay back and live a lifetime in ease. This had bred a generation of useless idlers. In no wonder they were looked down upon despite their considerable influence. It was high time for a proper rectification. With no further objections, Jiang Xian's face darkened as he waved his hand lightly. The group of managers left the administration hall with somber expressions. Unable to restrain their curses, "Damn that old Jiang. He truly ought to die. Is it any wonder they say that an old man who refuses to die is a thief? What kind of despicable wretch has he become? Do you think those few who went to meet the Tangzhu can bring this old scoundrel down? I doubt it." Zhu Tangzhu even gave him the deputy Tangzhu's token, indicating his unwavering indulgence. That despicable creature. I suspect Zhu Tangzhu is behind this old man's audacity. Otherwise, how could he dare to act so defiantly? I think so too. After all, I didn't stand up to oppose him. Shh, keep your voices down. Be careful that old scoundrel doesn't hear you and make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly fell silent, casting wary glances around before hastily distancing themselves. Though they had 1,000 grievances, they still needed to make a living in the black market. It was better than starving outside. The world beyond was much harsher than the black market. Sigh, for those of us who traverse this path. Living on the edge of a blade, who knows when we will finally reach the shore? Even if we are being exploited now, we have no recourse for grievance. Reach the shore? You still think about that? Let me ask you, when you sold pancakes, could you earn a tael of silver a month? Indeed, the black market at least pays better. Let us not complain and just do what needs to be done. For we have families to support. I often teach my son that he must grow up to be a proper official, not to live like me in this dreary place. Even if he struggles academically, If he excels in martial arts, he should seek out those prestigious sects. Anything is better than living in a place like this, Ta. Do you think being an official is easy? Those prestigious sects are hardly so righteous. Amidst the myriad emotions of resignation, grievance, anger, and confusion, the Northern District gradually began to implement Jiang Xian's new regulations. Chapter 39. The booming black market, Xuanwu Hall, Zhu residence. Zhu Hongfei held a smooth, round elixir in his hand, examining it with great interest, exclaiming, "Goodness, this truly is a pill of perfect quality." Old Jiang indeed possesses remarkable skills. After saying this, he reluctantly returned the elixir to its wooden box. Gao Yao, grinning widely, accepted the box and remarked, "Not only does he have remarkable skills, but Master Jiang is truly a master alchemist." Zhu Hongfei, taken aback, asked, "Oh, Master Gao, are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" "Absolutely not," Gao Yao replied confidently, saying, "Tangzhu Zhu, I didn't expect you to have such a master alchemist under your command. Would you consider collaborating with my pharmacy? How shall we collaborate?" Zhu Hongfei raised an eyebrow. Gao Yao smiled slightly. "Master Zhang's alchemical materials will all be provided by my pharmacy, and I shall only take 30% of the profits." "Oh." Zhu Hongfei was immediately astonished. The stingy folks at the pharmacy had become so generous. Not only would they provide the materials, but they would also only take 30% of the profits? He chuckled. "Of course, I have one small request." Gao Yao smiled, sensing the inevitable. Zhu Hongfei replied calmly, "Master Gao, please speak." Gao Yao glanced at Zhu Hongfei and said, "I would like to invite Master Jiang to serve as a guest elder in our pharmacy to guide us in alchemy. I wonder if Tangzhu Zhu." Zhu Hongfei pondered for a moment before grinning. "That's fine. 20%. "What?" Gao Yao exclaimed in shock, his face contorted. "Tangzhu Zhu, 30% is already our bottom line. How could your hall take 70% and still be unsatisfied?" "Ah, Master Gao, you are unaware that I have already promised 50% of that to old Jiang. If you wish to demand an extra 10%, you might as well go directly to him. If he agrees, I have no objections." "Very well, 20% it is." Gao Yao clenched his teeth, unwilling to part with the opportunity. He valued Jiang Xian as a person and would not risk discord over a mere 10% profit. Zhu Hongfei watched Gao Yao's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Xian's background was unblemished. He was merely an old coachman from the Li family. Yet he increasingly exuded an air of mystery. And now he had even transformed into a master alchemist. This feeling of being unable to grasp his subordinate was quite unsettling. "Old Jiang, just how many secrets do you still harbor?" At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Lei Wu burst into Zhu residence with several managers from Xuanwu Hall, each wearing expressions of righteous indignation as if they had suffered a grave injustice. Zhu Hongfei's expression darkened immediately. "You worthless wretches! Who allowed you to barge in here? Master Zhu, you must stand up for us." Lei Wu knelt on the ground with a thud, tears streaming down his face. "Master Zhu, that old man Jiang is nothing short of a beast. He is utterly inhumane." Upon hearing this, the other managers who opposed Jiang Xian also knelt, fervently accusing him of his transgressions. "Master Zhu, that old Jiang actually wants us to serve those lowly commoners. And not only that, but we must patrol the streets for 6 hours every day, working 6 days before we get a single day off. It's simply the height of cruelty. Indeed, Master Zhu, old Jiang's actions are tarnishing your reputation. His heart is truly worthy of condemnation. If this continues, Xuanwu Hall may very well meet its demise at his hands." After listening, Zhu Hongfei's lips twitched. Old Jiang truly treated their black market managers as mere servants. Nevertheless, he still needed to rely on Jiang Xian for profit. He was well aware of the hierarchy among the inner disciples. He could discern what was of greater importance. With this in mind, Zhu Hongfei put on a stern face and said, "Old Jiang's intentions align with this hall's. He is right. What use is there in supporting a bunch of useless leeches? Get back to work immediately." "What?" Upon hearing this, the manager's expression shifted dramatically, utterly shocked that Zhu Hongfei would side with Jiang Xian to exploit them. "Master Zhu, I suddenly feel unwell today, experiencing chest tightness. I fear I will be unable to continue serving the Tangzhu." Lei Wu's face was stubborn, clearly hinting at his intention to resign. "Unwell? Quite difficult to remedy?" "Yes, very difficult to remedy." "Then don't remedy it. Let this hall help you find relief. Someone, drag this fellow out and behead him. Moreover, promote someone competent from the outer disciples to manage Taiha Street. If you won't do it, there are plenty who will. Lei Wu was taken aback, his face changing drastically as he hurriedly said, Master Zhu, I suddenly feel fine. My waist no longer hurts, and my chest feels great now. Humph, worthless scum. You can't even endure this little hardship. What great deeds can you accomplish? I will certainly be diligent and faithfully follow the orders of Master Zhu and Master Jiang. Anyone who dares to slack off, I will be the first to deal with them. Lei Wu nearly burst into tears, cursing Jiang Xian 100 times in his heart. That old Jiang was ruthlessly squeezing them dry. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Jiang Xian's sweeping reforms had transformed the black market workplace, and the atmosphere in the northern district had become utterly surreal. With rental fees for stalls and shops slashed in half, business was thriving like never before. Countless merchants and common folk yearned to establish their presence in the north district of the black market. Even some vendors who previously operated at the market have migrated en masse to this bustling area, resulting in stalls being fully occupied, leaving no room to spare. Consequently, while the rental prices may appear to be lower, the total revenue collected has surged several times compared to before. Furthermore, with the entrance protection fee transformed into a membership protection fee, many citizens, even those who do not frequent the black market, opt to register as members, leading to an increase in the revenue from protection fees. The North District's thriving success can also be attributed to one crucial factor: exceptional service. Ah, is that not old Zhang? What stall are you planning to rent today? May I recommend something? Oh, Madam Shan, here to renew your membership? Excellent. I suggest you renew for 3 months at a discount of 20%. How outrageous! Who are you to impede a widow from selling her pancakes? Drag him away. Uncle Li, you have rented here for 3 consecutive days. We have prepared this sweet water just for you. Please, have a sip. You've worked hard. Such voices resonate throughout the North District, resembling a grand marketplace of ancient times. Each street not only has a manager overseeing operations but also boasts numerous disciples acting as attendants. Originally fierce and imposing men now don professional smiles as they cater to the bustling merchants and citizens of the black market. Ah, it is only upon coming to the black market that I truly comprehend the meaning of the customer is king, one size. For the first time, I feel that being in business carries such prestige. Another remarks, Indeed, enough talk. I shall rent for another month. Let us not allow someone else to claim my spot. Chapter 40. The Ascendant Jiang Xian. With the influx of merchants, more patrons arrived. As the number of visitors increases, so too does the number of merchants. Jiang Xian's textbook-style reorganization has enlightened these rough individuals of the black market about the principles of customer supremacy and the dominance of traffic. In this virtuous cycle, the business in the North District flourishes beyond measure, showing no signs of slowing down. The managers of each street beam with joy, their hands weary from collecting an abundance of revenue. Naturally, they are elated, for with increased profits, their shares also rise. Thus, these managers transition from cursing Jiang Xian for his perceived exploitation to venerating him with profound respect, almost wishing to bow before him. Now, Jiang Xian's word is law. When he commands east, they do not dare venture west, and when he dictates west, they shall not turn east. His directives are treated as sacred edicts. Faced with this scenario, Zhu Hengfei finds himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the extraordinary success Jiang Xian has achieved with such a seemingly ludicrous idea. Within the Zhu residence, Zhu Hengfei gazes at the account book in his hands, a perplexed expression on his face. Master Zhu, what troubles you? Below, the 2 stewards, Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai, inquire. Take a look for yourselves, Zhu Hengfei replies, tossing the account book to them. Upon examining it, their expressions shift dramatically. What? The revenue has tripled. Indeed, under Jiang Xian's management, the North District's income has soared to 3 times its former level. Such astounding results are poised to secure the Xuanwu Hall the top ranking in this month's assessments, surpassing the other 3 halls in one fell swoop. Master Jiang is truly remarkable, Zhang Yuan exclaims after some time. Reclining on a tiger skin chair, Zhu Hengfei gazes at the ceiling in confusion, murmuring, who exactly is this Jiang old man? Just a mere carter, his profound cultivation aside, possesses alchemical skills as well, and now he thrives in business too, and why curiosity only deepens. Unsurprisingly, this month, the Xuanwu Hall captured the limelight, vaulting from the bottom to the top of the performance rankings. The deputy leader, Mo Cho, was elated. lavishing praise on Zhu Hongfei and Jiang Xian, urging the other three halls to learn how to conduct business rather than perpetually engaging in violence and theft. Observing Zhu Hongfei's smug demeanor, the leaders of the other three halls were nearly driven to the brink of eruption. Who was this Jiang Xian, that he could bring results even in the notoriously corrupt Xuanwu Hall? It was utterly unfathomable. Thus, from that day forth, Jiang Xian became the center of attention in the black market. Subsequently, as business flourished in the North District, the other three districts began to emulate its practices. Plunging into a frenzy, the stewards of each hall lamented their plight, secretly cursing Jiang Xian for their impending doom. After all, they lacked his organizational prowess to manage such a large-scale enterprise effectively. As expected, the second month's best performance still belonged to the Xuanwu Hall. The reason was none other than Jiang Xian himself. This crafty individual not only excels in business but is also a master alchemist, colluding with the medicine hall to sell a considerable quantity of pills, capitalizing on the North District's foot traffic. Although merely first-tier pills, the profits were still substantial, by leveraging the black market's trade and the pill profits. The Xuanwu Hall managed to overshadow the performance of the other three halls entirely. This incited a frenzy among the leaders of the three halls, some even contemplating eliminating Jiang Xian. However, they later learned that Deputy Leader Mo Cho had personally hosted a banquet for Jiang Xian, seeking his business insights, indicating a desire to promote him further. The two conversed late into the night, lamenting lost time, almost forming a brotherly bond. Upon hearing this news, the four hall leaders were left in a state of panic. In particular, Zhu Hongfei felt that Jiang Xian was slowly slipping from his grasp. This was certainly not a good omen. However, Jiang Xian was now flourishing, making it nearly impossible for anyone to confront him openly in the black market. In the meantime, the hall leaders of the Qinglong Hall, Baihu Hall, and Zhuke Hall chose to compromise, altering their strategies to curry favor with Jiang Xian, seeking both business wisdom and opportunities to recruit him. One day, they hosted a lavish banquet for Jiang Xian. After several rounds of drinks, the leader of the Qinglong Hall, Yang Long, raised his glass and warmly stated, "Brother Jiang, we three have long wished to meet you. We would like to invite you to serve as our vice hall master, jointly managing the business of the black market. What do you think?" At last, they had come to a realization. If they could not outmaneuver him, they would join forces with him. Wasn't he the Xuanwu Hall thriving because of Jiang Xian, the business maestro? If they could enlist him, who would fear whom? As long as the black market's business was thriving, they were confident in their unique enterprises. Jiang Xian, of course, was well aware of their intentions and felt a surge of joy. He had long suspected that Zhu Hongfei was unreliable. In a place like the black market, relying solely on one individual could lead to significant losses. One could never tell when jealousy might inspire someone to dig a grave for you. Moreover, during his time managing the North District, Jiang Xian had finally uncovered discrepancies in the accounts, leaving him astonished for quite a while. That scoundrel Zhu Hongfei had secretly embezzled 10,000 spirit stones, with no clue as to where they had gone. Such a significant shortfall, if discovered, could potentially implicate him as well. Since he could not rely on Zhu Hongfei, it was imperative to sever ties with him promptly, and accepting the position of vice hall master in the three halls would be the first step. Naturally, he could not accept so readily, as it would seem too unusual. This seems rather inappropriate. I am currently the vice hall master of the Xuanwu Hall. How could I take on additional duties? Brother Jiang, you are being too modest. The leader of the Baihu Hall, Su Hu, feigned displeasure. We are all family in the black market. There is no distinction between yours and mine, and I trust old Zhu would not be so petty. If Brother Jiang agrees, I shall personally explain the situation to old Zhu. Indeed, chimed in Yen Lin, the alluring leader of the Zhuke Hall, leaning closer to Jiang Xian and whispering sweetly, "Brother Jiang, I have long admired you." Jiang Xian sighed heavily. "I am truly grateful for the esteemed leader's regard for an old man like me, but at my age, I fear I am no longer fit for such responsibilities. With the black market so busy, how could I possibly manage alone? Those capable should take on more work. You are still in your prime, Brother Jiang. Do not be so humble." Thus, our Qinglong Hall is willing to offer an additional 10% of profits to Brother Jiang. How does that sound? Our Baihu Hall will also allocate an extra 10% to Brother Jiang. My Zhuke Hall can do the same. The three hall leaders launched a barrage of sweet promises, each pledging numerous benefits, appearing determined to entice him away. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. They simply could not believe Jiang Xian would remain unmoved. It is said that Jiang Xian was also a martial artist. And martial artists are often insatiable. There is no one who is not greedy. After much persuasion, Jiang Xian finally acquiesced, feigning reluctance, while in his heart, he was overjoyed. This is what one might call a case of the clam and the snipe contesting. With the fisherman benefiting, one must ask, with the tokens of all 4 halls in hand, who in the black market could rival him? Chapter 41. Old brother, I have brought you a widow. When Zhu Hengfei first learned of this development, he was utterly flabbergasted, staring at the 3 hall leaders before him, speechless. Goodness, do you have no shame in poaching a senior? Having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure. Is this not a truth that Hall Master Zhu understands? The leader of the Zhuke Hall smiled knowingly. Old Zhu, I must warn you, do not seek revenge against Brother Jiang. He is now our collective lifeline. Su Hu grinned widely. You all? Zhu Hengfei pointed at the 4. Utterly at a loss, he certainly would not be foolish enough to confront Jiang Xian directly. That man had already become a force to be reckoned with, and even if he slipped from Zhu Hengfei's grasp, there was little that could be done. Nevertheless, he remained a part of the Xuanwu Hall, and he was determined to uncover Jiang Xian's true capabilities. Before long, Jiang Xian assumed his new position, flaunting the tokens of all 4 halls, basking in the glory. The rigorous 996 work model he had implemented in the North District was now being adopted by the other 3 districts as well. Not only were the managers required to adhere to this model, but even the stewards were mandated to comply, as Jiang Xian could not oversee everything alone. This led to considerable discontent among the stewards, who felt as though the sky was falling. Originally, managing the black market business was referred to as taking a break. They merely needed to tally the accounts each month, call the roll, and embrace their concubines, allowing a month to pass without much effort. However, now they would rather oversee specialty businesses than become entangled in the black market. They have become utterly exhausted. For all this, Jiang Xian remains indifferent. He is solely concerned with the attitudes of his superiors. As long as he can achieve results, everything he does is justified. Moreover, his prestige in the black market has been rising, subtly hinting at surpassing the 4 great hall masters. On this day, the master of the Zhuke Hall, Yin Xing, arrived at Jiang Xian's residence with great enthusiasm. Beside her was a woman of exquisite beauty and alluring curves, standing nervously behind Yin Lin. There is no need for fear. Only with age does one learn to cherish others, unlike your deceased husband. If you can win his favor, I assure you a life of splendor and wealth. Yin Lin consoled the girl with a gentle smile. The girl replied in a voice as soft as a whisper, Is Brother Jiang home? Yin Lin inquired softly. Jiang Xian, seated in meditation within the house, hurried out to greet her upon hearing her voice. Master Yin, what brings you here? Jiang Xian asked with curiosity, as she was technically still his superior. She could have summoned him without needing to come in person. Yin Lin, leading the stunning woman, entered Jiang's residence with a radiant smile. Brother Jiang, you have worked hard during this time, and I have brought someone special to reward you. Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to the woman beside her. Clad in simple clothing, she could not hide her alluring figure. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her beauty was such that no man could resist being captivated. Master Yin, this is? Jiang Xian inquired, bewildered. Yin Lin smiled playfully. I heard that you hastily redeemed 2 women upon entering the black market, keeping them hidden away. While you may have concealed this from others, you could not hide it from me. Jiang Xian's face turned crimson. He was about to explain when Yin Lin continued with a laugh. Do not fret, Brother Jiang. Although this may not align with the customs of our Zhuke Hall, how could I possibly blame you? In fact, I have brought you a widow today. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Xian coughed violently, stating with righteous indignation, Master, you must have misunderstood me. I am of advanced age and have long since let go of worldly desires. I have no interest in such matters. Giggled. Oh, my dear elder brother is still pretending. Yin Lin playfully nudged the woman forward, saying, Look at her figure and beauty. Even in our Zhuke Hall, she would be a top-tier courtesan. Furthermore, Yin Lin leaned closer, lowering her voice. This widow has just arrived at our Zhuke Hall. Her gambling husband owed a substantial debt to the Qinglong Hall and was brutally killed on their wedding day. She was sold to me before she even entered her bridal chamber, So she is still a maiden, my elder brother is advanced in years and has no offspring. Surely, you need someone to care for you. Those worldly women cannot be relied upon. You need someone with a home. Yin Lin winked, as if wholly considering Jiang Xian's welfare. How thoughtful of you, Jiang Xian said, showing signs of hesitation. Master, what are you hesitating over? I offer my goodwill, yet you do not appreciate it, Yin Lin teased, pushing Jiang Xian lightly. If you refuse, I will simply send her to the Zhuge Hall to be taken advantage of by others. What a waste. In the end, after much persuasion from Yin Lin, Jiang Xian reluctantly accepted the woman. Thank you, Master Yin. Next month, I shall pay close attention to the business in the southern district to repay your kindness. Oh, how wonderful, Yin Lin exclaimed joyfully, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Xian. You are truly a man of character. Henceforth, just call me Lina. If such good fortune arises again, I will bring it to you. It must be said, despite being in her 30s, Yin Lin's figure and beauty were impeccable. All the right curves were in place, and her charm remained intact. After being teased so many times, Jiang Xian felt his cheeks flush. People often say young girls are delightful, yet little do they know that mature women are treasures. No need for that. Thank you for your kindness, Master Yin. I am not worthy, Jiang Xian said with a serious expression. His gaze fixated on Yin Lin. Oh, is my elder brother perhaps smitten with me? Yin Lin teased with a smile. I dare not. There is no need for such modesty, if my elder brother is interested. I can accompany you tonight, Master. Please maintain decorum. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Yin Lin smiled coyly before leaving, her face radiant with delight. After this encounter, she realized that Jiang Xian was merely an old lecher pretending to be dignified. Such a person would be easy to manage. Once Yin Lin departed, Jiang Xian's gaze quickly turned serious, replaced by a depth akin to an ancient well. Yin Lin sent you here to watch over me. Did she? Ah? The woman gasped, kneeling on the ground, her stunning face filled with anxiety. Jiang, Master, you. There is no need for alarm. This is not a grave matter. Continue with your duties as usual. Do you understand? Jiang Xian spoke in a calm tone. Understood. The woman trembled slightly. It was evident that she was an informant Yin Lin had placed beside Jiang Xian, a common tactic in the black market. Both were aware of this unspoken understanding, yet neither chose to confront it. However, it appeared the woman had not been properly trained and could still be salvaged. Now, what is your name? Jiang Xian inquired. Frost. Jiang Xian nodded and made his way to the bathing chamber, saying, Come, from today onward, you shall follow me. Master, are we proceeding directly to the bridal chamber? Frost lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness. As a widow, she had many reservations. Now being given to Jiang Xian, she could only serve as a concubine, with no grand ceremony. Yet, it felt too casual to be handed over like this. Jiang Xian frowned slightly, then took out a communication jade tube, saying, Brother Zhang, please come to my residence. I need you to procure some items for me. The next morning, Jiang Xian rose, his face glowing with vitality, stretching languidly and unable to suppress a groan. Master, may I assist you in changing? At that moment, a warm and soothing voice came from behind. Frost struggled to rise, her body still stained from the previous night. The ceremony had been rushed and simple, yet she felt fulfilled and grateful, though she had changed partners. She had at least completed one of the most significant milestones in a woman's life, alleviating her regrets and no need. You should rest well. Jiang Xian turned to support her, signaling for her to continue lying down. At the same time, he contemplated how to arrange for Frost. Logically speaking, Frost and the four sisters, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, were not entirely comparable. It would not be appropriate to simply abandon her in another residence. Seeing Jiang Xian's hesitance, Frost gently took his hand and earnestly said, Master, rest assured. I know what should and shouldn't be said. For her, she had now acknowledged Jiang Xian as her man. Thanks to his presence, she would not be sent to the Zhuge Hall, preserving her final shred of dignity. Jiang Xian felt a stirring in his heart and pondered if he had been a bit too heartless. Very well, this residence is quite spacious. You may find a room to stay in. If I need you, I will call. But without my command, you are not to enter my chambers at will, understood? Upon hearing this, Frost was overjoyed, nodding vigorously. Yes, Master. Meanwhile, unexpectedly, Jiang Xian's system task was completed at that moment. Ding, congratulations on achieving first place in the assessment. Reward granted. Task completed. Reward issued. Qingyun Sword. Qingyun Sword. Superior treasure. This sword is crafted from celestial black iron, capable of slicing through hair and severing flesh, extraordinarily sharp, and infused with true energy to enhance its sword chi. New storyline unfolding. Your performance in the assessment was remarkable. Gaining the trust of your superiors, who will assign you important tasks. Please strive to fulfill them. Trigger task, commission task, task requirements. Complete the entrusted task assigned by the organization. Task rewards. Heavenly Heart Spirit Vision. The Qingyun Sword. Jiang Xian held the long sword in his hand, his expression brimming with excitement. His dream sword had finally arrived. The sword, radiating a cold azure light, measured 4 feet in length, glimmering with a brilliance that indicated it was no ordinary weapon. With this sword in hand, his combat prowess would elevate significantly. Every swordsman dreams of possessing a superb treasure sword, to embark on a journey with it. As far as he knew, even within the black market, few warriors possessed a treasure, as most still relied on ordinary weapons. Jiang Xian stepped outside, arriving at a grand lake, the Chongqing Sword River. Holding the Qingyun sword, Jiang Xian shouted, channeling boundless true energy into the sword. With a gentle sweep, hundreds of azure sword chi coalesced into a long river of sword energy, resembling a ferocious python hurtling towards the lake. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending water soaring dozens of feet into the air. A spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. This colossal sound startled black market experts within a radius of several dozen miles. The nearest, Zhu Hongfei from the Xuanwu Hall, Zhang Yuan, Lu Bai, and others all rushed over. Fearing some monumental event had occurred. Jiang Xian slowly sheathed the sword, a hint of excitement still gleaming in his eyes. In the past, he could unleash a maximum of 90 sword energies with an ordinary sword, beyond which the blade would shatter under the strain. However, with the Qingyun sword, he astonishingly managed to release hundreds of sword energies in an instant, each imbued with enhanced power. Truly, it deserved the title of Sword River. Although this sword technique may not possess the intricacy of the flowing cloud illusionary sword, its destructive capability was utterly terrifying. Brother Jiang, what is this? Zhu Hongfei inquired with a furrowed brow. Jiang Xian replied with a faint smile. It is nothing. I merely felt inspired and practiced a few sword moves. I apologize for disturbing the hall master. Zhu Hongfei was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Huh? No worries, Brother Jiang. Your sword technique is indeed formidable. I fear I might struggle to withstand it. You jest, hall master. Jiang Xian humbly smiled. Zhu Hongfei had already reached the pinnacle of the return to origin realm, merely a step away from the master realm. While Jiang Xian's sword technique was powerful enough to potentially slay an ordinary return to origin expert, it remained inadequate against Zhu Hongfei. Unless, of course, he too could break through to the return to origin realm. Zhu Hongfei's eyes glinted as he patted Jiang Xian's shoulder and said, Brother Jiang, I happen to have a rather special business proposition that I believe only you can handle. Let us set aside dealings in the black market and alchemy for now. Jiang Xian replied, a special business? Jiang Xian's heart raced. Was this not akin to a killing contract? Since joining the black market, he had never engaged in such dealings. The 3 deacons of the Xuanwu Hall had distinct responsibilities. Zhang Yuan managed the black market, while Lu Bai and Song He were in charge of assassination contracts. Of course, Song He had already met his demise at Jiang Xian's hands. Generally, assassination contracts were entrusted to a dedicated group of inner disciples, with deacons only stepping in for particularly troublesome targets. Yet, now Zhu Hongfei had bypassed the deacons and approached him, the vice hall master. His instincts warned him that Zhu Hongfei was likely up to some trickery, though he could not discern his true intentions. Nevertheless, out of loyalty and reason, Xuanwu Hall was his own faction, leaving him with little justification to refuse the hall master's request. Resolved, Jiang Xian stated, I am grateful for the hall master's trust, and I am willing to serve. Ha ha ha. With Brother Jiang taking action, I have no worries. Zhu Hongfei laughed heartily. I was initially concerned that you had become too involved with the 3 halls and neglected our Xuanwu Hall. As he spoke, Zhu Hongfei warmly took Jiang Xian's hand and led him toward the Zhu residence, preparing to discuss this assassination business. Upon returning to the Zhu residence, Zhu Hongfei brewed a pot of hot tea for Jiang Xian and said, Brother Jiang, recently our Xuanwu Hall received a particularly troublesome assassination commission, and we have been hesitant. After witnessing your sword skills today, I believe you are the best candidate. Jiang Xian could not help but feel puzzled. Might I inquire, what exactly is this assassination commission? Such a vague statement left much to be desired. How could he, an elderly man, be the only suitable candidate when the likes of Liu Bai and Zhang Yuan were far more appropriate? Zhu Hengfei sighed heavily and explained, "It is not the commission itself that is problematic, but rather the employer is exceedingly difficult to deal with. She requires that the assassin negotiate with her in secret, with no one else aware of the operation." He continued, "In all of Xuanwu Hall, only you, Brother Jiang, possess both martial prowess and a wealth of experience in the Jianghu, making you the ideal person for this task." Jiang Xian furrowed his brow further. Is this person truly so audacious? Does she not know the rules of the black market? She does know. In fact, she is quite familiar with them and has maintained a close relationship with our Xuanwu Hall, making her someone we cannot afford to offend. And who might this be? Jiang Xian's interest was piqued. Zhu Hengfei took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, "The City Lord's wife." Chapter 43. A Den of Dragons and Tigers. The City Lord's wife? Jiang Xian's heart skipped a beat. This individual was certainly not to be underestimated. The City Lord's wife, known as Zhang Yulian, was the eldest daughter of the most powerful family in Yuzhou City, the Zhang family, and was renowned as a talented woman throughout the region. Furthermore, it was said that the City Lord Yang Su ascended to his position with the Zhang family's backing, wielding immense power. Indeed, Zhu Hengfei continued, "I have heard that the City Lord is gravely ill, and nearly all power in Yuzhou City has coalesced around this woman. Even we in the black market must show her a degree of respect." Jiang Xian felt a sense of foreboding and said, "Hall Master, given the significance of this employer, I have never acted as an assassin. I fear I may not be up to the task." "Ah, precisely because you have never taken on such a role, you are the most suitable candidate," Zhu Hengfei insisted. "Why is that?" Jiang Xian was perplexed. How could he, an elderly man, be the most appropriate choice for such a critical commission? Zhu Hengfei elaborated, "What you may not know is that this woman has collaborated with our Xuanwu Hall for many years, consistently requesting such secretive arrangements. However, the assassins in our hall are nothing more than fools who only know how to kill, lacking any understanding of the inherent dangers involved, and they take on any job without caution. If handled poorly, it could lead to dire consequences." He continued, "Over the years, several assassins have perished on her commissions, never to return." Jiang Xian was taken aback. Perished on a commission? Is her work truly that perilous? Who can say? The details of her commissions are known only to the assassins themselves. Zhu Hengfei shrugged. Then reassured Jiang Xian, "There is no need for you to worry excessively. If you feel unable to accept her commission, you can simply decline. She cannot force us to comply. However, we must still extend her the courtesy of a visit." Noticing Jiang Xian's lingering hesitation, Zhu Hengfei added with a smile, "Brother Jiang, you are a wise man, with profound cultivation and extensive experience in the Jianghu. I trust you completely. How about this? We will split the commission's reward 50-50. Typically, assassins would only receive 20% of the reward, with the majority going to the hall, so 50% was quite generous." "Very well, I am willing to serve the hall master." Ultimately, after much persuasion from Zhu Hengfei, Jiang Xian reluctantly acquiesced. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Moreover, he had a mission to undertake, albeit one that appeared perilously fraught with danger. His instincts warned him that the City Lord's wife was far more complex than Zhu Hengfei had portrayed. That very night, under a moonless sky and howling winds, Jiang Xian donned plain attire and a bamboo hat before venturing into the black market, making his way directly to an inn where he ordered a pot of wine. Shortly thereafter, a slender man entered the tavern and took a seat opposite Jiang Xian. Dressed like a fisherman, he bore a keen glint in his eyes that suggested he was no ordinary commoner. A slight aura of true energy emanated from him, indicating he was also a martial artist. Jiang Xian cast a glance at the man and remarked, "Out fishing tonight?" The fisherman turned to Jiang Xian and spoke in a low voice. "The waves are too rough. Take care lest your boat capsizes." "The rougher the waves, the more valuable the fish," Jiang Xian replied nonchalantly. Their conversation was shrouded in ambiguity, incomprehensible to outsiders, serving as a prearranged code for their meeting. Upon hearing this, the fisherman's eyes narrowed, and he quickly approached Jiang Xian, bowing in respect. "Esteemed elder, do you hail from the Xuanwu Hall?" He appeared astonished, not expecting such an elderly figure to be sent by the other party. Jiang Xian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The lady has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please follow me. The fisherman exhibited delight, gesturing for Jiang Xian to follow. The two mounted horses that had been prepared in advance and set off toward the outskirts of Yuzhou City. As they journeyed along the long road, Jiang Xian turned to the fisherman and asked, "Might I inquire your name?" "I am Ning Shan. May I ask for your honored name?" "Jiang Xian." After exchanging names, they fell into silence. After some time, Jiang Xian regarded Ning Shan with narrowed eyes. "Ning Shan, as a master at the 9th level of qi condensation, what kind of remuneration do you receive from the city lord's mansion each month?" "Master?" Ning Shan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Elder, you jest. At the 9th level of qi condensation, I am but an ant in this vast world." Jiang Xian awkwardly rubbed his nose. There was no need for such self-deprecation. "I am merely at the 9th level of qi condensation as well." However, he recognized that Ning Shan's words held truth. This world was indeed vast, and Qingzhou was merely a desolate province amidst a sea of worldly empires. Where the majority of the populace were commoners. As for my remuneration, I shall not mention it. Merely enough to make ends meet, Ning Shan added. Merely making ends meet? Jiang Xian's brows knitted in concern upon hearing this. While it was true that one at the 9th level of qi condensation was insignificant, thriving amidst the riches of Yuzhou City should not be an issue. Why did it sound so dismal? Ning Shan, why not come with me to the black market? At the very least, you would live more comfortably than you do now, Jiang Xian suggested with a faint smile. Ning Shan rarely smiled. But he did so now. Elder, you jest. We must focus on our journey. What, do you look down upon the black market? Or perhaps you look down upon me? Or is it that you harbor some unspeakable secret? Jiang Xian's expression darkened further, sensing that Ning Shan was a man with a story. Indeed, he felt an aura about him that only those who emerged from the black market possessed, which was rather unusual. Of course not. To be honest, I once belonged to the black market but have been away for quite some time. You were also part of the black market? Jiang Xian exclaimed in surprise. Which hall? Xuanwu Hall, Ning Shan replied nonchalantly. Then why did you leave the black market? Jiang Xian inquired. For survival, Ning Shan stated simply. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian fell silent. For survival. Did this imply he was constrained by circumstances? To compel a warrior to utter such words as "I only wish to survive," one can only fear the formidable presence of the lady of the castle behind him. Fortunately, he had made thorough preparations for this journey. Otherwise, he would indeed have felt alarmed. Sensing Jiang Xian's unusual gaze, Ning Shan realized he had misspoken and quickly smiled, saying, I have said too much. It is more important that we continue our journey. From that moment on, the two fell silent, progressing through the night towards the Lord's mansion. Along the way, Jiang Xian's mood grew heavy. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger, as if he were venturing into a den of dragons and tigers. After half an hour of travel, a faint yellow light appeared at the end of the official road. A magnificent mansion gradually emerged in their sight, becoming brighter and clearer as they approached. Jiang Xian could not help but be taken aback. There existed such a luxurious abode outside of Yuzhou City. Ning Shan's expression turned even more wooden as he pointed ahead, saying, Old sir, we have arrived. This is the place where you shall meet with the lady. After walking a few hundred steps, Jiang Xian arrived at the entrance of a mansion, where the wind stirred slightly, carrying an unusual aura. A cursory assessment revealed that there were at least several hundred warriors lying in ambush within the mansion, an impenetrable fortress indeed. This place was truly a den of dragons and tigers. Chapter 44. The Lady of the Castle. Before the Grand Mansion, two figures strode forth. Under Ning Shan's guidance, they walked several hundred steps before being halted by armored soldiers. Who goes there? Have you lost your sight? Do you not recognize who I am? Ning Shan barked coldly. The soldier, drawing closer with a torch, squinted, then bowed slightly. I greet you, Ning too. Step aside. This is someone the lady wishes to see. Upon hearing the word lady, the soldier's eyes flickered with an unmistakable fear, and they quickly retreated. Please, come in. Once inside the courtyard, Jiang Xian dismounted, adjusted his attire, and followed Ning Shan towards the main hall. Along the way, he noticed the absence of servants. Instead, armored guards were everywhere, encircling them like a royal estate. Jiang Xian inhaled deeply. Such display indicated that the lady of the castle was no ordinary person. Upon reaching the main hall, Ning Shan gestured for Jiang Xian to take a seat and instructed a maid. Go announce the lady's arrival. Inform her that the people from Xuanwu Hall have arrived. At that moment, in another chamber within the mansion, a chorus of flirtatious voices could be heard. The room contained 2 large beds, upon which lay 2 men. The one on the left was bound hand and foot with ropes, trapped on the bed, devoid of hope. The one on the right, pallid and seemingly gravely ill, gazed at Zhang Yulian with eyes filled with rage and despair. The lady of the castle, Zhang Yulian, was panting, her eyes enchanting, and her tone sultry as she said, "Oh dear, are you very angry? Do take care not to hurt yourself. You cannot die just yet, understand?" The lord of the castle, Yang Su, glared with fury, his face twisted in rage, lips parted but unable to utter a word due to his illness. This woman had seized his power while he was gravely ill, murdered his concubine, and confined him to this place, all while observing this inhumane scene. Does it hurt?" Zhang Yulian's tone was seductive, her demeanor beguiling, her gaze mocking. "Yang Su, you beast, did you ever think you would find yourself in such a predicament? Rest assured, I will not allow you to die so easily. I intend for you to live and witness your lady consorting with other men, to see the lordship fall into my hands. Oh, by the way, did you not proclaim that I am unable to bear children? I shall allow you to witness firsthand how I give birth." Zhang Yulian's tone was nearly deranged. Should anyone be present, they would undoubtedly assume her to be a complete lunatic, rather than the dignified lady of the castle. Once upon a time, Zhang Yulian had been a lovesick woman, willing to forsake everything for the man she cherished. Unfortunately, the object of her affections was a hopelessly inept scholar. One was a daughter of a prominent family, the other a destitute scholar. Their fate was doomed from the start. At that time, Yang Su, a minor official, had murdered the man she loved to seize her, climbing to the lordship with the support of the Zhang family. The most crushing blow was that all of this had been orchestrated by her family in collusion with Yang Su. Yet, it did not end there. Once in power, Yang Su began to neglect Zhang Yulian, forcing the blame for his own inability to conceive upon her. Had she not been the Zhang family's daughter, she would have likely been discarded long ago. From that day forward, she vowed to take revenge, to reclaim everything that belonged to them. Just then, a quavering voice echoed from outside, "Madam, the people from Xuanwu Hall have arrived." Upon hearing this, Yang Su's pupils contracted. It was Xuanwu Hall again. This wicked woman was about to kill once more. For years, he had wondered why so many loyal followers had inexplicably perished. It turned out this vile woman had hired assassins. No wonder, just as he fell ill, his power was stripped away completely. At this juncture, he could only place his hopes on Lord Zhang, praying he might discipline his daughter and grant him a moment's respite. Zhang Yulian grew increasingly deranged, reveling in Yang Su's expression to an extreme degree. After a brief interval, Zhang Xian sat upright in his chair, suddenly opening his eyes. From outside, a light, hurried footstep approached, as if someone were eager to arrive. Accompanying the sound, the surrounding maidens appeared anxious, lowering their heads instinctively. Following the sound, Zhang Xian beheld a tall woman draped in a dark golden nightgown, her long black hair cascading down to her waist. With legs that seemed longer than his waist, an aura of nobility emanating from her. At first glance, Zhang Xian felt she exuded grace and opulence. However, her brow bore a hint of lingering warmth, and her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, indicative of unfulfilled desires. With 70 years of experience, Zhang Xian instantly sensed an underlying complexity. Damn it, a harlot, he thought, astonished that she had been engaged in such activities before coming to see him. How outrageous. This esteemed elder is the one sent by Xuanwu Hall? Zhang Yulian's eyes filled with confusion. Historically, Xuanwu Hall sent brawny men. This time, however, an elderly gentleman arrived, quite a novelty. Old man Zhang Xian, I have the pleasure of meeting the lady. Zhang Xian rose and offered a slight bow to Zhang Yulian, their gazes meeting momentarily. Zhang Yulian's eyes regained tranquility, yet they resembled deep, unfathomable waters, making it impossible to discern her thoughts. Upon a second glance, Zhang Xian's perception of her shifted. He found her radiating an alluring charm, indescribably captivating, drawing his gaze as if spellbound. Zhang Xian could not help but sigh, for she was indeed a talented woman of yore. Now a queen in her own right. Please, take a seat, old sir. I apologize for the wait. Zhang Yulian's melodious voice flowed softly, surpassing the majority of so-called mature women's tones. "Madam, you too." Jiang Xian extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner, mirroring her grace. When dealing with a person of refinement, one must respond in kind. "Serve the tea." The two sat opposite each other, exchanging smiles, remaining silent for a while. Those who understood the gravity of their meeting recognized it as a negotiation of life and death. Those unaware might have assumed it was a matchmaking event. Jiang Xian's gaze lingered on Jiang Yulian, his heart filled with curiosity. He prided himself on having experienced numerous women throughout his life, having encountered many beauties akin to Li Yingling and Luo Li. Yet this woman was astonishingly unique, captivating beyond words, and each glance revealed something new. Jiang Yulian lifted the teacup to her lips, exhaling gently over it before saying, "If the old sir wishes to gaze upon me, do so openly. There is no need for pretense. I do not mind." Jiang Xian felt a hint of embarrassment. Setting down the teacup, he chuckled, "My apologies, it is only human nature to appreciate beauty. Though I have surpassed 70 years, I am unable to escape this inclination. The old sir is quite candid." Jiang Yulian sipped her tea and replied, "You say I am beautiful. Pray tell, what is it that makes me so?" Chapter 45. Verses and hidden threats indeed. A talented woman, to pose such a life-and-death question right away, or perhaps, all women enjoy inquiring about their beauty? Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback upon the utterance of her words. Not only was Jiang Xian startled, but the surrounding maidens also tensed, for the lady was known for her capriciousness. Should she be angered? The consequences could be unfathomable. The atmosphere thickened for several seconds. Jiang Xian finally spoke, "I am not adept with words. I can only borrow a line from an ancient poet to express my admiration for the lady." "Oh? The old sir is well versed in poetry. May I inquire which line?" Jiang Yulian regarded him with a smile that was both knowing and teasing. Jiang Xian pondered for a moment before responding with a faint smile. An ancient poet wrote, "A glance over the shoulder begets 100 charms. The hues of the 6 palaces pale in comparison." Perhaps this refers to you, my lady? A glance over the shoulder begets 100 charms. The hues of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Jiang Yulian murmured, her eyes momentarily clouded with reminiscence before quickly returning to normal. After a few moments of silence, Jiang Yulian finally came to herself, offering a gentle smile. "A beautiful poem, indeed. I wonder which ancient poet composed it. I pride myself on my literary knowledge, yet I have never encountered this line." Jiang Xian's eyes also flickered with a hint of nostalgia as he sighed. "Ah, that was penned by an ancient poet from the world of my dreams." Giggling, "I did not expect the old sir to be so amusing. A true scholar at heart. The world of dreams, how intriguing." Jiang Yulian's smile was captivating, rivaling that of a blossoming flower in its prime, exuding a unique charm. As she smiled, Jiang Xian felt it was entirely normal, yet the surrounding maidens appeared increasingly anxious, bewildered, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. They were the ladies' attendants and, naturally, aware that their mistress was not one to jest lightly. Even laughter, in this case, is but a facade, devoid of genuine emotion, feigning exuberance. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself laughing heartily at a 70-year-old man. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Yulian twirled her teacup and remarked, "Though the poem is indeed exquisite, I must confess, I am not fond of this particular line. Might I kindly request the esteemed gentleman to offer a different verse?" Jiang Xian furrowed his brow slightly. "Not fond. Why is that?" Jiang Yulian replied, "From the esteemed gentleman's verse, it appears to describe an enchanting beauty from the imperial harem. However, as history attests, beauty often meets with misfortune. I have no desire to reside in that frigid harem, nor to embody such a woman. May I inquire, what sort of woman does the lady aspire to be?" Jiang Xian cast a wary glance at Jiang Yulian, cautiously inquiring. Although she exuded no palpable aura of power, her mere presence was suffocating, her charisma overwhelmingly potent point. One could surmise that her ambitions were far from trivial. Jiang Yulian remained silent, her fingers lightly tapping the tea table as if deep in contemplation. After a brief pause, she smiled and said, "On this fine day, allow me to compose a verse of my own for your esteemed critique." "I would not dare. I have long heard that the lady is the foremost talent of Yuzhou City, and I am all ears," Jiang Xian replied respectfully. Jiang Yulian's smile faded, adopting a demeanor as composed as when they first met. And she recited, "With boundless ambition, I weave splendid dreams, a decree in hand. I wield dominion over realms. Esteemed gentlemen, what do you think?" Upon finishing, Jiang Yulian gazed at Jiang Xian with a radiant smile. Jiang Xian was taken aback. This woman harbored ambitions far greater than he had anticipated. She seemed intent on emulating Wu Zetian. "A fine poem indeed. I thank you for your gracious praise," Jiang Yulian replied, a glimmer of delight in her eyes. At this juncture, they exchanged a silent glance, an unspoken understanding lingering in the air. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Xian spoke softly, "Madam, since we have exchanged verses, shall we now discuss matters of importance? Alas, it is not that I am unwilling to speak of serious matters, but rather that the esteemed gentleman has yet to finish the tea in his cup." "I dare not proceed," Jiang Yulian replied, pouring Jiang Xian another cup of hot tea from the Yixing teapot. As the tea flowed, so did her words. "I understand that those who practice martial arts are often prideful. One must employ certain tactics," she continued. Jiang Xian tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Madam, have you poisoned the tea?" "Indeed, I have, and it is a type of poison specifically designed for martial artists," Jiang Yulian admitted candidly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xian with a playful smile. "What? Does the esteemed gentleman intend to take action against me?" In that moment, she seemed to seek a flicker of panic in Jiang Xian's eyes, her expression brimming with anticipation. However, her hopes were swiftly dashed. Jiang Xian's eyes remained as calm as a still lake, devoid of any emotional upheaval. "Rest assured, I am not so foolish." The lady stands before a killer with such confidence. "Naturally, she possesses a means of self-preservation," Jiang Xian stated with a hint of detachment. Jiang Yulian, feeling somewhat disenchanted, averted her gaze and sighed. "Ah, dealing with intelligent individuals is indeed a relief. Many assassins have been eager to end my life. What a pity. The esteemed gentleman is truly a person of refinement, remaining unperturbed even in the face of calamity, so unlike other assassins, which I find quite admirable," Jiang Yulian mused, her tone a blend of admiration and sarcasm. She continued, "Rest assured, once the task is completed, I shall provide the antidote without fail. After all, I too harbor a healthy fear of the black market." Yet, despite her claims of fear, Jiang Xian detected no trace of trepidation in her eyes. She remained eerily composed. The eyes never lie, and while Jiang Yulian adeptly concealed her emotions, her gaze betrayed her true intentions. If she truly believed she could deliver the antidote posthumously, she would be subjecting herself to eternal servitude. Undoubtedly, she was a woman of profound cunning. Does such a remarkable woman as yourself truly have fears?" Jiang Xian teased, having seen through Jiang Yulian's ruse. Jiang Yulian raised an eyebrow, her prior mirth fading into a solemn demeanor. "As a woman, how could I lack fears? If the esteemed gentleman doubts my words, you may return to Xuanwu Hall and inquire whether they can assist you in dispelling this poison." Jiang Xian remained unfazed, shaking his sleeves and stating earnestly, "There is no need for the lady to intimidate me. One may speak plainly." "How refreshing!" Jiang Yulian thought she had gained the upper hand, smiling as she said, "It is quite simple. All I require is for the esteemed gentleman to eliminate 2 individuals, and in return, I shall provide the antidote." "Shall we not first discuss the remuneration?" Jiang Xian interjected. "Remuneration?" Jiang Yulian's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, "I have already arranged for someone to deliver it to Zhu Tangzhu. I merely await your assistance." Jiang Xian's expression shifted, surprise flickering across his features. Her words seemed vague yet laden with meaning. "Curse you, Zhu Hengfei. I will ensure you soar one day." Jiang Xian steadied his thoughts and continued, "May I inquire whom the lady wishes to eliminate?" Jiang Yulian dismissed the surrounding maidservants, lifted her teacup for a sip, and elegantly set it down, smiling softly. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang He. Chapter 46. Confrontation and Compromise. Why? Jiang Xian frowned and asked. What a madwoman she was, willing to kill even her own father. Jiang Yulian's brows knitted slightly as she replied, "The esteemed gentleman is an assassin. Your task is to kill, not to question. There are rules to hiring an assassin, and so too are there rules for me," Jiang Xian asserted, straightening his posture, his martial aura surging forth as he fixed his sharp gaze upon Jiang Yulian. "Do you believe you still possess the right to choose?" Jiang Yulian toyed with the teapot, her demeanor unfazed. Clearly, she intended to keep their conversation brief. As a shrewd woman, she would never make the mistake of divulging too much to Jiang Xian, maintaining an air of mystery that was instinctual to her. Does the lady believe she has me completely in her grasp? Jiang Xian replied coolly, Is it not so? Jiang Yulian countered. Jiang Xian offered no response. Instead, he produced a smooth, round pill from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. A detoxification pill? Jiang Yulian's pupils constricted. This was an exceedingly rare third-tier pill, nearly impossible to find. Its sole purpose was to grant immunity to any lethal poison for 2 hours. The formula was indeed available at the black market pharmacy. Yet no one had managed to concoct it thus far. Observing Jiang Yulian's astonished expression, Jiang Xian chuckled softly. I have long heard that the lady is meticulous. Had I not made ample preparations, I would not have dared to meet you here. To ensure the success of this venture, he had not only prepared a plethora of pills, but also equipped himself with precious artifacts. Communication talismans, ropes, night cloaks, and other provisions, even supplementing with thunderbolt seals to guarantee success. Prior to this, he had intentionally conversed with Ning Shan, harboring a suspicion that he was under the influence of some poison. Now, upon meeting Jiang Yulian, his suspicions were confirmed. Jiang Yulian's surprise was fleeting, as she quickly regained her composure, seemingly indifferent, and complimented. I didn't anticipate that my little trick would be uncovered. The esteemed gentleman truly stands apart from other assassins. Which is quite impressive. Jiang Xian smiled politely. Your praise is unwarranted. With age, one inevitably accumulates more means of self-defense. May I now hear the esteemed gentleman's principles? Certainly, please proceed, Jiang Yulian encouraged. Jiang Xian raised his head slightly and stated, In my lifetime, there are 3 types of individuals I do not kill. First, I do not harm innocent children. Second, I do not harm pregnant women. Third, I do not harm close friends or family. Of course, your father does not fall under these categories, but I am immensely curious as to why you wish to kill him. Is it out of hatred, wealth, power, or some other gain? If you do not clarify, aiding a daughter in killing her father is an act of grave treachery that would surely weigh heavily on my conscience. In this world, some individuals could never find peace after taking a life, which is why assassins were often cold-hearted and devoid of humanity. Yet, Jiang Xian did not consider himself an assassin, nor did he wish to betray his own principles for the sake of business. These 3 tenets represented Jiang Xian's true aspirations, as well as his desire to understand Jiang Yulian's motives to avoid falling into a trap. Jiang Yulian smirked. I did not expect the esteemed gentleman to be such a principled assassin. I am truly impressed. Principles are hardly the matter. A martial artist cultivates to pursue one's true self. Jiang Xian replied nonchalantly, The esteemed gentleman is quite curious. If you would propose other conditions, I could offer you gold, jewels, spirit stones, or even a rare beauty. As a gesture of friendship, Jiang Yulian sighed. Her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xian, as if seeking to glean something from his eyes. She was testing him, probing whether he truly adhered to his principles. To be frank, she did not believe he would. Jiang Xian took a sip from his teacup before rising. Since the lady is unwilling to cooperate, let it be known that I have not set foot here tonight. I hope for the opportunity to collaborate with you in the future. His words were resolute, and the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. Even the flickering candle flames seemed to dim. Do not forget, esteemed gentlemen, this is my domain. Do you truly dare to take a single step outside? Jiang Yulian's expression darkened, her tone icy, devoid of the earlier joviality and politeness. It was both a reminder and a warning. As the rhythmic sound of disciplined footsteps resonated faintly in the air, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the surroundings, as if a multitude of soldiers were mobilizing. It seemed that at the slightest signal from the lady, those hidden martial artists and soldiers lurking in the shadows would surge forth to reduce Jiang Xian to mere pulp. Yet, Jiang Xian remained unperturbed, his expression as calm as still water. May I interpret this as you threatening me? My lady, Jiang Yulian, with no attempt to disguise her intentions, replied with a faint smile. If the old gentleman insists on such an interpretation, I would not object. A threat. This was a blatant and unambiguous threat. Jiang Xian cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yulian, then stepped forward, making his way toward the door. As he walked, his deep voice resounded. In my life, I have always been intolerant of threats, especially from women. Since I dared to come here, I can depart with unrestrained confidence. I also possess a rather unfortunate habit of eliminating anyone who dares to act against me, should you doubt this. My lady, feel free to test it. Let us see whether my blood will spill here or if I shall cleanse this opulent mansion entirely. His tone was steady and powerful, like a resounding bell striking Jiang Yulian's heart. Jiang Xian did not pause, continuing his resolute stride toward the exit, exuding an aura that seemed to declare, "None shall hinder me." Witnessing this scene, not only did Jiang Yulian feel stirred, but those concealed martial artists and soldiers also grew solemn, their gleaming blades trembling uncontrollably. This inexplicable sense of oppression was suffocating. Ning Shan, too, felt a twinge of fear as he beheld Jiang Xian's stooped figure. Though he sensed that Jiang Xian's cultivation was not vastly superior to his own, he believed that if a confrontation were to ensue, he would not last even a single exchange. The reason was simple. It was the overwhelming martial spirit that he had lost since being subdued. Jiang Yulian's expression turned unusually grave, as for the first time, she comprehended the weight of an experienced veteran. This elderly man before her was entirely different from her lecherous father, profound, enigmatic, imposing, and terrifying. Leaving one at a loss to decipher his true intentions, she could interpret Jiang Xian's demeanor as mere bravado, yet her keen intuition warned her that the reality was far more complex. As a woman accustomed to power, she had always trusted her instincts. This elder was not to be trifled with. In this moment, Jiang Yulian began to waver. Since assuming power, this was her first contemplation of whether to compromise with another. As she hesitated, Jiang Xian's footfalls had already crossed the threshold, his figure rounding the corner. "Old gentleman, wait," Jiang Yulian called out. This time, her tone softened considerably, reminiscent of a forsaken maiden. Jiang Xian halted, turning back with a detached expression. "My lady, have you come to a decision?" Chapter 47. A price to pay. "You are truly a remarkable individual, old gentleman. I admire you." Jiang Yulian began with a compliment to Jiang Xian, easing the tense atmosphere. "Before continuing, this is not the place for discussions. I kindly ask you to accompany me." With this statement, she signaled her capitulation. As she ascended the stairs, she beckoned Jiang Xian to follow. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow slightly, unable to discern what scheme this woman was concocting. Nonetheless, his skills were formidable, and he felt no fear. With measured steps, Jiang Xian followed Jiang Yulian up to the third floor of the pavilion. Entering a study, Jiang Yulian gently pressed a mechanism, retrieving a wooden box from a hidden passage and presenting it to Jiang Xian. "What is this?" Jiang Xian inquired, perplexed. "This is the evidence you seek. Old gentleman, if you are not fearful of traps, feel free to open it." Jiang Yulian gazed intently at Jiang Xian, seemingly attempting to see through him. At this juncture, she still sought to test his resolve. Jiang Xian smiled calmly. "I naturally trust you, my lady." As he slowly opened the wooden box, he remained poised to unleash his defenses should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Upon unveiling the contents, Jiang Xian breathed a silent sigh of relief. It contained merely a collection of documents, devoid of any extraordinary items. "Old gentleman, you still do not trust me," Jiang Yulian remarked. Her eyes filled with an air of melancholy. It was evident to her that Jiang Xian remained on guard. For men were often deceptive creatures, and this old man was no exception. With an indifferent smile, Jiang Xian began to scrutinize the substantial stack of documents. The more he perused, the more astonished he became, his eyes flickering with intensity. The records detailed a calamity in the year 1452 of the Daiqian dynasty, wherein a famine struck Yuzhou, and Yang Su conspired with the Jiang family to embezzle 300,000 taels of disaster relief silver from the court, resulting in the starvation of countless citizens, leading to acts of cannibalism. In 1454, Yang Su, under the pretense of celebrating the birthday of Jiang He, unjustly arrested 500 virtuous maidens for his own pleasure, causing the destruction of thousands of families. The documents continued, presenting a litany of heinous crimes committed by the Jiang family and their son-in-law Yang Su, each one more egregious than the last, rendering their guilt undeniable and their transgressions inexcusable. From initial astonishment, Jiang Xian's demeanor shifted to a state of numbness, a barely discernible chill glinting in his eyes. Particularly striking was the first entry regarding the famine. He realized that the original owner of this body had been one of its victims, which explained his descent into servitude under the Li family. Although Jiang Xian had traversed time, he bore the memories and emotions of the original owner, and now his hands trembled involuntarily, fueled by an overwhelming rage, an unrestrained fury. "My lady, do you possess any evidence to support these allegations?" Jiang Xian's voice was hoarse. In that moment, he found himself hoping fervently that these claims fabricated by Jiang Yulian were entirely fictitious, for if such beasts were allowed to exist, it would be an affront to justice itself. Jiang Yulian's demeanor reverted to her customary chill, her eyes betraying no emotional fluctuation. "Of course, I have been collecting evidence since my marriage into the Yang family, yearning for the day these individuals meet their just demise. Regrettably, she confessed, initially, I sought only to retaliate against those who forced me into marrying Yang Su, but I never anticipated uncovering such shocking truths." Jiang Xian cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yulian. "If you possess these documents, my lady, why not report them to the court?" Undeniably, Jiang Yulian's fervor for vengeance was palpable, surpassing the performances of most Oscar-winning actors from his past life. Yet, Jiang Xian could not suppress his skepticism. Convinced that she harbored ulterior motives, with a bitter smile, tears cascading down her cheeks, Jiang Yulian replied, "Old gentleman, I am but a frail woman. How could I contend against the formidable Jiang family? Not just me, even Yang Su's life hangs by a thread at Jiang He's whim. The Jiang family's influence in Yuzhou far exceeds your imagination. Should I present these incriminating documents, I fear I would be intercepted before leaving the city. Apart from assassination, I can conceive no strategy to confront the Jiang family." As she spoke, Jiang Yulian could not help but weep, evoking sympathy from those who witnessed her plight. Jiang Xian observed an intriguing detail. Jiang He, having once roamed the martial world, established the formidable Jiang family, yet all his biological sons had perished at the hands of rivals, leaving only Jiang Yulian as his sole daughter. Ironically, this old man had suddenly lost his ability to father children. Although he could still engage in the act, he could not conceive. Helplessly, he had to accept Yang Su as his son-in-law, manipulating him to usurp the previous lord's power and ascend to the position of city lord. Henceforth, the Jiang family began to dominate Yuzhou. Even more ironically, Yang Su had also lost his ability to sire offspring and had wrongly blamed Jiang Yulian for this predicament, leading her to become the woman she was now. "I have disclosed all that is pertinent, both for personal and public reasons. I yearn for the Jiang family's utter ruin. Will you assist me, old gentleman?" Jiang Yulian produced a handkerchief, her tear-filled eyes exuding a heart-wrenching appeal. Indeed, when a typically assertive woman reveals her tender side, even the most stoic man cannot help but feel moved and soften. Any other man in this situation, particularly a youthful and impetuous lad, would undoubtedly be captivated by Jiang Yulian's charm, willing to lay down his life for her. However, Jiang Xian's heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions, his murky old eyes discerning the truth of human nature. He was convinced that Jiang Yulian had ulterior motives beyond mere vengeance, perhaps even a desire for power. Yet, what was that to him? The justification for murder was already ample, and he could not forsake the mission bestowed upon him by the system. Of course, if the lady hired him to carry out the assassination, it was only natural for him to demand fair compensation. Jiang Xian nodded slightly, signaling his acceptance of the deal. "Splendid." Jiang Yulian's tears transformed into a radiant smile. Her joy evident. "Old gentleman, I shall provide you with the Jiang family's defense plan immediately." "Wait," Jiang Xian interjected, halting Jiang Yulian. "My lady, we have yet to negotiate the price." Jiang Yulian paused, a hint of surprise crossing her features. "Old gentleman, what are you speaking of?" "I have already delivered your reward to Lord Zhu." "Lord Zhu may have agreed, but I have not. The decision of whether or not to proceed rests with me," Jiang Xian stated matter-of-factly. Jiang Yulian's expression was one of astonishment. In her experience, assassins were typically obedient to their masters, and she had never encountered one who defied orders. This old man appeared increasingly unlike a conventional assassin. Noticing her incredulity, Jiang Xian offered a smile. "Do not take offense, my lady. While I have consented to the act of murder, the target is still your biological father, and I would feel remorse in carrying out such a deed. I must demand a higher fee." Chapter 48. A breakthrough in the Return to Origin realm. Higher fee? Jiang Yulian blinked, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Xian had previously exuded such righteousness that she had almost forgotten he was an assassin. The assassin ultimately remains driven by self-interest. Naturally, There is no issue. Zhang Yulian smiled gently, her tone soft. I shall ensure that the remuneration I previously promised to Lord Zhu is also generously bestowed upon you. Esteemed elder, once the task is accomplished. How does that sound? Jiang Xian responded with a subtle smile. That would be exceedingly agreeable. Although he was unaware of the exact benefits offered to Zhu Hongfei, he was certain that the compensation would be substantial. Given Zhang Yulian's background, there was no need for her to deceive him regarding such matters. However, it must be made clear that should the esteemed elder fail to eliminate Zhang He, the promised reward would not only be withheld but could also lead to a severance of ties. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Rest assured, my lady, I shall not provide you with an opportunity to turn against me. As long as Jiang He did not possess the prowess of a third-tier master, he was confident he could dispatch him and depart unscathed. Moreover, Yuzhou City was merely a small locale, with only 3 renowned masters. The first was the Mad Blade Elder, who gained fame a century ago and was rumored to have been slain by enemies. The second was the arrogant guest Elder Imo Taishu of the City Lord's residence, who regarded no one with respect, beyond the reach of even the City Lord's command. The third was the mysterious helmsman of their black market, a figure as elusive as a dragon. Aside from these 3, no other masters of renown had emerged in Yuzhou City, making it implausible for anyone else to rise unnoticed. This was precisely why Zhang Yuan and others were so astonished at the prospect of Jiang Xian being a master. Seeing Jiang Xian's confidence, Zhang Yulian chose not to say more, smiling faintly. The two returned directly to the main hall, discussing information regarding Jiang He and handing over the defensive layout of the Jiang family's guards to Jiang Xian. According to Zhang Yulian, Jiang He was not a martial artist himself, but was accompanied by 2 shadowy experts at all times. These 2 masters were shrouded in mystery. Zhang Yulian had only seen them once throughout her life, and their identities were completely obscured. As for their levels of cultivation, Zhang Yulian candidly admitted ignorance. For all who had ever engaged with Jiang He had met their demise, including several masters of the returning origin realm. Jiang Xian's brow furrowed slightly, realizing the potential complexities ahead. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. If he could not discern the methods of these 2 shadowy experts, a rash attack could lead to disastrous consequences. Although Jiang Xian was confident, he was by no means arrogant. Underestimating the enemy strategically while valuing them tactically was a valuable lesson from great leaders of the past. Zhang Yulian gazed at Jiang Xian and smiled lightly. Do not worry, esteemed elder. I shall assist you in uncovering the backgrounds of these shadowy experts during this period. There is no need for haste. Indeed, Jiang Xian replied slowly, resting his hands on his knees, speaking calmly. Madam, since we have reached an agreement, I shall take my leave. I hope that tonight's events mark the beginning of our friendship, rather than its conclusion. Zhang Yulian was momentarily taken aback, swiftly grasping Jiang Xian's implication. He feared she might secretly undermine him. This was a blatant warning, urging her not to burn bridges. This elder was not only peculiar but also exceedingly cautious. A testament to his prudent nature as a seasoned figure, she did not deny having entertained such thoughts. How could she allow anyone to live after involving them in such a grave secret as hiring an assassin? Zhang Yulian sighed and quickly expressed her stance. At this juncture, she resolved to be forthright, yet the elder still seemed reluctant to trust her. A mere woman, I hold nothing but gratitude for you. Esteemed elder, she insisted. Jiang Xian listened quietly, his heart betraying no emotion. The words from this woman were so unconvincing that even a ghost would scoff at them. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Her attempt to control him tonight was already a path to her own demise. The two had, in fact, begun to harbor animosity. Half an hour later, Jiang Xian departed with Zhang Yulian's personal escort, departing with an air of nonchalance, watching the not-so-bent figure of the elder fade from view. Zhang Yulian's smile vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Ningshan, investigate this elder's background, she commanded. For reasons unknown, at that moment, she felt this stranger was even more formidable than her father. It was a peculiar sensation, enigmatic and ineffable. Yet, she trusted her instincts. According to the rules of the Xuanwu Hall, assassins were not permitted to return to the black market until their mission was complete, unless they declared it a failure. After leaving Zhang Yulian's residence, Jiang Xian returned to the city and took up residence in a nearby inn. This stay extended for a month. During this time, Jiang Xian focused solely on two pursuits: cultivation and observing Jiang He. One day, Jiang Xian suddenly opened his eyes, feeling his entire being harmonizing with the flow of vital energy, wisps of dark energy emanating from his body, cleansing the marrow and returning to the essence. This was the returning origin realm. Upon entering this realm, a martial artist's meridians would gradually be unblocked, allowing for the formation of 12 pulsating energy centers, creating a cycle of energy flow. Each unblocked meridian would lead to a qualitative transformation of the condensed vital energy. For instance, a strand of vital energy wielded by a practitioner of the condensing energy realm could only penetrate wood, while one from the returning origin realm could pierce armor. This meant that for martial artists who had reached this level, ordinary weaponry held no significance. Some individuals with unique physiques or specialized cultivation methods could even alter the nature of their vital energy, producing extraordinary effects, such as flame or ice energy. However, the evergreen vital energy that Jiang Xian cultivated was quite unique. It had no extraordinary effects but boasted a remarkable recovery ability. It was so potent that it rivaled elixirs, allowing him to heal through his vital energy. This sensation was utterly intoxicating. Jiang Xian extended and retracted his arms, reveling in the explosive power contained within, unable to suppress his joy. With the current depth of his vital energy, combined with the full force of the Qingyun sword wielding the evergreen sword river, he doubted that any other practitioner of the returning origin realm could withstand it entirely. If he also employed the element of surprise with the 5 Thunder Seal and the penetrating cloud shuttle, he felt confident he could defend himself even against a master. After completing his cultivation, Jiang Xian rose and made his way outside the inn, preparing to continue monitoring Jiang He's movements. Initially, he had planned to directly infiltrate the Jiang residence using the defensive layout provided by Jiang Yulian, swiftly eliminating his target before making a graceful exit. How much power could a mere Jiang family possess? However, he soon realized he had underestimated their strength. The Jiang family possessed a staggering 2,000 personal guards composed entirely of condensing energy realm practitioners, not to mention the countless armored soldiers patrolling. Such a display was even more extravagant than the city lord's guard. A frontal assault would lead only to certain death. Furthermore, after a month of observation, he discovered that Jiang He was exceedingly cautious, rarely venturing out, and always accompanied by a throng of personal guards, along with 2 shadowy experts at his side. They remained hidden in the shadows, never revealing themselves, leaving no opportunity for exploitation. Based on the information Jiang Yulian had conveyed during this time, these 2 individuals were at least of returning origin caliber, making them formidable adversaries. Had Jiang Xian not been exceptionally careful and adept at concealing his presence, he might have already been discovered. Nevertheless, Jiang He had a peculiar habit. Every week, he would pay a visit to the Cold Fragrance Temple outside the city to burn incense, devoutly praying. That temple was the perfect location for Jiang Xian to strike. Chapter 49. The Old Immortal, Old Jiang Head outside Yuzhou City. At the Cold Fragrance Temple. It was unclear when an old man selling medicine, known as Old Jiang Head, had appeared within the temple. Old Jiang Head claimed to be a descendant of a divine physician, boasting the ability to cure all ailments and specializing in difficult cases, refusing to treat minor illnesses. Initially, patrons seeking incense and blessings dismissed his claims with derision. Cure all diseases? Truly, such boastfulness could reach the heavens. However, when an elderly monk's hidden affliction was miraculously cured, word began to spread, and gradually, people started to believe. With the mindset of treating a horse as a living doctor, some patients with challenging ailments sought out Old Jiang Head, only to find themselves healed. This led to Old Jiang Head's fame spreading throughout Yuzhou City, growing ever more extraordinary, and he was almost revered as a celestial being. Have you heard? An old immortal has come to the Cold Fragrance Temple, capable of curing all ailments. Is that true? Absolutely. I heard about an octogenarian who was on the verge of death. After that old immortal touched her, she miraculously revived and even went winter swimming in the river, completely unharmed. Goodness, is that for real? That's astonishing. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It cannot be false. If anyone in your family is seriously ill, hurry and bring them here. It may be too late otherwise. Why is that? The blessings of the old immortal are not boundless. Only those with fate may receive them, and he might depart at any moment. Such ludicrous rumors rapidly spread throughout Yuzhou City, becoming a topic of conversation among the populace. All of this was a deliberate effect that Jiang Xian had cultivated during his month at the Cold Fragrance Temple. To aid in this endeavor, he had leveraged Jiang Yulian's influence to spread the rumors, which soon grew fantastical. The sole purpose was to exploit Jiang He's infertility, compelling him to seek treatment. With Jiang He so close at hand, Jiang Xian felt immensely confident that he could eliminate him before the two shadowy experts and numerous personal guards could react, simplifying his subsequent escape. However, given Jiang He's cautious nature, relying solely on rumors would not suffice. He needed tangible evidence to force the man to believe. Fortunately, Jiang Xian possessed evergreen vital energy and was also a skilled alchemist, making him more than capable of treating ordinary ailments. One day, Jiang Xian remained nonchalantly seated in a corner of the temple's rear courtyard, quietly awaiting the arrival of his prey. Before him lay a table, beside which stood a flag inscribed with the words, "To save the world and rescue the people." Capable of curing all ailments, this moment, Jiang Xian sat upright, one hand ostentatiously resting on the thick wrist of a burly man, quietly channeling a faint stream of verdant true energy into his body. "Old immortal, am I still capable?" The pancake seller, Wu De, appeared awkward, with a hint of tension in his eyes. He had discreetly sought out numerous renowned physicians, all of whom declared that his condition was congenital and beyond remedy. Pity his wife, who had been married to him for 2.5 years, still remained untouched, suffering from the whispers and pointed fingers of others, which had nearly driven Wu De to despair. Hearing that a miraculous doctor had recently arrived at Hanxiang Temple, claiming to cure all maladies, Wu De, with a mindset of trying anything, stealthily came here to seek treatment during a quiet moment. In truth, the information had been fed to him by someone sent by Jiang He, specifically to lure him to test the skills of this so-called healer. This moment, in a corner of the temple, several martial artists were covertly observing Jiang Xian. Clearing his throat softly, Jiang Xian discreetly glanced at the concealed martial artists surrounding him, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. "Encountering me? It is naturally possible," as he spoke. Jiang Xian retrieved a medicinal gourd from his waist, pouring out an inconsequential pill and presenting it to Wu De. "Take this medicine back, mix it with half a liter of boy's urine, and consume it. You will be healed in less than a moment." Wu De grasped the pill, his face alight with excitement, his cheeks quivering. "Old immortal, does such a miraculous medicine truly exist?" Jiang Xian did not respond, stroking his chin and narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Wu De, inquiring, "Is your wife by any chance surnamed Pan?" Wu De was taken aback. Indeed, she is surnamed Pan. He had not mentioned his identity nor his wife. Yet this healer had discerned everything with just a gentle pulse. It seemed he had indeed encountered an old immortal. "Old immortal, how can I ever repay this great kindness?" Wu De stammered in excitement. Utterly flustered, Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, chuckling. "To save the world and rescue the people. No need for thanks. Go, and take good care of your wife." Wu De departed. The martial artists lurking nearby vanished without a trace, presumably to verify the effects of the medicine. The bait had been set. How could the fish be far behind? Jiang Xian felt a surge of pride within. "Old immortal, please save my father." At that moment, a melodious voice pulled Jiang Xian back to reality. Turning around, he beheld a frail, sallow-faced old man seated in a wheelchair, accompanied by a girl of exquisite beauty, which momentarily captivated Jiang Xian. The old man was none other than Lord Li, while the girl was Miss Li Yingling. Ever since receiving news of Li Huai's demise, Lord Li had fallen gravely ill and had been in a downward spiral, his health deteriorating by the day, now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Upon hearing tales of the old Zhang's legendary status, Li Yingling could hardly wait to bring Lord Li to Hanxiang Temple in search of this miraculous healer. "Old immortal?" Li Yingling called again, noticing Jiang Xian lost in thought, a hint of confusion in her eyes. For some reason, the old man's visage struck her as familiar, yet she could not pinpoint why. This was no surprise. Having cultivated to his current state, Jiang Xian had undergone a remarkable transformation, appearing ethereal and radiant. Now, in disguise, he looked entirely different from before. Reuniting with an old acquaintance, Jiang Xian felt a swell of emotions. Snapping back to attention at Li Yingling's call, and replied with a gentle smile. "Old sir, please extend your hand to me." The Li family duo found nothing peculiar in his request, yet the monks surrounding the temple were taken aback. The old immortal, who usually maintained an air of aloofness and rarely smiled, was now addressing someone so politely, even using honorifics. Lord Li, trembling, extended his hand onto the table. Jiang Xian placed his hand on Lord Li's wrist. Slowly closing his eyes, cautiously nurturing his frail body with verdant true energy in the midst of Li Yingling's intense anxiety. The treatment lasted the entire duration of an incense stick, only halting when Jiang Xian began to perspire. Throughout the process, Lord Li's complexion visibly improved, and he straightened considerably, a miracle indeed. The rumors are true. The old gentleman is truly a celestial being descended to earth. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding townsfolk were astonished. Kneeling in reverence, their faces filled with piety, treating Jiang Xian as a deity. If it were not a miracle, how could merely touching someone heal a dying old man? Chapter 50. Having searched far and wide without success, yet obtaining it effortlessly? Thank you, old immortal, Li Yingling exclaimed joyfully, attempting to kneel before Jiang Xian, only to be gently supported by him. Miss, please rise. To save the world and rescue the people requires no thanks. Jiang Xian murmured softly. Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback. Although he had deliberately lowered his voice, the way he addressed her felt oddly familiar. Could it be Jiang Grandpa? In an instant, a bold thought flashed through Li Yingling's mind. The disparity between this old man and Jiang Xian was stark, yet in her eyes, they began to merge. You are Li Yingling's eyes widened, her lips parting in surprise, hesitating to speak. Jiang Xian smiled gently, producing a bottle of pills and handing it to her, instructing, this medicine should be administered to the old gentleman at home, 3 times a day. It will gradually restore his health and prolong his life. Li Yingling gazed at the pills in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. Is he truly Jiang Grandpa? If not, why would he treat us with such kindness? Miss, your father's old ailment has been cured. Now you may go, Jiang Xian said, smiling and waving his hand. His demeanor relaxed and carefree. Li Yingling snapped back to reality, slightly bowing to Jiang Xian, then slowly departing with Lord Li, frequently glancing back at him. Once outside the temple, Li Yingling furrowed her brows and remarked, Father, that old immortal seemed just like Jiang Grandpa. Jiang Xian, the frail Lord Li replied hoarsely. What, father, truly? Li Yingling exclaimed, her eyes alight with astonishment. It really was Jiang Grandpa. But why has he transformed into an old immortal? Lord Li nodded slowly, his murky eyes reflecting a complex emotion. He could not comprehend why Jiang Xian had become an old immortal. Yet after decades of companionship, he would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Over 70 years old, he had truly aged, yet Jiang Xian still radiated vitality, appearing almost youthful. The following day, another rumor swept through Yuzhou City. Further enhancing Jiang Xian's legendary status, it was said that Wu De, the pancake seller, had miraculously recovered from his congenital ailment. According to insiders, that night, joyous sounds echoed from Wu Da's home, with revelry disrupting the peace until dawn. Many young gentlemen, envious of the Pan family, wept at the news, lamenting the loss of a beautiful flower to a pile of dung. Upon hearing this, countless middle-aged wealthy merchants and officials in the city were stirred, hastily preparing carriages to rush to Hanxiang Temple, eagerly awaiting the old immortal's healing touch. Could it truly be that miraculous? In the Jiang residence, Jiang He sat in the hall, turning a large pearl and jade ring on his thumb, his face betraying an uncontainable joy. Lord, it is absolutely true. Several black-clad warriors knelt before him, excitedly reporting, we witnessed Wu to return home and immediately unleash his primal instincts, as if he had been completely cured. Jiang He's gaze grew distant as he murmured, could it be that my devout prayers moved the heavens? For so many years, he had scoured the great Qin kingdom for countless renowned physicians. Yet none could cure his peculiar ailment. Tio think he would stumble upon a solution so effortlessly. Initially, he had been skeptical, but as Jiang Xian's fame grew, he could no longer afford to doubt. Bring the carriage. I shall head to Hanxiang Temple to pay my respects. Meanwhile, in the residence of Jiang Yulian, she quietly listened to Ning Shan's report, her lips curling slightly. Jiang He is preparing to go to Hanxiang Temple? Indeed, madam. The head of the Jiang family is likely en route to the temple, Ning Shan replied. How many people is he bringing? 100 of the most elite guards and 2 shadowy figures. Ning Shan stated expressionlessly. The old fellow is indeed cautious. Zhang Yulian remarked, swirling her teacup, her gaze flickering. Ning Shan, take my token and visit the city lord's mansion to see Imo Taishu. Tell him it is time to repay the favor he owes me. Ning Shan was momentarily stunned. But madam, hasn't Lord Imo already refused to assist you against the head of the Zhang family? I'm afraid. Zhang Yulian smirked. Who said I wanted him to help me against my father? Quite the opposite. I want him to avenge my father. What? Ning Shan was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp Zhang Yulian's intentions. Suddenly, Zhang Yulian shot a glance at Ning Shan, coldly commanding, hurry and go. When Imo Taishu sees the token, he will understand, and no need for you to elaborate, understood? Yes, Ning Shan, drenched in sweat, quickly accepted the token and departed. The madam was truly formidable. Faced with such a cunning woman, one might find themselves sold while still counting the money. Watching Ning Shan leave, Zhang Yulian's expression returned to a smile, her gaze playfully fixed on the distance as she murmured, Old gentleman, I wonder how you will respond this time. 2 hours later, at Hanxiang Temple, Jiang Xian sat in the temple's rear courtyard, as he always did, saving the world and rescuing people, resembling an extraordinary sage. Suddenly, the air around stirred, and 100 elite guards, composed of warriors at the Condensation Realm, rushed in, shouting commands to drive away all the surrounding commoners and monks. They've arrived. A flicker of joy ignited within Jiang Xian as he raised his gaze. Before him approached a man clad in a resplendent robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, flanked by 2 guards of the 8th and 9th layers of Condensation Realm. This man was none other than Jiang He, the head of the most prominent family in Yuzhou City, the Jiang clan. He appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly in his 40s, yet his true age likely approached a century. From this alone, Jiang Xian had long since concluded that Zhang Yulian had deceived him. Jiang He could not possibly be an ordinary man. He must also be a martial artist, for how else could he maintain such longevity and vitality? I am Jiang He, honored to meet the old immortal. Jiang He wore a smile, his demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze. As he slowly took a seat before Jiang Xian, appearing remarkably amiable. Were it not for the knowledge of his numerous transgressions, one might easily mistake him for a straightforward and good-natured individual. In response, Jiang Xian remained silent, merely casting a faint glance at the 2 guards beside Jiang He, his expression revealing displeasure. Jiang He's smile faltered, and he waved his hand. Step back, I wish to speak privately with the old immortal. Yes, my lord. The 2 guards clasped their fists and discreetly retreated 3 feet away, their eyes vigilant of their surroundings. It must be said that Jiang He was exceedingly cautious at all times. With no one in close proximity, Jiang Xian spoke coolly. Head of the Jiang family, might I request your hand? Does the old immortal know me? Jiang He was momentarily taken aback, as he had yet to say anything. The name of the Jiang family's head was known throughout Yuzhou City. It is merely a matter of common knowledge. Jiang Xian replied indifferently. Ha ha ha. Very well, then I shall entrust this to the old immortal. Jiang He flattered Jiang Xian in return, his face adorned with a benevolent smile, and then he extended his hand generously, exuding an air of complete composure. This place was filled with his people, with shadows lurking nearby. No one could harm him, even if they wished to. Furthermore, he was not one to be trifled with. Jiang Xian grasped Jiang He's hand. He subtly infused a trace of ethereal energy, causing Jiang He to shudder, an indescribable sensation of comfort washing over him. Indeed, the old immortal lives up to his reputation. Such exquisite energy is something I have never encountered before. Jiang He expressed his admiration. Hearing this, Jiang Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, The world perceives you, head of the Jiang family, as an ordinary individual, yet little did they realize you are a master of the returning origin realm. You truly live up to your reputation. Jiang He's pupils instantly constricted, forcing a smile as he replied. It appears I cannot hide anything from the old immortal, but it is merely a trifling skill, hardly worthy of the title of master. After a few breaths, Jiang Xian released Jiang He's wrist, smiling faintly as he stated, Head of the Jiang family, I have already diagnosed your condition. Oh, what is the verdict? Is it treatable? Jiang He inquired breathlessly, urgency clear in his voice, for this pertained to his lifelong affair. If he could cure his peculiar ailment, he would thrive and could bear 100 more children. Why then must he rely on his daughter and son-in-law? It is somewhat troublesome, Jiang Xian sighed. Troublesome? Does that mean it can be cured? Zhang He's face flickered with barely concealed excitement as he urged, Old Immortal, please do not hesitate to speak. As long as it can be treated, I, Zhang, would be willing to repay your kindness even at the cost of my fortune. Though he said this, he had already resolved in his heart to eliminate Zhang Xian afterwards. Regardless of whether he was indeed an immortal, before Zhang He's expectant gaze, Zhang Xian's lips curled upward as he announced, Head of the Zhang family, I fear you shall not survive today. Chapter 51. Zhang He's demise. Yuzhou City goes mad. Zhang He was momentarily stunned by these words, nearly convinced he had misheard, and forced to chuckle, Haha, old immortal, you cannot be jesting with me? Zhang Xian shook his head slightly. Nay, I speak only the truth. Head of the Zhang family, you shall not survive today. Impudent. Zhang He sprang to his feet, his gaze hardened as he glared at Zhang Xian. Who are you to toy with me in such a manner? Zhang Xian remained unperturbed, speaking with a calm demeanor. I am but a specter, returned from the netherworld to seek retribution from the head of the Zhang family. Surely you remember the famine from years past? Zhang He's expression shifted. How could he not recall? At that time, he had colluded with Yang Su to embezzle 30,000 taels of silver bestowed by the court, thereby establishing the vast foundation of the Zhang family's wealth. This was a capital crime, and he had subsequently silenced countless lives. Could it be that this individual was a remnant from that time? Preposterous. Guards, seize this rambling old fool, Zhang He bellowed in rage, gesturing for the nearby warriors and guards to swarm forward, while he himself retreated. Although these two individuals possessed profound cultivation, having reached the 8th stage of the returning origin realm, they were nonetheless caught off guard and sustained internal injuries from the sudden, thunderous explosion. They could only watch helplessly as Zhang He was reduced to a mere pile of bones, an experience that was a tremendous humiliation for them. Thus, they persevered through their wounds and pursued Zhang Xian, convinced that such a massive explosion could not leave their adversary unscathed. Their relentless chase led them to the woods outside Hanxiang Temple, where they suddenly spotted Zhang Xian halting his steps, standing still with a sword in hand, seemingly awaiting their arrival, not fleeing. Their pupils constricted as they spoke in low, grave tones. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing Zhang Xian's pause, an ominous premonition arose within them. Zhang Xian, wielding the Qingyun sword, stood tall and straight, lightly stroking his beard with a smile. I had no intention of fleeing. I merely sought a suitable place for your burial. Chapter 52. The Master appears. Humph, what audacity, the elders scorned. Old man, we have seen through your tricks. If you wish to explode us again, you are merely daydreaming. The two shadowy figures glared icily at Zhang Xian, their eyes filled with disdain. Although they had suffered some injuries, they believed that uniting to confront an elderly man who had just entered the returning origin realm would be a trivial task. What gave this old man such confidence? That explosion must have been the result of some unique technique, one that could not easily be replicated. Otherwise, he would not have fled. As long as they remained cautious, they were certain that they would not fall for his schemes again. With this thought, one of the shadowy masters spoke in a chilling tone. Old man, who sent you as an assassin? Why do you seek to kill Lord Zhang, if you do not speak honestly? Zhang Xian raised his hand to interrupt, coldly stating, I have no interest in reasoning with you. You are unworthy of listening. What? The elder's rage ignited. The two shadows, now infuriated, ceased their futile conversation and channeled their true energy to strike at Zhang Xian. With the Chongqing sword technique, let the sword sweep across mountains and rivers, Zhang Xian shouted, channeling boundless true energy into the Qingyun sword, producing a resounding note of sword humming. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy erupted, forming massive waves of sword aura that surged towards the two shadowy masters like a tumultuous tide. Upon witnessing this, the two shadowy figures' expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily switched from offense to defense, transforming their true energy into a colossal bell to withstand the onslaught of the sword river. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy fell upon the bell like a relentless downpour, unceasing and overwhelming, akin to the mighty Yangtze River. Such an assault would surely deplete immense energy. They were convinced he could not endure for much longer. Once his true energy was exhausted, it would be their turn. Damn. Such overwhelming true energy. What exactly is the origin of this old man? After enduring thousands of sword strikes, the expressions of the two shadows grew increasingly grim, as they nearly burst into curses. The energy consumption was likely on par with that of a master. Who exactly was this old man? Crack, crack, as the sword energy continued to rain down. Upon reaching the count of 1,500, the golden bell began to fracture, ultimately exploding with a resounding boom, boom, accompanied by a deafening noise. The two shadowy masters were struck as if by a heavy blow, sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing into dozens of sturdy trees before landing heavily on the ground, blood gushing forth. Already wounded, they now found themselves grievously injured, with half their bodies mangled, appearing utterly wretched. Jiang Xian took a light breath, retrieved a pill from his waist to restore his true energy, and then advanced step by step towards the two. His eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. He would leave no roots for the grass to regrow. He would not entertain the notion of sparing their lives. How could he? Was this old man a monster? The two shadows, spewing blood, gazed in terror at Jiang Xian, desperately retreating. It was too terrifying. This old man was too fearsome. For the first time, they felt the threat of death looming so close, and fear took root in their hearts. Ah, if mercy can be shown, please spare us. Just then, a slow, weary voice echoed, carrying a hint of melancholy and somberness. Though the voice was soft, Jiang Xian felt every hair on his body stand on end. His expression turning grave. Since acquiring the celestial bone, his perception was as sharp as a martial artist one realm above him. Yet, before this individual spoke, he had sensed nothing, indicating that this person was far more powerful than he. A true master, the earth spirit, heaven spirit, and the transcendent realm, collectively known as the three realms of masters. Upon reaching this level, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth ceaselessly converged upon oneself, with 3 feet of true energy enveloping the body, rendering one impervious to harm from ordinary martial artists simply by standing still. To think that a master was hidden here. Jiang Xian looked up to see an elderly figure slowly approaching. With white hair, gray beard, hollow cheeks, and clad in a long gray scholar's robed iron attire, he appeared no different from an ordinary old man, seemingly returning to simplicity. Indeed, Jiang Xian seemed far younger and more spirited than him. Yet, the aura surrounding this individual was incomparable, evoking a sense of breathlessness even from a distance. Who might you be? Jiang Xian asked warily, addressing the elder. Master. Upon seeing the newcomer, the two shadows exhibited expressions of surprise, struggling to rise in excitement as if wishing to bow in respect. Master? Jiang Xian's gaze narrowed. This individual was indeed the master of the two shadowy figures. At that moment, he was certain. This elder before him must be the rumored master. However, which one was he? The elder did not immediately respond to Jiang Xian's inquiry, but instead sighed, casting a disappointed glance at the two shadows, saying, Alas, I have long warned you to distance yourselves from Jiang He. Yet you refuse to listen, resulting in your current predicament. The two shadows felt tense, quickly bowing their heads. Master, we were wrong. Please grant us a chance to redeem ourselves. The elder shook his head in resignation and turned his gaze back to Jiang Xian. I am Mo Taishu. Just now, I witnessed your efforts to rid the world of harm. Such thunderous might truly humbles me. However, though my two disciples may have aided in wrongdoing, their crimes do not warrant death. I implore you to show them mercy. The elder's tone was slow and profound. It sounded like praise for Jiang Xian, yet it carried an undeniable weight. After all, who could dare to kill the disciples of a master before him? Mo Taishu? Indeed, it was he. According to rumor, he was a guest elder of the city lord's mansion. Yet he never followed the lord's commands, merely serving as a faade. Little did he know, his disciples had such deep ties to Jiang He. If this man intervened, Jiang Xian could not strike without consequence. With this thought, Jiang Xian replied flatly, For your disciples to halt at the edge of the cliff is commendable. I ask that you take them back and discipline them well. Of course. Mo Taishu smiled lightly. Your compassion is commendable. I admire that. Jiang Xian nodded slightly, sheathing his Chongqing sword and preparing to leave, only to be called back by Mo Taishu. Wait. Jiang Xian paused, turning back to say coolly, I have already spared their lives. What further business do you have? Mo Taishu's lips curled into a calm smile as he said, I have not come to rescue my two disciples, but rather to repay an old favor. An old favor? Jiang Xian's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. He had sensed that matters would not be so simple. Indeed, I have been entrusted by someone to avenge her father's murder. Imo Taishu stated frankly. Avenge her father's murder? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian felt a surge of anger rise within him. Damn you, Jiang Yulian. Chapter 53. The first clash from what you imply. This conflict today is inevitable? Jiang Xian glared at Imo Taishu. His voice ICY.IT was clear that this man had been sent by Jiang Yulian to kill him. What a treacherous act! Imo Taishu waved his hand, his aged voice resonating throughout the woods. Entrusted by another. I must fulfill my duty to repay a debt of gratitude. Thus, I have no choice but to eliminate you. His words were understated yet conveyed an undeniable confidence, as if Jiang Xian were already a lifeless corpse. This was the confidence of a master. Jiang Xian coldly chuckled. In repaying another's favor, how do you intend to repay mine? Your favor? Imo Taishu smiled lightly, intrigued. Oh, what favor do you owe me? Jiang Xian's gaze turned cold as he regarded the two shadowy figures on the ground, his meaning clear. He had spared Imo Taishu's disciples, and that was his favor. Haha, Imo Taishu laughed heartily, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Calmly saying, Do you truly believe you could kill my disciples under my very nose? He laughed joyfully, having merely engaged in pleasantries with Jiang Xian, yet the latter seemingly mistook it for a request. To kill before a master was no easy task. Jiang Xian, however, remained silent, his gaze suddenly sharpening as the air crackled with the sound of a slicing wind. Whoosh! The Chuan Yun shuttle shot past Imo Taishu, striking the massive tree behind the two shadows, creating a large hole upon impact. Boom! That tree, as thick as two people could embrace, crashed down violently to the ground. The two shadows were struck with terror. As in that fleeting moment, they felt as if they had encountered their demise, the threat of death looming ominously before them. The Chuan Yun shuttle, as a concealed weapon of exquisite craftsmanship, moved with such speed that even Imo Taishu failed to react. Like a flash of lightning streaking across the sky, nearly impossible to trace. Imo Taishu's laughter abruptly ceased, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a grave expression, in the fleeting moment that the Chuan Yun shot past him. It unexpectedly pierced through an inch of his protective true energy. Though it was merely an inch, it left him profoundly shaken. A treasured artifact? Imo Taishu's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the Chuan Yun Su, which Jiang Xian had summoned back into his hand. Jiang Xian nodded slowly, neither confirming nor denying, and boldly stated, Had I wished it, your disciple would have already returned to the underworld. His confidence was palpable. The two shadows were already severely wounded and could not possibly withstand a blow from the Chuan Yunus Udayan. That moment of Imo Taishu's unpreparedness, the two were destined to become lifeless corpses. Of course, Jiang Xian had not truly struck, merely demonstrating his capability to kill his disciples. Imo Taishu seized upon a crucial point, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xian. Your treasured artifact is commendable. Yet it cannot slay me. Should you take the life of my disciple, you too shall meet your own demise. Jiang Xian's eyes were unflinching, the Chuan Yun Su still firmly grasped in his hand. And he coldly replied, Then I implore you to make your choice. Shall you repay the kindness of others, or shall you repay the debt owed to me? The old man sighed. I am advanced in years and have little time left. At worst, we part ways. In that moment, the entire forest fell silent, save for the rustling leaves and Jiang Xian's resolute words echoing through the woods. The two shadows could not help but feel a surge of fear, mingled with humiliation and frustration. Who could have imagined they would one day become sheep waiting for slaughter? The instant Imo Taishu uttered a single no, they would be doomed. They found themselves perplexed and speechless at this turn of events. What was most disheartening was the fact that even their master, having reached the realm of a grandmaster, had to succumb to the threats of another to secure their lives. Such an experience was utterly exasperating. After a long pause, Imo Taishu's expression softened, and he sighed. You truly possess remarkable skills. I have not felt threatened in many years. It is indeed nostalgic. This debt of gratitude, I shall repay. You may leave now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian sheathed the Chuan Yun Su, shook out his robe, and swaggered away. Master, you cannot let him go. The two shadows cried out. Silence. Imo Taishu's eyes narrowed as he watched Jiang Xian depart. This man is far from simple. He should not be trifled with. His instincts warned him that Jiang Xian still had hidden cards to play. From the initial thunderous explosion to the subsequent formidable sword strikes, and finally the treasured artifact he produced, Jiang Xian's methods were varied and increasingly terrifying, shrouded in mystery, leaving Imo Taishu with a sense of threat. Heaven knows what other insidious tactics this old man has concealed, if he were to forcefully engage. He feared he would gain little advantage. At the very least, these two disciples would be as good as dead. His years of navigating the martial world and attaining the Grandmaster level had been rooted in cautious progression. This was a battle without certainty. It was better to abstain. After departing the woods by 20 miles, Jiang Xian's taut body finally relaxed, and he exhaled deeply. The oppressive aura of the Grandmaster had been overwhelming. Though he still possessed the indestructible defense as a trump card, he could not be certain it would withstand repeated assaults from a Grandmaster. After all, this ability was not without its cooldown. Given Jiang Xian's current cultivation, the indestructible defense could only be maintained for 5 breaths, followed by a cooldown of 15 minutes. It was most effective when used at critical moments. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations on completing the commission task. Task complete. Reward granted. Heavenly Heart Spirit Eye. Heavenly Heart Spirit Eye. Possessing this spirit eye greatly enhances your vision, enabling you to see through the myriad laws of the world, accurately pinpointing the weaknesses of your enemies. Furthermore, your mental power will be far superior to that of ordinary individuals, allowing for a brief hypnotic effect during eye contact. Calculating new plot. You have successfully completed the commission task, yet face jealousy from your peers. You must take action to reunite your fellow disciples within the bounds of propriety. Triggered task. Unite the disciples. Task requirements. Resolve conflicts. Foster harmony among peers. Task reward. A high-level martial art. Jiang Xian's eyes snapped open, the previously murky pupils now shimmering with a blue divine light, appearing as deep as an ancient well, seemingly capable of piercing through the world's illusions. To see through myriad laws. Possess heightened mental acuity and a momentary hypnotic effect. This was functionality at its peak. The reward this time was quite commendable. Jiang Xian continued to read, and upon seeing the task to unite the disciples, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. This task was likely aimed at Zhu Hengfei. Could it be that the system could no longer tolerate Zhu Hengfei's constant scheming against him? That fellow was bound to become a source of trouble if left unchecked. It would be better to topple him sooner rather than later. However, before that, Jiang Xian intended to take care of a more pressing matter. You wicked woman, I swear I shall not be a man if I do not slay you. Jiang Xian inhaled deeply, deciding against returning to the black market, and instead made his way directly to Jiang Yulian's residence, a fierce killing intent radiating from him. Chapter 54, Jiang Yulian, demised that night. In Jiang Yulian's mansion, Jiang Yulian sat in the opulent hall, reviewing various documents sent by the city lord's office, though her mind was somewhat elsewhere. Today was the day Jiang Xian would make his move, and it was also her day to act. The best outcome would be for Jiang Xian to kill Jiang He, followed by Imo Taishu eliminating Jiang Xian, allowing her to reap the benefits. Her reasons for wanting Jiang Xian dead were simple, 2 words, peace of mind. As long as Jiang Xian lived, she could not find peace. However, from her perspective, Jiang Xian was as good as dead. If the assassination failed, Jiang He would kill him. If it succeeded, Imo Taishu would. Moreover, in the depths of night, Jiang Xian's celestial perception was akin to a cheat code, granting him the ability to see through the darkness, locating every individual with unmatched precision, hypnotizing, incapacitating, and eliminating them without a trace. After calling out a couple of times, Jiang Yulian paused, for her keen intellect allowed her to deduce that all her subordinates within this residence had perished. Yet I did not anticipate that the old gentleman possessed such extraordinary abilities. I have indeed underestimated you, Jiang Yulian remarked with a composed smile, seemingly unfazed by the impending conclusion. I have long expressed a desire to befriend you, my lady, hoping to avoid any unpleasantness, yet you have chosen to act against my wishes. Listening to Jiang Xian's words, the conversation from that night flashed through Jiang Yulian's mind, prompting a soft sigh. Old gentleman, you have never tasted the allure of power and do not comprehend its insidious beauty. Your survival leaves my heart uneasy. Jiang Xian remained silent. He was acutely aware that the temptation of power could drive one to the brink of desperation, capable of committing unspeakable acts, in a certain sense. Had he occupied Jiang Yulian's position, he might have opted to eliminate such an unpredictable individual. Now, however, words held no value. The old man would send the lady on her way. Wait. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's intent to kill her, Jiang Yulian bit her lip, adopting a pitiful demeanor. I have been forthright with you, old gentleman, and it is precisely because I have changed my mind. If you are willing, I would gladly serve you, allowing you to experience the taste of power. How about that? Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected ploy. She continued, coaxingly, with your capabilities, it is beneath you to be ensnared in the trivialities of the black market. With my assistance, you could effortlessly dominate Yuzhou City, perhaps even set your sights on the vast expanse of the Great Qian. A charming smile graced her lips. I would truly like to become one of your 6 palaces. As she spoke, Jiang Yulian leaned closer to Jiang Xian, exhaling a fragrant breath, her robe slipping from her shoulders to reveal her flawless skin. A vision of alluring beauty. It must be said that Jiang Yulian was an exceptionally captivating woman, her grace unparalleled. Though she might not be deemed a beauty that could topple nations, she thoroughly ignited the desires of conquest in men. Power, women, the thrill of dominion. Each was a lethal poison, steadily corroding Jiang Xian's resolve. In her eyes danced a triumph. She could not fathom that any man, including an elderly one, could withstand such temptation. Yet in the next moment, a flash of cold light caught her off guard. Before she could react with fear, her head was severed, blood sprang forth, landing with a thud on the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could not comprehend why Jiang Xian had executed her so decisively. Did he not covet power in the least, nor her beauty? Jiang Xian cast a detached glance at the lifeless body on the floor, a faint smile gracing his lips. Heh! How could I allow a fierce tiger to rest beside me? Sharing a bed with a woman like you would surely rob me of my sleep. Chapter 55. Yang Su's awakening as night deepened and the rain poured heavily, Jiang Yulian lay dead. Yet, the events were far from concluded, for a key figure remained hidden within the surprises abound, as do feelings of solace, confusion, and even anger. A veritable medley of emotions that defies articulation. He has schemed for a lifetime, vowing to reclaim the entirety of the Tian family's legacy from Yang Su and the Jiang clan, yet, alas, he has been thwarted at every turn, unable to find a single opportunity. Now, astonishingly, this desire has inexplicably come to fruition. In a single day, Jiang He has perished, Jiang Yulian has met her demise, and Yang Su has also succumbed, with the position of city lord returning to the Tian family. Tian Rong's gaze is clouded with uncertainty, quickly followed by a flicker of astonishment. Could it be that the old immortal has descended? Chapter 56. The winds of change in Yuzhou. A few days later, a sensational piece of news swept through the streets and alleys of Yuzhou, proclaiming that Jiang family patriarch Jiang He, his daughter Jiang Yulian, and son-in-law Yang Su had all perished, suspected to be the result of divine retribution from the old immortal. Simultaneously, the city lord's office, now under the control of the newly appointed Su Shiqiu, has reclaimed the lordship, boldly declaring himself the son of the late city lord Tian Feng. In a twist of fate, the position of city lord has returned to the Tian family. Tian Rong's ascendance has averted unnecessary turmoil in Yuzhou, as he is both rightful and highly esteemed, fitting to govern the city. Overnight, Yuzhou has undergone a complete transformation. The once mighty Jiang clan has crumbled. With thousands of Jiang loyalists apprehended and power swiftly shifting hands, the news spread, firecrackers erupted from every household, and the sound of gongs and drums resounded, making the atmosphere more festive than the new year. It is evident that the downfall of the Jiang family is, indeed, a stroke of fortune for the common folk. According to insiders, the first act of the newly installed city lord Tianrong was to visit Hanxiang Temple to pay his respects, commissioning artisans to recreate the likeness of Jiang Xian from that fateful day, casting a bronze statue, and performing the rites of worship with utmost reverence. Clearly, he is convinced that the immortal has manifested. Those who do good shall reap good rewards. Those who commit evil shall face dire punishment. The law of heaven is transparent, and retribution is inescapable. At this moment, Tian Rong kneels with reverence before the bronze statue of Jiang Xian, silently reciting a line from the edict of that day. He understands that this must be a warning deliberately left for him by the old immortal. Upon completing his worship, Tian Rong turned to the officials surrounding him and declared, The sins of the Jiang family are solely the doing of Jiang He, Jiang Yulian, and Yang Su. Since the principal culprits have faced divine retribution, it would be unjust to implicate others. Release them all this. The official stood in stunned silence, urging him. My lord, you must not, to leave no roots to sprout anew. Lest they become your formidable adversaries in the future, Tianrong replied calmly. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? My decision to release them today is to honor the old immortal's directive. Should they wish to oppose me in the future, let it be a contest of skill. I harbor no fear. At these words, the officials behind him were bewildered, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. This city lord is truly one of a kind. Moreover, starting today, there shall be a 3-day amnesty in the city, with a 30% reduction in taxes and exemption from Corv E for those over 50. The officials rejoiced. The Lord is indeed wise. Yuzhou was abuzz with excitement, while the instigator Jiang Xian remained blissfully unaware, leisurely making his way back to the black market under the cover of night. After 2 months away, he found himself somewhat nostalgic for his grand estate. The transition from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is challenging. Master, you have returned. Upon seeing Jiang Xian, Schwanger was filled with joy and rushed to assist him with a change of clothes, only to be halted, in a rush. First, go to my other residence and summon Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu for a celebration. Upon hearing this, a flush of crimson quickly graced Schwanger's face, her shyness palpable. This was an endeavor she had never undertaken before. However, since it pleased Jiang Xian, she dutifully replied, Very well, master. The first order of business upon returning home was to indulge himself. A night of revelry ensued, with the sounds of laughter and merriment echoing throughout the Jiang estate until dawn, a scene of delightful chaos. The next day, Jiang Xian stretched lazily, rising from the fragrant embrace of the floral throng. His demeanor radiant. One must admit, after entering the Return to Origin realm, his constitution had greatly improved, particularly his vigor and vitality, which were now incomparable. Even without food or drink, or a night's sleep, he remained vibrant. You all rest well. I shall first pay a visit to Lord Zhu. I shall skip breakfast. After giving his instructions, Jiang Xian donned a fresh set of clothing, opened the estate doors, and made his way toward Zhu's residence. Inside Zhu's abode, Zhu Hengfei stared in astonishment at Jiang Xian, who stood before him completely unscathed, his eyelids twitching in shock. He forced a smile and remarked, Hee. Brother Jiang, is it you who has stirred the city with tales of the old immortal? Indeed. Are you the one who killed Jiang He, injured the shadow, and threatened Mo Taixiu? Indeed. Are you the notorious thief who broke into Jiang Yulian's residence, committing murder and theft? Indeed, indeed. Zhu Hengfei's expression morphed into one of exaggerated disbelief as he leapt to grasp Jiang Xian's hand. Overwhelmed with emotion. Brother Jiang, do tell me honestly, is there anything else you have concealed from me? My admiration for you flows like the endless waters of the Yangtze, akin to the uncontainable surge of the Yellow River. You are truly remarkable. The assassins of our Xuanwu Hall pale in comparison to your prowess. They are but foul refuse. At these words, Lu Bai, standing nearby, turned pale, muttering to himself, is there truly such a revolting individual? Yet, as distasteful as it was, the truth remained undeniable. This man, as an assassin, had effortlessly eliminated several key figures of authority in Yuzhou and had escaped unscathed from the clutches of a master. Not only that, but he had also slain the employer and returned with a trove of riches, truly astonishing. You flatter me, Jiang Xian replied with a faint smile, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. However, it is regrettable that I have violated the taboo of our profession by slaying my employer. Henceforth, I fear I cannot continue as an assassin. Zhu Hengfei expressed a hint of regret. Such a pity. Jiang Xian waved his hand dismissively. No matter. I am benevolent and truly cannot undertake the life of an assassin. It is merely unfortunate that I can no longer serve you, Hall Master. Zhu Hengfei's lips twitched in disbelief, mentally cursing. How dare this old man speak of benevolence? If this is benevolence, then are all the assassins under your command truly virtuous? Hee. Brother Jiang, regarding your remuneration, I shall have someone deliver it to your estate. As for the spoils you seized from Jiang Yulian's residence, they are yours to keep, as a token of gratitude from this hall master for your personal involvement. Zhu Hengfei said with a grin. There was no other choice. Given the magnitude of the incident, he dared not claim a single piece of that loot. Who knows what endless troubles it might invite? If it were possible, he would wish to expel Jiang Xian from Xuanwu Hall. As far away as he could. Thank you, Hall Master. Jiang Xian replied politely before departing the main hall. Truly, it is a terrifying reality. Zhu Hengfei watched Jiang Xian's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Xian's actions had genuinely unsettled him, and he felt a growing wariness towards him. Liu Bai cautiously addressed Zhu Hengfei. Master Zhu, this Jiang old man is becoming increasingly formidable. His influence in our black market rivals your own, and it may not be long before he seeks to overshadow you. He is well aware of the sordid accounts of our Xuanwu Hall. Zhu Hengfei fell silent. Although Liu Bai's remarks bore a hint of provocation, they were not without merit. Among the four halls, Xuanwu Hall bore the greatest financial deficit. Should an investigation into these accounts commence, he could not bear the burden. Jiang Xian, who oversees the black market, would undoubtedly uncover Xuanwu Hall's financial woes. He is simply feigning ignorance. Yet, if one day Jiang Xian ascends to a loftier position, it would be unwise to dismiss the possibility of him striking back. Moreover, with Jiang Xian's remarkable abilities, be it in commerce, assassination, or alchemy, why should he remain subservient for life, merely enriching Zhu Hengfei? It was only a matter of time before he would rise above him. Zhu Hengfei twirled the 2 emerald beads in his hand, contemplating quickly, and then instructed, Old Liu, hurry to Huanghe Tower and inform those 2 from Yunshao sect that I wish to invite them for an evening of music. Chapter 57. Visitors from Yunshao sect. That night, at Zhuke Tower, a lavish establishment owned by Zhuke Hall. Its opulence and grandeur were matched only by the unparalleled beauty of its courtesans, who could sing and dance with enchanting grace. Of course, such a high-end venue came with a steep price, attracting only the affluent and elite, far beyond the reach of ordinary scholars and gentlemen. Presently, within a private room of Zhuke Tower, the sound of melodious laughter from women echoed intermittently. Zhu Hengfei sat amidst 2 men dressed in the robes of Yunshao sect, each embracing a stunning beauty, their hands wandering in delight, thoroughly indulging themselves. Within Yunshao sect, such luxuries were hardly attainable. If Jiang Xian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize one of them as Qi Hong, the disciple from Yunshao sect who had visited the Li residence, while the other was his master, Kong Zhuo. Brother Zhu, did you invite us here today to clarify your intentions? Kong Zhuo, stroking his angular beard with one hand while resting the other on his ample belly, inquired of Zhu Hengfei. Ha. Our black market is a place of commerce. As long as the price is right, there is nothing that cannot be discussed. Zhu Hengfei replied, a somewhat lewd smile gracing his lips. In that case, let us increase the remuneration by an additional 20% on top of our previous agreement. What say you? Kong Zhuo suggested with a smile. 20%? Zhu Hengfei was taken aback, astonished that Yunshao sect would so generously raise the offer right off the bat. It was worth noting that their prior conditions had already been equivalent to a year's worth of profit for Xuanwu Hall. It was truly a windfall, however. As a seasoned veteran in the art of killing, Zhu Hengfei naturally would not readily agree. Instead, he continued, Brother Kong, may I inquire what precisely old Jiang did to provoke your esteemed sect to such an extent that you would go to great lengths? Kong Zhuo smiled mysteriously, replying, Oh, it's nothing much. This scoundrel has slain 2 disciples of my Yunshao sect, bringing shame upon our sect, and thus he must be eliminated. Beside them, Qi Hong's gaze flickered, yet he remained silent. After returning to the sect last time, he meticulously reviewed the sect's archives and discovered that Lu Jian had betrayed the sect for the sake of a supreme treasure. Such a treasure, even within Yunshao sect, would be a rarity. Not even all the elders could possess one. What's more, he had heard that Luo Li had gifted Jiang Xian the protective gem of the previous generation Saintis, Luo Xiaolan, which took him aback. A 70-year-old elder in the Qi condensation realm possesses 2 significant treasures. Upon learning this news, he hurried back to Yuzhou City, only to find that Jiang Xian was no longer the old coachman of yore, but had transformed into the vice master of one of the 4 major halls in the black market, basking in glory, with his fledgling strength at the initial stage of the returning origin realm. Attempting to eliminate Jiang Xian in the black market was akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Left with no choice, he summoned his like-minded uncle, Kong Zhuo, to discuss dividing Jiang Xian's treasures between them. Treasures like the Chuan Yun Suo and the Long Feng Yun would surely tempt even those who had reached the master realm, and Kong Zhuo would undoubtedly not refuse. With Kong Zhua having reached the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, he stood on the cusp of the master realm, proving to be a formidable ally. However, he still underestimated the black market. The black market in Yuzhou City was teeming with experts, and the 4 hall masters alone were not foes they could contend with, not to mention the vice master and the enigmatic hall master lurking behind them. Furthermore, this was merely one branch of the black market. If things escalated, and they faced relentless pursuit from the black market's experts, even Yunshao sect would find it difficult to protect them. The 2 disciples deliberated extensively and decided to infiltrate the black market from within, coordinating to eliminate Jiang Xian. This greedy Master Zhu was the most suitable target. Killed 2 disciples of your esteemed sect? Zhu Hengfei furrowed his brow. He was aware of this matter, yet he found it suspicious. Given Jiang Xian's current standing in the black market, he could hardly believe that Yunshao sect would pursue him relentlessly over the deaths of 2 lowly disciples. Life is as insignificant as grass. Profit comes first, a truth that even the righteous sects adhere to, the code of the martial world, merely a facade to deceive. However, understanding this without voicing it was essential. It sufficed to know that the other party was eager to kill Jiang Xian. With this realization, Zhu Hengfei smiled and said, "Gentlemen, while old Jiang is indeed despicable, he is after all the vice master of the 4 halls. I find it somewhat difficult to harm my own kin." Upon hearing this, Kong Zhu's expression darkened, and he replied, "Master Zhu, human greed knows no bounds. I implore you to reconsider. Let us not dwell on this." Zhu Hengfei maintained his cheerful demeanor in business. If a deal does not come to fruition, there remains camaraderie. Today, my primary objective is to befriend you both. Please, enjoy yourselves, 10%, and an additional 10%. Kong Zhu's expression soured as he continued to speak. Zhu Hengfei's smile remained unchanged, feigning ignorance. Kong Zhu grew anxious. 20%, plus an additional 20%. It cannot be more, 30%, Master Zhu. One must leave a sliver of hope for future encounters. Zhu Hengfei could no longer contain himself. Chuckling, "Let me propose a figure, 50%. If Brother Kong could add another 50%, I would gladly risk my life to assist you in acquiring old Jiang's head. Furthermore, all of old Jiang's assets will belong to the black market. You shall not claim a single item." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kong Zhu resembled a duck caught by the throat, exclaiming in outrage, "What did you say? 50%? The compensation I offered is already the majority of our lifetime savings. And you expect me to add another 50%? You might as well rob me." Kong Zhu roared incessantly, genuinely intimidated by Zhu Hengfei's greed. It felt as though his very foundation had been stripped bare, leaving him with nothing. Moreover, even if he wished to pay, he could not produce another 50%. 30% was already his limit. At that moment, Qi Hong cleared his throat heavily and gently kicked Kong Zhu, who then managed to quell some of his fury. "Impossible, impossible. An additional 50% would surely cost me my life." Zhu Hengfei remained unfazed, still wearing a smile. "Brother Kong, do not be angry. Business is business. Harmony breeds wealth. We may collaborate again in the future." "You." Observing Zhu Hengfei's confident demeanor, Kong Zhu trembled with rage, pushing away the beautiful woman beside him, unable to continue. Just then, Qi Hong spoke gravely. "Master Zhu, we can agree to an additional 50%. However, all treasures on Old Jiang must belong to us. We shall not touch any other assets. How does that sound, nephew, you?" Kong Zhu gazed at Qi Hong in astonishment, only to be stopped by the latter, who fixed his gaze on Zhu Hengfei and pressed, "Master Zhu, what say you? Should you refuse, I shall immediately take my uncle and depart, causing no further disturbance to your leisure." Zhu Hengfei's brow furrowed. "Treasures? What treasures do you covet from Old Jiang? Is it that sword?" In his recollection, the only notable treasure Jiang Xian possessed was the Qingyun sword, while the rest were mere scraps of metal, hardly worth any value. Could it be that Old Jiang had other treasures? "It is indeed that sword," Kong Zhu interjected. "We of Yunshao sect are all sword practitioners. We are in dire need of a fine sword." "I see." Zhu Hengfei nodded slowly, yet still felt something amiss. A single treasure warranted such a hefty price. However, he could not raise the price further. These two appeared to have been drained to their limits. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Hengfei revealed a smile. "Gentlemen, it's a deal." Chapter 58. Zhu Hengfei's plan within the Zhuke Tower. Kong Zhu and Qi Hong wore somber expressions as they gazed at the grinning Zhu Hengfei. wishing they could immediately strike him down with a sword. The thought of the exorbitant price made them feel as though even the women in their hands had lost their allure, and the grapes in their mouths had turned sour as they choked on their pent-up frustration. Gentlemen, I have already devised a foolproof plan to ensure that old Jiang meets a fate worse than death. Zhu Hongfei cast a glance at the two disciples, grinning. Oh, what ingenious strategy does Master Zhu have? Kong Zhua, suppressing his anger, inquired. Zhu Hongfei smiled mysteriously. Every person has a past, and with a past comes vulnerabilities. Once those vulnerabilities are exposed, dealing with him will be as easy as taking candy from a child. Kong Zhua and Qi Hong exchanged glances before suddenly speaking in unison. The Li family? Exactly, the Li family. Should they face misfortune? I cannot believe old Jiang would remain unperturbed. Zhu Hongfei's eyes sparkled with strategic insight, boasting, if he dares to aid the Li family, I have ways to make him retreat from the black market in disgrace. Once he leaves the black market, he will be nothing but a stray dog. What is there to fear? What a brilliant plan. Kong Zhua's eyes lit up, pressing further. How does Master Zhu intend to deal with the Li family? Zhu Hongfei displayed disdain, chuckling, merely a merchant family. There are countless methods in the black market to bring them to ruin. However, with old Jiang keeping an eye on them, we must not act overtly. Subtlety is required. At this point, he paused and turned to Qi Hong. I have heard that you are on familiar terms with the Li residents. Qi Hong's eyelids twitched. The black market was a local power. Omniscient, and they even knew this. Familiar terms is an exaggeration. I have a junior disciple who is a member of the Li family, he clarified. Precisely. The success of our plan hinges entirely on you. Dear nephew, Zhu Hongfei's smile brimmed with scheming delight. Shortly thereafter, the room was filled with the tinkling laughter of women once more. The three conspired and laughed, as if the deed were already done, and Jiang Xian was destined to die. What a clever plan. Indeed, it was a brilliant scheme. Who would have thought that Master Zhu was such a cunning, no, such a sagacious individual, truly making us feel ashamed. Too kind, Zhu Hongfei responded modestly. Laughter echoed within the chamber, a joyful atmosphere permeating the air. The next day, an important guest arrived at the Li residence. It was Qi Hong, the senior brother of the third son. Li Huai. This time, he brought shocking news, claiming that Li Huai had not been killed by a traitor, but rather by their own old coachman, Jiang Xian. Upon hearing this, Li Leoi and Li Yingling showed little reaction. But Madame Su Qin nearly fainted from the shock. Uncle, Huai's death was unjust. As his senior brother, I must avenge him. Qi Hong wept bitterly, his face a mask of righteous indignation, as if he had lost his own brother. Heartbroken, however, when he had seen Li Huai's corpse that day, he did not display such sorrow. Li Leoi's gaze fell. Weariness etched on his face. Alas, it is a tragic fate. Let it be, the past is past. In truth, he had suspected Jiang Xian the very day Li Huai died. However, he understood that it must have been his own son who sought to harm him, leading to such a grim outcome. After meeting Jiang Xian, disguised as the old immortal, he was even more convinced of his thoughts. Li Yingling lowered her head, biting her lip eye in her heart. Her brother Li Huai could never compare to Jiang Xian. He was born a villain. Jiang the Elder's act of killing him was surely a case of poetic justice. In the hall, only Madame Su Qin shared the same outrage, gritting her teeth in anger. Crying in deep sorrow, my righteous son met a tragic end. This cannot be forgotten. However, Master Li remained silent, merely offering a brief hospitality to Qi Hong before retreating straight to his room. Li Yingling cast a fleeting glance at Qi Hong before departing as well. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming sense of aversion towards him, as if she were encountering a hypocrite in the blink of an eye. Only Madame Su Qin and Qi Hong remained in the hall. Recalling that Jiang Xian still held leverage over her, Su Qin felt a mixture of hatred and fear towards him. Seizing Qi Hong's hand, she exclaimed in a panic, "Noble nephew, you must help exact revenge." Qi Hong gazed lecherously at the undulations of Su Qin's bosom, grasping her delicate hand in his. Rest assured, dear aunt, I have already devised a plan. Really? What plan? Su Qin's face lit up with hope as she hurriedly inquired. I have a friend in the black market who has promised to assist me in eliminating old Jiang. But what? Su Qin asked anxiously. But he demands a price of 30,000 taels of gold. Old Jiang is now the deputy leader of their black market. so he cannot be easily dispatched. 30,000 taels of gold? Upon hearing this, Madame Su Qin felt her vision blur and almost fainted again. Although the Li family was wealthy, they were not so extravagantly affluent, who could casually produce 30,000 taels of gold. Do not panic, dear aunt. I have already devised a foolproof strategy, Qi Hong said mysteriously. Oh, my good nephew, you must tell me quickly. Do not make it difficult for your aunt. Su Qin was nearly beside herself with anxiety. Qi Hong smiled faintly and replied, in my youth, I learned some gambling techniques from a Taoist. While I cannot claim mastery, returning with 30,000 taels of gold from the black market gambling den is certainly feasible. Gambling techniques? Madame Su Qin, being an avid gambler herself, immediately brightened at the mention of gambling. Noble nephew. Can you cheat? Ah, it is gambling techniques? Yes, gambling techniques. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Madame Su Qin was suddenly filled with excitement. Aunt, I came down the mountain in haste and do not have that many chips on me. I fear it may not be sufficient. How can I let you use your money? I shall accompany you to gamble, Su Qin boldly declared, pulling Qi Hong towards the door, seemingly forgetting her son's death in her elation. The two boarded a carriage and made their way to the Qinglong Hall gambling den. The Qinglong Hall gambling den is the largest in Yuzhou City, where gamblers wager extravagantly, displaying a remarkable opulence. Naturally, the vast majority are mere shills. With Zhu Hengfei's cunning, it was exceedingly simple to arrange for a few Qinglong Hall lackeys to collaborate with Qi Hong. Noble nephew, where shall we bet? At that moment, within the gambling den, Su Qin stood at the table with a bag of silver, looking towards Qi Hong for guidance. This time, she brought only a little over 100 taels of silver. Indicating that she still did not fully trust Qi Hong, Qi Hong glanced at the Qinglong Hall disciples above and immediately understood, smiling as he said, Aunt, bet big, good. Su Qin's face lit up with joy as she placed all the silver in her hand on the big bet. 4, 5, 6, big. The next moment, the dealer's voice echoed across the table. Oh, it truly is big. Remarkable. Su Qin exclaimed with delight, quickly collecting her winnings, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 59. The Pig Slaughtering Scheme, the Ruin of the Li Family. In the black market at the Qinglong Hall Gambling Den. The Qinglong Hall Gambling Den is the grandest in Yuzhou City, where gamblers wager extravagantly, exuding an air of great luxury that, of course, most of the participants are mere shills, specifically luring wealthy heirs into extravagant gambling. Initially, they allow these heirs to win small amounts, but as the stakes rise, they eventually lead them to ruin within a few rounds. This is colloquially known as the pig slaughtering scheme. In reality, within this gambling den, the dealer can control the outcome at will, determining whether you win or lose. At this moment, Qi Hong had become one of those shills, luring Su Qin deeper into the quagmire of gambling, making it impossible for her to extricate herself. With Zhu Hengfei's cleverness, it was remarkably easy to orchestrate several Qinglong Hall lackeys to assist him. Another win. Noble nephew, you are truly remarkable. Su Qin was beaming with joy, reveling in her winnings, nearly convinced that Qi Hong was a gambling deity. In less than an hour, she had won nearly 2,000 taels of silver. The thrill of acquiring money so swiftly was 100 times easier than their family's business. At this rate, winning 30,000 taels of gold did not seem impossible. Just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine. Aunt, this place is too small. Shall I take you to a larger venue? Qi Hong said, his smile as bright as ever, subtly guiding Su Qin to gamble more. His only objective was to entice Su Qin to wager the Li family's wealth, sealing the deal in one fell swoop. Sounds good, Su Qin agreed eagerly, already lost in the thrill of gambling and dissatisfied with the current venue. The two left the table and ascended to the larger casino on the second floor. Here, the stakes were even more intense, often reaching several thousand taels of silver, igniting a fevered excitement in those present. Su Qin was exhilarated, following Qi Hong's advice, and placing a lavish bet with the over 2,000 taels she had just won. Predictably, she won again. Another hour passed, and she had amassed nearly 50,000 taels of silver in this venue, nearly equivalent to the Li family's annual income. Su Qin's smile was so wide it nearly reached her ears. Her joy uncontainable. Aunt, there is an even larger venue on the third floor, where one can truly wager extravagantly. At this point, Qi Hong continued to coax her, suggesting the next step. Why now? Su Qin had nearly surrendered herself completely to Qi Hong's guidance. viewing him as a financial savior and would not dream of refusing his proposal. Without hesitation, Su Qin took her 50,000 taels in banknotes and went to the third floor of the gambling den. This floor was even more opulent than the first and second, with all who passed through exuding an air of grandeur and luxury. "Aunt, this venue has no limit on chips. Feel free to wager as you wish," Chi Hong said with a confident smile. Yu Qin nodded slowly, taking a deep breath as she placed all 50,000 taels of banknotes on the table, her expression tense with anticipation. 1, 2, 3, small. The dealer's voice rang out, announcing the outcome. At these words, Su Qin felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, utterly at a loss. How could it be small? How could it be small? Chi Hong feigned surprise, shaking his head with a sigh. "Alas, dear aunt, I must apologize. I may have been a bit fatigued, and an unexpected outcome occurred." It's all right. Noble nephew is not a divine being. How could he win every time?" Su Qin forced a smile, her heart heavy with disappointment as the silver she had just won evaporated in an instant. "Aunt, shall we continue to gamble?" Chi Hong asked cautiously. "Gamble? How could we not?" Su Qin, unwilling to accept defeat, insisted. "You must accompany me back to retrieve more silver. We will return to gamble soon." No need," Chi Hong replied with a calm smile. "Aunt, this Qinglong gambling den is also a moneylender. We can simply write an IOU and take what we need." The mention of borrowing money, Su Qin hesitated. She disliked the feeling of being in debt, as it made her feel quite anxious. Chi Hong cast a knowing glance at Su Qin and said nonchalantly, "Do not worry, dear aunt. We will repay the gambling den as soon as we win." After much internal conflict, Su Qin ultimately consented. At this moment, she had unwittingly stepped into the second trap of the black market, the loan scam. Once a person begins to borrow money for gambling, they find it impossible to stop. Soon, Su Qin signed an agreement and borrowed 10,000 taels of silver from the Qinglong gambling den, plunging back into the cycle of high-stakes gambling. From then on, she would repeatedly relive her previous experiences, winning and winning, only to lose everything in a few rounds. Then she would borrow again, repeating the entire process until she was utterly destitute. Selling her son and daughter. This is an age-old scam in the black market, infallible and unsolvable. Human nature is greedy, cunning, and unwilling to accept defeat, and no matter how rational a person may be under such manipulation, they will ultimately lose their sanity, descending into the depths of inhumanity as a gambler. 3 days later, as dawn broke, Jiang Xian rose early to practice, only to hear a melodious female voice outside his residence. "Jiang Leoj, are you home?" Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback. He opened the door to find Yin Lin, the leader of Zhuke Hall. "Leader Yin, what brings you here?" "Oh, Jiang Leoj, how can you still be sitting idly? Something serious has happened outside," Yin Lin exclaimed. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. "What is it that requires you to come in person?" Yin Lin took a step closer, leaning towards Jiang Xian, and asked earnestly, "Jiang Leoi, were you previously the coachman for the Li family?" Indeed, Jiang Xian did not deny it. "Then it is true. You are not aware, but the Li family has gone bankrupt. They have lost everything." Yin Lin spoke solemnly. "What?" Jiang Xian was taken aback, hastily asking, "What happened?" Alas, for reasons unknown, their lady fell victim to the Qinglong Hall's pig slaughtering scheme, losing everything. Even Yang Long is unaware of the details. But it is said that old Zhu from your Xuanwu Hall arranged it privately. Zhu Hengfei? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's expression shifted dramatically. A surge of anger and murderous intent welled up within him. "You Zhu Hengfei, how dare you scheme against the Li family in your attempts to deal with me? Such despicable tactics are enough to incite the wrath of both man and deity." Jiang Leoj, there is one more thing. You must not act impulsively upon hearing." Yin Lin suddenly recalled something and spoke urgently. "What is it?" Jiang Xian frowned. "Alas," Yin Lin sighed heavily, saying, "That lady from the Li family, in her gambling frenzy, even pledged her beautiful daughter as collateral to the Qinglong Hall. She has now been sold to the Zhuke Tower to repay her debts, and several high-ranking officials are vying to purchase her virtue." "What?" Jiang Xian, upon hearing this, was filled with fury, his vital energy surging within him. "Nonsense. I shall see which beast dares to lay a hand on the young lady." At that moment, his vital energy erupted violently, exuding an overwhelming aura that startled Yin Lin beside him. "Goodness, Jiang Ji's cultivation is indeed formidable. Such magnificent vital energy suggests he is not far from the realm of a master. Rest assured. Brother Jiang, I am merely aware of the connection between the Li family young lady and you, and thus I took the liberty of detaining her. Yin Lin smiled brightly as she spoke. However, Brother Jiang, you should hasten to take her away. The young lady from the Li family is truly an unparalleled beauty, and I fear countless individuals may have their eyes on her. The Zhuke Hall is not solely governed by my word. Furthermore, do be cautious not to lose your temper during this venture. Should you act against the interests of the four halls, you may incur the wrath of the deputy leader, which seems to be old Zhu's intention. It appears he genuinely wishes to drive you away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian breathed a sigh of relief and solemnly clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Hallmaster Yin." Yin Lin chuckled softly, "Oh, Brother Jiang, you are too polite. After all, we are like family. Should you rise to great heights in the future, do not forget to lend me a hand." Chapter 60. The old man rescues the beauty in the black market. At the Zhuke Tower, several burly men were obstructed at the entrance, enduring a barrage of punches and kicks from a group of black market disciples, their faces contorted with rage as they shouted, "A pack of beasts, return our young lady at once." These men were the bodyguards of the Li family, led by Wu Yong. After the Li family fell into ruin, they too were cast out. However, upon hearing that Li Yingling was to be sold to the Zhuke Tower, they stormed into the black market, filled with righteous indignation. The thought of the young lady they had protected all their lives being sold into such a place was utterly unacceptable to them. Yet, their strength was insufficient to contend with the black market thugs, and they were swiftly subdued, suffering a brutal beating enough. Just then, a deep voice echoed. Turning around, they saw Jiang Xian, clad in a blue robe. Striding forward with an imposing presence, his expression dark as if it could drip water. The black market experts were taken aback, hastily ceasing their actions and bowing in unison. "We pay our respects to Jiang Yi." "Jiang Yi? Old Jiang." Wu Yong's expression shifted dramatically as he stood up and roared, "Old Jiang, you are the head here? How dare you harm our young lady? Have you forgotten how she treated you back in the day?" Wu Yong's face flushed with rage, clearly misunderstanding the situation. "Silence. How dare you disrespect Jiang Yi? Are you seeking death?" A black market disciple stepped forward, reprimanding Wu Yong. Slap! Jiang Xian retaliated with a resounding slap, sending the disciple flying several meters, a mix of blood and teeth spilling from his mouth. "This is no place for you to speak." Jiang Xian glared furiously, causing the surrounding black market disciples to retreat several steps. With his current cultivation, a mere eruption of vital energy was enough to send these ordinary outer disciples reeling. Instantly, the scene fell into a profound silence. Even Wu Yong and the others were rendered speechless, as Jiang Xian had become terrifying in a way they could not comprehend. Judging by the aura he had just exuded, Jiang Xian was at least a master of the Guiyuan realm. When did this old Jiang become so formidable? As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Jiang Xian approached Wu Yong, gently patting his shoulder, and spoke solemnly, "Do not worry, old Wu. I have come today to take the young lady away, and I will ensure she suffers not the slightest indignity." With that, Jiang Xian brushed past the crowd and strode directly into the Zhuke Tower. Upon entering, a steward from the Zhuke Hall quickly approached. A broad smile plastered across his face. "Ah, if it isn't Jiang Yi. What brings you to our Zhuke Tower? Are you interested in any particular young lady?" Jiang Xian regarded the steward with cold indifference. "Tell me where the young lady from the Li family is." "The young lady from the Li family?" The steward was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure, realization dawning. "Oh, you must be referring to Li Yingling. Indeed, she is a beauty of unparalleled grace, and importantly, she is still a virgin. However, you have arrived a moment too late. She has already been reserved by Zhu Hall Master's men and has just been sent upstairs. If you do not mind waiting, perhaps she could serve you after attending to her guest?" The steward licked his lips, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. Slap! Nonsense! Before he could finish, Jiang Xian delivered a sharp slap. Seizing the steward by the neck, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, "Did not your hall master already detain her?" The steward, gasping for breath, replied in a voice akin to a duck's quack, But Zhu Hall master specifically chose her. How could we possibly obstruct that?" "Nonsense!" Jiang Xian, consumed by rage, slapped the steward to the ground again, drawing his Qingyun sword and pointing it menacingly at the steward's throat, his tone icy. "Tell me, which room is she in? Dare to hesitate for even a moment, and I shall sever your head." "Room 1. The steward's complexion paled, responding hastily, "Humph." Jiang Xian brandished his sword and charged towards room 1. Cough, cough, cough. The steward coughed several times. Still in shock, what has gotten into this old man? At this moment, within room 1, Li Yingling sat despondently on the bed, clad in a stunningly beautiful gown, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She could never have imagined that she would find herself in such a dire situation. Soon, she would be at the mercy of the man before her, the very culprit who had manipulated her mother into gambling, leading the Li family to ruin. He was her brother's master, Qi Hong. At that moment, Qi Hong looked at Li Yingling with a lewd grin, lifting a finger to gently raise her chin, his gaze mocking. "Ah, Linger, you are truly exquisite. Do you know that everything I do is for you?" To her surprise, Zhu Hall Master indeed kept his promise and delivered you to me. Li Yingling cast a disdainful glance at the man, unwilling to utter a word, feeling nothing but revulsion. "Linger, I am giving you a chance. If you serve me well and agree to be my concubine, I will find a way to redeem you from this Shuke tower." "What do you say?" Qi Hong said smugly, leaning in to kiss her tender, luscious lips, only to have Li Yingling instinctively evade him. Bang! Qi Hong's face darkened, and he slapped Li Yingling's fair cheek with an ominous fury, cursing, "You shameless wench! Do you think you can play tricks on me? Do you really think you are some sort of Li family young lady?" He continued, "But fear not, I will certainly teach you a lesson. Soon you will understand just how lowly you truly are." Qi Hong's expression fluctuated wildly, resembling a deranged lunatic. "Pa!" Li Yingling glared at Qi Hong with utter disdain and spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva at him, her eyes burning with defiance. "Very well. I like that look in your eyes." Qi Hong, instead of being angered, laughed, wiping the saliva off his face while revealing a twisted smile. He then shockingly licked the blood-stained saliva, his expression one of ecstasy. "Ah, the scent of a virgin. You may act tough now, but when a dozen men are in your bed, I shall see if you can still maintain that bravado, beast." Li Yingling's face turned pale with fear. Yet she gritted her teeth defiantly, resolute in her decision. Even if it meant death, she would never allow this man to succeed. At that moment, she began to contemplate how to end her own life, her eyes darting around. Just then, the sound of a door being blown apart echoed in the air. Boom! The door to room 1 exploded, shaking the entire Zhuke tower. "Who the hell is that?" Qi Hong bellowed in fury, thankful that he had not yet disrobed, for otherwise, he would surely have been terrified. He turned to see a projectile hurtling towards him, rapidly enlarging in his vision, accompanied by a deafening whistling sound. And he shrieked in terror, "Cloud-piercing dart!" At this distance, with his cultivation, there was no way for him to evade it, and he could only watch in horror as death approached. Bang! The next instant, the dart pierced through his skull, leaving a gory hole, blood splattering everywhere and splattering onto the nearby Li Yingling. "Ah!" Li Yingling gasped in shock, her gaze filled with dread as she looked at the figure entering through the door. Momentarily frozen in disbelief, Jiangyi, Chapter 61. The setup miss. Upon seeing Li Yingling's pitiful state, clad in tattered clothing, Jiang Xian swiftly removed his black robe, hurrying to cover her with it. Jiangyi, realizing that Jiang Xian had come to rescue her, Li Yingling's last vestige of strength shattered, and she collapsed into his embrace, weeping like a heartbroken child. "Jiangyi, the Li family is gone, and my mother was humiliated to death by them," Li Yingling cried, her sorrow palpable as she recounted the tragic fate of the Li family. The story was, in fact, quite straightforward. One day, Madame Su Qin was deceived by Qi Hong into gambling, incurring a staggering debt at the Qinglong Hall, a sum so vast that even selling the entire Li family would not suffice to repay it. Later, black market disciples came to collect the debt and seized all of the Li family's assets. Master Li and the servants were expelled from the Li residence, while Madame Su Qin and her daughter Li Yingling were sold to the Zhuke Tower in the esteemed residence of the Li family. Lady Su Qin, unable to endure the humiliation, tragically took her own life amidst a maelstrom of sorrow, guilt, and regret. Had Jiang Xian been a moment later, it is feared that Li Yingling would have met a similar fate. "Alas, dear miss, you have suffered greatly," Jiang Xian gently comforted Li Yingling, his eyes brimming with compassion, love, and profound rage. Humans are not mere wood or grass, who can be devoid of feelings. After all, Li Yingling was someone he had watched grow up since childhood. Treating her as family, witnessing her plight ignited a fury in Jiang Xian that felt as though it might cause his chest to explode. Zhu Hengfei, I vow to see you dismembered. With these words, Jiang Xian, fueled by righteous anger, shielded Li Yingling and strode out of room number 1, making his way directly away from Zhuke Tower. As he exited, he was met with the gruesome sight of several corpses sprawled across the ground. The very guards of the Li residence. Wu Yong. Jiang Xian gasped in horror, hastening towards a blood-soaked figure. Was it not the head of the guards, Wu Yong? In that moment, Wu was a grotesque sight. His body marred with ghastly wounds, his sword arms severed, blood gushing from the stump, his breath faint. Uncle Wu. Li Yingling paled in terror, her face ashen, hastily covering her mouth to stifle a gasp. What transpired here? Jiang Xian furrowed his brow, quickly administering a pill to Wu Yong while channeling his vital energy to sustain his life, all the while inquiring. Old Jiang. Wu Yong weakly opened his eyes, gazing at Jiang Xian and Li Yingling. Suddenly, as if a spark of life had returned, he raised his head and shouted, Go, quickly! Old Jiang, you must protect the young miss. Wu Yong's face contorted with agony, his remaining hand gripping Jiang Xian tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. After uttering those words, he succumbed to unconsciousness, his injuries too severe. What is happening? Jiang Xian was both alarmed and enraged, scanning his surroundings until he spotted Zhu Hengfei, accompanied by a cadre of black market masters. Alongside a lecherous man clad in the garb of Yunxiao's sect. Who could it be but my old friend Jiang? Zhu Hengfei feigned surprise, his face brimming with mockery. Jiang, old friend, why are there so many dead bodies here? Could it be that some ruffians have caused a disturbance? The insincerity of his smile was palpable, as if the words I am responsible for this were written all over his face. Moreover, his timely appearance suggested he had been waiting for quite some time. Humph, do you truly not know why there are corpses here, Guildmaster? Jiang Xian replied coldly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. I genuinely do not know. Could someone explain this to me? Zhu Hengfei inquired, surveying the scene with a feigned innocence. At that moment, a disciple of Zhuke Hall stepped forward, returning to Zhu Yi, Jiang Yi, for reasons unknown, has brought a group of outsiders to our Zhuke Hall to wreak havoc and even abducted a young lady. Oh? Abducted a young lady? Let me see. Zhu Hengfei pretended to be alarmed, stepping closer to scrutinize Li Yingling, and could not help but exclaim, Teske. Indeed a stunning beauty, even I, the guild master, am moved. He then turned to the Zhuke Hall disciple, bellowing, You worthless wretch, if Jiang old friend desires a woman, you should deliver her to his residence. Why let him come here personally, huh? The disciple of Zhuke Hall looked utterly aggrieved. Zhu Yi, Jiang Yi arrived suddenly and did not inform us in advance. He barged into Zhuke Tower and even killed one of our esteemed guests, truly breaching the rules. The two engaged in a theatrical exchange, the narrative swiftly transforming into one where Jiang Xian had forcibly invaded Zhuke Tower, resulting in the death of a distinguished guest, Qi Hong, and causing chaos, ultimately leading to numerous casualties. Qi Hong's nephew is dead. Kong Zhuo's expression shifted dramatically. This was not part of their original plan. That treacherous Zhu Hengfei had ensnared them all. Qi Hong's nephew, your death is most unjust. Fear not, your treasures shall be reclaimed by my master. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xian understood the situation. It was evident that from the very beginning, this was a trap set by Zhu Hengfei. However, it was likely that there were other forces behind the scenes, eager for his demise. At that moment, within a private room of Zhuke Tower, the three hall masters, Yang Long, Su Hu, and Yin Lin, gathered, peering through a small window at the unfolding chaos below, each bearing a different expression. You two truly wish to eliminate Jiang Xian? Su Hu of White Tiger Hall stroked his chin, an amused look on his face. I certainly did not intend such. Yin Lin of Zhuke Hall was the first to deny, smiling sweetly. I merely passed on the message. It was all Zhu Hengfei's doing. What does it have to do with me? Yang Long of Qinglong Hall spoke solemnly, stating, My Qinglong Hall is merely fulfilling its responsibilities, and it does not concern me. Upon hearing this, Su Hu erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. You two old foxes should cease the pretense. Without your instigation, how could this old fellow be forced into such a predicament? Zhu Hengfei has played his hand brilliantly. Yang Long fell silent for a moment, then spoke gravely. Jiang Xian is a man of unfathomable depth, wielding too much power for our four halls to bear any advantage. In reality, they, like Zhu Hengfei, though they regarded Jiang Xian as the vice master of the four halls, were profoundly wary of him. Just consider how terrifying it is for one person to control the business of four halls. The balance among the halls is disrupted by his mere presence. Or rather, he has ascended above the four halls, rivaling even the vice leader. The black market has always been a zero-sum game. If Jiang Xian seeks to rise, it is only a matter of time before he turns against them. Therefore, it would be prudent to eliminate this variable directly. With this thought, Su Hu restrained his laughter, saying, "Indeed, it is quite remarkable for one to hold the position of vice master in all four halls. A true anomaly. This time, Jiang has committed a grave taboo. Daring to disrupt the balance among the four halls, I fear not even the vice leader can save him. What do you think should be done about today's events?" Yin Lin smiled sweetly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xian below. "I believe today it is Zhu Hengfei who will be unable to manage the situation." Chapter 62. The Battle at Zhuke Tower. Before Zhuke Tower, Zhu Hengfei listened to the report from the Zhuke Hall disciple amidst the gazes of the crowd, his face filled with difficulty. "Alas, Jiang old friend, your actions have somewhat breached the rules, putting me in a very awkward position." Jiang Xian remained silent, his expression calm as he observed their performance. "How about this?" Zhu Hengfei clapped his hands with a mocking glint in his eyes. "Jiang old friend, if you return this delicate young lady to the tower and pay the brothers a little to indulge themselves, we can consider this matter settled. As for the vice master, I will plead on your behalf. At most, you will just receive a beating. This." The disciples of the black market erupted into a chorus of lewd laughter, their excitement palpable. "Indeed, Jiang Yi, such a beauty should not be hoarded by just one person. Let us all partake in the enjoyment." "Exactly. Look at her figure, her face. Tut, tut, tut. I can hardly contain myself. Zhu Yi goes first. I'll take the second spot. Anyone who dares to compete with me will face my wrath." Hearing the vile words around her, Li Yingling turned as pale as death, her entire body trembling, unsure if it was from rage or fear. At that moment, Jiang Xian gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Li Yingling glanced sideways, meeting Jiang Xian's solemn expression, and for some reason, felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Though surrounded by villains, she believed Jiang Xian could lead her to safety. Guildmaster Zhu Hengfei, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly heard Jiang Xian's call and lowered his gaze, momentarily stunned. Jiang Xian flicked his wrist, and a dart shot forth like lightning towards Zhu Hengfei's heart, sending a chill down his spine. He would never have anticipated that Jiang Xian would dare to strike him in public, a treasure. The threat of death loomed large, and Zhu Hengfei, pale with fear, hastily twisted his body to evade the dart aimed at his heart. Bang! A sound akin to flesh exploding echoed, as the dart pierced through Zhu Hengfei's right hand, obliterating it in a spray of blood and gore. "Ah!" Zhu Hengfei clutched his mangled arm, unleashing a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The wail is tragic as a pig being butchered in the dead of night. "I can eat? Wield a knife and touch my right hand." The scene unfolded too swiftly, leaving the surrounding black market disciples in shock. Just a moment ago, Zhu Yi had been laughing, and now he was howling in agony. What happened to his hand? Not only them, but even the three hall masters above were left dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief. What had just happened? Su Hu swallowed hard, inquiring. He and Zhu Hengfei were of similar strength, both at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. If Jiang Xian could sever Zhu Hengfei's hand, he could very well do the same to him. A treasure? It seems to be a treasure. The hall master of Qinglong Hall wore a grave expression as he regarded the dart returning to Jiang Xian's hand, his gaze flickering. Yin Lin, flustered, patted her chest and forced a smile, stating, "I warned you earlier. It seems Zhu Hall Master will be unable to manage this." The dart? In that instant, Kang Zhuo also recognized the treasure in Jiang Xian's hand, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Zhu Hengfei wailed in agony, his face contorted as he glared at Jiang Xian, bellowing, "Everyone, charge! Reduce this old fool to minced meat? The black market's elite warriors, initially stunned, finally reacted to Zhu Hengfei's roar, rushing towards Jiang Xian from all directions. These individuals were all peak practitioners of the condensed qi realm, the elite assassins of Xuanwu Hall. With fists alone, one cannot withstand the might of 4 hands. Moreover, at this moment, Jiang Xian must also protect a young maiden devoid of any cultivation. The outcome is already predetermined. Zhu Hengfei clenched his teeth in pain, his gaze towards Jiang Xian brimming with malicious glee. Damn you, old codger, let's see if you live or die this time. Faced with the onslaught of blades and swords from all directions, Jiang Xian unexpectedly turned around without hesitation, cradling Li Yingling in his arms, exposing his entire back. This, Jiang Xian truly fears not death? Su Hu atop Zhuke Tower was taken aback. Yang Long spoke gravely. It is said that Jiang Xian was once a carriage driver for the Li family. Indeed, he is a loyal servant. Su Hu scoffed. Loyalty is of no use. He has squandered such high cultivation and yet remains blind to the truth after all these years. If it were me, I would have cast that girl aside at once. What a nuisance. Heartless man, Yin Lin coldly huffed, reflecting. If there were a man who would protect me in such a manner, I would gladly marry him, even in death. Su Hu curled his lip, entirely unimpressed, as the three lamented. A sudden turn of events left their expressions altered. Clang, clang, clang. A dozen experts from the Xuanwu Hall struck Jiang Xian's back with their swords, producing a cacophony of metal clashing. Yet not only was he unscathed, but he also shattered their weapons entirely. What is Jiang Xian's body made of? Su Hu was once again astonished. Yang Long furrowed his brow. I have heard rumors that Jiang Xian possesses a skill rendering him impervious to blades. Witnessing it today, it is indeed as the tales say. Oh dear, this is truly terrifying, Yin Lin said with a smirk. Zhu Hengfei stood dumbfounded. He too had heard Zhang Yuan mention this, but witnessing it firsthand was utterly absurd. These were no ordinary swords. Each was a masterfully forged weapon from the Xuanwu Hall, and enveloped in the energy of martial artists, yet they shattered, swish, before the crowd could recover from their shock. They beheld Jiang Xian's eyes gleaming with a cerulean light, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As he drew his sword with a swift motion, a torrent of sword energy erupted forth, precisely severing the necks of all the black market experts surrounding him. Swish, 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 heads tumbled to the ground, and corpses collapsed around them. You, Jiang Xian, how dare you slay my assassins from the Xuanwu Hall? Zhu Hengfei roared in fury. These were all elite assassins he had painstakingly trained, and in one fell swoop, they were all annihilated. In the next instant, Jiang Xian's figure flickered, and he appeared before him. Exuding a chilling intent to kill, Zhu Hengfei's complexion changed drastically. He summoned his true energy with his left hand and struck out, attempting to counter Jiang Xian's Qingyun sword head-on. However, despite being at the pinnacle of the Guyuan realm, he was severely weakened after losing an arm and could only muster half of his usual strength. In an instant, he found himself being relentlessly pushed back by Jiang Xian, struggling to defend himself. His life hanging by a thread. What to do? Should we go down to assist? On Zhuke Tower, Su Hu inquired with a frown. Let us observe the unfolding events, Yang Long replied, his demeanor indifferent, showing no concern for Zhu Hengfei's dire predicament. In other words, why should this concern him? Yin Lin, sharing the same sentiment, wore a smile in her eyes. Scoundrel Kong Zhua, are you merely going to stand by and watch? Hurry up and help me. Zhu Hengfei's face twisted in rage as he shouted. Kong Zhua, however, remained unperturbed, responding, Zhu Hall Master, this is your black market affair. It has nothing to do with me. Scoundrel, were it not for your commission to kill Jiang Xian, would I have even taken action? Zhu Hengfei's face contorted in desperation, angrily berating Kong Zhua as he battled Jiang Xian. This outburst was overheard by the surrounding Zhuke disciples, leaving them stunned. Zhu Hall Master, so you accepted an external contract to kill your own kind? The revelation left the 3 Hall Masters atop Zhuke Tower dumbfounded, speechless for a time. Giggling. Zhu Hall Master is surely finished. Yin Lin smirked. The other 2 nodded in agreement, with a grave demeanor. According to the black market's rules, Jiang Xian's disturbance would only result in a demotion followed by a beating, ultimately expelled from the black market. However, Zhu Hengfei colluding with outsiders to harm his own kind was a severe crime. Such actions were expressly forbidden in the black market. Once discovered, he would be deemed a traitor, facing relentless pursuit from the black market. Zhu Hengfei's expression shifted. Realizing he had let slip his predicament in his haste, he quickly bellowed, "Kong Zhuo, hurry and take action, or neither of us will escape the black market." If he could slay Jiang Xian, the matter would be settled, asked the head of the Xuanwu Hall. Who would dare hold him accountable? Yet, Kong Zhuo remained nonchalant, turning to Jiang Xian with a smile. "Esteemed elder, I am Kong Zhuo of the Yunxiao sect. If you can return the cloud-piercing shuttle, I promise not to intervene." His words were artfully crafted, directly labeling the cloud-piercing shuttle as a treasure of the Yunxiao sect, merely seeking its return. Reasonable and logical. Once he obtained the cloud-piercing shuttle, he could forego the payment owed to Zhu Hengfei, effectively killing two birds with one stone. A splendid outcome. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian did not respond, relentlessly attacking Zhu Hengfei with the intent to eliminate him. "Esteemed sir, are you unable to hear my words?" Kong Zhuo's expression darkened. "Humph, old ghost Kong, this old fool is as tight-fisted as ever. Do not expect him to return anything," Zhu Hengfei bellowed. "Once we kill him, everything you desire shall be yours." Kong Zhuo's gaze grew increasingly dangerous as he pressed. "Esteemed elder, I shall ask you once more. The cloud-piercing shuttle, will you return it or not?" "Noise, here, take it." Jiang Xian growled impatiently, flinging the cloud-piercing shuttle towards Kong Zhuo, who hastily drew his sword to defend. However, this time, the cloud-piercing shuttle's power was not formidable. It merely circled above Kong Zhuo's head, occasionally striking him. No one could have anticipated that Jiang Xian could simultaneously engage Zhu Hengfei in fierce combat while controlling the cloud-piercing shuttle to contend with Kong Zhuo. From a distance, it appeared as though the cloud-piercing shuttle was playing tricks on Kong Zhuo, while Jiang Xian leisurely faced Zhu Hengfei, single-handedly overpowering two opponents. Such immense consumption of true energy would likely overwhelm even a master at the mid-third realm. Yet, Jiang Xian lacked not for true energy. Upon closer inspection, his body resembled an infinite vortex, perpetually replenishing his true energy, growing increasingly formidable as he fought, causing Zhu Hengfei to groan in despair. Were it not for Zhu Hengfei's sufficient cultivation, he surely would have perished beneath Jiang Xian's sword by now. TSK. Brother Jiang is truly terrifying. I'm glad I am on his side, Yin Lin said with a beaming smile. Shameless woman, when have you ever been on anyone's side? Su Hu retorted disdainfully, though a flicker of fear shone in his eyes. Jiang Xian was simply too fearsome, unfathomably so. Reflecting inwardly, he realized he could not contend with both Zhu Hengfei and that Yunxiao sect expert simultaneously to this extent. As the battle raged for dozens of rounds, Jiang Xian grew ever more vigorous, an infinite surge of sword energy erupting forth, transforming into a torrent of countless feet, crashing down upon Zhu Hengfei. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Hengfei, heavily wounded, forced himself to channel his true energy to fend off the barrage of sword energy, finally managing to deflect 2,000 strikes before his true energy was entirely depleted. He was sent crashing backward, landing heavily on the ground, creating a deep crater several meters wide. Zhu Hengfei spat forth a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror as he pleaded, "Brother Jiang, cease your assault. Do not strike me. You cannot kill me." It was too late. Jiang Xian's murderous intent surged forth as he once again cleaved a tremendous wave of sword energy towards the prostrate Zhu Hengfei. "Stop!" Just then, a resonant voice echoed from afar, like a great bell tolling, resonating in everyone's hearts. Bang! Accompanying this voice was a fierce white sword energy, slicing through the air with such speed that it precisely intercepted Jiang Xian's sword energy. Shattering it in an explosive clash, Jiang Xian's gaze narrowed, his eyes filled with astonishment. He held immense confidence in his Qing sword technique. Yet this sudden sword energy had severed it. This sword energy was faster, stronger, and more formidable than his own. Could it be that a master had intervened? He found it hard to believe that anyone below the Guiyuan realm could surpass his swordplay at that moment. All eyes in the arena turned towards the source of the sword energy, where a figure clad in a simple green robe slowly emerged, exuding an aura of terrifying might. A 3-foot barrier of true energy surrounded him. Indeed, a master at the mid-third realm. Jiang Xian's heart trembled. If a master were to intervene against him, he might truly find himself in grave peril today. Master? A disciple of Zhuge Hall exclaimed in surprise. Ah? Greetings, Master. In an instant, all the black market experts present knelt in reverence, and even the weakened Zhu Hongfei scrambled to his feet, bowing low, not daring to meet the gaze of the figure in the green robe. The newcomer was none other than Jun Hongchen, the master of the black market branch in Yuzhou City. Jiang Xian's heart sank. Since entering the black market, he had never laid eyes upon this enigmatic master. It was rumored that the master of the black market was one of the 3 great masters in Yuzhou City, with unfathomable strength. Dressed in a plain green robe, Jun Hongchen possessed a handsome visage that commanded respect even in silence. He turned his gaze towards Zhuge Tower and spoke in a deep voice. You 3, how long do you intend to hide? Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 3 figures descended from above. They were the 3 hall masters, Yang Long, Su Hu, and Yin Lin, who hastily knelt in alarm. Subordinates, greetings, master. At that moment, only Kong Zhuo remained standing, eyeing the young man before him with a furrowed brow. Esteemed sir, are you the master of the black market in Yuzhou City? Yunshao sect. Jun Hongchen cast a dispassionate glance at him, stating, You are the one who seeks to harm my black market's deputy hall master. His words, though lightly spoken, carried an icy undertone, hinting at an underlying threat. Kong Zhuo's heart trembled. For reasons unknown, he found the youth before him to be exceedingly terrifying, unable to suppress a sense of dread. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that he was a disciple of Yunshao's sect and questioned why he should fear the black market. With this thought, he forced down his trepidation, straightened his chest, and spoke. Indeed, I am Kong Zhuo of Yunshao's sect. Your esteemed market, Jiang Xian, has stolen our treasures and slain several of my sect's disciples, a crime unforgivable. However, if he is willing to return the treasures to me, I shall extend a favor to the black market, and this matter can be considered resolved. What say you? Chapter 64. A sword to the throat. It must be said that Kong Zhuo's words were well-reasoned and dignified. Exuding the poise befitting a major sect, at this juncture, forcibly reclaiming the Chuan Yun Su was no longer a possibility. He could only rely on the backing of Yunshao's sect to assert that the Chuan Yun Su was their treasure, compelling the black market to return it. Furthermore, he shifted all blame onto Jiang Xian, successfully positioning himself on the moral high ground. In that moment, he even felt a hint of admiration for his own cleverness and audacity. Alas, he had overlooked one crucial detail. The black market was not a place where reason prevailed, though. Upon hearing this, Jun Hongchen merely smiled lightly. Is Yunshao sect truly so formidable? At this remark, Kong Zhuo was taken aback. His sect was one of the top 5 in the vast Dacian kingdom. Of course, it was impressive. Was there any doubt about that? Kong Zhuo's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, Humph. What do you mean by that? Do not presume that Yunshao's sect is easily bullied. You, a mere youth, have attained the position of a leader. I had thought you to be someone of substance, but it seems you are merely. Swish. Before he could finish, Kong Zhuo felt a flash before his eyes, a breath of death washing over him. When he regained his senses, he was astonished to find his own headless body before him. Had he been beheaded? How could this be possible? Kong Zhuo's severed head stared wide-eyed in horror, utterly bewildered as to how he had met his demise. Who had struck? He had not seen anyone make a move. It was as though his head had detached of its own accord, without a single drop of blood spilling forth. The situation was utterly appalling. Yet, he had no time to ponder, as his consciousness gradually faded. A sword to the throat. Among those present, only Jiang Xian could be considered a master of the sword, and a storm of astonishment surged within him. Undoubtedly, that sword strike had come from Jun Hongchen, executed with such swiftness that nearly no one present had witnessed it, including the slain Kong Zhuo himself. It was rumored that masters of the sword could achieve a clean kill without shedding blood. Witnessing it today was indeed terrifying. Were it not for his Tianxin Lingmu, which allowed him to sense the fleeting sword intent, he might have missed Jun Hongchen's strike altogether. Such terrifying swordsmanship was unparalleled in his experience. Similarly, Zhu Hongfei was slow to comprehend, suddenly witnessing Kong Zhuo's beheading. His eyes wide with terror and his expression one of shock. It was evident that the leader was aware of his dealings with Kong Zhuo. Otherwise, why would he so decisively slay a disciple of Yunshao's sect? Thus, he knew he was next, Subordinate, I was momentarily confused. Please spare me, esteemed leader. Zhu Hengfei trembled in fear, bowing repeatedly in supplication, not daring to utter a word of defense. At that moment, his only solace lay in the fact that the leader had just saved him from Jiang Xian. Surely, he wouldn't immediately kill him again, would he? Meanwhile, the three major hall masters knelt on the ground. Drenched in cold sweat, their backs soaked. Strictly speaking, they had also played a part in instigating this situation, and if the leader chose to blame them, they would surely face dire consequences. This enigmatic leader was capricious and ruthless, and it was impossible to predict his next move. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in blue robes rushed forward and knelt before Zhu Hengchen. The newcomer was none other than the vice leader. Mo Choi. In the absence of the leader, all matters within the black market were overseen by him. Given the chaos that had unfolded, with the four major hall masters gathered, his tardiness was indeed noteworthy. Zhu Hengchen cast a glance at Mo Cho and spoke coolly, Brother Mo, are you aware of the reason behind this turmoil in the black market? Mo Chao's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he replied. In response to the leader, I am unaware. Please punish me, esteemed leader. Zhu Hengchen furrowed his brow and said, very well, for this incident, you shall report to the punishment hall to receive 300 lashes. During this time, you need not concern yourself with the black market. Upon hearing this, the three major hall masters were taken aback. Everyone in the black market knew that vice leader Mo Cho was not a martial artist, merely a frail scholar. His position as vice leader was likely due to his relation to Mo Taishu. Moreover, he was indeed quick-witted, demonstrating exceptional organizational skills over the years to manage the black market effectively. However, 300 lashes would be enough to flay him alive. It was as if they intended to beat the vice leader to death. Yet, Vice Leader Mo Cho made no attempt to argue. Maintaining a stoic expression as he lowered his head in gratitude, thank you for your mercy, esteemed leader. Zhu Hengchen nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Zhu Hengfei, saying, Hall Master Zhu, do you believe that I am unaware of your private use of resources from the Xuanwu Hall to bribe officials and cultivate assassins? His words were delivered lightly, devoid of any emotion, yet they sent a shiver down Zhu Hengfei's spine, leaving his head buzzing. Had he been exposed? How could he know? This thought raced through Zhu Hengfei's mind. I am deserving of death. Zhu Hengfei trembled in abject terror, his body quaking uncontrollably. At that moment, he was so frightened he could barely speak. The sensation was akin to public execution. And you, he continued, pausing to glance at the other three major hall masters, you each scheme and plot in secret, thinking I am oblivious to your actions? I am deserving of death. The three hall masters were equally alarmed, experiencing a profound fear of this elusive leader. This fear was far more unsettling than the power he exhibited, a person who seldom appeared in the black market, yet seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of their every move. How could that not instill dread? Just as the four of them reached their breaking point, Zhu Hengchen suddenly smiled out. Of course, we are the black market, and minor transgressions are of little consequence. I am not so petty as to hold grudges. However, whether you plot against others or betray your own, the one unforgivable sin is to sell out your comrades to outsiders. I despise traitors above all else. With that, Zhu Hengchen gestured with one hand, and Zhu Hengfei was instantly pulled towards him by a powerful force, as if he were a mere chick in his grip, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Leader. Hall Master Zhu, do you think that because I saved you, I wouldn't kill you? At this moment, Zhu Hengchen's icy tone resonated throughout the room, devoid of any warmth. Chapter 65. The curtain falls. Before Zhu Hengfei's horrified gaze, Zhu Hengchen suddenly struck, gripping his neck tightly and applying pressure. Zhu Hengfei's face turned crimson, and he wailed in agony. Yet not a word could escape his lips. I saved you because I intend to kill you myself. Zhu Hengchen spoke indifferently, and then with a sudden surge of strength, he crushed Zhu Hengfei's neck right before the eyes of the assembly, blood gushing forth. Splat! In this moment, countless disciples of the black market involuntarily swallowed hard. Overwhelmed by terror, it was said that the leader was capricious and merciless. And witnessing it firsthand today was indeed far more horrifying than the rumors suggested. He had first slain a disciple of Yunxiao's sect, then punished the vice leader with 300 lashes, and now had executed a hall master. Especially for someone like Li Yingling, who had never witnessed such brutality, Her face turned pale with fright, nearly screaming, but she managed to cover her mouth in time. Not only her, but even Jiang Xian felt a jolt of fear. The shock of such sudden violence was immense. He believed that anyone upon whom the leader's gaze fell would undoubtedly be petrified with terror. As no one could predict who might be next. You must be Jiang Leoj, yes. At this moment, Jun Hongchen's eyes turned towards Jiang Xian, causing the latter's heart to skip a beat, fully prepared for the worst. If the leader was addressing Jiang Xian, then it was undoubtedly the elder. Jiang Xian spoke calmly, indeed. Jun Hongchen narrowed his eyes slightly at Jiang Xian, saying, Zhu Hengfei is dead. From now on, the Xuanwu Hall shall be under your management. Are you willing? Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, never expecting that after causing such a commotion, he would be elevated to such a position. If Zhu Hengfei were still alive, he would surely be infuriated to the point of dying again. Although he did not comprehend the reason behind the leader's decision, he would not refuse a windfall. With this in mind, Jiang Xian quickly bowed, saying, I am grateful for the leader's favor. I shall do my utmost. Jun Hongchen nodded slightly, then surveyed the surroundings, smiling as he said, Brothers, you may disperse. Though he was smiling, the blood that adorned his visage rendered the expression utterly uninviting, instilling a profound sense of fear in all present. However, upon hearing these words, the disciples of the black market breathed a sigh of relief, finding it more exhilarating than engaging in a brawl. No. If faced with this chieftain, they would much prefer to engage in several more fights with others. The pressure was simply overwhelming. Jiang Xian, supporting Li Yingling, was also about to depart when he suddenly heard Jun Hongchen chuckle, Brother Jiang, do come to Qilin Hall for a discussion sometime. I wish to explore sword techniques with you. At this remark, both Jiang Xian and the three hall masters appeared utterly astonished. What level of cultivation did Jun Hongchen possess to require a discussion on sword techniques with Jiang Xian? Nevertheless, since the chieftain had spoken, Jiang Xian naturally dared not defy him, clasping his hands in acknowledgement and saying, This old man shall remember. Indeed. Jun Hongchen offered a slight smile before vanishing from sight, leaving Jiang Xian in a state of shock. How incredibly ostentatious. This was beyond mere bravado. Judging solely by this remarkable movement technique, Jiang Xian's estimation of the chieftain rose yet another notch. Just imagine, if one were to be targeted by such a master of the sword, who could come and go without a trace and kill without shedding blood, one would surely find it impossible to sleep through the night. With Jun Hongchen's departure, the three hall masters also exhaled in relief and immediately surrounded Jiang Xian with enthusiasm. Why? Because Jiang Xian had unexpectedly become the hall master of the Xuanwu Hall, which indicated the chieftain's regard for him. He was destined to soar to great heights in the future. Ah, congratulations, Brother Jiang, on ascending to the position of hall master. I have long found Zhu Hengfei to be quite displeasing. Su Hu exclaimed with a broad grin, exuding a sense of camaraderie. Yang Long, too, rarely smiled, but now wore a look tinged with regret. Ah, Brother Jiang, the underlings acted thoughtlessly, aiding Zhu Hengfei in scheming against your family. It truly is a grave sin. Rest assured, the wealth of the Li family will be fully returned by my Qinglong Hall, all for your possession. Yin Lin also approached with a beaming smile, gently supporting Li Yingling's arm, lamenting, Oh dear sister, it was all my fault. I almost brought you great distress. I went to inform you that Grandfather Jiang had arrived, but who would have known the underlings would be so thoughtless? Alas, Li Yingling offered a polite smile. She was not foolish and understood that these individuals were being amiable out of respect for Jiang Xian, without taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Faced with the fervent trio, Jiang Xian smiled in return, choosing not to shatter their cordial facade. If Zhu Hengfei had been present at that moment, they would surely have spoken in entirely contradictory terms, adapting their words to suit their audience with remarkable finesse. Before parting, Yin Lin stealthily pulled Jiang Xian aside and whispered, Brother Jiang, allow me to offer a kind reminder. If you truly intend to seek the chieftain for a sparring session, avoid doing so while he sleeps. Why? Jiang Xian inquired, perplexed. Yin Lin's expression turned serious. Our chieftain has a penchant for killing in his dreams. Last time, a hall master approached him while he slept, only to find himself slain by a single sword strike, awakening to the realization that he had taken a life. How terrifying! At her words, Jiang Xian's lips twitched, musing that this was a habit reminiscent of Boss Chow. And he wondered how it had come to be appropriated by Jun Hongchen. Understood, On the way back to the Jiang residence, Jiang Xian suddenly heard the system's voice chime in. Ding! You have successfully resolved conflicts and united your peers through your efforts. Task completed. Reward granted. Celestial Step of Void Treading. Celestial Step of Void Treading. This is a 9th-tier martial art, combining movement techniques and defense. When cultivated to great depths, it can render one's flesh and blood intangible, evading most attacks and achieving a form of invisibility. Simulating new plot. After leaving home for training, your family gradually fell into decline. Please restore the family's former glory and lay the foundations for your legacy in the martial world. Triggering task. Foundation of Eternity. Task requirements. Restore the family's glory and lay the foundations for your legacy in the martial world. Task reward. Level 1 Poison Crafting. Foundation of Eternity. Jiang Xian gazed at the task that had materialized before him, feeling a deep sense of reflection. This task likely signified his responsibility to restore the Li family. With his current status, he could certainly leverage the black market to gradually establish a formidable family. However, Jianling was not a mere pawn. He did not believe he would remain confined to the small city of Yuzhou or even the vast nation of Deqian for his entire life. One day, he would step beyond this place, truly venturing into the martial world to seek enlightenment. The 8 provinces of the world, the entirety of Qingzhou was merely a small corner of it. That said, the first step was to reclaim the Li family, as it was his starting point, something he could not afford to lose. Chapter 66. Settling in after leaving Zhuke Tower, Jiang Xian brought Li Yingling back to his residence to settle her in temporarily. Throughout the journey, Li Yingling appeared dejected, with an underlying sense of unease and fear. For some reason, upon their last encounter, she felt that Jiang Xian had changed significantly. Why had Grandfather Jiang become so formidable? Why had he become the chieftain of the black market? Was he still the same Grandfather Jiang from before? What would become of her and the Li family's future? With the sudden upheaval in the Li family, the girl was no longer the innocent and joyful child she once was. Her heart was filled with countless questions and apprehensions about the future, making her feel increasingly constrained. Jiang Xian glanced at Li Yingling and spoke, "Miss, for the time being, you will have to stay at my residence. Once I retrieve the Li family's assets, I will take you and your father back home. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingling froze momentarily, turning to kneel before Jiang Xian, only to be swiftly supported by him. "Miss, you must not do that." With tears welling in her eyes, Li Yingling sobbed, "Grandfather Jiang, thank you." Jiang Xian smiled gently and turned his gaze toward a vendor selling candied hawthorns by the street, stating, "Bring me a skewer of candied hawthorns." The vendor, taken aback, hurriedly handed over the largest skewer, grinning broadly, "Grandfather Jiang, here are the candied hawthorns you requested." Indeed. Jiang Xian accepted the skewer and produced a piece of broken silver, offering it to the vendor. The vendor was startled, quickly waving his hands. "Ah? No, no, Grandfather Jiang, how could I accept your money? Moreover, it's not worth this much. Take it. It's merely business." Jiang Xian feigned displeasure, insisting on giving the silver, which the vendor reluctantly accepted. "Thank you, Grandfather Jiang." Jiang Xian nodded slightly and then, to Li Yingling's astonishment, handed her the skewer of candied hawthorns, smiling gently, "Miss, I still remember when you were little. You were punished by your father and cried your heart out. It pained me to see you, so I secretly took you out to buy candied hawthorns. Oddly enough, I never understood what was so delicious about them, yet after you ate them, you stopped crying. So many years have passed and I wonder if you still enjoy them. Ha ha." Jiang Xian's face was filled with nostalgia and emotion, a smile gracing his lips. Drip. Li Yingling accepted the candied hawthorns, momentarily frozen. Unable to speak as tears streamed down her face, producing a delicate sound as they hit the ground. Her eyes glistened, fixed upon Jiang Xian, causing him to feel a tad embarrassed. It seemed this was no longer effective. Jiang Xian rubbed his nose, chuckling awkwardly. Li Yingling quickly regained her composure, wiping the tears from her face and taking a bite of the candied hawthorn, her expression lighting up with a smile. It's delicious." That smile was like the thaw of spring, utterly enchanting. "Haha, that is wonderful." Jiang Xian laughed heartily as they walked along, saying, "Miss, please do not find my residence unworthy. I have reserved the best room for you." "All right." Li Yingling laughed through her tears, hastily following after him. Grandfather Jiang was still the same loving figure from her childhood. Grandfather Jiang, please refrain from calling me miss in the future. Like my father, just call me Linger. Oh, that may take some getting used to. You'll adapt quickly. Grandfather Jiang, could you teach me martial arts? I want to be as formidable as you. What need does a young lady have for martial arts? Would your father approve? I don't care. That young lady with the surname Luo was quite formidable, and you even had rumors with her. Ahem, that is unfounded. Do not tarnish my name. The old man and young girl walked side by side, filled with laughter and conversation, reminiscent of their former bond. Soon, they arrived at Jiang Xian's estate. At the entrance, Shuanger had been waiting quietly, holding the robe Jiang Xian typically wore at home, resembling a devoted wife awaiting her husband's return. Upon seeing them, Shuanger rushed forward to help Jiang Xian change his robe, her gaze landing on the young girl beside him. She smiled. This young lady, is she the new young mistress? Ahem, not quite. Jiang Xian coughed lightly, saying, she is a young lady from the Li family. They have encountered misfortune, and she will be residing here for a few days. You must not neglect her today. As he spoke, he turned to introduce Li Yingling. Linger, this is your sister Shuanger. If you encounter any difficulties in the black market over the next few days, feel free to seek her assistance. Li Yingling curiously examined Shuanger and asked, Sister Shuanger, are you Grandfather Jiang's new wife? You're so beautiful. Shuanger smiled gently. Miss Li, you flatter me. The entire Yuzhou city speaks of the Li family's young lady as a rare beauty. Seeing you today makes me feel truly inferior. As the two young women exchanged smiles, the atmosphere turned strangely tense in terms of age. They were quite similar, both possessing striking beauty, yet one was Jiang Xian's new concubine, while the other was his former young lady. Their identities starkly different, leaving both unsure of how to navigate the situation. Hee. Jiang Xian chuckled awkwardly and said, Shuanger, please prepare the evening meal. I wish to properly entertain the young lady. Certainly, my lord, Shuanger obediently replied. Jiang Xian turned to Li Yingling and smiled. Linger, shall I take you on a tour of the residence? That sounds wonderful, Li Yingling responded with a charming smile, her curiosity piqued. Before her arrival, she had resolved that no matter how modest Jiang Xian's abode might be, she would not show a hint of disdain. However, upon stepping into Jiang Xian's estate, she was astounded. The residence could only be described as resplendent, its opulence rivaling that of the Li family, with many aspects that left her perplexed. For instance, a bathing and dining area? Why must one eat and bathe in the same place? That evening, as Li Yingling gazed at the lavish spread of delicacies before her, she felt a twinge of surprise. Lobster, shark fin, abalone, and bird's nest soup graced the table, each dish a testament to extravagance. Though she was originally a young lady of the Li family, upon entering Jiang's home, she felt as though she had been transformed into a princess. This lifestyle was far beyond her expectations. She could hardly believe that Jiang Xian had enjoyed such a lavish life after leaving the Li residence. After a few rounds of wine, Jiang Xian, cheeks flushed, stood and chuckled. Shuanger, tonight you shall accompany Linger and help her select the finest room. I shall retire to another estate. Understood. Shuanger nodded slightly, her voice a whisper tinged with melancholy. Once Jiang Xian departed, Li Yingling inquired with curiosity, Sister Shuanger, does Grandfather Jiang not usually reside in this estate? Shuanger smiled coyly, leaning close to Li Yingling's ear to share a secret, causing the young girl to blush profoundly. It must be said that conversations among girls can sometimes be audacious, far beyond what men could imagine. Point 4. Can he handle that? Li Yingling gasped. Oh, you underestimate Grandfather Jiang, Shuanger replied, her smile widening. Despite his age, he is quite capable, and sometimes he even entertains 5 at once. 5 at once. How embarrassing to discuss this, sister. You are still young and do not comprehend such delights, but we are nearly the same age. Ah, as long as one is untouched by the world, one remains innocent, regardless of age. Is that truly so? Indeed, if you desire, you could join in as well. You would take the lead. Oh, what are you saying? How mortifying! In the darkness of the night, the two exquisite young women, nearly of the same age, whispered to one another, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Chapter 67. Jiang Xian takes office, restructuring the assassin business. The next day, in another residence, Jiang Xian removed his self-made tactical jacket and rose from a cacophony of murmurs, stretching lazily. It must be said, such a lifestyle is quite conducive to indulgence. Why, lord, must you depart so early? Came the sweet, reluctant voices around him. The newly appointed hall master. I have significant responsibilities ahead. Jiang Xian sighed. Soon, after enjoying breakfast attended by 4 maidens, Jiang Xian donned a splendid robe and made his way directly to the Xuanwu Hall. Starting today, he would officially assume the role of Hall Master. At that moment, the hall stewards, Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai, were already waiting in the conference hall. Their expressions varied. Zhang Yuan's face bore a complex mix of emotions. He never anticipated that the Jiang Xian he had introduced would swiftly become his superior. Lu Bai, on the other hand, appeared fearful, having previously allied closely with Zhu Hengfei and secretly obstructed Jiang Xian. Unsure if he would face retribution. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xian entered the conference hall. Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai hurried to greet him, their faces adorned with forced smiles. Master Jiang MM. Jiang Xian nodded, responding with a faint smile. There is no need for formality. You may continue your duties as usual. Xuanwu Hall remains Xuanwu Hall. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed Jiang Xian had no intention of settling old scores. This was a relief, or else he might have found himself in dire straits. Zhang Yuan presented a ledger, respectfully offering it to Jiang Xian. Master Jiang, this is the entirety of the assets seized from Zhu Hengfei. Please review it. Seized? Jiang Xian furrowed his brow, realizing that the black market was indeed a place where the fallen are quickly abandoned. The man had just died, and before the mourning period had concluded, his assets were already confiscated. It was a stark reality of the black market, where wealth is made and spent in darkness, and no one intends to carry it home, if he were to meet an untimely end in the future. Would he also? A chill ran down Jiang Xian's spine as he took the ledger and examined its contents. To his astonishment, it revealed 800,000 taels of gold, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 10 precious artifacts. Jiang Xian was left dumbfounded. Zhu Hengfei had been extraordinarily lavish. How much had he truly amassed? As he continued reading, Jiang Xian's expression turned peculiar. 1 legitimate wife, 2 daughters, 120 concubines, and over 1,000 maidservants. Such decadence! Jiang Xian shook his head in disbelief, lamenting the level of corruption. Zhang Yuan glanced at Jiang Xian with a wry smile and remarked, Master Jiang, what do you think of these women? Cough. Jiang Xian cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. I am a compassionate man. I will not bring misfortune to the families of the deceased. Release Zhu Hengfei's legitimate wife and daughters from the black market. The rules of the underworld dictate that one must not oppress the widow and orphan. Splendid. Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai simultaneously raised their thumbs, flattering Jiang Xian. Master Jiang, what about these concubines and maidservants? Jiang Xian stroked his beard, contemplating, let us do this. Those who are willing to stay will be allocated to brothers in need within the hall. For those who wish to leave, provide them with a modest sum to facilitate their departure. Importantly, do not force anyone, and absolutely do not sell them into brothels. Should I discover such an act, I will not be lenient. Jiang Xian considered himself neither a saint nor a villain, but he did not wish to coerce women against their will. However, the black market had its own rules of survival. He could only manage his own affairs and not interfere with others. Upon hearing this arrangement, Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai exchanged glances, feeling an unexpected sense of respect for Jiang Xian. The elder truly embodied kindness and benevolence. Yes, Master Jiang. Zhang Yuan readily complied, grinning slyly. Master Jiang, if any among those remaining are particularly beautiful, shall I send them to you first? Jiang Xian's expression darkened as he reprimanded. Nonsense. I am not that kind of person. Do not ask me such questions again. The assets of Zhu Hengfei will henceforth be under your full responsibility. Ensure there are no mistakes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. Yes, Master Jiang. The fortune amassed by Zhu Hengfei is substantial. Managing it will yield ample rewards. Master Jiang, you are truly generous. After Zhang Yuan finished reporting, Lu Bai approached with a ledger of names, presenting it to Jiang Xian with a smile. Master Jiang, this is our hall's assassin roster. Please review it. Previously, Jiang Xian had only dealt with black market affairs, but now that he was hall master, he had to take charge of the assassin business as well. Upon reviewing the roster, Jiang Xian's brows knitted in concern. Over 500 assassins? What is the purpose of maintaining such a large number? We only carry out a handful of killings each month? This. Lu Bai looked taken aback. Master Jiang, the scale of our assassins has always been this way. Zhu Hengfei even thought it was insufficient. Jiang Xian snorted, slamming the roster down onto the table, scolding, Zhu Hengfei was a fool, and you are no different. Maintaining so many idle assassins, no wonder Xuanwu Hall is at the bottom among the 4 halls. Cut the numbers, immediately reduce our assassins to 100, retaining only the elite. Those remaining should either patrol the streets or pack their bags and leave. Furthermore, from now on, the 10 assassins with the worst performance each month will also be dismissed and replaced to ensure fresh blood is continually introduced. Ah, reduced to 100? Lu Bai's expression shifted in shock. Could a hall with only 100 assassins still be considered an assassin hall? What do you know? Zhang Xian shot Lu Bai a disdainful glance and continued. From today onward, I shall establish new rules for the assassins. Firstly, our assassins shall adhere to 3 prohibitions. No matter the price, they shall not accept certain contracts. I will personally draft these rules and display them prominently in the hall. Ah? Upon hearing the first rule, Lu Bai was alarmed. Assassins are typically paid to kill. What sort of nonsense were these prohibitions? Secondly, once a contract is accepted, our assassins must not only execute the kill but also gather intelligence on the target beforehand. Ensure the safety of the employer during the operation and maintain confidentiality post-operation. They must leave no traces, ensuring the employer is comfortable, satisfied, and without concerns. Understood. Understood. Lu Bai wore a helpless expression. The demands were more akin to those of caretakers than assassins. Previously, the assassins of Xuanwu Hall had little professionalism, readily divulging the employer's information for a bit of coin. This had resulted in many employers facing retribution after hiring Xuanwu Hall. Perhaps this was why few dared to collaborate with Xuanwu Hall. Thirdly, starting today, Xuanwu Hall's assassins must take the initiative, conducting a monthly extensive survey in Yuzhou City to seek employers with assassination needs. They are forbidden from idling in the hall. Do you remember these 3 rules? Zhang Xian's tone turned serious as he looked at Lu Bai. I remember. Master Zhang. Lu Bai forced a smile that was more painful than tears, cursing inwardly. This old man was undeniably seeking retribution. His actions seemed aimed at putting him in jeopardy. Chapter 68. Reclaiming the Li family assets. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Zhang Xian exerted considerable effort and finally managed to locate all the servants dismissed from the Li residence, including Master Li himself. They were all settled in a house outside the black market, merely awaiting the return of the Li family's assets, which would enable them to move back and restore the former glory of the Li household. One day, Zhang Xian received news from Yang Long, stating that the Li family's assets had been completely accounted for and that he should come to the Qinglong Hall for the handover. Thus, Zhang Xian brought Li Yingling to the Qinglong Hall gambling house, preparing to reclaim the Li family's possessions. At that moment, Yang Long, the master of Qinglong Hall, stood at the entrance of the gambling house. And upon seeing Zhang Xian approaching with a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Zhang, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." With that, Yang Long grasped Zhang Xian's hand enthusiastically and ushered them both inside. Witnessing this scene, many disciples of the black market were taken aback. When had this usually stern master of Qinglong Hall ever displayed such warmth towards anyone? His face was practically beaming, almost overly ingratiating, causing Zhang Xian to furrow his brow in confusion. Had this fellow taken something unusual today? Though he was now the master of Xuanwu Hall, their statuses were equivalent. Why the need for such obsequiousness? Moreover, he had come to reclaim the Li family's assets, not to present them as a gift. Yang Long led Zhang Xian on a tour of the Qinglong Hall gambling house, cheerfully introducing each game: dice, pai gao, horse betting, flower games, lottery, and cockfighting. Everything one could desire was available. He provided meticulous explanations, akin to a shopkeeper showing a proprietor around his establishment. After much meandering, he had yet to mention the matter of the Li family's assets. Zhang Xian halted, turned to Yang Long, and inquired with a frown, "Master Yang, you did not summon me merely to tour the gambling house, did you?" "Ah, of course not," Yang Long replied with a bright smile. "Everything has been prepared for you, my dear brother." With that, Yang Long clapped his hands, prompting an attendant to bring forth a wooden box. "Brother Zhang, this contains the deeds to the Li family's residence and all their textile shops. Qinglong Hall returns everything intact," he added regretfully. "Unfortunately, all the silver has been dispersed by the subordinates, and it will take some time to recover. Please do not hold it against me." "Oh?" Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he casually took the wooden box and handed it to Li Yingling beside him. "Linger, please check for any omissions." In truth, while the loss of some silver was not catastrophic, Money could always be earned again. The deeds to the textile shops were the most precious assets of the Li family. Li Yingling, equally astonished, opened the box with trembling hands, examining each document meticulously. At that moment, she felt a surge of disbelief. She never anticipated that reclaiming the Li family's assets could be so straightforward. These were the hard-earned possessions built up by Master Li over a lifetime, treasures he cherished dearly. Yes, Grandpa Jiang, everything is here. After a careful inspection, Li Yingling smiled gently, her heart filled with gratitude towards Jiang Xian. Without his assistance, she might have never been able to reclaim them. Indeed, only strength and status could achieve what ordinary individuals could not. For the average person, such a notion would be sheer folly. In response, Jiang Xian stroked his beard and smiled, feeling quite pleased. In those days, these textile shops were established under the guidance of Master Li. They hold great significance. Although he merely acted as a driver, it was nonetheless a fond memory. Master Yang, I owe you a favor this time. Thank you. Jiang Xian looked at Yang Long and smiled. The recent downfall of the Li family was partly due to the machinations of the Qinglong Hall schemes. Yet that was a folly of their own making, and one could not blame others. The primary culprits, Qi Hong and Zhu Hengfei, had already received their just deserts. Yang Long's generosity in returning the assets was indeed a significant favor. Ha ha ha, Brother Jiang, you are too polite. Yang Long laughed heartily, relishing the favor he sought from Jiang Xian. In all honesty, I do have a request. I need your counsel on a matter. Oh? What is it? Jiang Xian asked. Not at all surprised, his tone casual. He had suspected that Yang Long's unusual behavior and generosity in returning the Li family's assets indicated he had some ulterior motive. Yang Long smiled sheepishly and explained, Brother, it's like this. Historically, the performance of our 4 major halls in the black market has seen Xuanwu Hall lagging behind. However, since your arrival, Xuanwu Hall has flourished, and now it is my Qinglong Hall that finds itself at the bottom. He continued, last month, I heard that you restructured the assassin business at Xuanwu Hall, achieving remarkable results. The hall master has been singing your praises, urging us to learn from you. Do you know how the brothers refer to you now? How do they refer to me? Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. They refer to you as the god of wealth descended from the heavens, and privately call you Jiang Kaishan. Yang Long exclaimed with a mix of admiration and disbelief. PFF, luckily, Jiang Xian was not drinking at that moment. Otherwise, he might have choked. He had become the god of wealth again. Brother, do you think there is room for improvement in my Qinglong gambling house? Yang Long asked eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. Speaking of this, Li Yingling also looked at Jiang Xian, her eyes filled with curiosity. As the daughter of a merchant family, she had some understanding of business matters. However, she was puzzled as to how Grandpa Jiang had transitioned from a benevolent sage to a business-savvy god of wealth in the black market. Could it be that he also understood the intricacies of the gray market? Jiang Xian stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before responding, Very well, Master Yang. I shall do my utmost to repay this kindness. Now, tell me, what issues does your Qinglong gambling house currently face? Yang Long sighed deeply, shaking his head. Brother, you may not realize, but my Qinglong gambling house is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Today's wealthy individuals are exceedingly shrewd, and there is little profit to be made at this point. Yang Long discreetly glanced at Li Yingling, lowering his voice. To be frank, the recent exploits of the Li family's mistress have been the largest profit for Qinglong Hall in nearly a year. And now it has all been returned to you. His words, though quiet, left Jiang Xian and Li Yingling exchanging peculiar glances. Was he implying that Su Qin was the only fool to fall for the trap in the past year? Cough cough. Jiang Xian covered his mouth and cleared his throat, then said, So, it seems your gambling house does indeed have issues. Let me think about it. Linger, as a businesswoman, lend your insights to help Master Yang find a solution. All right, Li Yingling replied with a sweet smile. Excellent, Yang Long exclaimed, overjoyed. For the next half of the day, Yang Long attended to Jiang Xian and Li Yingling like a devoted servant, guiding them through the gambling house and discussing business strategies. Drawing upon his memories from his previous life, Jiang Xian had a sudden flash of inspiration and said with a smile, I've got it, Master Yang. I have 3 suggestions for you that will surely make your gambling house thrive and bring in a wealth of fortune. Chapter 69, Jiang Kaishan's 3 suggestions inside a private room of the Qinglong gambling house. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Yang Long was elated and promptly asked, Oh, what brilliant ideas does Brother Jiang have? Jiang Xian, stroking his beard, replied calmly, "For the first suggestion, Master Yang, I advise you to discontinue the killing pig schemes and remove all cheating mechanisms from your gambling house. Ensure that every game is conducted with the utmost fairness and integrity." Upon hearing this, Yang Long was utterly taken aback. No cheating in the gambling house? How would he make a profit, Brother Jiang? This is Qinglong Hall, not a charity organization. If we don't cheat, how will we earn? Jiang Xian smiled slightly, waving his hand dismissively. Master Yang, please remain calm and allow me to elaborate. Although Qinglong Hall would not resort to cheating, it could still charge a gambling fee, collecting a percentage of each wager as a means of generating income. Charge a gambling fee? Collecting money before the bets are placed? How could the common folk accept that? Yang Long queried, perplexed. Li Yingling furrowed her brow, yet a glimmer of understanding crossed her face as she spoke. I see, Grandpa Jiang. It's about fairness. Precisely. It seems Miss is indeed exceptionally astute, Jiang Xian remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Li Yingling before continuing. When common people gamble, they fear being cheated. If 9 out of 10 gambling houses employ deceitful practices, and only one operates honestly, how would the people dare to gamble? Gambling becomes a mere exercise in trickery, devoid of enjoyment for ordinary participants. If Qinglong Hall can establish itself as a gambling house free from deceit, those who enjoy gambling but lack knowledge of cheating techniques will undoubtedly flock to it. Brilliant. Yang Long's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clapped his hands vigorously, though he soon furrowed his brow again. However, brother, if we do that, the profits will diminish significantly. Previously, he had relied on the killing pig schemes to strip others of their fortunes. Now, merely collecting a small gambling fee seemed insufficient. Jiang Xian shot him a disapproving look and replied, Master Yang, it appears you not only lack business acumen but also struggle with arithmetic. Consider this. If a person's entire wealth amounts to 100 taels, you might make 100 taels through deceit. But that person will vanish thereafter. If, however, you collect a gambling fee from them daily, over time, that amount far exceeds a mere 100 taels. And as long as the allure remains, your gambling house could see its clientele multiply 10-fold or even 100-fold. The resulting figures would be astronomical. True entrepreneurs earn limited profits. Exorbitant gains cannot be sustained over time. With a sharp intake of breath, Yang Long felt a chill run down his spine. Though not a businessman himself, he understood that one who could become a leader was certainly no fool. Suddenly enlightened, he grasped the underlying principles at play, leaving him utterly in awe of Jiang Xian. Brother Jiang, he declared, you are truly remarkable. Li Yingling also looked on in astonishment. Jiang's business acumen was frighteningly superior, even compared to her father's. Could a gambling house be managed in such a manner? It dawned on her that Jiang had indeed been hiding his talents. Yet in truth, he had once been a mere servant. Revealing his abilities would have mattered little, as no one would have taken him seriously. Quickly, Brother Jiang, do share your second idea? Yang Long could hardly contain his excitement. Jiang Xian placed his hands flat on his knees, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The second idea is quite simple. I have already executed it in the black market. 2 words, membership. Membership. Yang Long grasped the concept instantly, speaking rapidly. Brother Jiang, do you mean to entice? No. Recommend individuals to our gambling house to apply for membership, thereby allowing them to place bets with a proportional reduction in fees? Astute. You see right through it, Jiang Xian replied with a smile. Once they become members, I assure you, they will feel a compelling urge to return to the gambling house, even if just for a day. What is this membership? Li Yingling interjected, puzzled. Being unfamiliar with the black market, she could not comprehend its significance until Jiang patiently explained it to her, leading to her sudden realization. The purpose of membership was simply to retain customers. The principle, however, was beyond her ancient understanding. Known as sunk cost in modern parlance, in truth, it operated on a principle akin to a scam, but with a gentler approach. My heavens, Grandpa Jiang, you are indeed a god of wealth. Li Yingling exclaimed in admiration. The membership system was not only suitable for gambling houses, it could revolutionize any industry. She could hardly fathom the influx of gamblers the Qinglong Gambling House would attract if such a system were widely adopted. Hearing this, Yang Long was nearly overcome with excitement, personally pouring a cup of tea for Jiang Xian, his face a mask of flattery. Grandpa Jiang, what is your third idea? In that moment, Yang Long's address to Jiang had shifted from brother to grandpa. a term of endearment he seldom employed. As for the third idea, Jiang Xian teased, rising to leave the room. Master Yang, please follow me. Yang Long and Li Yingling exchanged bewildered glances but promptly followed him. The trio arrived at the entrance of the Qinglong gambling house, where Jiang Xian surveyed the bustling street and inquired, Master Yang, do you notice anything amiss? Yang Long looked around, scratching his head in confusion. Grandpa Jiang, I'm just a mere warrior. Please, do not put me in a difficult position. Jiang Xian then turned to Li Yingling, gently smiling. Miss, do you see anything missing from this street? Li Yingling furrowed her brow. Then suddenly raised a finger, her clever mind lighting up. There are no horse-drawn carriages here. As a lady accustomed to traveling by carriage, she found the absence of any at the gambling house's entrance to be quite unreasonable. Yang Long, taken aback by her realization, sighed, Grandpa Jiang, I ordered that no carriages be allowed on this street, as I found them to be a nuisance obstructing our revenue. Ha. Master Yang, by doing so, you have effectively barred your own income? Jiang Xian chuckled. Yang Long, flustered, exclaimed, What should I do now, Brother Jiang? His faith in Jiang had grown to such a degree that he believed whatever Jiang suggested must be correct. Stepping outside, Jiang Xian picked up a twig and began sketching a square parking space beside the gambling house. Laughing as he did so, Master Yang, wealthy patrons always travel by carriage. By banishing them, you are turning them away at the door. If carriages are too chaotic, we shall assign them designated parking spots to enhance the aesthetic appeal. Not only that, but you could also charge them a fee for parking. What a splendid idea! Wow, brilliant! Yang Long was struck by enlightenment, nearly kneeling before Jiang Xian in reverence. Brother Jiang, had I encountered you sooner, I would not have toiled for half my life in this despised business. A mere small trick. Master Yang, you flatter me. Jiang Xian replied with a slight smile, teasingly adding, Is the Li family's wealth not worth your efforts? Indeed, it is exceedingly worth it. Yang Long exclaimed joyfully, seizing Jiang Xian's hand. Brother, I invite you to the Zhuke Tower tonight to enjoy some music. We must not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. At the mention of Zhuke Tower, Li Yingling's face flushed crimson as she grasped the implications of their conversation. Cough. Jiang Xian cleared his throat, smiling warmly. Miss, you should return home now. Master Yang and I have some business to attend to this evening. Oh, Li Yingling replied, unable to suppress an eye roll. Grandpa Jiang is wonderful in every way, but he is far too lecherous. Chapter 70. The second master of the Li family in Yuzhou City. Li Mansion. On this day, after Jiang Xian returned the land deed for the Li Mansion and the fabric shop, he sent Li Laoi, Li Yingling, and the household servants back to settle in, observing the land deed within the wooden box. Li Laoi's eyes glistened with moisture, his trembling hands betraying his excitement. This was the legacy he had painstakingly built over a lifetime. Now, reclaimed, the emotions within him were indescribable. Jiang Xian, I owe you an immense debt of gratitude. Li Laoi's voice quivered as he struggled to rise from his wheelchair, wishing to bow to Jiang Xian. Times had changed. Though Jiang Xian had been his servant for a lifetime, he had now become someone beyond Li Laoi's reach. To cling to the past would be to display a lack of awareness, and a businessman is always astute. Seeing this, Jiang Xian swiftly intervened, saying, You honor me too greatly, my lord. I can never forget your kindness in nurturing me. Indeed, Li Laoi nodded weakly, turning to the rest of the Li family, his voice hoarse as he declared, Jiang Xian is now our second master. You all should come and pay your respects, second master. Upon hearing this, the household servants approached, their expressions a mix of complexity as they bowed to Jiang Xian. Among them stood Wu Yong, who had lost a hand, and the steward Lu Wangquan. Once, they had shared drinks and idle gossip, often scheming against their masters in private. Time had passed, and Jiang Xian had unexpectedly risen to become their master, a notion that felt surreal. My lord, this. Jiang Xian appeared troubled, for theoretically, he was no longer a servant of the Li family and had little connection to them. His assistance in reclaiming their assets was primarily for the sake of fulfilling a task and out of compassion for their plight. Jiang Xian, do not refuse, Li Laoi insisted, grasping Jiang Xian's hand sincerely. I am aware of the matters concerning Suqin and Ir. I do not blame you. However, this vastly family is without leadership, and I fear I do not have much time left. Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, then bitterly replied, My lord, you jest. You have many years ahead of you, Li Laoi sighed, shaking his head slightly. No, I am well aware of my own body. although you have helped me hold on for a moment longer. Death is inevitable. It is merely fate. Rest assured, I know your ambitions lie elsewhere, and I do not wish to bind you to the Li family. Yet, Linger is still young and cannot uphold the family business alone. She will require your guidance for some time. This is my final wish. Jiang Xian fell silent. Li Laoi, a seasoned veteran, had a keen understanding of matters. However, as long as he was in Yuzhou City, it would not be a burden to lend a helping hand to the Li family. He had not anticipated that upon returning, he would not merely be a servant, but would assume the role of master. How unpredictable life can be. With a sigh, Jiang Xian nodded slightly. Then I shall honor your wish to the best of my abilities. Li Laoi smiled warmly, forcing a grin. Old Jiang, you have served in my Li family for decades. I trust you implicitly. How about this? I can arrange for Linger to marry you, and from then on, the Li family shall become the Jiang family. We shall be one. What? Li Yingling was taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment. Father, what are you saying? Grandpa Jiang is an elder. How can this be? Jiang Xian was momentarily stunned before quickly refusing. Absolutely not, my lord. You speak too highly of me. The Li family shall forever remain the Li family. I have no intention of usurping your position. As for the young lady, I merely see her as a junior, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling breathed a sigh of relief. Uncertain how she would have managed otherwise. Well, all right then, Li Laoi sighed. A wry smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Old Jiang, great kindness requires no thanks. I shall die without regrets. This smile, however, was difficult to discern as either joy or resignation. In his lifetime, he had achieved success, building the fabric business to the forefront of Yuzhou City. Yet his family life was a shambles. Two of his 3 sons had fled, and 1 had perished. He had married a younger wife who had betrayed him, squandering his wealth. In the end, he entrusted his legacy to Jiang Xian, an outsider. Rather disheartening conclusion to a life once filled with promise. After reclaiming the Li family's assets, Jiang Xian still found that the system's task remained unfulfilled, leaving him puzzled. Could it be that merely retrieving the Li family's property was not sufficient? Revitalizing the family business. The foundation of the Li family is merely the textile trade. It should be so. Given the nature of the system, it is inconceivable that it would set such an absurd expectation as establishing an everlasting lineage. It must remain grounded in reality. Thus, for the next month, Jiang Xian began to assist the Li family in reorganizing their textile business, only to uncover a significant issue. After the textile shop was taken over by the black market, numerous capable managers and employees fled. Meanwhile, old Master Li was ailing, and Li Yingling was still inexperienced. Consequently, although the Li family reclaimed the textile shop, they found themselves utterly incapable of conducting business, lacking the know-how to proceed. Of course, while this posed a challenge for the Li family, it was hardly a problem for Jiang Xian. What was his current identity, status, and power? Conducting business. Far too simple. A spark of inspiration struck Jiang Xian. He decided to recruit some assistants from the black market under the pretense of teaching them the trade, which unexpectedly delighted his 4 disciples. Who doesn't he know that Jiang Xian is a business deity, akin to a reincarnated god of wealth? Not to mention, just recently, the Qinglong gambling house had seen its performance soar like a rocket after Jiang Xian's reforms, transforming the venue into a bustling marketplace filled to the brim with gamblers. All clamoring with excitement, causing Yang Long to beam with joy. The reason was simple. These gamblers had never encountered such an equitable casino, where martial artists served as human surveillance, ensuring no one could cheat. Any discovered cheating would result in immediate execution. Had they known Jiang Xian was a reincarnated god of wealth, they would have never engaged in any fraudulent schemes. Yang Long, the leader of the Qinglong Hall, remarked. As these words spread, the entire black market buzzed with excitement, with many seeking to consult Jiang Xian on the art of business. Particularly, the Zhuke Hall and the Baihu Hall were nearly frantic. Yin Lin from Zhuke Hall personally approached Jiang Xian with 3 flamboyantly dressed widows, only to be politely declined by Jiang Xian, who cited a need for self-cultivation. Subsequently, Su Hu, the leader of Baihu Hall, brought a 3,000-year-old ginseng to pay his respects to Jiang Xian, which was also refused. Jiang Xian claimed he was experiencing internal heat. The 2 leaders were nearly beside themselves, knocking incessantly on Jiang Xian's door. In truth, Jiang Xian felt quite helpless. He was not a deity. He truly did not comprehend the business of brothels and auction houses. Moreover, if such establishments were to thrive, it would be at the expense of the young women involved. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's recruitment efforts, the two leaders eagerly responded, dispatching their most adept disciples to assist, displaying remarkable generosity. They sought nothing more than to learn a few tricks from Jiang Xian to benefit their halls. After all, in business, understanding one trade often leads to insights in another. However, the two leaders seemingly overlooked a crucial point. These individuals would not necessarily return to the black market. Thus, Jiang Xian called out, and a multitude of disciples from the black market eagerly volunteered, unstoppable in their enthusiasm. Not only that, but many outsiders also came in droves, eager to witness this renowned god of wealth from the black market. In no time, the Li family was bustling with activity, filled with eager applicants. Jiang Xian, beaming with joy, instructed the servants to set up tables and chairs, proclaiming, "Esteemed guests, welcome to the Li family. It is a great honor to have you here. And in the days to come, as the Li family's business flourishes, you shall all reap the rewards. I hereby declare the Li Textile Recruitment Fair officially open." On this day, at the entrance of the Li family, Jiang Xian sat upright with a wooden table before him, a stack of white paper resembling resumes laid out. Beside the table stood a yellow flag, inscribed with Li Textile Recruitment. Li Yingling stood nearby, pouring tea for Jiang Xian, her eyes filled with curiosity as she observed the scene. This was her first time witnessing such a multitude of applicants. She wondered how long this would continue. Furthermore, among them were individuals who appeared to be deceitful, leaving Jiang Xian utterly perplexed. "You are Lu Xiaogua? Applying for the accountant position?" Jiang Xian inquired, gazing at the snot-nosed man before him, his brows furrowing in disbelief. It was well known that an astute mind was required for accounting, yet this fellow seemed more like a simpleton babbling to a girl on the street. "Yes, Master Jiang," Lu Xiaogua stammered. "1 piece of silk costs 1,600 coins. How much for 32 pieces?" 53,200 coins. "You calculated that so quickly?" Jiang Xian asked, slightly astonished, and continued, "What about 48 pieces? 39,200 coins. And for 2 pieces, 78,200 coins. "Get out!" Jiang Xian exclaimed, his face darkening, and he bellowed, "Next, greetings, Master Jiang." The next moment, a white-haired elder trembled as he approached. Jiang Xian's frown deepened even further as he asked, "Are you here to apply for the position of enforcer? How old are you? Have you practiced martial arts?" 40 years old, never practiced martial arts." "Get out!" Jiang Xian was exasperated. Although many arrived, each one seemed more absurd than the last, and no wonder the HR job was so challenging. Jiang Xian pulled out a sheet of white paper and swiftly jotted down a series of details. Name, place of origin, age, business experience, desired position, expected salary, and so forth. Once finished, he stood up and declared loudly, "Esteemed guests, the recruitment for today concludes here. In the future, all applicants for the Li Textile Shop must first fill out a resume, and only those who pass the review will be granted an interview." "Huh? A resume?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, as if to say, "This is not a government office. Why must one submit a resume to apply for a textile shop?" However, there was no choice, as the atmosphere was electric. If you don't fill it out, there are plenty who will. Who wouldn't he want to learn a thing or two from Jiang Xian, hoping for a future of luxury and prestige? At that moment, Jiang Xian finally understood why resumes were necessary. Recruiting was indeed a laborious task. Thus, the Li family fervently recruited for several days, striving for excellence, and eventually assembled a complete team for the textile shop. However, as the saying goes, a different trade is like a different mountain. Most of these individuals hailed from the black market or other industries, lacking knowledge of the textile market. How could they possibly compete with other textile shops? The Li family's prominent textile shop, once the best in Yuzhou City, opened its doors again to find itself deserted, struggling to attract customers. Many disciples from the black market began to harbor doubts. Was Master Jiang truly a god of wealth? It seemed not. Not only were they watching the Li family's business, but individuals from the black market also observed closely, curious to see if Jiang Xian still possessed such prowess. One day, Jiang Xian took Li Yingling to the Li textile shop, where Li Huan greeted them with a beaming smile. "Ah, Master Jiang." Indeed, this was Li Huan, the very individual who had once served as an assassin in the Xuanwu Hall and the first black market acquaintance Jiang Xian had made. Unexpectedly, he demonstrated a keen interest in business, prompting Jiang Xian to retain him. Moreover, by a fortunate coincidence, he bore the same surname, Li. Jiang Xian nodded slightly and asked, "How is business going?" Li Huan sighed, gritting his teeth. "Master Jiang, I don't know if it is deliberate, but in the past few days, other textile shops have been holding massive sales, selling fabric identical to ours, drawing all the customers away. Our promising opening has turned to dismal results. It will surely be difficult in the future." Jiang Xian furrowed his brow. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's delicate face flushed with anger, and she interjected, "Grandfather Jiang, those shopkeepers were originally from our Li family. Now they have not only abandoned us but also revealed the secrets of our fabrics. It is utterly despicable. Each textile shop possesses its own trade secrets, such as fabric sources, processing techniques, and dyeing methods, typically known only to the owner. However, the Li family had entrusted their various shopkeepers with full authority. This approach had its advantages and disadvantages. It empowered the shopkeepers to make better decisions, leading to the Li family's business flourishing and becoming the best in Yuzhou City. The downside, however, was the current predicament. Should these individuals betray them, they would become the greatest foes of the Li family's business. After hearing the entire story, Jiang Xian slowly nodded. "Indeed, these individuals are troublesome. This is outrageous," Li Huan exclaimed, angered. "Master Jiang, rest assured, I will return to the Xuanwu Hall tonight to rally support and eliminate these traitors." Jiang Xian frowned. "Li Huan, business is business. How can one resort to murder?" "Oh, Master Jiang, I understand now." Li Huan's expression shifted to one of epiphany, and he grinned. "I shall resign from my position and return to deal with them, ensuring this matter remains unrelated to the Li family." Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, bemused. "You lad, your moral compass is utterly askew, and no need for that. I have my own methods." Li Huan nodded eagerly. Grinning, "Very well, Master Jiang. Shall we hold a massive promotional sale and crush them?" "No need for that," Jiang Xian replied. "Such unsustainable loss-leading promotions will fizzle out in a few days. We shall bide our time, accumulating strength to outlast them. Yes, let us outlast them. How shall we do that?" "Follow my lead," Jiang Xian said, striding confidently into the shop. Li Huan and Li Yingling exchanged curious glances before following closely behind. Eager to discover what Jiang Xian had in store, Jiang Xian entered the shop and surveyed the surroundings. He noted that the fabrics offered by the Li family were primarily suitable for women's garments. Prompting a slight smile to play on his lips, Li Huan, "I entrust you with 3 crucial tasks. There must be no room for error." "Yes, Master Jiang," Li Huan responded eagerly, his chest puffed out. "Rest assured, Master Jiang, I will face any challenge without flinching. No need for such extremes. I have mentioned countless times, we are in the business of trade." Jiang Xian, with a face full of exasperation, declared, "I require you to attend to 3 matters immediately. First, summon 100 of the finest tailors in the city, instructing each to craft a unique and exquisite garment. No 2 must be alike. Second, return to the black market and seek out Master Yen, procuring 100 of the most beautiful women, each a top courtesan from their respective establishments. Third, you must gather 100 of the most skilled painters in the city, ensuring they excel in depicting women. Even those who specialize in erotic art will suffice. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingling and Li Huan were left utterly astounded, disbelief etched on their faces. Li Huan, slightly embarrassed, raised his eyebrows and muttered, "Master Jiang, isn't it rather inappropriate to transform this into a brothel?" Chapter 72. Models? Get lost. Jiang Xian, amused yet irritated, kicked Li Huan in the rear, exclaiming, "If you botch this, I'll hold you accountable." "Rest assured, Master Jiang, it shall be flawless." Li Huan's voice could be heard from outside the shop. Jiang Xian stroked his beard, shaking his head in resignation, then turned to Li Yingling, smiling as he said, "Miss, you are renowned as the beauty of Yuzhou City, so I would appreciate it if you could demonstrate for everyone shortly." Li Yingling gasped in horror, trembling as if struck by lightning, her face flushing red as she stammered, "Master Jiang, what nonsense are you speaking?" At that moment, her thoughts raced. Could it be? Oh heavens! What should I do? Having narrowly escaped one peril, am I now walking into another? Jiang Xian immediately realized Li Yingling had misunderstood, and he couldn't help but chuckle while chiding her. "What are you thinking, you silly girl? If Li Huan is foolish, must you be as well? Do you really believe I intend to open a brothel? Ah, is it not so? Li Yingling blinked, muttering softly, with tailors, painters, and beauties. This is quite extravagant. Jiang Xian could only facepalm in disbelief. I am not that sort of person. I merely wish to enlist some models for our fabric shop. Master Jiang, what exactly is a model? Li Yingling furrowed her brow in confusion. Jiang Xian pondered for a moment before explaining, you may understand it as a demonstration. Our fabrics are indeed exquisite, but those unfamiliar with them abound. Unless they are skilled tailors or crafty women, most cannot discern their quality. If we create a design for each fabric and have some beautiful women wear them, the effect will be immediately apparent. Henceforth, the common folk need not know the intricacies of Ziyun silk, Ruanyin gauze, Qingchan wings, or Fenghuang fire. They only need to recognize that this batch of fabric is the same as that worn by the Miss of the Li family. Once our reputation is established, we can replicate this success and extend our fabric business beyond Yuzhou City, perhaps even throughout the entire Deqian nation. At that point, even if others sell fabrics identical to ours, what of it? As he spoke, Jiang Xian suddenly turned to Li Yingling, stroking his beard with a smile. Miss, if all goes well, you may become a celebrated figure across the land. In essence, Jiang Xian aimed to create a brand for the fabric shop. Once a brand effect was established, the quality of the goods themselves would become secondary. And these models were merely the first step. Oh my! Li Yingling was once again taken aback, unable to suppress her exclamation. Master Jiang, how did you come up with such an idea? Your father truly should have entrusted the fabric shop to you. Jiang Xian smiled silently. Every world has its share of talented individuals. But what is often lacking is a stage. Though he traversed time with the experience of a past life, theoretically, he could have thrived. Yet his status as a servant had obliterated all opportunities. Who would heed the counsel of a mere servant? You suggest reform, and that is that. On the following day, Li Huan successfully gathered 100 of the city's finest tailors and skilled painters renowned for their depictions of women. It must be noted that the efficiency of the black market was astonishing. With Yin Lin's enthusiastic cooperation, Kai Feng, the steward of Zhuke Hall, personally brought 100 stunning beauties to the Li family fabric shop. Resembling celestial maidens descending to earth, such a grand spectacle attracted throngs of onlookers. Wow, those faces, those waists, those long legs, have I stumbled into paradise? Exclaimed a young master in the street. So many beauties, where could they be headed? It seems to be the Li family fabric shop. Quick, let's go see. Could the Li family fabric shop be transforming into the Li family brothel? Bah, you scoundrel, if you dare step out, I'll break your legs. In an instant, the entire street buzzed with excitement as the populace flocked to the Li family fabric shop. After all, who does not appreciate a gathering of enchanting beauties? The moral fabric of society is indeed declining. The Li family fabric shop has resorted to such shameless tactics. The owner of the Chao family fabric shop ground his teeth in anger. Fear not, such antics cannot sustain themselves for long. Unless they truly intend to convert into a brothel, which would indeed be advantageous for us. The manager of the Chao family fabric shop flattered. Meanwhile, countless industry insiders in Yuzhou City turned their attention to the spectacle. After all, the Li family was once the foremost fabric merchant. Although their trade secrets had been compromised, their legacy remained, and they were not to be underestimated. Moreover, the scale of this event even attracted the attention of the authorities. What on earth was the Li family fabric shop up to? Resorting to such methods to capture attention. This is nothing short of a breakdown of societal norms. My lord, the business world is indeed cutthroat. Be vigilant. Should the Li family brazenly open a brothel, seize them all. As the crowd murmured, Jiang Xian remained unfazed, sipping tea and enjoying pastries while conversing with Kai Feng from Zhuke Hall. Master Jiang, this time Zhuke Hall has truly invested heavily. We have invited the top courtesans from each establishment. Do not forget our hall master's kindness. Kai Feng said with a beaming smile, subtly seeking credit. Jiang Xian stroked his beard, a playful smile gracing his lips. Little Feng, are the contracts of these young ladies still with Zhuke Hall? Kai Feng, puzzled, replied, Yes, Master Jiang. Can they be redeemed? Kai Feng hesitated, a look of distress crossing her face as she spoke. Master Jiang, these young ladies are the top courtesans. If they are redeemed, our establishment will collapse. However, if you truly wish, they could take turns serving you, or I could gift you one or two. but anything beyond that would likely not be approved by our hall master. Coughing lightly, Jiang Xian waved his hand. No need. I am focused on nurturing my health. If redemption is not possible, then it is of no concern. What I meant to convey is that Zhuke Hall is about to reap great profits. Kai Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Master Jiang, do you intend to assist Zhuke Hall in business? Not quite. You will understand shortly. These young ladies, I fear, will each transform from wild chickens into phoenixes, Jiang Xian said with a mysterious smile, leaving Kai Feng utterly bewildered. Before long, at the entrance of the Li family fabric shop, Li Yingling emerged, donned in a flowing purple gown crafted from Ziyun silk, exuding an ethereal beauty that captivated all. The delicate fabric, as fine as mist, shimmered with changing hues, and upon her, it appeared as if she were a celestial being clad in vibrant attire, stirring hearts with its allure, as the saying goes. The purple-clad maiden possesses the most charmed. Li Yingling, already blessed with stunning features, had previously donned simpler attire, but now, adorned in this exquisite gown meticulously tailored from precious fabric, she was nothing short of breathtaking. My heavens! Is there truly such a mesmerizing beauty in the world? A young man exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Her dress is simply stunning. Crowds gathered, entranced by Li Yingling, regardless of age or gender. Drawn in by her irresistible charm, how could Miss Li? Kai Feng stood agape, momentarily stunned. Jiang Xian gently stroked his beard and inquired with a smile, Little Feng, upon seeing Linger in this attire, what is your immediate thought? I must buy it, Master Jiang. I want this dress, Kai Feng exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with desire. Jiang Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Ah, now that is the correct response. Chapter 73. A Celestial Maiden Descends? Leaving the young ladies envious and in tears at the entrance of the Li family fabric shop, Li Yingling shyly stood, clad in a gown of Ziyun silk, exposed to the gaze of the gathered crowd. Instantly becoming a vision of beauty, countless young men drooled, their eyes sparkling with admiration, while countless young ladies gazed at her with envious eyes, captivated by her beauty. Some pointed at the maiden, others at the gown. Regardless, the impact was undeniably stunning. Suddenly, a 60-year-old artist who was painting Li Yingling collapsed, blood gushing from his nose, frothing at the mouth, and with a thud, he fainted. He muttered continuously, so beautiful, truly too beautiful, Master Jiang. The painter has fainted, a servant called out. Useless fool, toss him out. Jiang Xian's face darkened, and he rose, taking a gong and stepping outside, striking it loudly as he called out, Greetings, esteemed townsfolk. I am Jiang Xian, the head of the Li family. Upon seeing him, the crowd's puzzled gazes turned towards Jiang Xian. He remained calm and collected, a smile gracing his face. Esteemed townsfolk, this is our Miss Li Yingling. I am certain many young masters present are familiar with her. The focus now is on the exquisite garment she wears. What do you all think? Beautiful, absolutely stunning, a peerless beauty. A young master shouted excitedly at this declaration. Countless young ladies shot him disdainful glances, causing him to quickly retract his enthusiasm. Awkwardly clarifying, what I meant to say is, I was referring to the attire worn by Miss Li. This statement indeed resonated with the young ladies present. Is quite true. That garment appears utterly exquisite. Alas, I can't help but think that if I could don such a dress, my insufferable husband would cease his daily visits to the pleasure quarters. Indeed, how can there be such a beautiful garment? Oh, it is simply stunning. I am utterly envious. One cannot deny that when a dress looks splendid on another, one instinctively believes it would also look good on oneself. One perceives themselves as unattractive enough to be unworthy of such a garment. It is simply human nature. The young ladies were nearly brought to tears with envy. Among them, a few discerning gentlemen observed quietly and silently scoffed, and no matter how lovely the dress, it is still on Miss Li. Would it look right on your hefty form? Truly, the ugly often create their own mischief. Of course, they dared not voice such thoughts, lest they be torn apart by the ladies present. Jiang Xian took in the reactions of the crowd and smiled as he said, Esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk, this dress, as beautiful as a celestial being, is the latest offering from the Li fabric shop, the Purple Cloud Silk plus any customer purchasing the same Purple Cloud Silk as Miss Li from our shop shall receive a complimentary design sketch of this garment. Jiang Xian delivered these words with poise, strength, and an undeniable air of confidence, as anticipated. The young ladies below erupted in excitement, clamoring, "Shopkeeper, please bring me a bolt of purple cloud silk. Shopkeeper, I desire purple cloud silk as well. But it is too expensive. Could you offer a discount? Shopkeeper, is the fabric in your shop truly the same as what Miss Li is wearing?" With a smile, Jiang Xian raised his hand and gently replied, "Ladies, please do not rush. I assure you, the fabrics in my shop are authentic and identical to what Miss Li wears. However, the Purple Cloud Silk Plus is exceptionally precious and priced accordingly, which may prove unaffordable for many of you. Nevertheless, our Li family operates with the hope that all young ladies can wear such beautiful garments. Thus, we are launching a significant discount initiative, cutting the price." Upon hearing about the steep price of the Purple Cloud Silk, the crowd's expressions dimmed momentarily, but Jiang Xian's subsequent announcement rekindled their excitement, and they eagerly inquired, "Shopkeeper, what does cutting the price entail?" "Excellent question." Jiang Xian laughed heartily and clapped his hands, instructing someone to bring forth a spinning knife wheel. Divided into several sections, each marked with various numbers. "Ladies, behold. The numbers on this will represent monetary values. At the event, if you invite a friend to purchase fabric from my shop, you will get a chance to throw a knife. The number it lands on will determine your discount, potentially even rendering your purchase free. Do note, however, that you may only invite up to 5 friends per day." With that, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Their eyes riveted to the numbers on the wheel. Good heavens, the highest number could reduce the price by 2,000 won. 5 times would amount to a staggering 10,000 won, nearly free for most fabrics. Exclaimed a mathematical prodigy. "Is that true? This is akin to a gift," a lady exclaimed with excitement. "Goodness, the Li family has gone mad, engaging in charity? How do we compete with this?" lamented other fabric shop owners. Among them, a modestly dressed young lady's heart raced at the thought of possibly wearing such luxurious fabric. Her breath trembled with nervousness. Initially, she merely admired the beauty of Miss Li's attire with envy but dared not speak up. Being fully aware of her family's financial situation, as a thrifty woman, she wished not to burden her household. Yet, every woman loves beauty. Now, she felt that such beautiful garments were within her reach and could not resist asking, "Sir, is what you say truly valid?" Indeed, Jiang Xian replied with a beaming smile. Not just her. As this news spread rapidly, the young ladies throughout the streets became fervently excited, flocking to the entrance of the Li fabric shop in increasing numbers. In a mere half-day, the once quiet shop transformed into a bustling hub of activity, with barely any space to stand. The new arrivals gathered in hushed circles, their laughter ringing like silver bells, their eyes frequently darting towards Li Yingling with unabashed envy. "How lovely it is! If only I could wear such a beautiful dress! Indeed, who could gift me such a splendid garment? I would marry him without hesitation. Oh, it is breathtaking. How can it be so beautiful?" Hearing these remarks, not only the ladies but also the gentlemen were stirred, many of them arriving in droves, as if attending a grand festival. What trickery is this old man concocting? In an instant, numerous fabric shop owners cursed under their breath, as many ladies who had been admiring their fabrics were suddenly whisked away. Upon inquiry, they learned it was to the Li fabric shop. Observing the swelling crowd, Jiang Xian glanced around, feeling the momentum had built sufficiently, and raised his voice. "Esteemed elders, family members, and sisters, I have yet another delightful announcement. My Li fabric shop offers not just one, but a full 100 styles of fabric available for discounts. I declare that in 10 days, the Li family shall host a garment appreciation gala, inviting 100 of the most beautiful ladies from Yuzhou City to showcase our new fabric lines. The Cutting the Price event will coincide with this, allowing you to choose whichever style you desire. Ladies and gentlemen, do not let this opportunity pass you by. May every young lady be adorned in fine garments." Chapter 74. The Garment Appreciation Gala. The entire city is aflame. Days passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had flown by. During this time, a sensational news story swept through the streets of Yuzhou City. The Li fabric shop was to host a garment appreciation gala, inviting 100 breathtaking beauties to model garments for all to admire. Furthermore, the Li fabric shop would launch the Cutting the Price initiative, selling fabrics identical to those worn by the lovely models and providing free clothing design sketches. Upon this announcement, the literati and genteel folk of the city were set ablaze with excitement, eagerly awaiting the gala's arrival. Good heavens, the proprietor of the Li fabric shop is a true benefactor. "I must see these beauties. No, I mean these garments, brother. Did you see the portrait of Miss Lee at the entrance of the Lee fabric shop? She is simply breathtaking. Though Miss Lee is beautiful, her status is too exalted for one such as I to approach. Are there no more ordinary beauties? Indeed, there are, my friend. I've heard that at the Garment Appreciation Gala, there will be 100 such beauties. All of national beauty. Is that true? If so, I must attend. Not only the literati and scholars were in a frenzy, but the young ladies throughout the city were utterly captivated. Oh dear, have you seen Miss Lee's dress? It looks so exquisite when worn. Indeed, if I could don such a dress, I would have no regrets. Did you not hear? The Lee Fabric Shop is about to host a Garment Appreciation Gala. And there are said to be 100 such stunning dresses, many of which can even be obtained for free. Is that so? Then I must go and see. On that day, the weather was splendid. The streets of Yuzhou City were unusually devoid of pedestrians, creating a desolate atmosphere akin to the depths of winter. Yet, in front of the Lee Fabric Shop, the street was utterly packed, with throngs of people forming layers upon layers. A sea of heads at a grand stage stood before the Lee Fabric Shop, adorned with a beautiful red curtain, and above it hung a massive sign proclaiming, Garment Appreciation Gala, to an unknowing observer. It might seem that a royal theater troupe had come to perform, the spectacle exceedingly grand. Though it was still early morning and the wind was chilly, the atmosphere here buzzed with lively chatter and excitement. Without exception, those gathered were the literati and young ladies who had come to witness the gala's splendor. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the prominent families of Yuzhou City were all represented. Consequently, the inns and tea houses surrounding the Lee Fabric Shop had hiked their prices several-fold, with every seat occupied, all to catch a glimpse of this grand event from an elevated position. Naturally, there were some with less than noble intentions, such as the owners and managers of rival fabric shops. So, what did Lord Zhao say? At a nearby tavern, the owner of the Chao fabric shop, Chao Renqi, casually asked while twirling his teacup. Beside him, a scheming shopkeeper dressed in fine robes, Du Zitong, grinned slyly as he replied, Fear not, Boss Chao. I have delivered both Widow Li and Widow Wang to Lord Zhao's residence, and he has assured me he will be in attendance today. Good, that is reassuring, Chao Renqi replied with a grin that made his jowls quiver. Today, the Lee Fabric Shop dares to hold this Garment Appreciation Gala, and I have devised a plan to bring the Lee family down, ensuring they all end up in the governor's prison. The method is simple. As long as I bribe the officials to label them as operating an unlicensed brothel, they will be finished. According to the laws of the Great Qian, running a brothel requires official permission, and not just anyone can do so. Moreover, I am sure other shop owners will hire some fighters to stir up trouble. Once the event descends into chaos, the gala will be ruined. However, Du Zitong hesitated, a shadow crossing his face. However, what? However, I have heard that the master of the Lee Fabric Shop, Jiang Xian, seems to have connections in the black market, which could pose some complications. Humph, what does the black market matter in broad daylight? Do they still dare to oppose the authorities? Chao Renqi scoffed lightly, utterly unconcerned, eye in his eyes. The black market was merely a gathering of petty rogues, hardly worth worrying about. As for retaliation, he had never made an appearance, so how could the black market possibly target him? They should have the audacity to retaliate against the officials instead. Meanwhile, within the Lee family textile shop, Zhuge Tang Kaifeng hesitated and turned to Jiang Xian, saying, Master Jiang, do you truly not intend to call upon some of the brothers from the hall to assist, if anyone causes a disturbance? Jiang Xian took a delicate sip of tea, smiling lightly as he responded, There is no need. I do not wish to entangle the Lee family with the black market in the eyes of the common folk. We are not seen as the good guys. It may adversely affect our business. Kaifeng smiled faintly. That is indeed true. Master Jiang is quite thorough in his considerations. However, I fear some unwise individuals may come to disrupt. Who do you refer to? Others matter not. The primary concern is the authorities. Kaifeng replied without hesitation, her expression growing serious. Master Jiang, while our black market holds considerable strength, we still fall short compared to the officials. Moreover, given the commotion here, the authorities will not sit idly by. You are also well aware of the origins of those young ladies. It matters not. Jiang Xian replied with a faint smile, just ensure the clothing event goes smoothly for me. I have already made preparations regarding the authorities. His words exuded confidence, so much so that Kaifeng felt a sense of bewilderment, a potentiality stirring within her mind. Master Jiang, could it be that you have already infiltrated the authorities? It was not uncommon for many within the black market to have connections with officials, but how long had Jiang Xian been in the black market? How could he extend his reach so far? In truth, Jiang Xian had not only infiltrated the authorities, but had directly penetrated the highest echelons of power. A few days prior, he had penned a letter to the current city lord, Tianrong, elucidating the benefits of the Li family textile shop's business model to the political achievements of Yuzhou City. The letter bore no signature, yet it left Tianrong aghast, rising in shock. The final line of the letter echoed a phrase from a recent edict. Those who cultivate goodness shall bear good fruits. Those who commit evil shall face evil retribution. Heavenly principles are clear. Retribution is unfailing. These words, which he had never revealed to another soul, had resurfaced before him. Could it be the old immortal? With this thought, Tianrong immediately ordered his subordinates, someone, investigate the Li family textile shop at once. Soon, the auspicious hour arrived. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a golden hue over Yuzhou City. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the doors of the Li family textile shop creaked open. An elderly gentleman adorned in resplendent robes stepped forth, ascending the stage with a warm smile directed at the throngs below. Though his hair was as white as snow, his skin was smooth, and his demeanor exuded an extraordinary air of elegance. Resembling that of an immortal, complemented by his lavish attire, instantly marking him as a person of distinction. This was Jiang Xian, making his grand entrance before the multitude for the very first time. Chapter 75. Assassination of the Leader of Assassins? Wow, what a dashing old man. Is this venerable elder the master of the Li family textile shop? He certainly carries an impressive demeanor. This old fellow is no simpleton. As the people of Yuzhou City whispered amongst themselves, offering various judgments upon witnessing Jiang Xian, he gazed down at the sea of faces, his smile warm as he addressed them. Respected elders and fellow townsfolk, I am Jiang Xian, the master of the Li family textile shop. I express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for gracing our clothing event with your presence. For this event, we have invited 100 beautiful ladies to showcase our shop's new fabric offerings. Concurrently, a cutting contest will also commence, allowing you to invite friends and family to select their preferred fabrics to create stunning garments. Jiang Xian's voice resonated powerfully, steady and rich. Despite the absence of a microphone, every word was crystal clear to all present. This was the art of true energy transmission. While the ordinary folk remained largely unaffected, practitioners of martial arts began to take notice, their expressions growing grave. Such profound energy indicated that this elder was indeed a master. In an instant, many who had harbored ill intentions began to reconsider, refraining from rash actions, including some skilled fighters. Who would have thought that a mere shopkeeper from a mercantile family could also possess formidable martial prowess? Jiang Xian surveyed the crowd, noting that some hidden figures had quieted down, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he continued, Gentlefolk, I shall not speak at length. I trust you are all familiar with the rules. And I hope there will be no unfortunate incidents to disrupt this grand occasion. I hereby declare the clothing event officially commenced. Just as he spoke, an uproar erupted from all directions. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds pierced the air. Whoosh! Simultaneously, countless figures clad in black darted forward, wielding gleaming blades as they charged towards Jiang Xian. The scene unfolded so swiftly that the common folk scarcely had time to react. Master Jiang, be careful. Below the stage, Li Huan and Kaifeng gasped, inwardly lamenting, I knew it. Alas, Master Jiang has been too overconfident. Had I known, I should have summoned the brothers from the hall to maintain order, and we would not be in such a passive position now. Who would have thought so many assassins lay in wait? Assassins? Jiang Xian inwardly chuckled. He was, after all, the leader of the assassins, and these individuals were attempting to play such childish tricks before him. He had already discerned their presence earlier, having intentionally revealed a hint of his strength to deter them from acting rashly. Yet, words of caution often fall on deaf ears. These assassins were comparatively weak. Most of them mere low-tier martial artists, likely dispatched by rival textile shop owners. It seemed that misguided values were not unique to Li Huan, but were prevalent among many. Given this, he would have to settle the score. With a fleeting thought, Jiang Xian raised his gaze towards the advancing assassins, his expression calm and composed, devoid of any emotional turbulence, remaining utterly still. How dare they underestimate us? One masked assassin, his eyes filled with malice. Swung his blade towards Jiang Xian's head, a gleam of triumph illuminating his countenance. Humph, the old fool is oblivious to his fate. Yet, the next moment, his expression froze, as his blade descended upon Jiang Xian. It inexplicably passed through his form as if striking nothing but aired, the mirage. The assassin's eyes widened in horror as he involuntarily cried out. In an instant, Jiang Xian's figure seemed to blur, becoming translucent, a wisp of white mist emanating from his body, and a blue luminescence flickered in his eyes, exuding an otherworldly aura. Heavenly steps of void, bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the crowd could only watch in astonishment as Jiang Xian's figure momentarily blurred, followed by the assassins around him shrieking in agony, all of them flung backward, crashing heavily onto the stone pavement below, creating several deep craters. Upon closer inspection, they all landed in identical positions, blood gushing forth. This scene transpired with astonishing swiftness, almost in the blink of an eye. From the moment the assassins launched their attack to their collective defeat, the entire process took less than 3 breaths, and the skirmish was already concluded. The arena fell into a profound silence. For Jiang Xian, dispatching such weaklings was a trivial matter. With the enhancements of heavenly insight and heavenly steps of void, he could locate the vital points of these assailants in a single breath, dispatching them all without alerting anyone else. Quick, precise, and ruthless. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, the panic instigated by the assassins evaporating almost instantaneously, replaced by overwhelming shock, followed by a thunderous roar of astonishment. Heavens! How did all these assassins fall in an instant? A martial artist rubbed his eyes, his face etched with disbelief. What just happened? Why did so many people suddenly crash to the ground? A bewildered commoner murmured, How is this possible? An astounded owner of a rival textile shop gaped in disbelief. How impressive! While I don't understand what transpired, this venerable elder seems remarkably dashing. A young girl exclaimed. How captivating! Is this some sort of performance arranged by the Li family textile shop? It's utterly thrilling. A curious young gentleman whistled, brimming with excitement. In that moment, the common folk were not in a state of panic. Rather, they perceived this spectacle as part of the clothing event. The swift conclusion of the conflict left them merely witnessing figures flying in and out. At that moment, within a tavern overlooking the clothing event, a striking woman clad in red played with her hair, gazing out at the proceedings with a radiant smile. Han Feng, can you match the prowess of this venerable elder? Beside her stood a refined young man in a scholarly robe. His eyes slightly squinted, his speed is remarkable, and he strikes with precision. This level of reflex is comparable to a practitioner of the earth spirit realm. However, it is still insufficient. The man spoke with unwavering confidence. For he was indeed a practitioner of the earth spirit realm. Were anyone present to witness this, they would be astounded that such a person stood respectfully beside a woman, identifying himself as her subordinate. It was evident that these two were not locals of Yuzhou City. I find him quite intriguing, the woman mused, her gaze fixated on Jiang Xian, murmuring, I have heard he hails from the black market. At the clothing event, Jiang Xian surveyed the fallen assassins, their cries of anguish echoing in the air, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. He then turned to the astonished faces of Li Huan and Kai Feng. Gently gesturing at his neck, Li Huan and Kai Feng immediately understood and hastened forward to bind the assassins. The meaning behind Jiang Ye's words is quite straightforward. Utilize these assassins to identify all individuals connected to this matter and eliminate them without exception. How dare they brazenly assassinate the leader in public? They must be impatient with life. Alas, a life has been lost. At that moment, a voice erupted from the crowd, followed by a commotion in the distance. Seemingly the sound of soldiers being mobilized, a cacophony of chatter approaching. The authorities are investigating. All bystanders, disperse. Chapter 76. The flood drowns the Dragon King's temple. Are there still experts? The populace was struck with terror. How could it be that the Li family was merely hosting a clothing reward event, yet it involved assassins and officials? Are they to be denied the pleasure of gazing upon beautiful women? Some young masters were seething with rage, nearly grinding their teeth to dust, as their pants felt like they would fall off amid this chaos. Jiang Xian raised his eyes and beheld a path opening in the crowd. As a greasy middle-aged man clad in official robes sauntered toward him, Flanking him were soldiers standing in two lines, pushing aside the citizens, exuding an air of utter arrogance. This middle-aged man, named Zhao Cheng, was the military supervisor of the city lord's office, wielding immense power in Yuzhou City, and was notoriously domineering. At that moment, Zhao Cheng, with his belly protruding, looked down at Jiang Xian with nostrils flared. I have received reports of a brothel operating here, accompanied by acts of violence and murder. Is this the case? Jiang Xian smiled faintly. My lord, you jest. We are merely honest merchants here, selling some cloth. Humph, merely selling cloth? Zhao Cheng shot a sidelong glance at the pools of blood scattered around and coldly retorted. Then what is this? Clearly, a life has been extinguished, just a few ruffians who fell down. Jiang Xian maintained his smile. Do you hear yourself? Do you think I'm a fool? Zhao Cheng snorted coldly, then waved his hand with great fury. The 300 soldiers behind him brandished their silver spears in unison, surrounding Jiang Xian on stage. Seeing Jiang Xian easily ensnared, Zhao Cheng laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha! Old man, considering your advanced age, perhaps after 30 to 50 years, you might be released. Remember, in Yuzhou City, conduct yourself with more discretion. Jiang Xian's expression remained unperturbed. It was evident that this fellow was not aligned with Tianrong, or else he would not be unaware that Jiang Xian had already established rapport with the city lord. Jiang Xian gazed calmly at Zhao Cheng, a hint of mockery glinting in his eyes. Is there no law? I am merely here to set up a stall for business. Which law of the great Qian have I transgressed? Is it possible that you wish to exploit your position for personal gain? Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng burst into raucous laughter, his mirth unrestrained. Ha 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 ha, the law? In Yuzhou City, I am the law. If I declare you guilty, then you are guilty, old fool. It appears you are courting death. Zhao Cheng furiously waved his hand. Seize him. Without hesitation, the 300 soldiers lunged toward Jiang Xian. Oh no! Jiang Yi, witnessing this scene, Li Huan was nearly driven to despair. Stomping his feet in a frenzy, why is doing business so difficult? The authorities have arrived. What shall we do? Kai Feng looked utterly helpless. I had warned Jiang Yi long ago, yet he insisted on his course. One cannot afford to offend the authorities lightly. What now? What else can we do? We must hurry back to inform the deputy leader. He is an old acquaintance of the city lord and should be able to extricate Jiang Yi. Li Huan gritted his teeth upon hearing this, nodding. Very well, you stay here and keep watch. I will return to the black market to gather assistance. In a nearby tea house, Chao Shi's cloth merchant, Chao Rinchi, observed the unfolding scene and couldn't help but grin. Old Du, you've done splendidly. Indeed, Lord Zhao has come, and this is certain now. Who would have thought that the once loyal dog of the Li cloth merchant would turn so ruthless against his own master? Du Zitong, with a face full of flattery, replied, Master Chao, you jest. I am now your dog, and I recognize not the Li cloth merchant. From now on, you shall be the foremost cloth merchant in Yuzhou City. Ha 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 ha, you rascal! At that moment, facing the advancing 300 soldiers, Jiang Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not even lifting his eyelids, exuding an air of superiority. To be honest, even if 1,000 soldiers surrounded him, he would not flinch, treating them as mere insignificant pests, utterly disregarding them. In the words of Guan Yu, they were but a bunch of rabble. Experts are indeed this confident. Pretentious fools. Zhao Cheng, infuriated, could not tolerate being made a fool of. He detested nothing more than those who flaunted superiority before him, roaring in wrath. Do not capture him. Execute this old fool on the spot. Even if the city lord were here, he could not save your life. Upon hearing this, the soldiers exchanged knowing glances, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent, as their silver spears aimed for Jiang Xian's vital points, intent on taking his life. Given Zhao Cheng's status, accidentally killing a cloth merchant would hardly raise an eyebrow. No one would care. With a single command, Jiang Xian seemed doomed. Just as the soldiers were about to strike down upon him, a chilling and furious voice rang out. How dare you? At the sound of this voice, the soldiers trembled, halting their movements, their long spears poised mere millimeters from Jiang Xian. Zhao Cheng was taken aback. Who dares? In Yuzhou City, there are still those who would dare to obstruct his authority? In the next moment, a group of black-armored soldiers, clad in capes and adorned with ornate helmets, surrounded the 300 silver-armored soldiers. The city lord's guard? Witnessing this scene, Countless martial artists gasped in astonishment. Their eyes filled with trepidation. Zhao Cheng recognized these individuals and turned pale with shock. This group of black-armored soldiers were undoubtedly the elite guards of the City Lord's office, each of them at least 7th or 8th tier in cultivation. At that moment, Zhao Cheng suddenly realized, only one person in Yuzhou City could summon this elite guard, the current City Lord. The City Lord has personally arrived. Could it be? Zhao Cheng suddenly saw a dignified figure bowing to Jiang Xian, and the entire black-armored battalion followed suit, collectively exclaiming, "We greet the old immortal." Jiang Xian, with hands clasped behind his back, calmly regarded Zhao Cheng and Tianrong below, unable to suppress a smirk. For a moment, the crowd fell silent, eyes wide in astonishment, utterly shocked. Old immortal? Zhao Cheng trembled, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. This old man is the one who eliminated the 3 major powers of Yuzhou City and facilitated Tianrong's ascension to the position of City Lord? Good heavens, he has offended such a legendary figure. Moreover, he has gravely insulted him. How could he be so arrogant without knowing his true identity? At that moment, Zhao Cheng felt his legs tremble, and within his mind, he cursed Chao Rinchi and Du Zidong's entire families, greeting the ancestors of both for their misfortune. Who does not know that the old immortal is the benefactor and even the faith of the current City Lord? Who still visits Huanxiang Temple weekly to pay respects? There is a time for play and a time for seriousness. One must never jest about the old immortal. At this moment, the citizens present were equally astonished, and it took them a while to recover from their shock, unable to restrain their exclamations. Ah, the manager of the Li cloth merchant truly resembles the old immortal from Huanxiang Temple on that fateful day. Indeed, the resemblance is uncanny. Oh, I can't believe I didn't recognize him. The old immortal healed my father's ailment, and I never had the chance to express my gratitude. Isn't the old immortal a divine physician? How did he transform into the manager of a cloth merchant? Ah, no wonder the Li cloth merchant promotes charitable activities. It turns out the old immortal wishes to benefit the populace. Chapter 77. When the wall falls. Everyone pushes at this moment. Both the black-armored and silver-armored soldiers were on high alert. They understand who this person is. He is the one who, overnight, eliminated all those who wielded power in Yuzhou City. Tianrong quickly stepped forward, respectfully and humbly stating, "I am Tianrong, and I pay my respects to the old immortal." Having received Jiang Xian's letter a few days prior, he had launched an extensive investigation into its origins, ultimately uncovering Jiang Xian's identity. To his astonishment, he discovered that Jiang Xian was indeed the old immortal from Huanxiang Temple, who was actually a killer in the black market. A twist of fate. This had inadvertently elevated him. Upon learning this news, Tianrong hurried to the clothing reward event, only to arrive just in time to prevent a confrontation between the officials and the old immortal. As the saying goes, respect begets respect. Given the City Lord's courtesy, Jiang Xian naturally reciprocated, raising his hand. "I am Jiang Xian. I dare not claim the title of Old Immortal. You honor me, my lord." Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng felt as if struck by lightning, his mind blank, muttering, "My lord, you must have mistaken me for someone else. How could such an old merchant possibly be? How could it be impossible?" Tianrong turned toward Zhao Cheng, casting a cold glare. "And you, Lord Zhao, who gave you the audacity to mobilize the silver-armored guards?" "I received reports that someone was operating a brothel here." Zhao Cheng's face turned ashen, and he stumbled over his words. Before he could finish, Tianrong's icy gaze bore into him, and he coldly inquired, "Where is this brothel you speak of?" "I see none here." Zhao Cheng was rendered speechless. The accusation he made was baseless, and how could he defend himself? Tianrong snorted disdainfully, waving his hand with authority. Zhao Cheng, you have misappropriated the silver-armored guards and disrupted public order. Guards, remove his official robe and throw him into the dungeon." In an instant, 2 well-trained black-armored guards surged forward, swiftly subduing Zhao Cheng, stripping him of his official robe and shackling him. "Excellent! The City Lord is formidable." Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Why, Lord, I beseech you to hear my grievances. This vile official has forcibly taken my wife, committing an act so heinous that it is akin to the behavior of beasts." A voice rose among the common folk, crying out against this injustice. "My lord, this wicked official abuses his power. indulging in free food and drink at my establishment, while allowing his subordinates to assault me. Such cruelty is beyond comprehension. In an instant, the crowd turned against the wall. Many citizens stepping forward to denounce Zhao Cheng's misdeeds, invoking the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. Upon hearing these accusations, Zhao Cheng's countenance turned ashen, leaving him too terrified to utter a single word. Tianrong's expression darkened. He was not entirely unaware of these crimes, having long struggled to cleanse the bureaucracy and rectify the officialdom. Now, with the old immortal present, the citizens had found their courage to speak out. Tianrong cast a glance at Jiang Xian, who, upon hearing these complaints, appeared increasingly indifferent, suggesting he was indeed angered. The old immortal is angry? This cannot stand. I must act to salvage the reputation of the government. Tianrong, filled with fury, declared, "Send forth orders to apprehend this scoundrel and execute him publicly at noon tomorrow. Furthermore, within 3 days, root out all those associated with him and eradicate them entirely." What? Zhao Cheng's face paled, and he fell to his knees, frantically bowing his head. "My lord, spare my life, I implore you." Not only he, but the distant figures of Boss Chow and Manager Du also turned pale upon hearing these words. Clearly terrified. Were they not also part of the unruly faction? Would they too face execution? "Chow, what shall we do now?" Du Zitong's voice trembled, filled with fear and regret. He had merely wished to conduct his business without provoking others. Now, as an ordinary man, he found himself entangled with the immortal's wrath. "Run!" Chao Renqi suddenly sprang to his feet, panic-stricken. "Flee this city of Yuzhou at once. The farther, the better." "Very well. I shall return home to pack my belongings." "Pack? Nonsense!" Chao Renqi shouted, infuriated, his teeth gritted in frustration. "Do you think the government is idle? It will be too late to escape. Woe is me! I have 2 newlywed concubines at home, yet to consummate our marriage." Du Zitong covered his face, a picture of grievance. "Useless fool. I have over 30 concubines. If you wish to survive, you must flee now." Elsewhere, in a high tavern, a woman clad in red observed the scene with keen interest. Inquiring, "How curious! Why does the lord of the city seem to hold such respect for a man from the black market? Is the influence of the black market in Yuzhou so substantial?" "Han Feng, once this matter is settled, we shall pay a visit to the black market." "As you wish, princess," Han Feng replied impassively. The woman furrowed her brow slightly. "How many times must I remind you not to address me thus in public?" "Yes, Mississippi," she sighed softly. "Oh, you are such a dull man, even more so than the elderly. Yet, this garment festival is growing increasingly intriguing." At that moment, Jiang Xian stood upon the platform, gazing at the captured Zhao Cheng. A smile once again gracing his features. "Esteemed elders and kinfolk, I apologize for the delay in the garment festival due to trivial matters. It is a failure on my part. I now declare the garment festival officially commenced." As Jiang Xian's deep voice resonated, cheers erupted from the crowd once more. "Old immortal, let us begin. Bring forth the beauties. I can hardly wait. Indeed, old immortal, let the fair maidens appear." Jiang Xian smiled faintly, raising his hand to clap. Below, Li Huan and Kai Feng immediately understood, calling forth the elegantly dressed young women onto the stage one by one. Stunning maidens, clad in vibrant, uniquely styled garments, graced the platform, their alluring figures captivating the gazes of the crowd, causing many innocent young men to blush profusely. "By heavens, this must be a celestial palace. I behold fairies," exclaimed an enamored young man, his face flushed with excitement. "So beautiful, to marry such a woman would make this life complete." Sighed a cultured scholar, yearning to compose poetry with the maidens through the night. "The rituals are in disarray. Zhang Diyi, what ails you, doctor? Save him. Zhang Diyi has fainted from beauty." A voice called urgently, "Jiang Yi." "It is dire. Yet another artist has succumbed." A servant lamented helplessly, "Useless. Get him out." Jiang Xian's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the maidens on stage smiled brightly, gracefully parading along the narrow platform, their autumn-like gazes sweeping over the crowd. Stirring hearts. Each maiden was distinct, their attire exquisite, and each possessed talents in song and dance, resembling a celestial ensemble from ancient times. Such a magnificent spectacle caused countless dashing young men to bleed from their noses. while enamored young women squealed in delight. "This garment is stunning. Oh my, that one is beautiful too," exclaimed a young woman, her eyes sparkling. "Who will buy me such a garment? I would marry him," shouted a bold woman. "Heavens! This attire must have descended from the skies. It is simply too beautiful. Whoever wears it is bound to look exquisite. You, a hefty woman weighing 180 pounds, should just forget it. It won't fit you." The innkeeper's wife stamped her foot in indignation, her bosom heaving. "I care not. I shall buy it. Heartless wretches." Chapter 78. The booming business of the Leaf Fabric Shop, the Garment Festival. Within the tavern, the woman in red observed the lively event below, her smile radiant. "This old gentleman truly knows how to enjoy himself. How splendid it would be if such vibrant scenes were found throughout the Great Qian." As she spoke, she turned to Han Feng. "Tell me, Han Feng, which is more beautiful, the maidens of the palace or those here?" Han Feng remained expressionless, replying coolly, "Miss, naturally, the palace maidens. These here are but mere painted faces." "Oh, is that so?" The woman's eyes glimmered as she smiled. "I find the palace rather lifeless, far inferior to the maidens here." Her words, a flicker of emotion crossed Han Feng's otherwise calm gaze. Yet he remained silent. As the garment festival continued with fervor, Jiang Xian smiled, taking the opportunity to introduce the knife-throwing event to the citizens, declaring that it would be a permanent fixture, aiming solely to benefit the families, which incited wild enthusiasm among the populace. "Hurry, bring my useless adopted sons over. It is time for them to prove their worth. I shall gift a knife to every beauty present. My dear, I wish to purchase the same garment as that maiden adorned with the phoenix fire. It is simply exquisite. Rest assured, my wife, I will go to Spring Fragrance Pavilion to gather the crowd." Is it true you consort with such disreputable individuals? Alas, look at that maiden. She hit the 2001 discount. I envy her so. Go, quickly fetch my 80-year-old second uncle to assist me. I refuse to believe I cannot secure a 2001 deal. In that moment, the atmosphere was charged with excitement as young men and women alike eagerly shared the news, desperate to summon their friends and family for the chance to participate in this novel event. Not only was it thrilling, but the maidens, clad in stunning attire, appeared as ethereal as fairies to all present, who would not wish for themselves or their wives to also be adorned in such splendor. "Hey, Tainyo, hurry up and come with me. Let us go participate." A shy maiden tugged at a young man's arm. "Cui Hua, are you unwell?" The burly man, busy chopping wood, looked puzzled. "You are such a simpleton. You have no understanding of a girl's heart. Just come along, and you will see." Cui Hua chided playfully, exasperated with his lack of insight. Before long, Tainyo was dragged to the garment festival, where upon seeing the array of stunning maidens, he was utterly captivated, his nose bleeding uncontrollably, utterly smitten. The maidens donned flowing, fairy-like gowns, some showcasing their talents, while others strutted gracefully down the runway, greeting the audience with charm, creating a lively spectacle. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Cui Hua playfully pinched Tainyo's arm, pointing toward the throngs gathered below. "Go there and help me secure a knife. I too wish to wear that black silk swan. I'll model it for you later, you big oaf." The black silk swan? Tainyo, dazed, gazed at the maiden in the black silk attire, wiping away drool while grinning foolishly. "Very well, I shall fetch it for you right now." At that moment, the scene of excitement unfolded throughout the garment festival, a vibrant display of life and energy. Should outsiders from the city witness this, they would surely be astonished. A commercial event igniting such fervor was unprecedented, far surpassing even the festivities of the New Year, akin to an imperial procession. Though it is said that Yuzhou City is the capital of commerce, such a claim seems rather exaggerated. As the influx of people continues to swell, the city lord, Tianrong, finds himself both elated and anxious. He is pleased that this commercial model, once promoted, will undoubtedly elevate Yuzhou City's political achievements to new heights. However, he is also troubled by the bustling scene, which has compelled the authorities to deploy thousands of black armored guards and silver armored guards to maintain order in Yuzhou City. He genuinely fears that a significant disturbance might arise. Simultaneously, he privately marvels at the prowess of the old immortal. With just a slight maneuver, he has already reached the limits of those ordinary merchants. In merely a few hours, the inventory of the Li family cloth shop has been entirely snatched up, leaving the store as desolate as if it had been raided. with not a scrap remaining. Witnessing this scene, Li Yingling, Li Huan, and Kai Feng are left utterly astonished, feeling profound admiration for Jiang Xian. Such business acumen is unparalleled across the land. Jiang Yi, all of our cloth at the Li family cloth shop has sold out. What shall we do? Li Huan exclaimed excitedly. He was overwhelmed with joy. As this was his first venture into business, and it was already thriving so spectacularly. We are truly remarkable. Ah? Sold out? How can this be? I just bought a bolt for 1,000 won, a young lady in line exclaimed. Her face filled with dismay. Indeed, sold out. What shall we do? Ah, the girl next door bought a bolt. She is destined to become a celestial maiden. I do not wish to live anymore, woo-woo. Old immortal shopkeeper. Do you still sell cloth? Indeed. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled warmly. Esteemed villagers, please continue to purchase as you wish. The Li family cloth shop can supply as much cloth as you desire. However, after you make your purchases, you may need to wait a few days to collect your goods, as we are introducing a new pre-sale model. Rest assured, once you place your orders, the Li family cloth shop will provide you with a receipt, and you can exchange it for cloth at a later date. We shall never default. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. To be frank, it was not that they doubted the credibility of the Li family cloth shop or Jiang Xian, but rather that the principle of paying first and receiving goods was deeply ingrained. Few were willing to part with their money without receiving their items. Jiang Xian swept his gaze across the crowd, taking in their reactions, and smiled. Esteemed villagers, I have not finished speaking. For those who opt for pre-sale, the Li family cloth shop will also award you points based on the quantity ordered. These points can be redeemed for any cloth at our shop. For instance, if you order 5 bolts, you can exchange them for 1 additional bolt. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the townsfolk, young men and women alike, brightened once again. It would be foolish to pass up such an opportunity. Old immortal, I wish to place an order. Old immortal, I too wish to place an order. I no longer want this bolt. I'm sorry, once taken, it cannot be returned. Very well. As the atmosphere in the cloth shop became lively once more, Li Yingling, Li Huan, and Kai Feng exchanged astonished glances. Jiang Yi, you are truly brilliant. Chapter 79. The woman in red inside the Li family cloth shop. Li Huan cautiously pulled Jiang Xian aside, asking, Jiang Yi, where are we acquiring so much cloth? Are you planning to default? At this moment, Li Yingling and Kai Feng also turned their gazes toward Jiang Xian, as they were aware of his origins in the black market. Defaulting would not be surprising. Jiang Xian frowned slightly, perplexed. Li Huan, you have been following me in business for several days. How can your perspective be so distorted? We merchants value integrity above all. How could we default? Li Huan chuckled. I am but a simpleton. Is this not what you have hinted at, Jiang Yi? Jiang Xian adjusted his beard, a smirk playing on his lips. This matter is quite simple. We shall sell cloth from other shops to them. Li Huan, I entrust this matter to you. Reach out to all cloth merchants in Yuzhou City and inform them that the Li family cloth shop is willing to act as their distributor, provided we sell under our shop's name. In time, I assure you that the Li family will monopolize the cloth trade in Yuzhou City. Jiang Yi, brilliant. Li Huan's eyes sparkled, but he soon furrowed his brow. But Jiang Yi, will they be willing to let me sell their cloth? Willing? Jiang Xian scoffed. After today, I cannot fathom how any shop would refuse. They will likely be clamoring to seek you out. Li Huan nodded. Though he did not fully grasp it, he felt Jiang Yi's reasoning was sound. Jiang Yi, these portraits of beautiful women are ready. At this moment, a servant approached with several images of beautiful women, showcasing the headlining courtesans in their resplendent attire. Each one was captivating and ethereal, enough to stir excitement merely by gazing upon them. Quite good. Jiang Xian took the paintings and, feeling satisfied, handed them to Kai Feng, saying, Kai Feng, please take these portraits to the city lord and propose a business collaboration. Ask him to create 10,000 replicas to be displayed throughout Yuzhou City, and we shall pay an additional 30% in taxes to the authorities. What? An additional 30% tax? Is this true, Jiang Yi? Kai Feng gasped in astonishment. Jiang Xian smiled nonchalantly. Rest assured, it will not be a loss. What he sought above all was fame. Fame translates to foot traffic, which in turn generates profit. Thus, in a virtuous cycle, it would be truly remarkable if the Li family did not monopolize the cloth trade in Yuzhou City. Moreover, he could even extend this business model beyond Yuzhou City. potentially monopolizing the entire cloth industry of the Daoqian nation. Of course, he was disinclined to pursue such an extensive endeavor. He merely intended to set a precedent for the Li family. In the future, such matters would be entrusted to Li Yingling, serving as a satisfactory arrangement for old Master Li. Kai Feng clutched the portraits, her heart racing in that moment. She suddenly comprehended why Jiang Xian sought the contracts of these courtesans. Good heavens, once these portraits are displayed, these women would become renowned figures in Yuzhou City, each more precious than gold. Indeed, it would be a transformation from wild chickens to phoenixes. No, she must return and inform the Master Yin to ensure the protection of these women, treating them like revered ancestors. In the future, unless they were offered millions of taels, no one would dare to touch them. Their Zhuke Tower would be transformed into a phoenix tower. Thus, a grand and lively clothing exhibition continued until dusk, with young men and women reluctantly departing. Some wore expressions of joy, others were filled with wistfulness, and still others were marked by regret. Such a splendid event. Who knows if they would ever witness a second occurrence in this lifetime? Surely there will be another. With the old immortal present, life is nothing short of miraculous. At this moment, just as the crowd began to disperse, a striking woman clad in red arrived at the entrance of the Li family cloth shop, followed closely by a man as sturdy as an iron tower. The woman stood gracefully, her simple red attire exuding an otherworldly elegance, as if she were about to soar on the wind. A mere glance was enough to captivate one's attention. Yet, her face was rather ordinary, lacking the distinct features that matched her lofty demeanor. Every woman possesses her unique characteristics. Li Yingling is gentle and charming. Luo Li is lively and adorable. Zhang Yulian is dignified and graceful. In contrast, this woman gave Jiang Xian the impression of being free-spirited, unrestrained, yet possessed of a noble and proud aura. One's character can often be discerned through their gaze. It is worth noting that in this era, women were generally bound by traditional views, making such untamed eyes a rarity. Such a woman is typically beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, with a single glance. Jiang Xian swiftly formed a judgment about her in his heart. Moreover, the imposing man accompanying her was equally striking. Though his cultivation was indiscernible, he instilled a sense of trepidation in Jiang Xian. This scenario could only imply one thing. He was a master. Esteemed lady, our cloth shop has already closed for the day. Please return tomorrow to purchase cloth. A servant approached the woman and spoke. The woman smiled, and though her features were plain, her smile was infused with charm. And no matter, I have come to seek this esteemed old gentleman. As she spoke, her autumn-like eyes turned toward Jiang Xian, and with a composed smile she inquired, might I have the honor of discussing matters with you, esteemed old gentleman? At this, Li Huan, Kai Feng, and Li Yingling exchanged bewildered glances. At this moment, their thoughts diverged, likely encompassing sentiments such as, wow. No wonder Jiang Yi, such a swift invitation from a beauty. Jiang Yi is indeed remarkable. Even at 70, he remains vigorous. Oh dear, this isn't some romantic debt from Jiang Yi's youth, is it? She doesn't quite resemble him, though. Fear not, fair maiden. Your presence truly graces this humble abode. Jiang Xian stroked his beard, offering a warm smile, and instructed, Li Huan, prepare a private room for me and this young lady. The most exquisite one available. Jiang Yi, our cloth shop has no such private rooms. Get out, thank you, esteemed old gentleman. The woman in red smiled gracefully as she entered. Before long, Jiang Xian led a few individuals to the simplest room available, and they were not even served tea. Jiang Xian appeared apologetic, expressing, My lady, I sincerely apologize. Today's business was so boisterous that we have run out of tea. I beg your pardon for the inadequate hospitality. Li Huan nearly burst into laughter, thinking to himself, Jiang Yi, we are merchants of cloth, not tea. Who says we are out of tea? Li Yingling's mouth twitched. Indeed, this was the romantic debt of Jiang Yi, and it had begun to become irksome. The woman in red laughed as she shook her head. Esteemed old gentleman, you truly are a person of the black market. Your hospitality is indeed unique. Jiang Xian remained unfazed. Fear not, my lady. You shall soon grow accustomed to it. Chapter 80. My dear girl, you are quite the trouble. Seated across from one another, the conversation quickly fell into a stalemate. Jiang Xian closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent, refusing to speak. This demeanor caused the woman in red, with her delicate brows furrowed, to grow increasingly displeased. As a princess of the royal family, she had never endured such treatment. Had it not been for the intriguing garment festival today, she would have been disinclined to engage with this gentleman from the black market at all. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xian, casting a glance at the woman in red, warmly smiled and said, "I must apologize. I have neglected to inquire about your esteemed name and the purpose of your visit." Upon hearing this, Li Huan and the others nearly stumbled in disbelief. "Surely, sir, you could not have forgotten such a fundamental detail? It was apparent that you were purposefully ignoring her." The woman in red suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, thinking that had she not been so adamant about staying, this old fellow would likely never have recalled such a matter in his lifetime. Clearly, Jiang Xian had no intention of asking further. The atmosphere was awkward, and with nothing to say, he merely sought to break the silence. "You are too kind, sir. My surname is Tang," the woman replied. "Ah, a fine surname indeed." Jiang Xian adjusted his beard and remarked with a tone brimming with nostalgia, "The Tang surname is a venerable one, exuding an exceptional grace and dignity. How fortunate, for the royal family of Deqian also bears the surname Tang. Could it be that you, my dear lady, are of royal lineage? Flattery does not suit you." "Sir, that I am but a humble girl," the woman retorted, finally rolling her eyes in exasperation. There were countless individuals bearing the surname Tang. She could hardly believe that he could discern her identity merely from her name. Did he truly consider himself some celestial being? This old fellow was clearly trying to provoke her, and he exaggerated his tone to the utmost. Forgive my rudeness." Jiang Xian's tone grew somewhat cooler as he continued. "May I ask for your given name?" "The name I bear is simply Yin," she answered curtly. "A lovely name," Jiang Xian exclaimed. Tang Yin?" He was taken aback, eyes widening in surprise. "Sir, why are you so startled?" Tang Yan's brow tightened further, fearing that this old man might truly uncover something he should not. She deliberately omitted a word, yet his astonishment only intensified. "Oh, it is nothing." Jiang Xian smiled gently, his face lit with admiration. "Your name reminds me of a dear friend, a woman of unparalleled beauty. If you happen to be an actress as well, how delightful that would be." Suddenly, Tang Yin felt a surge of anger rising within her, almost prompting her to flip the table. Were it not for her noble upbringing and the virtues of respecting elders and cherishing the young, she might have unleashed a torrent of invective upon Jiang Xian. Was there such a thing as subtly insulting someone? In this era, actresses and singers were considered lowly, often associated with the disreputable. Though she was currently disguised, there was no need for such insinuations. Did I truly appear to be that sort of person? In truth, she had completely misunderstood Jiang Xian's intentions. However, the reasons behind his words were beyond her to explain. Li Yingling, standing nearby, covered her face, overwhelmed by a sense of exasperation. "Grandpa Jiang, if you cannot engage in conversation, it would be better to refrain from speaking altogether. It is no wonder you have remained a bachelor for over 70 years. There is a reason for that." Tang Yin, infuriated to the point of speechlessness, forced a smile as she replied, "You are indeed an extraordinary man, sir, but I am curious as to why you are treating me so poorly." "Why do you wish for me to leave at once?" Jiang Xian grinned, about to respond, but was interrupted by Tang Yin raising a hand, halting him. "Sir, please refrain from further provoking me. If you can clarify your intentions, I shall turn and leave immediately, without lingering here for even a moment." Jiang Xian stroked his beard, pondering aloud. "Do you wish to hear the unvarnished truth? Indeed. Will you be angry? Not at all. Very well." Jiang Xian straightened himself, adopting a serious demeanor. "The reason is quite simple. This is a place of business, and I do not welcome any troubles. It is abundantly clear that you are a considerable inconvenience." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin was rendered speechless. "What trouble have I caused you? How could one so brazenly label another as a nuisance? How could she possibly be a bother, to put it mildly? The moment I open my mouth, does not your business in Deqian rise to new heights? Encountering me is akin to your ancestral grave emitting green smoke, a tremendous stroke of fortune. How could I be a nuisance?" Jiang Xian smiled nonchalantly. "Firstly, your status is extraordinary. You are either esteemed or noble. I have some knowledge of martial arts, and your companion here likely possesses strength not less than the earth spirit realm. Such a person willingly serves as your bodyguard. There are hardly a few in Deqian who could match that. Secondly, your current appearance, name, and identity are all false. With such a prestigious background, your low profile is curious indeed. I suspect your visit to Yuzhou City is no trivial matter, or perhaps you have escaped in secret. Thirdly, I am a stranger to you, and seeking me out may not bode well. Additionally, you seem fond of looking down upon others. Likely accustomed to arrogance and domineering behavior, in summary, I perceive you as a significant headache. It would be best for you to leave swiftly. With that, Jiang Xian waved his hand dismissively, issuing an unceremonious eviction order. Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with shock. Such an old hand in the world of intrigue. Just by her mere presence, he seemed to see through her very essence, articulating nearly every detail of her circumstances with uncanny accuracy. Firstly, she was indeed a princess, her status undeniably noble. Secondly, her current appearance was a disguise, and she had indeed escaped from an arranged marriage. Thirdly, she might possess a hint of arrogance. Perhaps in that moment, Tang Yin felt that even if she revealed her true identity as a princess, this old gentleman would remain unfazed, as if everything were already within his foresight. This sensation of being so thoroughly seen through was undeniably disconcerting. The atmosphere grew tense, lingering for several heartbeats in the room. Li Huan, Li Yingling, and Kai Feng were all on edge, especially upon learning that the towering man beside Tang Yin was a master, leaving them utterly bewildered. Why heavens! A master? That elusive expert, and you dare associate him with the term bodyguard? What kind of esteemed identity does this girl possess to warrant such protection? Could it truly be Royal? Sir, your insight is sharp. I am in awe, Tang Yin finally praised, a smile breaking forth. I must admit, I have indeed concealed some truths from you. However, when one is out in the world, one cannot easily reveal their heart. I merely wish to seek your assistance with a minor favor. It is hardly a significant burden. Ah, but it seems you have gone back on your word, Jiang Xian sighed helplessly. Speak plainly if you have something to say. If it cannot be done, I shall not force it. If it cannot be done, you shall not force it? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Tang Yan's eyes as she smiled sweetly. I wish to join the black market. Might you, sir, be able to provide an introduction? Chapter 81. Returning to the black market? Has a new storm begun to brew? Jiang Xian, Li Yingling, Kai Feng, Li Huan. Why? Jiang Xian was thoroughly perplexed. You, a lady of either noble or royal standing, wish to join the black market? Are you seeking a taste of life? Observing the bewildered expressions of those present, Tang Yin could not suppress a sense of triumph. Sir, as I am new to Yuzhou City, I find myself alone and without support. I simply seek a powerful ally to shield me from potential threats. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged incredulous glances, even more baffled. Is that so? With this towering figure at your side, who would dare to trouble you? Are you unable to find a place to stay? Seeking refuge in the black market? And now you are pestering me, Jiang Xian, exuding a look of incredulity, firmly rejected. My lady, the black market is no haven. It is not a place for someone of your stature. Is that so? Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she continued. If you assist me, I assure you there will be benefits in store. Absolutely not. Jiang Xian rose, assuming a posture that clearly signaled his intent to expel her. He would not dare to invite such a calamity upon himself. Seeking refuge in the black market, she would likely bring the entire operation crashing down. Have you not inquired about the benefits? Tang Yin scrutinized Jiang Xian's countenance, as if attempting to discern something within his gaze. Not asking. It simply cannot be done. I cannot compromise my principles, Jiang Xian replied with an air of indifference. You must leave at once, or I shall report you to the authorities. I am certain you would not wish for the officials to arrest you, would you? Very well then. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin stood, feigning injury as she declared, if you do not welcome me, I shall take my leave without further ado. Han Feng, let us depart. We shall not impose upon this gentleman any longer. Yes, my lady. The taciturn Han Feng finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Watching the duo exit the fabric shop, Li Huan lowered his head with a sly grin. Grandpa Jiang, that woman appears to be dripping with wealth. Why did you not acquiesce to her request? Acquiesce? Jiang Xian glared at him. You truly possess the audacity. Do you believe you can manage her? Moreover, Jiang Xian's gaze narrowed as he peered toward the door. I cannot shake the feeling that the moment this girl stepped into the shop, I sensed several formidable presences scanning this place. That, my friends, is the true trouble. With a sharp intake of breath, Li Huai exclaimed in shock, "Are you suggesting that there are several masters safeguarding this young lady?" Jiang Xian shook his head and replied, "Whether they are protecting her or merely observing is uncertain. The arrival of such a remarkable woman in Yuzhou City may herald an era of turbulence." In the following days, after arranging the business affairs of the Li family textile shop, Jiang Xian returned once more to the black market. During this period, he meticulously imparted the intricacies of the textile business to Li Yingling. Leaving Li Huan and Kai Feng to assist her, if all proceeds as expected, the Li family is poised to become the foremost textile merchants in the Great Qin Kingdom, perhaps even in Qingzhou. The extent of their success, however, remains contingent upon their own fortunes. Meanwhile, the vexing system task was finally completed. Ding, under your guidance, the family has risen anew, laying the foundation for eternity. Task completed. Reward granted. Level 1 Poison Mastery. Level 1 Poison Mastery. Mastering this art allows you to comprehend all poisons in the world, enabling you to strike unseen and unscathed. Calculating new narrative. A crisis befalls your sect. You emerge as a hero, rescuing it from peril and penning a legendary tale of valor. Task triggered. Sect crisis. Task requirements. Stand forth and resolve the crisis. Task reward. Advanced sword intent. Advanced sword intent? Jiang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he inhaled sharply. This reward was indeed extraordinary. Warriors who possess intermediate sword intent are already a rarity, and those with advanced sword intent in the entirety of the Great Qin Kingdom could scarcely number more than 5. Each a formidable master of the sword. Should he obtain this reward, once he ascends to the middle third stage, his power would likely reach a truly terrifying realm. However, Jiang Xian was also acutely aware of the system's tendencies. The more challenging the task, the more substantial the reward. By that logic, this mission's difficulty would be decidedly formidable. Could it be that the black market is on the brink of great calamity? Name: Jiang Xian. Age: 8. Cultivation: 8th stage of returning to origin. Technique: Evergreen Sword Art. 2nd level. Martial skills: Horse Stance Sword, Flowing Cloud Phantom Sword, 5 Thunder Seal, Celestial Gang Void Step. Talents: Immortal Bone, Indestructible, Intermediate Sword Intent, Heavenly Heart Spiritual Eye, Level 1 Alchemy, Level 1 Poison Mastery. Treasures: Cloud Piercing Shuttle, Dragon and Phoenix Jade, Azure Cloud Sword. Upon returning to the black market, Jiang Xian began an unrelenting regimen of cultivation, occasionally overseeing the business affairs of both the black market and the Li family. Unlike in the past, his current status afforded him abundant resources for cultivation. Spirit stones, elixirs, and blood food. These essentials, which had been scarce in his youth, he now sought to acquire with fervor, eager to make up for lost time. After stepping into the returning to origin realm, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, akin to a rocket. The dominance of his immortal bone, the marvel of his techniques, the accumulation of resources, and the system's enhancements combined to forge a formidable prodigy. Within a mere few months, he had opened 8 of the 12 meridians in his body, forming 8 chakras, with an abundance of true qi surging within him. Only 4 more meridians remained to be opened for him to ascend to the middle third stage. Remarkably, he had achieved the 8th stage of returning to origin in just half a year. Such a horrifying rate of cultivation, if made known, would undoubtedly stir a tempest throughout Qingzhou. Furthermore, this half-year had not solely been devoted to cultivation. He had delved into techniques, martial arts, alchemy, and now even poison mastery, leaving no stone unturned. Truly astonishing. However, the final 4 meridians were notoriously difficult to open, particularly since Jiang Xian had surpassed 70 years of age, and the rigidity of his meridians made progress even more arduous. This was the very reason why the vast majority of martial artists remained stagnant at the returning to origin realm, unable to ascend to the master third stage in their lifetime. Fortunately, Jiang Xian might resolve this predicament within the black market's Hidden Skill Pavilion. The Hidden Skill Pavilion was not a place accessible to just anyone. It was one of the most crucial areas of the black market, housing all the techniques and martial skills collected by the market. Only those who had made significant contributions to the black market could be permitted by the leader to select a technique or martial skill. Typically, only core members who had been in the black market for over a year would qualify. However, given Jiang Xian's remarkable performance since joining, rapidly ascending to the position of leader of the 4 great halls and reorganizing numerous business operations, He had garnered immense respect and admiration from the disciples of the black market, leading to an exceptional grant of this privilege. The Hidden Skill Pavilion? I hope it contains what I seek. Jiang Xian mused, clutching the certificate bestowed upon him by the leader. Chapter 82. New Techniques. All poisons return to their source on this day. Jiang Xian entered the Hidden Skill Pavilion, holding the certificate given by the leader. As he stepped inside, the dim light and a musty scent enveloped him, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a forsaken place. Who goes there? Do you possess a certificate? A somewhat hoarse voice startled Jiang Xian. Causing him to jump, he looked down to find a disheveled old man half reclining on the ground, appearing older than himself, clutching an unfinished wine jug, clearly intoxicated and oblivious to his surroundings. This fellow is the guardian of the Hidden Skill Pavilion? Jiang Xian frowned slightly, attempting to discern the true qi emanating from the old man, but found nothing. Given his current perceptive abilities, even a master at the Earth Spirit realm would reveal some hint. An ordinary elder? Surely not. A place as vital as the Hidden Skill Pavilion would not be entrusted to a mere commoner. Never mind, it was not his concern. Shaking off his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xian produced the certificate from his possession and presented it to the old man, stating, I am Jiang Xian, the leader of the Xuanwu Hall. This is a certificate from the leader. Jiang Xian? The old man squinted at him through bleary eyes, belched, and grinned. You're quite interesting, go on in. Jiang Xian was left perplexed, sensing something peculiar about the old man, yet unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. If he had to describe it, it would be a sense of danger. How could such an unassuming elder exude such an aura? Dismissing his misgivings, he made his way directly to the third floor of the Hidden Skill Pavilion. The techniques and martial skills on the first and second floors held no allure for him. Upon reaching the third floor, Jiang Xian stood before the shelves, perusing the collection of techniques and martial skills. 5th tier martial skill. Earth-splitting fist. 6th tier martial skill. Fiery blade technique. Yellow grade superior technique. Scarlet flame decision. It was undeniable that the black market's collection was truly splendid. Techniques are inherently precious, and yellow-grade techniques alone could elevate a martial family in the Great Qin Kingdom, passing down through generations. Yet here, the most inferior items were yellow-grade superior, with a significant number of mysterious grade techniques. As for martial skills, the world categorizes them into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the 9th the highest, along with ultimate techniques, secret arts, and supernatural abilities beyond that. Martial skills above the 5th tier could be deemed advanced martial skills, exceedingly rare in the Great Qin Kingdom. Almost all martial skills in this collection were advanced, including several 6th and 7th tier skills. It is worth noting that the top-tier martial art of the Yunqiao sect, the Flowing Cloud Phantom Sword, is merely an 8th tier martial skill. However, despite their quality, Jiang Xian found little of interest. Having dined on exquisite delicacies, the system's elevation of his perspective rendered most of these offerings mediocre in his eyes. After searching for a considerable time, he could not find a suitable technique or martial skill. It was not that he was dismissive. Rather, he felt that dedicating time to practice these techniques would be a waste, preferring to focus on cultivating true qi. Sighing in resignation, he thought, I might as well choose one at random. His brow furrowed in annoyance. It felt somewhat ungrateful to refuse something offered freely. If it's free, who wouldn't want it? Old man, if you don't find anything appealing, take a look at the last row. A raspy voice suddenly echoed in his ear, startling him again. Was that the old man downstairs? Goodness, this is unsettling. The voice seemed to resonate directly beside him, clear and inexplicable. Was it true qi communication? This old fellow is indeed a hidden expert. Regaining his composure, Jiang Xian proceeded toward the last row, where the light was dimmest, and began to examine the titles. Although it was dark, thanks to his heavenly heart spiritual eye, he faced no visual impediments, quickly discerning the words Mysterious Grade Intermediate Technique, Blood Demon Technique, Mysterious Grade Superior Technique, Heart of the Enchantress, 8th Tier Martial Skill, Soul Devouring Curse. Gasp! Jiang Xian inhaled sharply, his expression shifting slightly. Remarkably, this last row contained the forbidden and malevolent techniques expressly prohibited in the Great Qin Kingdom, and all were of considerable rank. Truly, this is the black market. He should have anticipated the presence of such items. Regrettably, as a principled individual, he held no interest in practicing such dark arts. Just before leaving, Jiang Xian's gaze inadvertently fell upon an ancient purple tome, upon which 4 large characters were inscribed. All poisons return to their source. All poisons return to their source. Jiang Xian's eyes glimmered with intrigue, for was it not fortuitous that he possessed the talent for level 1 poison mastery? Without further hesitation, he reached for the ancient tome. Opening the first page to begin his perusal, the Earth Grade, Low Tier, Poison Attribute Technique, All Poisons Return to Origin, is a creation of the renowned poison healer Ouyang Chuan. Practitioners must sample countless toxins to expand their meridians with the potency of poison, transforming their true energy and condensing it into a poison core, ultimately achieving a state of immunity to all toxins. The legendary Shen Nong tasted 100 poisons? How intriguing! An Earth-grade technique. This is indeed my first encounter with such a thing. According to the subsequent annotations, this technique is divided into 4 realms: the 10 poison realm, the 100 poison realm, the 1000 poison realm, and the 10,000 poison realm. Each advancement is accompanied by complete mastery over the corresponding amount of lethal toxins, enabling one to significantly accelerate their cultivation speed. Furthermore, the poison true energy condenses within the poison core, without clashing with the existing true energy in the Dantian. What does this imply? It signifies that one can simultaneously master 2 distinct attributes of true energy. While the evergreen true energy is commendable, it lacks the destructive power of attributes like ice or fire. If one could also master a form of poison true energy, what a formidable force that would become. The introduction of this technique resonated deeply within Jiang Xian. As he strove to break through to the final 4 meridians of the Return to Origin realm, he had been troubled by the issue of meridian solidification. And this method perfectly resolved that dilemma. It was as if a pillow had appeared just as sleep overcame him. However, as Jiang Xian's gaze continued downward through the annotations, he was taken aback. The master of poison, the holy hand of poison healing, had misled his disciples, writing in a chaotic manner, "I shall now revise it," making the toxicity even more potent and the cultivation speed swifter. This technique has actually been modified by someone? It has a plus version as well. After reading this line of annotation, Jiang Xian's gaze fell upon the second line, and his expression grew increasingly peculiar. The master of heavenly poison, the poison demon, was a fool who had poisoned himself to death. I have revised this technique, ensuring its safety. It can be consumed with confidence. Jiang Xian was left speechless. Having been poisoned to death? A genius. Yet, as his gaze continued downward, Jiang Xian was utterly bewildered, frozen in place. Good heavens! The subsequent annotations all followed a similar template, each one a condemnation from the successors to the previous masters of the technique for leading their disciples astray, only for the next to revise it and meet the same fate of poisoning. Does this mean that not a single practitioner has survived to the end of this technique? Jiang Xian's vision darkened, and with trembling hands, he turned to the next page, where an entire lengthy passage was filled with the grievances of this powerful individual. I, the true monarch of 10,000 poisons, beseech you, O hidden dragons and phoenix chicks, to cease your reckless alterations. You are both inept and frivolous. My disciples have met their demise by poison in numbers exceeding 100. Do you have any idea of the anguish that causes me? This version, excavated by me, is the most authentic and unadulterated version produced by the holy hand of poison healing, safe and toxin-free. You may cultivate with peace of mind. I conclude with a stern admonition. Do not dare to alter it recklessly again. You beasts! Chapter 83. Revising the Technique, Minor Success in Poison Arts. In the Hidden Technique Pavilion, Jiang Xian perused All Poisons Return to Origin and felt his vision darken, his head spinning. He nearly became dizzy from the disarray of the text. The entire technique was a riot of colors, a sight most unpalatable. It was evident that the holy hand of poison healing had originally written in black ink, but red ink had subsequently covered it, only for other colors to obscure large portions thereafter. Finally, this true monarch of 10,000 poisons forcibly revised it from start to finish in white ink. One must admit, these hidden dragons and phoenix chicks are truly unyielding. Where on earth did this astonishing technique originate? Jiang Xian wore an expression of exasperation. After a lengthy internal struggle, he ultimately decided to take the technique with him. Fortune favors the bold. He was willing to take a gamble. As he exited the Hidden Technique Pavilion, the elderly man glanced at the technique manual in Jiang Xian's hand and grinned, saying, "Old boy, take care while practicing this technique. 2 pages are missing in the middle. Don't accidentally poison yourself." Missing 2 pages? Jiang Xian paused, his lips twitching as he fought the urge to curse, opening the manual to discover, indeed, 2 pages were absent. Heaven above, is there no justice in this world? Earth-grade techniques are scarce throughout the entirety of Qingzhou. Do you think they can be carelessly left here? The old man teased. Oh, that is the case. Thank you for the reminder. Jiang Xian slightly cupped his fists in gratitude to the elder, who appeared even older than himself, then turned to leave. Aren't you going to exchange it for another? The old man inquired, puzzled. No need. Jiang Xian replied nonchalantly, as he had felt a connection while browsing all poisons returned to origin and was preparing to revise the manual from beginning to end. As long as the core principles remained intact, the absence of a page or 2 was inconsequential. Why would he revise it again? The reasons were simple. First, he did not fully trust the true monarch of 10,000 poisons, suspecting that this hidden dragon or phoenix chick had also met a poisonous end. Second, he had faith in his own talent. The first-level poison refinement technique bestowed by the system allowed him to analyze a toxin's properties and antidote in an instant, and to concoct it as well as long as he could clearly grasp the properties of each toxin. How could he fear poisoning? Hence, it was evident that someone with his talents was the most suited to modify this poison technique. If others practiced it, they would be courting death. Upon returning to the Xuanwu Hall, Jiang Xian summoned Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai, directly inquiring, "How many types of lethal poisons does our black market possess?" Lethal poisons? Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai were taken aback, replying in tremulous voices, "Master Jiang, are you planning to poison someone?" Given Jiang Xian's current status, employing such underhanded means would at least require the authority of a hall master. Could it be? Hiss! Jiang Xian furrowed his brow. "Not to poison anyone. I intend to consume it myself." "Consume it yourself?" Zhang Yuan gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Master Jiang, why would you contemplate such a thing?" "Alas, Master Jiang, may your journey be smooth." Lu Bai lamented with a sorrowful expression. Why do I perceive such glee in the two of you?" Jiang Xian questioned. Lu Bai's expression shifted instantly, hastily feigning tears. "What are you talking about? Master Jiang's passing would be akin to losing a pillar for our black market." Jiang Xian let out a cold laugh, too lazy to expose their ruse. "I seek these lethal poisons to cultivate my poison arts. The greater the variety and potency, the better," Jiang Xian stated calmly. Hiss! Upon hearing this, both Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai simultaneously inhaled sharply, astonished. "Master Jiang, you actually excel in poison arts? Remarkable, truly remarkable." They recalled that Jiang Xian was also an alchemist. Tio refined both pills and poisons. "You are indeed extraordinary." Merely scratching the surface, Jiang Xian replied nonchalantly to it is imperative that the toxins possess exceptionally domineering properties, ideally capable of affecting even martial artists at the master level. Third-grade poisons would be best. The first-level poison refinement technique could master third-grade poisons, corresponding to the third-grade alchemical pills of first-level alchemy. Such third-grade poisons could significantly affect martial artists of the Earth Spirit realm, yet they were exceedingly rare and not necessarily available in the black market. Third-grade poisons? Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai exchanged glances before speaking. "Master Jiang, third-grade poisons are exceedingly rare. Our black market does possess a few, but currently, we only have stock of 1.0. Which one?" Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yuan cast a furtive glance at Jiang Xian before grinning. "The dragon's embrace powder. This poison, if even a hint is touched, will cause one to bleed from all 7 orifices and die if there is no intimate union within half an hour. Even a master would find it difficult to withstand." Cough. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian coughed heavily and replied nonchalantly, "What a ridiculous substance. You should have mentioned this sooner. Ensure that this poison is delivered to my residence tonight. I require it for thorough study." "Certainly, Master Jiang." Zhang Yuan grinned mischievously. "Additionally, you must gather 100 varieties of second-grade or higher rare poisons for me within 7 days. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." Jiang Xian declared sternly. 7 days? That's too long. How about 3 days? No. 7 days is sufficient." Lu Bai's face was filled with distress as he silently cursed Jiang Xian. "Truly, you old sly fox. May you be poisoned." That very night, Zhang Yuan indeed delivered the dragon's embrace powder to Jiang Xian's residence. Jiang Xian turned to Xuanger, smiling gently. "Xuanger, go fetch Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. I require their assistance in my training tonight." "Yes, my lord." Xuanger shyly nodded and swiftly left. Jiang Xian grinned, then took out the All Poisons Return to Origin manual to study meticulously, nodding to himself in approval. This technique's core principles were profoundly intricate. In essence, it involved consuming toxins and employing a unique method of true energy circulation to refine both the body and true energy with the aid of their toxicity, ultimately condensing into a poison core to ensure the ability to summon this power at any moment. The sole risk lay in the practitioner's inability to suppress the toxicity, resulting in a fatal collapse during cultivation. However, if one were to consume an antidote directly, the toxicity would dissipate, rendering them incapable of training. Thus, for a novice like Jiang Xian, the Dragon's Embrace powder was a suitable choice, providing ample toxicity with a high margin for error. It was a pity that this would bring hardship to the 5 young ladies, Mei, Lan, Zhu, Ju, and Shuanger. According to insiders from the black market, during Jiang Xian's first night of cultivation, the Jiang residence was engulfed in tumultuous activity, filled with fervor and the sounds of pleasure echoing through the skies, rousing many scholars and literati from their slumber. Truly, it is said that caution can safeguard a vessel for 10,000 years, and prudence can capture 1,000 autumn cicadas. Pain, pain, pain. Gently push me, and I can barely move my fingers. I have succeeded. The following day, Jiang Xian gently pushed aside the snowy white blanket and couldn't help but beam with joy. After refining a 3rd-grade poison, he distinctly felt the 8th meridian loosening considerably, with true energy surging through the meridians. Merely tasting one type of poison had such an effect. It was truly astonishing, and no wonder so many had perished from poison. They could not deter the relentless pursuit of those who came after. Consuming poison to cultivate, all poisons return to origin. How terrifying, moreover. After a night of experimentation, Jiang Xian seemed to have mastered this cultivation method, allowing him to suppress other toxins without the need for external assistance in the future. Possessing such absolute mastery over toxins, this technique seems tailor-made for him. At this moment, he could not help but exclaim, "I am endowed with the qualities of the Toxic Emperor." Chapter 84. The situation in the imperial capital of Daqian. The runaway princess in the Daqian kingdom, the imperial capital lies 1,000 miles away from Yuzhou City, a place of unparalleled prosperity and abundant spiritual energy, situated atop a vein of celestial essence. Within the capital stands an expansive and extravagantly luxurious residence, which appears even more grand than the royal palace from a distance. A resplendent plaque hangs above, inscribed with the 3 flowing characters, Wei Guofu. The master of this estate is none other than the formidable Duke Wei Yuan, the foremost power in Daqian, currently holding the esteemed position of Grand Preceptor, wielding immense power and enjoying a lofty reputation. His daughter, Wei Wuqian, is a remarkable beauty and the newly appointed empress, cherished by the aging emperor. She is truly a sight to behold, enchanting all with a mere smile, rendering the beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Within 3 short years of entering the palace, the old emperor elevated this Wei concubine to empress, relegating the original empress to the cold palace, which ultimately led to her demise from grief, inciting considerable criticism. Since then, the current emperor of Daqian has neglected state affairs, even setting an unprecedented record of not attending court for 3 consecutive years, indulging in pleasures with Empress Wei. As he ages, his obsession with women deepens, drawing further reproach. The subsequent events have become increasingly outrageous. Empress Wei has a fondness for lychees, prompting the emperor to dispatch experts to procure fresh lychees from thousands of miles away in the south for her enjoyment. She has an affinity for snakes, resulting in countless lives lost to their venomous bites each year. Anyone she dislikes, regardless of their high office, risks imprisonment, instilling fear in all, amidst extravagant constructions and decadent feasts. The populace is rife with grievances. Yet, even this exalted Empress Wei harbors an irremovable thorn in her heart. Whether it is due to a flicker of conscience from the Daqian emperor or the original crown prince's overwhelming popularity among the people, he has not deposed the rightful heir in favor of a younger one. This crown prince is unlike his father. He is benevolent and wise, deeply loved by officials, and harbors a strong disdain for the Wei family, often denouncing Empress Wei as a demoness. Once the old emperor passes, the crown prince ascends, marking the end of her favorable days. However, the crown prince's influence is formidable, and even Duke Wei and Empress Wei find themselves at a loss. Little did they expect, The turning point in this situation would arise from a runaway princess. On this day, an elderly man with a wolfish face and hawkish features, dressed in luxurious robes, was engaged in a game of chess. Kneeling beside him was a man in black, respectfully reporting, "Your Excellency, I have received word that the princess has seemingly escaped to Yuzhou City for leisure, and the black market has been notified." The noble elder remained impassive, gently lifting a chess piece and placing it on the board, his voice hoarse. "Instruct them to be thorough." "Yes, Your Excellency." The man in black responded, then vanished without a trace. Such a display would astound any onlooker, revealing yet another master-level expert in Deqian. The man before the chessboard, a young man, trembled slightly, nearly losing his grip on the chess piece, stammering, "Father, do you intend to kill Yanran?" Tang Yanran is the most beloved princess of the old emperor and the only sister of the crown prince, raised with the finest privileges. Amusingly, Duke Wei arranged for his daughter to marry the emperor, while the emperor planned to wed his most cherished daughter to Wei Yuan's son, Wei Yun, hoping to strengthen their ties. However, Tang Yanran despised the Wei family and would never consent to such a union. She escaped the capital before the wedding, leaving no trace. In this moment, Wei Yun, who had just received news about his fiancée Yi, was stunned to hear his father's murderous intent. How could he not be shocked? Why would his father be so furious over a mere elopement? Duke Wei cast a disappointed glance at his son, indifferently stating, "Your temperament is indeed lacking compared to your sister's. Is it truly worth your concern for a mere woman?" Wei Yun's eyes widened in fear as he replied, "Father, though Yanran has escaped marriage, it is but a playful act. I bear her no grudge, and I cannot bear the thought of her losing her life." He understood that with his father's capabilities, it was not impossible to quietly eliminate a princess. Yet, he was hopelessly infatuated with Tang Yanran. How could he bear to watch his beloved perish? Duke Wei snorted coldly, his grip on the chess piece tightening. "You worthless fool! I have no intention of killing her. I merely wish to utilize her, though you think that little girl can escape the capital unscathed?" Upon hearing this, Wei Yun was taken aback, incredulously gazing at his father. Could it be that his father's scheme was behind his fiancée's elopement? How could a father act in such a manner? Inwardly, Wei Yun cursed his father 1,000 times, yet on the surface, he dared not show any dissatisfaction, exclaiming in astonishment, "Father, what are you suggesting?" Duke Wei maintained his stoic demeanor, his gaze as deep as an ancient well as he regarded Wei Yun. "Rest assured. I will bring her back, however, before that, she must make some sacrifices. Otherwise, the heavens of Deqian shall remain unchanged." Duke Wei spoke with a calmness that belied a chilling ambition, leaving Wei Yun drenched in cold sweat. If the emperor were to overhear such words, the Wei family would face annihilation. A change in the heavens? Are you plotting a rebellion? The current court is not solely dominated by the Wei family. The crown prince stands in opposition. How could a mere princess instigate such upheaval? The black market? The princess? The crown prince? As Wei Yun's mind raced, a possibility struck him, causing his complexion to change drastically. "Father, do you mean you have already infiltrated the black market?" Clatter. Upon hearing this, a servant girl carrying a fruit platter stumbled, dropping a piece of fruit to the ground. "Please spare me, Your Excellency. Please spare me." The servant girl, her face pale with fear, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Duke Wei's eyes narrowed with a glint of coldness as he shot a glare at Wei Yun before rising to gently assist the servant girl. A smile gracing his aged features. "Little girl, you seem unfamiliar. Are you new here? How many people are in your household? Please spare me, Your Excellency. I'm new here." The servant girl, now in tears, stammered, bowing repeatedly in a desperate plea for mercy, inadvertently striking her delicate forehead against the ground until it bled profusely, rendering her unconscious. Duke Wei's smile slowly faded, his sleeves swaying as he turned to leave, leaving behind a detached voice. "Yuner, I am weary. You shall handle things here. Remember, be thorough." Chapter 85. Kidnapping the Princess of Deqian. As the days passed, a month had flown by since Jiang Xian returned to the black market. June had arrived, the summer sun blazing, and the streets of Yuzhou City were alive with the vibrant sounds of commerce. During this time, Jiang Xian had successfully refined the myriad toxins to reach the 100 toxin realm. Mastering 100 different poisons, and earning the title of a master toxinist. Now, should he choose the path of an assassin, martial artists below the master level would likely meet their demise before even realizing it. Truly a terrifying prospect. Furthermore, having entered the 100 toxin realm, he had opened 2 additional meridians within his body, finally reaching the 10th level of the 12 stages of returning essence. Such a level of expertise is referred to as a quasi-master. With great potential for ascending to the middle 3 realms in the future. One day, Jiang Xian received a message stating that the leader of the black market wished to select some skilled individuals for a significant venture and requested his presence for discussion. A major undertaking? Jiang Xian looked at the excited Zhang Yuan, puzzled. Brother Zhang, what exactly is this grand endeavor? I have heard you prattle on about it for half a year now. Interestingly, this venture was the very reason he initially joined the black market. The objective was straightforward, to acquire some cultivation resources to avoid being impoverished. Yet now, while he was not exactly swimming in wealth, he had managed to carve out a decent existence in Yuzhou City. Gradually forgetting about this matter, with the past brought up again, he felt a tinge of wariness, recalling the inherent dangers involved. Brother Jiang, I do not know either. I only know that the leader places great importance on it, stating it was a secret order from the main branch. Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands together in anticipation, grinning. A business of such significance has not arisen in the black market for many years. Surely, it is not a matter of inciting the authorities, right? Ha ha ha. Though he meant it as a jest, Jiang Xian's brow furrowed slightly, admonishing him in a low voice. What nonsense are you spouting? That would be tantamount to rebellion. What of rebellion? Zhang Yuan scoffed dismissively. Brother Jiang, the current emperor of Deqian is incompetent. The officialdom is rife with corruption, and the lords are rising against one another. The common people are suffering. I have long harbored disdain for these officials. Moreover, we are in the black market, which exists outside the law. What can they do to us if we boldly rebel? At his words, Jiang Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Unsure how to counter. The state of affairs in the Daqian kingdom was indeed far from favorable, and the common folk were enduring hardships, which explained the immense power of the black market. For most ordinary citizens, as long as they could live a stable life, who would willingly toil in the black market? Poetry and dreams may be alluring, but the warmth of family and hearth is the harsh reality. Thus, it stands to reason that those who navigate the black market harbor a modicum of grievances against the Daqian kingdom. Fortunately, in this remote place known as Yuzhou City, where the heavens are high and the emperor is far away, the lives of the common folk tend to be relatively stable and appear more peaceful. However, upon deeper reflection, it is likely that the black markets in other regions of the Great Qian are even more extensive. Vast enough to be staggering, representing a truly terrifying force. Enough of this discussion. I am too weary to continue on this topic, Jiang Xian said, waving his hand to change the subject. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. If the black market ever truly intended to rebel, he would depart without hesitation, harboring no regrets. The reasoning was simple. Firstly, although the royal family of the Great Qian was incompetent, the black market was hardly a virtuous establishment, and there was no talk of national righteousness. Secondly, his aspiration was to pursue immortality, and he had no desire to become embroiled in such endless struggles for worldly power. Lastly, he was reluctant to witness the ravages of war, for in such turmoil, the common people would only suffer more. Nevertheless, one is often constrained by circumstances in the world. Without absolute power, sometimes it is not a matter of choice but necessity. One must confront what must be faced. Jiang Xian stood up, leaving Xuanwu Hall and striding directly toward Qilin Hall. Qilin Hall was the very heart of the black market, typically accessible only to the leader and deputy leader, with others forbidden entry without summons. At that moment, the grand doors of the hall were firmly shut, guarded by 2 skilled individuals from the black market. After a brief interval, the doors creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man in a blue robe, his brow furrowed in distress. Yang Long, the leader of the Qinglong Hall. Leader Yang, what troubles you? Jiang Xian inquired, puzzled. Upon seeing Jiang Xian, Yang Long's expression softened, and he managed a faint smile. Brother Jiang, the leader has been waiting for you for quite some time. You will understand once you enter. With that, he sighed and departed, leaving Jiang Xian bewildered. What business could be so burdensome for the leader, Master Jiang? The 2 gatekeepers immediately saluted upon Jiang Xian's approach, not daring to be negligent. Tio, speak frankly, given Jiang Xian's current standing in the black market of Yuzhou City. He was second only to the leader and deputy leader. Jiang Xian nodded slightly. Please inform the leader that I have arrived. Yes, Master Jiang. One of the black market experts bowed and was about to enter Qilin Hall to relay the message when a resonant voice emerged from within. Brother Jiang, please enter swiftly. It was the voice of the deputy leader, carrying an urgency as if eagerly awaiting a savior. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. It felt as though a colossal trouble was lying in wait for him. However, having come this far, retreat was not a feasible option. Shaking off his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Xian flicked his sleeve and stepped gracefully into the grand entrance of Qilin Hall. Inside, two figures occupied the main seat. Seemingly engaged in a hushed conversation, their expressions reflecting concern. The one on the right, possessing an air of elegance and a faint smile, was none other than Deputy Leader Imo Cho, the one on the left. With sharp brows and piercing eyes, exuded an imposing presence, Leader Jun Hongqian. Jiang Xian had previously met both leaders. Upon entering, he offered a slight bow. The deputy leader was the first to rise, gesturing warmly. Brother Jiang, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Please take a seat. No need for excessive formality. Jun Hongqian also nodded at Jiang Xian, signaling him to sit. Despite the simplicity of the gesture, it was a rare show of respect from the formidable leader, who usually regarded others with disdain. Sensing their unusual warmth, Jiang Xian realized matters were far from straightforward and anticipated further complications. Old age brings a multitude of worries, Jiang Xian thought, straightening his robe before sitting down. What matters do you wish to discuss with me, esteemed leaders? Imo Cho and Jun Hongqian exchanged glances before handing Jiang Xian a secret decree, sighing, Brother Jiang, you may wish to take a look for yourself. This time, the grand business of the main hall has indeed fallen upon us. Fallen upon us? Jiang Xian echoed, his curiosity piqued. Did this imply that the business was not originally destined for them? How fortunate! Yet, why did the two leaders bear such grim expressions? As he took the secret decree and glanced at its contents, his eyes widened in disbelief. Kidnapping the Great Qin Princess? Chapter 86. Drawn into the Maelstrom. An enormous dilemma. Leader, what is this? Jiang Xian gazed at the information on the decree, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had heard tales of the black market's audacity, willing to abduct even a princess if the profits were sufficient. But to find himself entangled in such a scheme was beyond his imagination. Wasn't he this truly brazen? Imo Cho's gaze was complex as he looked at Jiang Xian. Brother Jiang? You have not misread. This is a direct decree from the main hall. Over a year ago, the main hall instructed us to prepare for a matter that could determine the life or death of the black market. We simply did not foresee that this thorny issue would land on our doorstep. Should this matter be exposed, it would be catastrophic for our black market and Yuzhou City alike. His words rang true. While the black market wielded considerable power, if the imperial court was resolute in its intentions to deal with them, they could unleash countless methods of retribution. The most straightforward approach, given the current emperor's temperament, would be to dispatch troops to eradicate the black market upon discovering his beloved princess had been abducted. At that point, with the iron cavalry of the Great Qin marching through, Yuzhou City would be rendered barren. Brother Jiang, as the master of Xuanwu Hall, you possess vast experience in the Jianghu. What do you believe we should do? Imo Cho inquired. Jiang Xian exhaled slowly, gazing at the two leaders seriously. Esteemed leaders, I have a few questions that I hope you can clarify. Please, go ahead. First, regarding such a significant matter, has the main hall sent any masters to assist us? Upon hearing this, the two leaders exchanged glances. Jun Hongqian replied calmly, Brother Jiang, you may not be aware, but our black market operates independently, with each branch managing its own affairs. The main hall, situated thousands of miles away in the imperial capital, does not interfere in the operations of the branches, only issuing decrees. Then how do they manage the black market across the land? Jiang Xian questioned, perplexed by eliminating. Jun Hongqian continued, the main hall sends masters solely to deal with those who are disobedient or ineffective, establishing new branches in their stead. Jiang Xian was momentarily speechless, drenched in sweat. Truly, the black market was an entity unlike any other. At that moment, he began to understand why Yang Long had appeared so distressed. Now, he too felt overwhelmed. The pressure was simply immense. The upper echelons only assigned tasks without providing any assistance, and failure to complete them would result in death. an unbearable strain. From a management perspective, the black market had indeed pushed its operatives to their limits, ruthlessly extracting their potential, discarding those who failed without a hint of compassion, ignoring the codes of the Jianghu. If you cannot do it, there are plenty who can. My second question: what benefit would capturing the princess bring to our black market? Jiang Xian rubbed his temples, continuing to inquire. This time, Jun Hongchen's answer was blunt, consisting of just 3 words: I do not know. You do not know? Jiang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, he felt as though he could read the words "tool" written across Jun Hongchen's face. How could the main responsible party for such an audacious and reckless operation calmly declare ignorance? What immense fortitude he must possess. No wonder he could hold the position of leader. Had it been Jiang Xian, he would have likely fled under the cover of night, rather than sitting here with such composure. Contemplating this, Jiang Xian took a deep breath and turned to the 2 leaders, asking, "My third question, in your opinion, which is more terrifying, the imperial court or the main hall?" "The main hall. The main hall," the 2 leaders answered in unison, without hesitation. Why? The reason was quite simple. Jun Hongchen was a master, and Mo Cho had a brother who was also a master. To put it bluntly, even if the entire black market and Yuzhou City were to be obliterated, they could easily escape, perhaps even living as fugitives, seeking refuge in another black market. However, if they were targeted by the masters of the main hall, there would be no escape. Death would be inevitable. This was also the primary reason no one dared to betray the black market. After posing 3 questions, Jiang Xian closed his eyes to rest, placing his hands on his knees, ceasing further inquiries as his mind raced with thoughts. To be frank, Jiang Xian despised the feeling of being led by the nose. Kidnapping the princess could lead to catastrophic consequences if it failed or was exposed, potentially resulting in annihilation for his entire clan, and even dragging Yuzhou City into the turmoil. Conversely, refraining from capturing the princess might provoke relentless pursuit from the masters of the main hall. This was indeed an enormous dilemma. Observing his contemplation, the 2 leaders remained patient, refraining from interrupting Jiang Xian. It had become apparent that, at some point, Jiang Xian had been regarded as an omnipotent figure within the black market of Yuzhou City, with even the leaders relying on him to a considerable extent. Such was his reputation. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xian suddenly opened his eyes and sighed. "Esteemed leaders, I believe this matter may very well relate to the intrigues of the imperial court, and our black market is likely to become a mere pawn in their game." After much thought, he felt that the black market had indeed become entangled in the machinations of the court. This was his greatest concern. Hearing this, Mo Cho's eyes lit up, and he responded eagerly, "Brother, what do you mean?" Jun Hongchen's gaze flickered, turning to Jiang Xian as well. Jiang Xian picked up a teacup from the edge of the table, took a sip, and spoke slowly. "I suspect that the headquarters must have been instigated by some significant figure in the court to dare commit such a heinous act of abducting the princess. Regardless of that person's motives, we shall undoubtedly not escape unscathed. Colluding with the black market to kidnap a princess is a capital offense that could lead to the extermination of our entire clan. Who would allow those privy to such a secret to remain alive?" Mo Cho and Jun Hongchen exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They too felt that something was amiss. Otherwise, they would not have sought Jiang Xian's counsel, and would have already commenced their actions. Those who had risen to their current position in the underworld were far from fools. It was not just that significant figure who sought their demise. It was likely that the headquarters would also wish to see them dead. Yet, the logic was evident to all. Did it truly matter if they faced certain death? "Elder brother, what do you think we should do? Should we proceed with the abduction or not?" Mo Cho pressed, furrowing her brow. Jiang Xian pondered for a moment before responding. "I am no deity. The key to breaking this deadlock likely lies with the princess herself. If we can discern the direction of the court's intrigues, there might yet be a glimmer of hope. Currently, we are far too passive. Acting rashly could lead us to perdition." His implication was clear. They were still in the dark and needed to gather intelligence before making a decision. After a moment's hesitation, Jun Hongchen produced the princess's dossier and handed it to Jiang Xian, stating coolly, "Elder Jiang, your caution and resourcefulness are unmatched. This matter is best entrusted to you." Chapter 87. A shocking conspiracy that night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, marking the height of summer. Fireflies danced above the city of Yuzhou, while the night was filled with the chirping of insects. Nearby, The canal glimmered with the flicker of fishing lights. As bare-armed fishermen took advantage of the rare coolness of the night, casting their nets and singing merrily. The streets and alleys brimmed with the warmth of life. Though it was night, it was even more bustling than during the day. At this moment, Jiang Xian donned a loose, cool robe, his face unobscured as he strode directly towards a brightly lit inn known as the Dragon Gate Inn. This inn was peculiar. Situated in the heart of Yuzhou's most prosperous street, the entire thoroughfare was eerily deserted, as if it had been isolated from the vibrant scenes of the surrounding streets. After walking a few hundred steps, Jiang Xian finally arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Gate Inn. Inside, he spotted a graceful figure in a red dress, holding a wine cup, her demeanor languid, and her gaze seemingly forlorn. This young woman was none other than the lady who had visited the Li family textile shop on a previous occasion. Though her expression now was starkly different, less defiant, more sorrowful, but of course, she bore another identity. The Dacian princess, Tang Yinran, a dignified princess, yet here she sat alone in the inn, drowning her sorrows in drink. A most perplexing sight. Moreover, her guard was nowhere to be seen, leaving her looking like a captive, worn and weary. Upon seeing Tang Yinran, Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, but then a flash of understanding crossed his face, as many of his previous questions were suddenly answered. Though he had suspected as much earlier, he was now more certain. This young woman appeared to have been manipulated. "Old sir?" Upon catching sight of Jiang Xian at the inn's entrance, Tang Yinran's face lit up with a hint of surprise, her posture straightening slightly. "Miss Tang, I trust you are well," Jiang Xian replied with a subtle smile, casting a discreet glance around before stepping into the inn. Inside, the expansive inn was eerily empty, silent as if devoid of life. Not a trace of breath to be found. Even the sounds of chirping insects outside were silenced, creating an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Xian approached Tang Yinran, seating himself beside her, and poured 2 bowls of wine from Ajard. As the liquid flowed, he continued, "Miss Tang, it has been quite some time since our last parting. Now that we meet again, should I address you as Miss Tang, or Your Highness?" At his words, Tang Yinran paused slightly, then smiled faintly. "Old sir, have you come to abduct me tonight?" Jiang Xian raised a bowl to his lips, replying, "Do you truly believe I would dare to do so?" "Indeed," Tang Yinran said without hesitation, nodding. "Tonight, anyone who comes could easily take me away." When she spoke these words, her tone was calm, as if jesting, yet tinged with an undeniable sense of resignation. Jiang Xian fell silent, his thoughts rapidly piecing together the situation. This princess was clearly under some form of control, seemingly awaiting the arrival of those from the black market to abduct her. If Jiang Xian were to act now, it would be remarkably effortless, without any hindrance. "Why?" he inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Tang Yinran swirled her wine cup, her lips parting delicately. "Because tomorrow, rumor will sweep across the entire Dacian nation. The Dacian princess has fled her wedding, and the crown prince has colluded with the black market to capture the fleeing princess, seeking to exploit the situation to usurp military power and incite rebellion." Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. Such a ludicrous rumor, who would believe it? "The current emperor would," Tang Yinran replied flatly, her expression devoid of emotion, as if recounting someone else's tale. Yet there was a hint of resentment in her tone, perhaps directed at the Dacian emperor, or more so, at her father. Jiang Xian stroked his beard, frowning. "May I ask, is this situation to the princess's liking?" Tang Yinran shook her head. "We are merely pawns. I only just pieced this together." With that, she offered Jiang Xian a smile. "Old sir, will you not take me away? This is hardly a place for idle chatter. There is no rush. I am in the mood for a pleasant conversation with the princess tonight." Jiang Xian replied leisurely, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Observing this exchange, the warriors lurking at a distance outside the inn wore increasingly strange expressions, their anxiety mounting. What were these two discussing inside? Was the old man unwell? Was he truly one of the black market's people? Why was he taking so long to abduct someone? Could he not hurry? It was maddening. As long as the black market's operatives successfully abducted Tang Yinran tonight without any issues, their mission would be deemed half accomplished. Next, they simply needed to collaborate with other black markets to spread rumors far and wide, stirring trouble for the emperor. To facilitate this, they had cleared the area of all individuals for a 10-mile radius. ensuring that the black market's operatives could carry out their task with ease and without any concerns. However, half an hour had passed, and Jiang Xian showed no signs of emerging from the inn. Leaving the warriors exasperated, itching to rush in and see for themselves, surely, the two of them weren't indulging in some sort of dalliance inside. "I am nearly finished with my drink," they cursed. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Jiang Xian and Tang Yinran exchanged cups and discussed life. Not life, rather, the intricacies of court politics. It was a simple tale. The emperor was infatuated with women, ruling foolishly, while Grand Tutor Wei Yuan sought to overthrow the crown prince, aiming to seize power for himself. Thus, Wei Yuan, fully aware of Tang Yinran's disdain for the Wei family, proposed a marriage alliance to the emperor, intending to wed the princess to his son. Shortly thereafter, Wei Yuan covertly assisted her in fleeing the imperial capital, secretly orchestrating her abduction by the black market, all to frame the crown prince. Furthermore, to ensure no loose ends, he dispatched numerous experts to trail Tang Yinran, eliminating any officials sent by the court to locate her, guaranteeing her seamless delivery into the hands of the black market. It was undeniable that the machinations of the powerful were meticulous and thoroughly planned. With every detail accounted for. As for Tang Yinran, she remained blissfully unaware of these machinations until she reached Yuzhou City. Upon her arrival, the experts sent by Wei Yuan forcibly confined her, prohibiting anyone from approaching. Merely awaiting the black market's arrival to carry her away, it was as if they had ceased to play their roles entirely. After listening, Jiang Xian was left dumbfounded, realizing just how deep the waters of court politics ran. With the crown prince and princess ensnared in a web of deceit, Wei Yuan's gambit was nothing short of a masterstroke. Firstly, by using the black market to frame the crown prince, the foolish emperor might genuinely begin to harbor suspicions. Secondly, with the princess abducted, the court would surely purge the black market to restore its reputation, potentially giving Wei Yuan the opportunity to seize military power and usurp the throne. Thirdly, the black market had long been a malignant presence in Daqian. Wei Yuan could not possibly trust that the black market would sincerely cooperate with him, and he would inevitably turn against them after achieving his goals, swiftly eliminating them. Moreover, this Grand Tutor Wei must have promised the headquarters some irresistible benefits, leading them to collude with him, but such a treacherous and cunning man could not be trusted. There was a real risk of dire consequences for himself. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Xian exhaled slowly, speaking softly. "Your Highness, the black market is a place of business. Whether I abduct you or assist you lies entirely in your hands." Chapter 88. "Please, old sir, save me. To abduct me or to assist me?" Tang Yinran was momentarily taken aback. "Old sir, do you truly have the power to choose?" "Of course." Jiang Xian nodded slightly, his confidence unwavering. Hearing this, Tang Yinran fell silent, as if contemplating her options. To her, it seemed certain that Jiang Xian had come to abduct her. If he chose to help her, it would mean betraying the black market, incurring their wrath. They were strangers. Why would Jiang Xian unhesitatingly assist her? Was it merely because she was a princess, or due to the greater good of her country? Would those in the black market care about such notions? While she did not deny feeling compelled to confide in Jiang Xian, drawn by his ethereal demeanor and chivalrous air, she held only a flicker of hope in her heart. But was that enough to trust him? Setting aside her chaotic thoughts, Tang Yinran feigned a light-hearted smile and remarked, "Esteemed sir, you are indeed remarkably different from others in the black market. I am quite impressed. However, should you assist me, I fear it may bring peril within the black market itself." Jiang Xian cast a glance at Tang Yinran and sincerely praised, "It is rare indeed for a princess, a sovereign of the realm, to be concerned for the safety of an old man like myself. Nevertheless, rest assured, should I choose to assist you, I possess the means to ensure my own protection." This compliment was not merely perfunctory. Rumors spoke of the great Qian princess as haughty and domineering, yet here she was, considering the well-being of others in such dire circumstances. Were it any other noble, they would relish the notion of sending their subordinates to their demise with just a word. Of course, it could also be that she was testing him, her thoughts running deeper than they appeared. As for Jiang Xian's inclination to aid her, it stemmed from two primary reasons. Firstly, the black market was hardly a benevolent place, and he had long contemplated departing in the diminutive city of Yuzhou. He had previously seen no better options than the black market. However, times had changed. His strength was on the rise, nearing a breakthrough to the Grandmaster level, and he had acquired numerous skills, making him ready to venture out and hone his abilities. Little did he realize that at 70 years of age, he was still in the prime of his adventurous years. Secondly, his instincts warned him that Wei Taisher Wei Yuan was likely no benign figure. Potentially a treacherous minister capable of creating havoc in the court. Collaborating with such a person in the black market was akin to courting disaster, and he would inevitably find himself in a perilous situation. Upon receiving Jiang Xian's affirmative response, Tang Yinran's eyes sparkled with emotion, her heart racing as she could not help but exclaim, "Please, esteemed sir, save me. What would it take for you to assist me?" "It is quite simple," Jiang Xian replied with a faint smile. "I require your assurance that you shall never create difficulties for me henceforth. Consider it a friendship with the princess. I hope you do not misconstrue my intentions. Thinking that this assistance obliges me to obey you in the future, for I cannot endure such coercion. I speak plainly, princess. Please do not take offense. I ask that all?" Tang Yinran's eyes widened, her disbelief evident. "Indeed, that is all." Curious, Tang Yinran inquired, "Why is that? Do you not desire some form of compensation? Titles, wealth, status, beauty, any of these will suffice." Jiang Xian poured her a cup of wine and replied thoughtfully, "At my age, fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds to me. They are neither essential nor of concern. I seek only to pursue my true self, free from any constraints, and nothing more. Recently, I undertook a commission at the behest of the city lordess wife. It began as a straightforward transaction, but alas, she sought to control me, and ultimately, I ended her life. I trust the princess will not make such a foolish mistake." Upon hearing this, Tang Yinran displayed a hint of admiration and praised. "Esteemed sir, you are indeed extraordinary. I am in awe." The old man certainly exuded an air of maturity. Although Jiang Xian's words were eloquent, she understood that he was not indifferent to fame and fortune, but rather still held reservations about her. Throughout history, every page is inscribed with the pursuit of wealth and status. Who does not care? Who does not desire it? After exchanging a few more words, Tang Yinran lowered her voice and asked, "Esteemed sir, given the current situation, do you have any effective plans?" Jiang Xian gazed into his cup and uttered 4 words. "A golden cicada sheds its shell. A golden cicada sheds its shell?" Tang Yinran's eyes gleamed with interest as she urgently asked, "Esteemed sir, how can I achieve this?" Jiang Xian turned to her, producing a smooth, round poison pill from his possession, discreetly placing it into her hand while calmly stating, "Take the poison and end your life." At this pronouncement, Tang Yinran was left speechless, clutching the poison pill, unable to articulate her thoughts for a long while. Half an hour later, Jiang Xian strolled out of the inn with an air of confidence, making his way back to the black market, exuding a certain nonchalance. Observing this scene from a distance, the martial artists lurking nearby were utterly dumbfounded, their disbelief palpable. "Wait, I've stripped down, and this is what you show me? Whether you're from the black market or not, how can you walk into an inn so boldly, facing such a beauty, in a situation where it's just a man and a woman? Dante, you want to rob something? What on earth was this old man up to? Was he truly affiliated with the black market? It seemed so. Who else would dare approach this place tonight? Damn it, this old man won't he have laid a hand on the princess? Will he? What kind of nonsense has the black market sent over? You, go inform Han too. We need to interrogate this old man. How dare he play me for a fool, leaving me with a head full of bites?" At this moment, as Jiang Xian walked through the quiet streets, listening to the chirping of crickets in the tranquil night, a smile crept across his lips. "Ladies and gentlemen, ahead lies the black market. Proceed further, and tolls will apply." With both heavenly heart vision and immortal bone, ordinary martial artists stood no chance of concealing themselves before him. Even a typical grandmaster would find it impossible. After this declaration, silence enveloped the surroundings, as no one dared to speak. "Humph, do you think I'm trying to deceive you?" Jiang Xian scoffed, his wrist flicking, and the shot through the air like a streak of cold light, a fierce gust of wind emanating from it, causing one individual in the corner to hastily evade. What a terrifying treasure! The onlooker gaped at the hole in the wall, unable to restrain a gasp. With Jiang Xian's current strength, that single shot could effortlessly pierce the skull of any martial artist below the Grandmaster level. The person swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on their forehead. Had they not reacted swiftly, A shot to the head would have likely shattered it like a watermelon. This old man was indeed a master. Jiang Xian stood with hands clasped behind his back. Exuding an air of superior, the man in black articulated each word with deliberate precision, as if extracting them from between clenched teeth. Senior, I just witnessed you heading towards the Dragon Gate Inn, seemingly in search of someone. Is there a significant task at hand? Fearing he had not sufficiently emphasized his point, he added, Are you perhaps looking for a young lady? He nearly blurted out, You old fool. The black market has sent you to abduct a princess. You should hurry. Yet, Jiang Xian retained an expression of bewilderment, turning to offer an awkward smile. Young man, your concern is noted. But I am of an advanced age and must prioritize my health. I am not in search of any young ladies. The man in black almost spat blood in exasperation. Was this old man truly mad? Could he not comprehend human speech? Who suggested seeking out a courtesan? I meant for you to abduct a princess. Damn it, gentlemen. The night is dark and the wind is high. It would be prudent to return and rest. I must take my leave. Jiang Xian smiled kindly. Damn it. The disingenuous smile of Jiang Xian ignited the fury of the leading man in black, who could no longer contain his wrath. Seize him. Eliminate this foolish old man. Observing this, a fellow black-clad figure quickly restrained the leader, raising his eyebrows in concern. Brother Luo, calm yourself. If the abduction of the princess is to be executed, it should not be left to the black market's personnel. Forcing the princess into the hands of the black market could leave incriminating evidence, a crime punishable by extermination of one's clan. Are you really considering murder? Jiang Xian's lips curled slightly as he paused, turning to gaze warmly at the group of black-clad men. Humph, it seems this old man is merely feigning ignorance. He must be a coward, frightened. One of the black-clad men mocked coldly, deliberately provoking Jiang Xian. Indeed, he must be terrified, playing the fool with us. Who would have thought the black market would be so inept, daring to take on a task but lacking the courage to follow through? Pathetic. Spit. Gentlemen, do not hesitate to treat this cowardly old man with disdain. Simply teach him a lesson. The black-clad men exchanged barbs, seemingly ridiculing Jiang Xian's reluctance to abduct a princess. To this moment, they were convinced the old man was intentionally pretending to be dim-witted. Am I afraid of death? Jiang Xian smiled calmly, his eyes regarding the black-clad men as one would regard refuse. Gentlemen, we bear no enmity. Yet you bully this old man, insulting me by claiming I fear for my life. Let us make a wager, shall we? What wager? The leader of the black-clad men glared, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Jiang Xian instantly adopted an air of superiority, speaking coolly, If you dare to lay a hand on me, I wager that there is no true energy left within your bodies. What? Upon hearing this, the black-clad men erupted into laughter, clutching their bellies and gasping for breath. Ha ha, Brother Luo, I take back my previous statement. This old man is not afraid of death. He is genuinely senile. Ha ha, and I know whether I possess true energy or not. This is the first time I've heard of such a wager. It's utterly ridiculous. Old man, have you lost your mind? Jiang Xian's expression remained unchanged, still sporting a faint smile. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. I shall stand here, allowing you to strike if I fall. You win. Otherwise, you will perish. His words, though calm, carried an undeniable air of dominance. Upon hearing this, the black-clad men fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity as they regarded Jiang Xian. Why was this old fellow so confident? Jiang Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, maintaining an air of nonchalance, beckoning with a finger. Come, strike. The black-clad men exchanged glances, genuinely feeling a twinge of trepidation at Jiang Xian's imposing presence. Humph, just a trick, the leader of the black-clad men bellowed, lunging forward and raising his palm to strike at Jiang Xian's chest. Crack! A sound akin to shattering bones echoed, sharp and piercing, sending chills down the spine. As the black-clad men focused, they realized that the sound of the explosion had emanated from the leader's palm, which had struck against the true energy surrounding Jiang Xian, resulting in the complete destruction of his hand. Ah! The black-clad man screamed in agony, staring in horror at his mangled hand, disbelief etched across his features. Impossible! Where has my true energy gone? Chapter 90. Perhaps we should make a wager, shall we? What? Good heavens! How could this happen? Where is the leader's true energy? What just transpired? The black-clad men were taken aback, their faces pale with fear as they gazed at Jiang Xian. This display had utterly stunned them. Damn it, this old man is too sinister. Could he possibly be a ghost? Otherwise, how could the leader's true energy vanish without a trace? Ah, my true energy is gone too, a black-clad man cried out. Staring in disbelief at his hands, crack. Another black-clad figure attempted to strike out but created not a single ripple, looking utterly absurd in the process. How could this be? In the next moment, the 20 experts of the returning Origin realm present appeared to have lost their minds. Frantically performing calisthenics in place, continuously throwing punches at the air. They could not believe it. They sought to verify their remaining true energy. They refused to accept that after decades of training, they could have truly lost all their true energy and cultivation. Such a devastating blow. Who could endure it? Yet, despite their fierce appearances, their movements bore no trace of true energy. Woe is me! I am finished. One black-clad man sank to the ground, his expression vacant, devoid of hope. Jiang Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes drifting over the ludicrous scene before him, unable to suppress a smirk. Damn. I anticipated a toxic true energy scheme, but I never imagined it would unfold to such an extent. It's almost comical. Why had these black-clad men lost all their true energy? The answer was quite simple. After mastering the art of 10,000 poisons, Jiang Xian became a colossal amalgamation of toxins, capable of releasing true energy infused with various lethal poisons at will. While conversing with the black-clad men, he had discreetly released a subtle trace of toxic true energy. This toxic energy was exceedingly weak, making it difficult for warriors to detect, but if they failed to promptly circulate their true energy to suppress the toxins, they would be defenseless. At this moment, the poison affecting these black-clad men derived from a toxin that could temporarily block the true energy in their dantians. Known as a Mortal's Kneel, a rare third-tier poison within the black market. Once poisoned, even a warrior of the Earth Spirit realm would be unable to circulate their true energy for half an hour, rendered as powerless as a true invalid. Heh, I told you long ago, you do not possess true energy. Jiang Xian's gaze was laced with mockery as he surveyed the black-clad men, a murderous aura radiating from him. It seems you have lost. Prepare to die. Retreat. Quickly retreat. This old man is suspicious. The leader of the black-clad men, eyes wide with fear, trembled as he turned to flee. At that moment, Jiang Xian appeared to him as a monstrous entity. How else could he have rendered his true energy null and void without a sound? No. Even a demon could not achieve this. This old man was more fearsome than any demon. The remaining black-clad men also grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces draining of color as they turned to flee without a backward glance. Damn it, this is utterly absurd. After spending a lifetime as assassins and bodyguards, they had never encountered such a ludicrous situation. They could never have imagined that Jiang Xian's true energy was tainted with poison. Ah, gentlemen, do you think it is too late to leave now? Jiang Xian smiled lightly. He was no benevolent old man and would not easily let his enemies escape. In an instant, a terrifying wave of true energy surged forth, its might overwhelming. Azure Green Sword Technique. Sword sweeps the mountains and rivers. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Xian summoned the Azure Cloud Sword, infusing it with boundless true energy. Simultaneously, an immense wave of sword energy erupted, coalescing into a river of sword energy that rained down upon the fleeing black-clad men, their screams echoing through the night. Ah, this accursed old man, who is he really? Who would have thought that after years of wandering the martial world, we would meet our end at the hands of an unknown old man? I refuse to accept this, yet no amount of resistance would change their fate. Had they still possessed true energy, the 20-odd experts of the returning Origin realm, each capable of delivering a powerful strike, could have left Jiang Xian drenched in sweat. However, now, bereft of any true energy, they were akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. In but a moment, under the deluge of sword energy, 16 of the 20 black-clad men perished, leaving only 4 trembling on the ground, their lives hanging by a thread. Boom. At that moment, a golden light flared in the distance, a wave of even more terrifying true energy sweeping in, instantly obliterating the sword energy of the Azure Green Sword Technique and rescuing the remaining few. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xian's expression grew solemn as he gazed towards the shadowy figure emerging from the darkness. Undoubtedly, the newcomer was a master-level expert, and such formidable individuals were scarce in Yuzhou City. Moreover, accompanying him were dozens of hidden presences, undoubtedly the forces of Wei Taisher, all of whom were, without exception, experts of the returning origin realm. Damn it! Truly, the returning origin realm is everywhere. The condensing chi realm is as worthless as a dog. At that moment, a towering man, his features sharp and exuding a menacing aura, emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Han Feng, the guardian who had previously protected Tang Yinran. Earlier, Tang Yinran had informed him that Han Feng had suddenly vanished, likely having been eliminated by Wei Yuan's men. Nonsense. This traitor had clearly defected long ago. Upon seeing the approaching figure, the remaining 4 black-clad men were overjoyed, rushing forward to cling to Han Feng's legs, wailing, "Brother Han, our brothers have been slaughtered by this old scoundrel. You must take charge on our behalf." A few figures clad in black have long been so terrified that their spirits are shattered. Their trousers soaked through, clinging desperately to Han Feng's pant leg, fearing being abandoned. "Useless fools, be gone!" Anger surged within Han Feng, malice brewed in his heart, and he kicked away the black-clad man who clung to him. Trembling with rage, the black-clad man, caught off guard and lacking any protective energy, was forcefully kicked, his chest caving in, blood gushing forth. "Han Tuer, you with that," the black-clad man breathed his last. Han Feng furrowed his brow slightly. That kick had not been particularly forceful, yet it had resulted in a fatality. It seemed these individuals were indeed devoid of any true energy. How strange! Contemplating this, Han Feng's gaze towards Jiang Xian grew more guarded. His heart beginning to waver, he recognized this old man as the former shopkeeper of the fabric store. His strength was considerable, yet he should still not pose a threat. However, in merely a month's absence, Jiang Xian's aura had become even more profound and inscrutable, rendering Han Feng unable to discern the depth of his capabilities. How could this be? Even the most rapid advancement among ordinary warriors could not yield such a transformation in a month. Does he truly believe that everyone can achieve enlightenment overnight and ascend to the mid-third realm? Could it be that this old man has been concealing his true strength, setting aside his chaotic thoughts? Han Feng coldly inquired, "Esteemed elder, who exactly are you?" "Someone from the black market. If that is the case, why do you not perform your duties? Are you instructing me on my responsibilities?" Jiang Xian replied with a faint smile, hands clasped behind his back, preparing to depart, unwilling to engage with Han Feng. "Stop!" Han Feng bellowed, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. "You refuse to fulfill your obligations, yet you harm my people. Do you seek to oppose the Grand Master?" Jiang Xian paused, turning back with equally icy eyes. "Perhaps we should make a wager, shall we?" Chapter 91. "I wager that you possess no true energy within you. Using the same trick again? Is it coming back?" Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 black-clad figures trembled in fear, crawling backward in panic, leaving only Han Feng with a furrowed brow. "Is this old man truly that formidable?" "What wager?" Han Feng retorted sharply. Jiang Xian smiled faintly. "If you dare to lay a hand on me, I wager that you will find yourself devoid of true energy." Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his laughter. "Huh? Nonsense. Whether I have true energy or not, boss, please don't gamble." The remaining 3 black-clad figures gasped in alarm, rushing to grasp Han Feng's pant leg, desperately advising him, "Boss, whatever you do not wager with this old man. Luo Qing, that scoundrel lost all his true energy because of him. If you gamble again, something dreadful is bound to happen." Their words left Han Feng momentarily dazed. A mere martial artist, his not-so-bright mind felt as though it had short-circuited, struggling to comprehend. Could it really be so sinister? Han Feng's eyes darted about, internally grappling with whether or not to strike this old man. Truth be told, he found it hard to believe that such bizarre occurrences could exist in the world. Surely, the old man had employed some form of trickery. Poison? Unlikely, as they had meticulously inspected every meal. Sorcery? That too seemed improbable, as the insects would not fail to elicit any response. How strange, how peculiar. What could have caused these people to lose their true energy? As his thoughts whirled, he heard Jiang Xian casually clean his ears and slowly state, "So, will you wager or not? If you choose not to, I shall take my leave. However, let me make one thing clear. Should you lose the wager, You will meet your demise at my hands. Impossible! Han Feng roared, clearly agitated. He channeled his true energy into a palm strike, not aimed at Jiang Xian, but rather towards the nearby wall. Boom! The wall exploded, affirming that Han Feng's true energy remained intact, not dissipated. Ha ha ha! Old man, I am a master, with a protective aura of true energy surrounding me, impervious to all. My true energy is still here. How will you explain that? Han Feng's face twisted, his throat moving as if a grimace of laughter and rage. It was evident that he had been genuinely anxious just moments before, fearing he could not summon his true energy. That would indeed be a grave misfortune. Of course, all these subtle details did not escape Jiang Xian's notice, who smiled faintly. Young man, you remain too young yet. You dare not wager with me. Thus you refrain from striking. However, I assure you, the moment you lay a hand on me, your true energy will vanish, and you will surely meet your end. I possess a rather unfortunate habit of eliminating anyone who dares to strike against me. That group of black-clad figures just now serves as a cautionary tale. As he spoke, Jiang Xian's pupils turned an eerie shade of blue, scanning the surroundings, his gaze coldly sweeping across the numerous hidden figures lurking in the shadows. Let me be frank, the instant you appeared, your true energies were already within my grasp. Whether they exist or not, rests entirely within my control. Jiang Xian's voice was low, confident, and laden with an air of supremacy, as though he were the unequivocal master of this domain, with the lives and deaths of all hinging upon his whims. This overwhelming confidence left Han Feng momentarily speechless, unable to muster a smile. The hidden warriors, too, felt a suffocating pressure, their expressions gravely serious. It was evident that Jiang Xian's words were not solely directed at Han Feng, but at them as well. They believed they had concealed themselves well, that even a master might not detect their presence. Yet before the old man's strange blue gaze, they felt as exposed as if they were parading in the nude. By heaven's grace, why does this old man exude such an intense aura of intimidation? The three black-clad figures, who had narrowly escaped death at Jiang Xian's hands, trembled uncontrollably, their faces pale with fear, nearly wetting themselves. Did you not hear? This old man will kill anyone who dares to attack him. The fact that the three of them had survived was already an immense stroke of luck. At this moment, they could only think of fleeing this perilous place, retiring from the martial world for good. To reclaim their lives, every day lived was a blessing. Han Feng clenched his teeth, his jaw grinding, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, drenching his back. Ever since breaking through to the master level, he had been nearly invincible within the Daqian kingdom, rarely feeling such tension. Yet, simply by standing there, this old man had instilled in him an overwhelming sense of pressure that could terrify anyone. Even if he believed Jiang Xian was merely posturing, he could not afford to gamble on the mere possibility that his true energy might indeed vanish. For a master, losing their true energy was akin to being sentenced to death. However, what would happen if he simply let Jiang Xian go? What of the princess? Wouldn't the Grand Master's plans be thwarted? Lost in thought, he noticed Jiang Xian gradually moving further away, seemingly on the brink of disappearing into the darkness. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. At worst, I shall die. Han Feng widened his eyes in fury, shouting to bolster his courage. Faced with the prospect of offending Wei Taishu, he would rather be slain by Jiang Xian on the spot. As he spoke, Han Feng's figure flickered, instantly appearing before Jiang Xian, channeling his entire true energy into a heavy palm strike aimed directly at Jiang Xian's chest. Jiang Xian merely raised the corner of his mouth, not dodging or evading, and similarly channeled his true energy to strike Han Feng's chest, clearly indicating a resolve to exchange blows. Han Feng's palm strike surged with true energy, its momentum akin to a landslide. Powerful and imposing. In contrast, Jiang Xian's counterattack appeared weak and insipid, as if it were a mere feather. Who was stronger or weaker was evident. Had this old man lost his mind? Did he truly intend to perish alongside Han Feng? The black-clad figures gasped in shock. Clang! In the next moment, Jiang Xian absorbed Han Feng's full-powered strike, the sound echoing like a clash of metal, rattling the very eardrums of those present. Shockingly, after taking the Master's blow, Jiang Xian merely stumbled back 4 or 5 steps, his robe unruffled, completely unscathed. In contrast, Han Feng also absorbed Jiang Xian's strike, though he only took a step or two back, appearing equally unharmed. Were they merely playing house? A great sound but little impact? Trained under the same master, they could not break one another's moves. The black-clad figures were utterly baffled, witnessing a scene they could hardly comprehend. Yet, they understood one thing with delight. This blow confirmed that Han Feng's true energy remained intact, contrary to the old man's claims. The old man was clearly just putting on an act. Han Feng stepped back, his gaze filled with malice as he glared at Jiang Xian. "Old fool, let us see how you will intimidate me this time." Although he was astonished by Jiang Xian's physical resilience, he was even more elated that his true energy had not been lost. As long as his true energy remained, he was a master, and who could he fear? Jiang Xian stood his ground, brushing off his robes with a scoff. "A dignified master, yet you do not even trust your own protective true energy. Who else can you rely on? No wonder you are destined to remain a servant to others in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, Han Feng's fury escalated, veins throbbing on his forehead, an overwhelming rage surging from within. "Very well, old fool. Once I have slain you, I will crush your old bones into dust and feed you to the dogs." Chapter 92. What? Did I kill the wrong person? At this moment, Han Feng's fury had reached its peak. To think that he, a distinguished master, had been toyed with to such an extent by a man in his 70s. If word of this got out, how could he ever show his face in the master community again? Jiang Xian, however, merely waved his hand, a warm smile on his face. "Young man, do not act impulsively. How about we make a wager instead? I wager that this time, you truly have no true energy left." "Bet your mother." Han Feng's rage erupted completely, raising his palm once more to strike Jiang Xian, his roar more thunderous than before, his momentum extraordinary. To suggest that he held back with that strike would be a gross understatement. It was infused with lethal intent, exuding a chilling aura of murder. Regardless of whether one is affiliated with the black market or not, and irrespective of any plans to abduct the princess. The priority was to eliminate the threat at hand. Such an old man deserves nothing less than to be fed to the dogs. As the formidable Han Feng charged forward, Jiang Xian made no move to defend himself. Instead, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of disdainful superiority. Witnessing Jiang Xian's unyielding stance, Han Feng's ire escalated. "Damn old fool, how dare you underestimate me? I shall send you to your grave with a single blow." The black-clad figures were equally astonished, unable to comprehend the audacity of this old man. After all, Han Feng was a master in his own right. At such a close range, even a fellow master would surely suffer severe injury from such a strike. This old man was clearly overestimating himself, and it seemed his demise was imminent. Yet, in the next instant, the expressions of the black-clad individuals froze in disbelief. With a thunderous crash, Han Feng's mighty palm struck Jiang Xian's chest, producing a sound akin to shattering bones, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. For the three black-clad figures who had been observing, this sound resonated with a terrifying familiarity. By heavens, it had happened again. Indeed, Han Feng's hand had exploded. In that moment, Han Feng's screams of agony echoed, his face as pale as death, as he raised his now ruined hand in sheer horror and disbelief. "Impossible, impossible, impossible," he chanted frantically. For he had realized that his energy had vanished entirely, utterly ineffective. The pure force of his strike had detonated against Jiang Xian's protective energy, rendering flesh and blood a gruesome mess. With a slight curl of his lips, Jiang Xian reveled in silent laughter, yet maintained a facade of benevolence, sighing, "I had warned you, did I not? To strike against me would result in the complete loss of your energy, yet you remained undeterred." The entire sequence of Han Feng's downfall was, in truth, rather simple. As a master who had reached the mid-third realm, he could unleash his energy for protection within a 3-foot radius, rendering himself immune to ordinary energy. However, if the opponent's energy surpassed his own, the rules would shift dramatically. Jiang Xian's toxic energy, while potent, was clearly inferior to Han Feng's, which meant he could not fall prey as the previous black-clad individuals had. The only method available was to exchange strikes, directly forcing the toxic energy into his opponent's body, bringing all to an end. If intimidation failed, then absolute destruction was the only recourse. Thus, in the eyes of the black-clad figures, Jiang Xian became an enigma shrouded in terror. By the heavens, this venerable elder can truly manipulate another's energy. How were they to proceed? In the shadows, those lurking experts of the returning origin realm were drenched in sweat. Their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Such an extraordinary situation had never graced their lives. What now? Should we attempt to rescue Han Feng? One black-clad figure whispered. Silence, in the presence of such a master. How could we possibly intervene? Do you wish to lose your energy as well? Another retorted angrily. Han Feng, trembling in fear, gazed at his hands, his martial spirit shattered, feeling as though he had become a lifeless dog. A towering figure at nearly 2 meters tall, he found himself on the brink of tears. It's all ruined. I've lost everything. For a martial artist, such a blow was devastating beyond measure. Suddenly, Han Feng shuddered. Meeting Jiang Xian's icy blue gaze, his fear reaching its zenith in that moment, he cast aside all pride, hastily kneeling and begging for mercy, repeatedly bowing. Venerable Elder. No, divine being, spare my life. I doubt as he beheld the cold malice in Jiang Xian's eyes. Han Feng trembled, his gaze filled with terror as he knelt in supplication. Great Elder, forgive me. I failed to recognize your greatness and insulted you. You mustn't. Before he could finish, a flash of cold light appeared, and a severed head tumbled away, blood splattering the ground. Jiang Xian's expression remained indifferent as he mused inwardly, a scoundrel like you, who seeks to curry favor while being fickle, deserves to be eradicated for the sake of the princess. This battle had indeed been a grave miscalculation on Han Feng's part. He had fallen victim to Jiang Xian's cunning. He could never allow a tiger to return to the mountain, leaving behind such dangerous pests. If only Han Feng had managed to remain calm and assess his internal condition, he might have discerned the toxic influences at play. Once discovered, although his energy could not be released, he could have quickly suppressed the toxins. With his mastery, given assistance from other martial artists, he would have been able to neutralize the poison in no time. Under normal circumstances, a third-grade toxin posed a considerable challenge for a master. However, Jiang Xian would not be foolish enough to explain the situation in detail, nor would he proceed in a straightforward manner. When dealing with toxins, one must be devious. Han Feng, upon witnessing Han Feng's demise, the hidden black-clad figures could no longer remain concealed. After a moment of shock, they descended upon the scene. They had never anticipated that Jiang Xian would act without hesitation to eliminate Han Feng. After all, he was a man of the Grand Minister Wei. If they did not reveal themselves soon, they too would likely meet a dire fate. Concealed no longer? Do you wish to act? Jiang Xian regarded the suddenly emerging black-clad figures with a mocking gaze. Beneath the bright moonlight, several of them brandished their blades, trembling uncontrollably, too frightened to approach even a single step closer to Jiang Xian. Fear had gripped them entirely. Great Elder, let us consider mercy. Please, cease your actions. Just then, another mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, similarly masked, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. Another master. Jiang Xian's heart raced in alarm, re-evaluating the capabilities of the Grand Minister Wei, yet outwardly he remained unfazed. Feigning ignorance. Who are you? Why do you obstruct my path and repeatedly interfere with my actions? The black-clad figures exchanged glances, bewildered that this old man seemed unaware of the consequences of his actions. The masked figure narrowed his eyes, speaking in a grave tone, I am Long Wu, a guest of the current Grand Minister Wei. Your black market's dealings with the minister cannot possibly be treacherous. Can they? Oh, I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Jiang Xian feigned enlightenment, shaking his head with a sigh. Had you only mentioned this sooner, it would have been akin to flooding the Dragon King's temple. I thought you were affiliated with the prince, and thus acted accordingly. As he spoke, Jiang Xian's expression bore an exaggerated sorrow, filled with regret. The moment those words left his lips, every black-clad figure, including Long Wu, was left utterly dumbfounded, their faces a spectacle of disbelief, nearly causing them to spit blood. This old man had come in swinging wildly, only to have dispatched them all without a second thought. A whirlwind of action, and now he claimed to have made a mistake. Chapter 93. A farce, a return. Killed by mistake? Upon hearing this, Long Wu paused, almost doubting his own ears. Are you jesting with me? Old sir? Jiang Xian's expression darkened, his voice cold. At my advanced age, do you truly believe I would jest with you young fools? Had you not concealed yourselves, I would have likely already departed with the princess. Is that so? The black-clad figures exchanged incredulous glances, incredulity evident in their expressions. So it is our fault then. How could we have known your perception was so extraordinary? We had concealed ourselves far from the inn, where not even a mosquito could intrude, yet you managed to detect us? Moreover, given your skills, even if we had attempted to intervene, it would have been futile. Long Wu's lips twitched beneath his mask, unable to suppress his frustration. If that is the case, please, old sir, proceed with your task. Curse it all. What is this? So many skilled fighters have perished for naught, and now there's another master among us. If this reaches the Grand Minister's ears, our heads will surely roll. Just wait. After this old man finishes with the princess, you shall see what befalls you for daring to kill a man of the Grand Minister. Yet, just as Long Wu thought that Jiang Xian's statement about killing by mistake was outrageous enough, the latter nonchalantly uttered something even more absurd. Jiang Xian, seemingly distracted, looked up at the moon and exclaimed, "Ah? Has it really reached the third watch? I must return home to rest." What? Hearing this, Long Wu and all the black-clad figures were driven to the brink of madness, nearly erupting in expletives. How could a black market assassin be so unprofessional? Had it only been a few hours and he intended to return for sleep? How could the black market possibly manage its operatives? Long Wu's expression turned icy, barely containing the urge to seize Jiang Xian by the throat. Gritting his teeth, "Old sir, are you deliberately mocking us?" "Indeed, I am mocking you." Jiang Xian's heart brimmed with mirth as he continued, "In the black market, we have an unwritten rule. Should a killer fail in their mission, they must retreat 1,000 miles. This is the protocol. Because of you, I have lost this opportunity and shall inevitably face punishment from my captain. So, do you wish to obstruct my return to sleep? Or do you truly believe that I can be bullied so easily? Shall we continue to gamble?" By the end of his statement, Jiang Xian's voice had turned frigid, his gaze sweeping over the black-clad figures, causing them to retreat in fear, their expressions pale. "More tricks? Are you channeling the spirit of a gambling god?" One cannot help but tremble at the thought. This old man can control the energy of others. It is utterly terrifying. Who would dare to gamble? Long Wu maintained a calm demeanor, though a tremor in his throat betrayed his fear of Jiang Xian. After all, just moments ago, a master's head had rolled. Who could say he would not be the next to fall? He dared not gamble, the princess. Just as Long Wu was about to speak, Jiang Xian turned around, waved his hand, and his voice drifted lazily through the air. "Young man, why the haste? The princess will not perish in that place. I shall return tomorrow to claim her. Today, I merely came to gather some information." As he spoke, Jiang Xian executed the celestial step, vanishing into the night without a trace. Such speed could rival that of a master. The group of cloaked figures, still shaken, gazed in the direction Jiang Xian had disappeared. "Long, what shall we do now?" The turmoil in Long Wu's eyes shifted and struggled, finally leading him to sigh. "Let us depart. Surely they wouldn't dare betray us. Return and keep a close watch on the princess. We must not allow any mishap." The cloaked figures scratched their heads, bewildered by their inexplicable arrival and equally mysterious departure, especially after losing a number of their comrades along the way. Although every word Jiang Xian had spoken was sound and reasonable, they couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Deep down, they felt an unsettling sense of being played. It was an infuriating sensation. Upon returning to the black market, Jiang Xian did not head back to the residence, but hastily made his way to the Qilin Hall. At that moment, the hall was brightly lit with candles, and Jun Hongqian, Imo Cho, and the 3 hall masters were all gathered there. It was an unavoidable circumstance. The fate of the black market in Yuzhou City hung in the balance, and all the skilled individuals in the market were racking their brains for solutions. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can match Zhuge Liang. Yet, the individuals present were all warriors, their collective intellect inferior to that of mere cobblers. Each of them could shake the very ground of Yuzhou City with a stomp. Yet now they sat together, furrowed brows and frowns, uncertain of what to do next. The orders from the main hall were not to be defied. Yet they were unwilling to become cannon fodder. What were they to do? The black market was utterly fragmented, with no bonds between the various branches, they would even prefer to see each other perish. Just like now, Jun Hongqian and Imocho had used all their connections within the black market to elucidate the stakes, threatening and enticing, yet no branch was willing to come to their aid. The main hall's silence was deafening, as if it had sunk into the abyss without a trace. It was clear that the Yuzhou branch would be better off ending their existence altogether after this operation. They might as well become martyrs, bravely sacrificing themselves for the benefit of the black market. The court would not spare them, the main hall would not spare them, nor would that employer show them mercy. The one truly concerned for them had to be a local of Yuzhou City, like Jiang Xian. Alas, my dear brother Jiang, why have you not returned with news yet? The crowd sat in the hall like needles on a pin, anxiously awaiting Jiang Xian's arrival. They resembled stones of longing for their beloved. Suddenly, with a creak, the grand doors of the Qilin Hall swung open, and a gust of icy wind swept in. Yet, instead of feeling cold, the crowd felt a surge of excitement, springing to their feet. Brother Jiang, you have finally returned. They turned towards the entrance, where a figure stood bathed in moonlight, neither hunched nor diminished, exuding an ethereal presence. The crowd erupted in joy. Imocho, as the internal affairs manager of the black market, was the first to rise, rushing forward to grasp Jiang Xian's hand, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Brother Jiang, you truly made us wait. Come, please take a seat. Aside from Jun Hongqian, the other 3 hall masters also greeted him warmly, as if he were a savior. Under the adulation of the gathered crowd, Jiang Xian remained composed, pulled out a chair, and leisurely took a seat. I report to the hall master. I have gathered all the information, he continued. If this matter is not handled properly, the black market may soon face annihilation. Jiang Xian's statement was delivered with a calmness that suggested he was merely recounting someone else's affairs. Yet, the audience was struck with alarm, as if they had anticipated the revelation. Their hopes shattered. A heavy silence fell over the room. Chapter 94. Such a great responsibility, only I can undertake it in the Qilin Hall. Jiang Xian took a sip of hot tea to clear his throat and recounted everything he had seen and heard during his journey. The crowd nodded frequently in response to Jiang Xian's analysis, growing increasingly anxious with each revelation. Damn it, this matter even involves a plot against the court. They had long known that capturing the princess was no simple task, and indeed it was a venture that could lead to the extermination of entire clans. Should they become ensnared in this vortex, the black market would meet its end. Mocho inhaled sharply, her expression grave. Hall Master, I believe Brother Jiang's words hold merit. Our black market has always been at odds with the court. If the main hall truly collaborates with that Wei Taisher, we would be courting disaster, and the entire black market could be wiped out by the court. Jun Hongqian nodded slightly. Indeed, I shall write to the main hall to clarify the situation. Hall Master, you must not, Jiang Xian interjected, his expression serious. Hall Master, we are aware of these matters. The main hall cannot be ignorant of the stakes involved, yet they continue down this path. I believe this signifies a shift in the main hall's allegiance. A collective gasp echoed through the chamber at his words. Jiang Xian implied that the main hall of the black market was likely already under the control of that Wei Taisher. The thought of such a vast underworld force falling under the sway of the court was terrifying. Moreover, they were utterly unaware, having been sold out while still counting the money, on second thought. However, it was not surprising. Throughout history, the collusion between officials and the underworld had always existed, and this possibility was not without precedent. In Yuzhou City, the official Imo Tai Su was indeed a blood relative of the deputy hall master. Nothing strange about that. Jun Hongqian furrowed his brow. But the main hall is filled with experts, and the hall master is a renowned powerhouse throughout the great Qian nation. How could he be so easily manipulated by court officials? Jiang Xian looked at Jun Hongqian, his gaze earnest. Hall master, just because one occupies a high position does not mean their power in the underworld is weak. During my journey, I discovered that over 50 masters of the returning origin realm were lurking around the inn. And I encountered 2 master-level experts as well. Such a force is beyond what any faction in Yuzhou City could muster, and yet Wei Taisher can effortlessly dispatch them from thousands of miles away in the imperial capital. Showcasing his immense power, far beyond our imagination. 50 masters of the returning origin realm and 2 masters. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that such a force could easily annihilate their entire branch. But then, how did Brother Jiang manage to return unscathed? Jiang was truly a cunning old fox. It was utterly chilling to contemplate. At that moment, had they known that Jiang Xian not only returned safely but had also slain over 20 masters of the returning Origin Realm and a master, leaving the remaining foes in disarray, they would have been astonished enough to spit out their drinks. Having recounted the events in their entirety, Jiang Xian fell silent, closing his eyes to rest while listening to the ongoing discussions among the crowd. Some felt they should still comply with the main hall's orders, while others believed it would be better to disband and flee their separate ways. As time passed, the group deliberated for hours, unable to reach a consensus, and eventually turned to Jiang Xian. "Brother, what do you think we should do?" Imocho inquired, gazing at Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian, unhurried, opened his eyes and smiled gently. "Having heard everyone's opinions, I propose 3 strategies for your consideration. 3 strategies? So many?" Imocho exclaimed with delight. "Brother Jiang is indeed resourceful. Please share them with us." Jiang Xian took a delicate sip of tea and continued. "The lower strategy is to heed the main hall's instructions, to act as if we are unaware, and pray that the main hall and that Wei Taisher will show mercy and not betray us afterward, thus allowing everything to come to a peaceful conclusion. This strategy is the least troublesome, but it places our lives in the hands of unreliable individuals. What do you 3 think?" The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. They had long dismissed this suggestion. Those who operated in the black market had no conscience. If they were in the main halls or Wei Taisher's position, they would undoubtedly choose to eradicate all potential threats to eliminate future troubles. After all, the mouths of the dead are the most sealed. The middle strategy involves disbanding the black market in Yuzhou City, with everyone returning to their homes, each seeking refuge, allowing fate to dictate their paths until they meet again in another life. As the saying goes, the law does not hold the masses accountable. This strategy might save some of the black market's disciples, but the 2 hall masters and the various other leaders would likely have to flee for their lives, evading the main hall's pursuit for the rest of their days. The crowd exchanged glances once more, sighing in resignation. They had considered this option as well, but where could they escape to? "Brother, what is the upper strategy?" Yang Long asked. Jun Hongqian and Imo Cho also turned their gazes towards Jiang Xian, subtly beginning to see him as their pillar of support, despite the fact that they were the ones in control of the black market. Throughout history, why have strategists often employed the tactic of presenting 3 options, creating such suspense? It is not out of vanity, but rather because strategies require comparison. If one were to state the upper strategy outright, it would likely be difficult for others to accept, as they would not grasp the true brilliance of the proposal. By contrasting it with the lower and middle strategies, the effectiveness becomes glaringly apparent. This was clearly Jiang Xian's intention. With a slight smile, Jiang Xian calmly stated, "For the upper strategy, I believe there is no need for excessive worry. Let us consider a different perspective. If we cannot resolve the problem, why not eliminate those who present the problem?" The room fell silent in astonishment. Some confused by his words, Imo Cho seemed to have an epiphany, her face paling. "The one who posed the problem. Could it be that you were referring to Wei Taisher? What do you intend to do?" "Simply eliminate him, of course." Jiang Xian took another sip of tea, appearing calm and composed, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. "Eliminate him?" At those words, even the prominent figures present in Yuzhou City felt a jolt of unease, their eyes widening in disbelief, as if their eyeballs were about to pop from their sockets. Alas, this man is utterly unhinged. With just a mere brush of his lips, the Grand Master could decree death as easily as one might slaughter a chicken. "Ha!" Imo Cho let out an awkward chuckle, attempting to ease the tension, and considered, "Dear elder brother, could it be that you jest?" Jiang Xian cast a glance at the faces around him and replied nonchalantly, "I speak only truth. I do not jest. As long as this Wei Grand Master draws breath, the black market shall know no peace, destined to be a casualty of the court's intrigues. If today's abduction of the princess goes unscathed, who knows what tomorrow may bring? Perhaps the emperor will be next. What then, my friends?"